What kind of strange power was this again? He had never imagined experiencing such bizarre combat before coming here. Who are you exactly? Where do you come from? What is your purpose in coming to our world? Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. The other party already knew he wasn't from this world. Polis stared fixedly at Fang Heng. Don't think everything will be fine just because you stay silent. I'll make you spit out every single word. As he spoke, hundreds of half-mechanical modified soldiers behind Polis simultaneously pulled their triggers. Intense beams of light weapons shot towards Fang Heng. The blood curtain instantly opened in front of Fang Heng. Dang, dang, bang. The beams of energy fell on the crimson blood curtain, creating ripples. The light weapons were all powerless against him. The federal soldiers immediately felt a sense of helplessness. As the gunfire paused, the blood curtain dissipated in front of Fang Heng, and he reappeared in front of the crowd. As Fang Heng watched more Mindtech Corporation soul manipulators and semi-mechanized guards chasing from behind, he finally cast a glance at Boris. Both Mindtech Corporation and the Federation had special spatial teleportation protections. Without finding a solution, he couldn't do anything about them. It wouldn't work to capture one and interrogate them. Continuing on was just meaningless consumption. Time was about right anyway. The zombie avatars had almost moved the branches of the god tree. It was time to make a run for it. Goodbye. Boris's pupils contracted as he realized Fang Heng was planning to escape and immediately shouted, "Stop him! Don't let him get away!" Swish! However, the next moment, before the semi-mechanized re-engineered soldiers could raise their weapons and fire, Fang Heng took a big step forward, his figure disappearing in an instant as if blending into space before everyone's eyes. Boris stared at the direction where Fang Heng had disappeared, his fists clenched. It's a spatial ability. Damn it, there was no intel before about the enemy having spatial abilities, otherwise, they would have set up spatial crystal barriers in advance, and Fang Heng wouldn't have escaped so easily. Commander. A soldier hurriedly approached from behind, whispering to Boris, "Commander, we have successfully entered the Research Institute area. During the cleansing of the Institute, we discovered that the branches of the god tree inside the Institute were missing." Missing? Boris frowned, asking, "What do you mean they're missing?" According to the research lab personnel on site, Fang Heng appeared in their lab and forced them into the god tree branch cultivation room. The soldier cleared his throat and continued to explain. They saw Fang Heng controlling zombie life forms to pull the god tree branches from the enclosed lab environment. But afterwards, they were detained by Fang Heng in the lab, and they didn't know where Fang Heng had moved the branches of the god tree. Boris looked puzzled, asking, "Have you searched everywhere?" "It's still under investigation. There are still large areas in the Institute with zombie and devourer lifeforms yet to be fully clear, and we haven't found any trace of the branches of the god tree yet." Boris furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that something was amiss. Strange. He also knew about the branches of the god tree, actually large withered trees. Moving them was not easy. Not to mention there were a dozen of them. It's certain that Fang Heng wasn't carrying the branches of the god tree when they saw him leave, and the exterior of the Institute was heavily guarded. Such a large number of trees, if moved, would definitely be noticed. So where did they go? Were they destroyed by Fang Heng? Even if destroyed, wouldn't there be some traces left? Or were they hidden somewhere? Continue. Thoroughly search the Institute. We must find them no matter how deep we have to dig. Understood. Over half an hour later, in the night sky, a bat swiftly flew over a corner of the city outskirts, landing on the ground and taking on a human form. Fang Heng looked around. Not far away, the zombie avatars emerged from the woods. Through one of the sewage pipe connections between the inside and outside of the Institute, the zombie avatars had moved the withered branches of the god tree to the edge of the city's sewage outlet in advance. It was somewhat safer in the late night, as few would notice the situation at the rural sewer drainage outlet, but it would draw attention in the morning. Additionally, after Mindtech Corporation discovered the theft of the god tree branches, they would certainly investigate promptly, so they had to find a way to deal with it quickly. How could they transport the branches back to the Tree Speaker Alliance headquarters swiftly? Fang Heng thought for a moment and came up with an idea, immediately taking out his mobile phone and downloading an app called Huo22. Half an hour later, a large transport truck arrived slowly. Fang Heng walked out of the nearby woods, holding a Hellfire Farlum Cyclopear 9, waving towards the transport truck. When Fang Heng returned to the Tree Speaker Alliance gathering point in another small city after a day, Boris was shocked to discover the sewage pit Feng Hen left behind inside the institute. He never imagined that the enemy could escape from the institute through such a primitive method, so the chase with Feng Hen earlier was just a distraction. Realizing he had been played, anger surged within Boris, immediately ordering to block Feng Hen from leaving the area and preventing him from transporting the withered branches of the god tree out of the city, while also launching a full investigation to track down Feng Hen's whereabouts. Unfortunately, the Federation was one step too slow. With the help of Hellfire Farlam Cycloparan, Feng Hen easily passed through the layers of scrutiny and left the Federation's blockade area. Due to tight monitoring of Mr. Yule's Life Town by Mindtech Corporation, the Tree Speaker Alliance had changed the meeting point to Foggy Thunder Small Town. When the Tree Speaker Alliance members received news that Feng Hen was returning, they waited at the town's entrance. Brother Feng Hen. Glennon saw Feng Hen sitting in the front seat of a large truck from a distance, his face showing excitement, waving vigorously towards Feng Hen. Soon, Feng Hen jumped down from the truck's co-driver's seat. "Well, it's settled," Feng Hen waved, gesturing towards the goods behind the truck. Mr. Yule from the Tree Speaker Alliance personally came to greet him, immediately leading the way to check the cargo after the vehicle came to a stop. When they learned that Mindtech Corporation was under attack and the Federation had sealed off the area, everyone in the Tree Speaker Alliance couldn't help but worrying about Feng Hen. They never expected that Feng Hen would actually successfully infiltrate the Mindtech Corporation North District Research Institute, and so easily obtain data from the institute. Not to mention the branches of the God Tree. What puzzled Mr. Yule and the others even more was how Feng Hen managed to get these supplies across right under the Federation's noses. Mr. Yule looked at Feng Hen, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Feng Hen, I don't know what to say to express my thanks. If it wasn't for you, the God Tree branches of the Tree Spirit family would have continued to be monopolized by Mindtech Corporation." Hint. Player completed mission. Stealing data. Hint. Settlement in progress. Player's current mission completion rate, 3,273%. Hint. Player gains an additional 15 God Tree branch withered trees, additional 4,500% task completion rate. Hint. Player gains 777, 3 West Tree Speaker Alliance friendliness, 7.77 W Tree Speaker Alliance contribution points. It seems that the Tree Speaker Alliance is a relatively low-level organization. There are very few useful items in the exchange warehouse. The only things worth looking at are a few basic skill books on natural studies. However, the skill book levels are too low in comparison to their natural study levels, so even if they were all read through, they wouldn't gain much experience. There are also some books related to the Tree Spirit Clan, which could be exchanged and shown to Sandy to see if there are any discoveries. Feng Hen looked up at Mr. Ure again and asked, "Mr. Ure, about the Tree Spirit Clan." I contacted the Tree Spirit Clan last night, and they are also very interested in discovering the teleportation magic formation. We made an appointment to meet with the Tree Spirit Clan tonight. Hint. Player triggered phase quest. The Mysterious Veil of the Tree Spirit Clan. Quest name. The Mysterious Veil of the Tree Spirit Clan. Quest difficulty. D. Quest description. You have gained the trust of the Tree Speaker Alliance, and Mr. Ure has arranged for you to meet with members of the Tree Spirit Clan tonight. Quest requirements. Meet with the Tree Spirit Clan with Mr. Ure. Quest reward. Follow-up quests. Current main quest progress, 7.8% grade. The main quest completion rate has increased again. While speaking, Mr. Ure's subordinates from the Tree Speaker Alliance carefully unloaded the branches of the sacred tree and dead trees from the vehicle, placing them in a temporary warehouse. Claire followed them into the warehouse to inspect the residual magic formations within the sacred tree branches one by one. Feng Hen asked, "How is it?" Claire squatted down to inspect for a moment and then said, "Well, although these batches of sacred tree branches are not as well preserved as the ones we found in the cave before, I can still find some residual magic formations. I will try to simulate and draw them out." "Good. Do it as soon as possible. The Tree Spirit Clan will meet with us tonight. Try to finish it before then." "Yes." While Claire was collecting information on the magic formations from the sacred tree branches, Feng Hen accompanied Sandy to exchange all the books that required contribution points in the Tree Speaker Alliance. Sandy immediately directed several members of the Tree Speaker Alliance to carry boxes of books back to the cabin. 3 hours later, Fang Heng received 13 magic formation drawings completed by Claire. Almost every magic formation engraved within the branches of the sacred trees were partially different, so they couldn't be simply pieced together. Act quickly. The Tree Spirit Clan will arrive in the town tonight, so we need to finish before that. With that in mind, Fang Heng laid out the drawings on the floor. His right eye's all-knowing pupils spun rapidly. With the combination of high-level alchemy and the all-knowing eye, Fang Heng's head displayed a slow progress bar. Hint: the player is currently attempting to combine scattered magic formations. Based on the player's attributes, alchemy talent, and various skills, the player's current success rate is 88.9%. The progress bar moves slowly. It took over 2 hours. Success. Hint: the player has successfully integrated various incomplete magic formations and completed the repair of the magic formation. The player obtains a special position teleportation magic formation blueprint. Fang Heng re-examined the magic formation texts and diagrams arranged in the temporary warehouse, took a deep breath, and stood back up. The first step was completed. As he had guessed, after the magic formation was reproduced, it was confirmed to be a magic formation with an added spatial teleportation. However, activating the teleportation magic formation again was not that simple. The energy absorption interface, the magic formation, was different from any other magic formations he had encountered before. He had already tried several times during setup but couldn't complete the alignment. Therefore, the next step was to find a way to supply energy to the formation. Previously, the magic formation's energy supply was through the interface of the sacred tree branches, but now that the branches were completely dead, they needed to find an alternative energy source for the magic formation. Fang Heng had no clue in this regard. He wondered if the Tree Spirit Clan might have any relevant clues. After a few days of wavering, they could finally uncover the veil of the Tree Spirit Clan. Fang Heng couldn't help but be somewhat excited. In any case, he would decide after meeting the Tree Spirit Clan tonight. Foggy Thunder Town was a very primitive town. The townspeople had very regular schedules and there was little to no nightlife. Once it passed 10 o'clock at night, it became completely quiet. At midnight, Mr. Ure led Fang Heng, Mo Jiawei, and Sandy to the edge of town by a patch of woods. The Tree Spirit Clan does not like to expose themselves to outsiders and dislikes noise, so I ask everyone to be quiet and not take photos or videos. At Mr. Ure's strong request, the meeting with the Tree Spirit Clan was limited to just the 4 of them. Initially, Sandy was not included, but even Mr. Ure couldn't resist Sandy's persistence. A breeze brushed past them, causing the branches at the forest's edge to sway slightly. Ahead, a figure swiftly moved through the thickets and appeared in front of them. "They're here." The Tree Spirit Clan. Fang Heng's gaze instantly focused on the Tree Spirit Clan member. The size and features of the Tree Spirit Clan didn't differ much from a human. The most significant change was their skin, which had a hint of green, resembling the color of tree leaves. Their eyes were slightly more elongated, and upon closer inspection, one could see fine leaf-like textures on their skin. The Tree Spirit Clan cautiously observed the people in front of them, and then turned to Mr. Ure. "Ure, is this what you mentioned? Friends who believe in nature?" Mr. Ure showed great respect when facing the Tree Spirit Clan and nodded, continuing to explain. "Yes, esteemed elder of the Tree Spirit Clan, this is Fang Heng, and these are Mo Jiawei and Sandy. They helped us find the confidential research materials of the Almi Tech Company and the sacred tree branches taken away by force." The Tree Spirit Clan nodded lightly, took a glance at Fang Heng and the others, and there was a hint of pride in their expression. Mo Jiawei sneered. Being scrutinized like this made him a bit uncomfortable. He thought, "What's this guy showing off for?" In addition, they found hidden information within the sacred tree branches and attempted to replicate the magic formations using this information. Everyone returned to the warehouse. Vanis saw the pile of withered branches of the sacred tree on the ground and the magic array arranged by Fang Heng on the ground. There was a hint of surprise in his expression at first, followed by some changes in his demeanor. He walked forward, knelt down, and carefully inspected the magic array. Ure waited cautiously on the side. This inspection took more than half an hour. During the process, Vanis's expression changed several times, and he even touched the patterns of the magic array more than once. Finally, Vanis shifted his gaze away from the magic array and looked at the branches of the sacred tree beside it. A clear displeasure flashed in his eyes. "Is this how you treat the branches of the sacred tree?" Mo Jiawei was stunned for a moment. What does he mean? Still unsatisfied, Yer stepped forward to apologize. I'm very sorry, Elder. We have put in a great deal of effort to retrieve the branches of the sacred tree from the Whaling Tech Corporation, and we were unable to protect them properly on the way back. Vanis looked displeased and said coldly, "There's more failure than success." Hint. Player completes the mission, The Mysterious Veil of the Tree Spirits. Hint. Player initiates favorability with the Tree Spirit Clan. Hint. Player's initial favorability with the Tree Spirit Clan is -5. Hint. Due to the player's performance, the player's favorability with the Tree Spirit Clan decreases by an additional 10 points, current favorability -15. ManhwaRecap saw the game prompts, frowned, and instantly felt unhappy. What does this mean? We worked hard to bring back your things, even restored the magic array, and you don't even say thank you, but instead blame us. Forget it. Vanis waved his hand. The branches of the sacred tree are important tools to the realm of the gods. You need to find a place to store them properly. I will come to you once I have news. With that, Vanis's group was about to leave. ManhwaRecap immediately took a half-step forward to block them. Wait. Vanis slowly turned his head and looked at ManhwaRecap, asking, "What else, human?" "We have heard some things about the world of the Tree Spirit Clan. We heard that the Tree Spirit Clan enters the inner world through the branches of the sacred tree." Vanis glanced at the two of them, a hint of disdain in his eyes, saying, "Yes. So what?" ManhwaRecap felt increasingly unhappy with the tone of the other party. For the sake of the mission, he decided to endure it. "Is there anything we can do for you? We want to help." "Help?" Vanis was surprised for a moment, then sneered, his face showing a hint of arrogance. "Mere humans, why should I trust you? And do you think that with your abilities, you can help our Tree Spirit Clan?" Fang Heng and ManhwaRecap exchanged glances. The Tree Spirit Clan? Really annoying. Vanis was originally about to leave, just taking 2 steps outside the warehouse. When he suddenly remembered something, he stopped, turned back to Fang Heng. "By the way, I heard that the Federation is currently searching for you too. Because of your actions, Crescent Town is also being closely monitored by the Federation and Whaling Tech Corporation." Mr. Yor stepped forward, trying to explain. "Elder, we wanted to." "Foolish." Vanis coldly interrupted. "Who allowed you to act without orders? Acting on your own and even disclosing the news of the inner world to outsiders. What else can you argue about?" You're about his head. "I'm sorry. We promise not to have such incidents again in the future." HMPH. "Forget it. In view of your previous dedicated efforts for me, I will let this matter go this time. It will not happen again." Vanis then turned to Fang Heng and ManhwaRecap. "The two of you, even if you are currently wanted by the Federation, are you willing to take huge risks to help our Tree Spirit Clan?" Fang Heng and ManhwaRecap looked at each other and thought, "Who cares about you?" On the side, Sandy was shamelessly nodding, with a devout and respectful expression, saying, "To illuminate the world with the radiance of the nature gods, we are willing to sacrifice everything for the Tree Spirit Clan." ManhwaRecap was surprised and turned to look at Sandy. He thought, "NPCs are shameless. How can you say such shameless things?" What made him even more speechless was the expression of this Tree Spirit Clan member in front of him. Hint. Player team's favorability with Tree Spirits Clan +1. Fang Heng and ManhwaRecap couldn't help but exchange a glance, then look at Sandy again. "It seems like you are good at bootlicking." "Very well, I feel your sincerity," Sandy continued, earnestly pleading. "Master, may I have access to the ancient texts left by the Tree Spirit Clan to study? I want to be influenced by a civilization greater than ours humans." In a few days, through some fragments of human history describing the Tree Spirit Clan, I have realized how great the heritage of the Tree Spirit Clan is. I am willing to dedicate my life to exploring this civilization. But if only I were to search alone, even if I spent my whole life, I probably could not explore one. "Well, you are indeed well-intentioned. Wait until after this matter is over." "Ah. Thank you so much." Sandy's face was full of excitement, grateful. Being able to learn about the great heritage of the Tree Spirit Clan is truly so exciting for me. "I'm sorry. I know it's impolite. Can I please request?" Vanis's mood was quite go. The Tree Spirit Clan stands atop the pyramid of races, and even a faint light of heritage is enough to make humans bow their heads in gratitude. "All right. Since you are so devout, I will grant you personal access to the Tree Spirit Clan's database for exploration. However, if the mission fails, the access will be revoked." Vanis couldn't resist Sandy's persuasion, then looked at Fang Heng and the others again, saying, I do not know what you mean by fixing the magic array, but I only know that in the past, entry into the inner world was through the branches of the sacred tree, the more than 10 withered trees in front of us. The branches of the sacred tree contain marker points that lead to the inner world. I will consider that you have restored the marker points inside the withered trees, but even so, without the source of power, you still cannot activate the teleportation to the inner world. Fang Heng pondered silently at this understanding of the Tree Spirit Clan. The magic array is like a coordinate point. They have obtained the coordinate point. As for reaching the coordinate point, it requires energy. Then Ness looked at Fang Heng. The method is very simple, and also very unique. That is to find a way to revive the withered branches of the God Tree. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. Revive? The tree is already dead like this. Can it still be revived? I know what you are thinking, human. You think this is impossible, right? Then Ness said with a cold smile, a hint of arrogance on his face, ignorant humans, the life water of the Tree Spirit Clan can easily accomplish this. Sandy's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this, and he quickly asked, is it the legendary life water of the Tree Spirit Clan? Just a few drops. After drinking it, one can have life force far beyond ordinary people? That's correct. Then Ness enjoyed Sandy's surprised and admiring gaze, nodded and said, for the Tree Spirit Clan, the life water was not something rare in the past. It's just that with the closure of the interworld channels, forget it, let's not talk about this. Then Ness waved his hand, unwilling to continue on this topic, and continued, you only need to know that the life water can revive the branches of the God Tree. Sandy asked again, respected elder of the Tree Spirit Clan, how can we find the life water? HMPH, it's naturally from the hands of the Wanzing Tech Corporation. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. Them again. The life water is in the research institute there. And those fools at Wanzing Tech Corporation actually dare to think of replicating the life water. It's a ridiculous idea. Then Ness shook his head disdainfully, then looked at Fang Heng and the others. Since you have the capability to sneak the withered branches of the God Tree out of Wanzing Tech Corporation's research institute in the North District, then getting the life water shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Hint. Trigger player mission. Steal the life water. Mission name. Steal the life water. Mission difficulty. SSS. Mission description. In your conversation with the Tree Spirit Clan, you learned that in order to return to the otherworldly world of the Tree Spirit Clan, you need the power of the branches of the God Tree. However, due to certain unknown reasons, the branches of the God Tree have completely withered, and only by finding the life water can they be restored. Mission requirement. Go to Wanzing Corp's North District headquarters to search for and obtain the life water 0/1. Get ready. The day after tomorrow night we will take action to sneak into Wanzing Corp's North District headquarters to steal the life water. The day after tomorrow night. Fang Heng frowned. Can't we do it a little earlier? No. The day after tomorrow is the day with the weakest security at Wanzing Tech Corporation's North District headquarters. And on that day, we will arrange for personnel to find a way to bring the life water out of the security zone. Then we can easily obtain the life water without any effort. With that, Van Ness turned and left. We will act at 6 o'clock on the day after tomorrow. You have 2 days to prepare. Watching Van Ness leave, Sandy waved and said, of course, respected elder of the Tree Spirit Clan, you can rest assured. We will definitely arrive on time, and won't delay your arrangements. Mo Jiawei looked at Sandy. Hey, Sandy, what? Are you disgusted? Chi. You. How can you say that art is disgusting? You are defiling art. By the way, do you know that the Tree Spirit Clan is divided into multiple races? The one we just saw belongs to the Leaf Tribe. Fang Heng listened to the two arguing behind him and glanced at the game prompt. He calmed down and analyzed. The attitude of the Tree Spirit Clan towards humans is very bad. This is probably one of the main difficulties of the game's main quest. It seems that in order to change the attitude of the Tree Spirit Clan, it will gradually need to be achieved during the mission. This means figuring out how to improve their favorability. The good news is that the next stage of the mission has been triggered. Act quickly. There are still 2 days. Try to gather more information from other sources as well. 2 days later, after a long journey by boat and carriage, Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei arrived in a city in the northern part of the Federation, where Wanzing Tech Corporation was located. As the mission can only be done by players, they decided that after discussing, Gu Qingju would stay in the small town to take care of Sandy and Clive. In fact, the time spent on the road was not long. If Fang Heng flew rapidly in bat form alone, he could even arrive in just half an hour. This mission target was very straightforward. It just needed to steal the life water from the Wanzing Corp headquarters. It didn't seem too difficult on the surface. However, the game judged the mission difficulty as SSS, which made them somewhat cautious. In a corner of the street, Fang Heng looked up at the Wanzing Tech Corporation building located not far ahead, in the center of the city. The Wanzing Tech Corporation North District headquarters was located within the large building in the city center. It looked a bit ostentatious. The security guards at the entrance of the tech building were not as strict as expected. According to the prior communication with Mr. Yule, the life water was hidden in the central laboratory inside the building. The entire Wanzing Tech headquarters building was divided into two different areas, the working area and the research area, each with a vastly different level of security. The external work area had lax security, while the internal research area was more tightly guarded. According to the plan, at 7 o'clock, 2 hours later, the Tree Spirit clan lurking in the Research Institute would find a way to assist them, take them into the central laboratory of the inner research area, receive the life water with the help of the research personnel, and then leave together. In theory, if everything went smoothly according to the plan, they wouldn't encounter any danger. In addition, the Tree Spirit clan would also provide covert assistance, just in case. So in reality, the specific difficulty of the task would depend on luck. Despite the SSS difficulty rating, if everything went smoothly, they wouldn't even need to fight to complete the task easily. Thinking it over, Fang Heng decided to bring Mo Jiawei along for luck, just to be safe. Fang Heng looked at Mo Jiawei and asked, "Ready to move, okay?" Mo Jiawei hadn't participated in missions for some time, so he was somewhat excited. He nodded lightly and took out to Buljiwi Repair Company employee cards from his backpack. "I checked it just now. The maintenance is done by Buljiwi, a subsidiary of Wanzing Corp. And these are the employee ID proofs of the repair department. I've spent a lot to get them. They even have Vantai counterfeiting marks on them. It shouldn't be difficult for us to blend in. Next, they will wait in the lobby on the 5th floor for a while. It is expected that 2 hours later, the internal personnel arranged by the Tree Spirit Tribe at the Wanling Technology Company will come out to assist them in completing the subsequent theft plan." The two of them sat in the rest area by the 5th floor elevator and placed the toolkit to the side. "Just wait." "No problem." Fang Heng sat on a chair, surveyed the surrounding terrain, and was about to release his perception to check the strength of the guards in the entire building when suddenly, he heard a crisp ding sound ahead. Ding! With a light sound, Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei unconsciously raised their heads and looked to the right. The elevator door leading to the experimental area suddenly opened. In total, there are 5 elevators in the internal elevator facing the lobby rest area. Only the rightmost one leads to the high-level research lab area. A researcher from the Wanling Technology Company wearing a research scientist's attire stepped out of the elevator. The researcher saw Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei sitting at the door, walked straight towards them, and nodded, saying, "Are you here to repair the pipelines? Wait a moment, follow me." "Huh?" Mo Jiawei was startled and immediately stood up. So soon, they agreed to act at 7 o'clock in the evening because that was dinner time, when there were fewer people around and less chance of being discovered during the shift change. Why did they suddenly start 2 hours early? Fortunately, they came early, or they would have almost missed it. Fang Heng also looked surprised and stood up. "Hurry up." The researcher urged Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei to board the rightmost elevator, where their identities were verified through facial recognition. The researcher continued, "Remember, later we will enter the laboratory area, where the security level is very high. You just need to do your job inside, and once you leave, forget about anything you saw or heard inside. Understand?" Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei looked at each other and nodded. They both felt something was off. Ding! The elevator door opened again. Outside the elevator door stood 2 armed guards from the Wanling Technology Company. "These 2 are here to repair the leaking pipes in the warehouse. You follow along," the researcher said, then continued walking, leading everyone into the corridor ahead. After going through several twists and turns in the corridor, the researcher led the 2 men to the entrance of a storage room. "Here it is. Do you see this? The ceiling is leaking here. Luckily, The materials stored here are not valuable. Otherwise, who would be responsible for the losses? The researcher pointed to a corner of the storage room, frowning and looking dissatisfied, gesturing with his hand. I've asked you to come fix it several times. How come it's still not repaired? What's the problem? Mojave smiled apologetically and said, please don't be angry. The previous repairmen were not professional. Leave it to us, and we will make sure to fix it this time. How long will it take? Give me a time frame. It's hard to say. As you said, there have been problems before, so we need to thoroughly inspect and fix it this time. The researcher seemed impatient. Well, then get to work quickly. This is a research area, so don't wander around. If there are any issues, call the guards at the entrance. If something goes wrong, you won't be able to compensate for your lives. Okay, we'll start right away. The researcher grumbled softly, closed the door, and left the storage room. Fang Heng then heard the researcher and the guard outside instructing each other, stay here and watch them. Don't let them walk around. Fang Heng couldn't help but look at Mojave again. What does this mean? Why is it not going as planned? Weren't they supposed to be taken to find the elixir? Not only did they start 2 hours early, they were also left here alone. Did that guy go by himself? Did he go to get the elixir? Mojave also found it confusing and couldn't help but ask Fang Heng softly, shouldn't we wait? Yes, let's wait. I'm going up to take a look. Fang Heng nodded and looked up at the broken ceiling above. With a slight leap, he climbed onto the upper level of the broken ceiling. Mojave looked up from below the hole and asked softly, Boss, what's the situation up there? Fang Heng had studied mechanical expertise and maintenance expertise, so he quickly identified the problem with just a glance. It looks like a ventilation system with some damage. It seems that deep inside, there is the main circuit device of the ventilation system. Mojave furrowed his brow. Lao Fang, do you think that person just now intentionally left us here to let us find the water of life through the ventilation system on our own? Fang Heng pondered for a moment. Indeed, the behavior of that person just now seemed a bit strange. No, it's not possible. Fang Heng quickly checked again. The passage has been sealed, with only a small air outlet. It's impossible for a person to pass through. I suspect it's connected to the security network. Forcibly breaking through would make a lot of noise, trigger an alarm, and possibly be detected, Fang Heng said, then leapt down from above. What should we do then? Mojave pondered. I still feel something is off. Wasn't that person's acting a bit too good? And he didn't inform us of anything before leaving us here. Could he have mistaken us for repairmen? The way you put it does make sense. Fang Heng made a thoughtful nose and looked outside the door. Let's take the initiative and go out to see. Mojave hesitated. So bold. If the people scheduled to pick us up outside from the Tree Spirit Tribe can't find us, it will be detrimental. Let's go. We'll take action directly. Well, but we don't even know where the water of life is hidden, right? It's okay. We'll ask someone, Fang Heng said, forming a mark in front of him. A gray magic array quickly condensed in front of him. Shoo! A small shadow suddenly jumped out of the magic array, crawled up Fang Heng's shoulder quickly, and affectionately rubbed against Fang Heng's neck. Shadow Phantom Mouse. Mojave saw the Shadow Phantom Mouse and quickly threw a small pill into his mouth. It was a special pill from the Prison Research Institute that could resist the contamination attack of the Shadow Phantom Mouse, lasting about an hour, plus the purify effect of the sacred element, ensuring no contamination effects. What's going on? The first reaction of the guards was the black smoke indicating a fire. They all turned back to look at the main gate. Is it on fire? Looking down, they saw a large amount of black smoke continuously pouring out from the door crack. Dang! Before the two could open the door to check, something from inside kicked the room door open first. Instantly, thick black smoke poured out from the doorway. The black fog almost instantly obscured their vision. The two guards retreated backward in unison. What? Suddenly, the two were enveloped in black fog, only hearing several gusts of wind coming from the front as if something was swiftly passing by. Dang! Following that, a powerful force surged, and the two guards felt something knocking them down heavily in the darkness. Liquor. In the black fog, the revived liquor rushed towards the guards, swinging its claws to start attacking and feeding. The security guards didn't even have time to cry out before the liquor took their lives. Fang Heng glanced at the rapidly regenerating cocoon of the fallen guard on the ground, glanced at the passages on both sides, then looked back at Mojave. Mojave looked puzzled at Fang Heng. Which way to go? Seriously, Our luck isn't that great today. Mo Jiawei muttered, helplessly pointing to the right. The left is where we just came from. Let's go right. Let's go. Fang Heng didn't hesitate and immediately headed towards the right. At the same time, the thick black fog spread rapidly in the narrow passage. The group of lickers took advantage of the cover of the black fog, becoming even more difficult to deal with. Originally, the Research Institute had advanced ventilation systems, but due to Fan Heng's sabotage of the ventilation duct control, some areas of the Research Institute's ventilation systems were temporarily forced to shut down. In an instant, the black fog spread rapidly. In the North District Headquarters Monitoring Hall of Whaling Technology Company, several security personnel were casually drinking tea, preparing for their shift as usual. What's that? Suddenly, one security personnel noticed something, leaning forward as if trying to get a better look at something on the screen. What's that? On the screen, a thick black fog was pouring out from the end of the corridor. In an instant, the black fog filled the entire corridor, even completely blocking the cameras, making it impossible to see clearly. Sizzle, sizzle. Shortly after the black fog completely covered the screen, it turned into static. What was that just now? Did you guys see it clearly? Is it smoke? Is there a fire somewhere? Another security personnel quickly checked the operation of the platform's cameras and frowned, saying, "There's no fire, the fire system is normal, and there's no abnormal temperature. It's just that the exhaust system has some malfunctions, and maintenance has been called for." As they spoke, one by one, the cameras on the large screen showed black fog again turned into static. The expressions of the people instantly changed. Something's wrong. This black fog doesn't look normal at all. Report. Several cameras are experiencing magnetic interference. There's a problem. Quick. Sound the alarm. Inform Supervisor Lee. In just 2 minutes, the black fog had already spread outwards through the corridor. Along the way, a series of surveillance cameras were affected by the black fog and malfunction one by one. Security team. Abnormality detected. Please immediately proceed to investigate area of the Research Institute, suspecting a possible intrusion incident has occurred. The laboratory area is in emergency mode. Exits temporarily closed. Evacuate external working area personnel. Emergency mode initiated. Security department confirmed. The whole technology building security immediately went into action. Area was on the outskirts of the research area, not yet reaching the core area, so the usual security defenses were relatively average. The captain of the Whaling Technology Company security team immediately led the investigation upon receiving the alert. Rushing over, the security team captain led the team hurriedly to the entrance of Zone A in the research area. Open the passage. Ahead, the sealed gate slowly opened. Then, they saw a dense black fog quickly rushing towards them from the passage in front of the gate. What the heck is that thing? Charge! Several guards courageously brandished their strong shields, guarding the exit of the passage. The guards nervously watched the rapidly approaching black fog within the passage, with their hearts in their throats. A hurried shout came through the communication device. "They're here. Security team. The black fog is coming towards you. I see it. Be careful." In an instant, the several guards with their strong shields were enveloped in a veil of black fog. The guards' vision was immediately completely covered by the black fog. Hiss, hiss. Strange noises emerged from the black fog. What is it? Within the black fog, it seemed like there was something present. Immediately, the area shrouded in black fog was filled with the cries of their companions. Fall back. Retreat quickly. The security team captain couldn't see what was in there, but hearing the screams knew things were bad, immediately signaling for the team members to retreat behind the black fog. This is insane. They have no clue what's inside the black fog. The black fog quickly broke through Zone A of the Research Institute and broke out towards the outside world. Command room, immediately activate all ventilation facilities to evacuate the fog. The security team captain shouted loudly into the walkie-talkie. Quick! Retreat to the central hall. Smash all the windows there. Understood. The security team members ran towards the central hall area as if their lives depended on it, fearing being engulfed by the black fog from behind if they were one step too slow. Quick! Open the windows. Arriving in the central hall, the security team captain shouted, then raised the laser weapon in his hand and aimed at the reinforced glass windows in the hall to shoot. The entire top floors of the research building were sealed off, and the reinforced glass windows had never been opened for ventilation. In desperate need, they had no time to consider too much and directly forced their way through. Seeing this, the guards immediately lifted their laser weapons to break the windows. Bang, bang, bang. The central hall was filled with the sound of shattering glass. Can it work? Breaking open all visible windows, everyone turned their attention back to the front of the corridor. They watched as the black fog gradually entered the central hall area. It dispersed. Luckily, the tall building had strong winds. The cold wind outside rushed into the building, causing the black fog to instantly dissipate significantly, reducing its density. Instantly, there were puffs and squeaks coming from the area shrouded in black mist. After several rounds of simultaneous shooting, the security guards' energy beam guns entered an overheated state. Everyone switched their ammo clips and stared tightly at the entrance of the passage. All openable windows were already shattered, and the ventilation system was operating at full capacity. The black mist was showing signs of dispersing, at least not as dense as before. Through the black mist, the security guards could vaguely see some shadows inside the passage. What was that? Swish, 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 swish. The next moment, a large number of lickers leapt out from the black mist. They rushed out of the passage towards the security guards. Unable to reload their ammo clips, the remaining 20-plus security guards were instantly devoured by the group of lickers. The lickers' sharp claws easily tore through the guards' outer protective gear, swiftly consuming them, and then continued to attack the various entrances of the research facility. Meanwhile, at the central control room of the Wanling Technology Company, upon seeing the situation at Zone A's entrance on the monitoring screen, the people present's faces changed slightly. In just a few seconds, the entire elite security team was wiped out. Not a single one survived. The head of the research facility, Kewei, turned tail with fear, his lip even trembling slightly. Does anyone know what those creatures were just now? They all looked at each other. The security supervisor of the branch watched the screen for a moment, calmed down, and then said, "Sir, those creatures are called lickers." What? Everyone turned to look at the security supervisor. Kewei asked, "What are they?" Chairman Ji Hating released an emergency message 2 days ago, revealing the discovery of an artificially cultivated advanced life form. The lickers. This creature possesses extremely strong self-recovery and infectious capabilities, as well as formidable attacking abilities. The recent attack at the research facility was related to this creature. It is suspected that the controller behind the licker group is named Fang Hang. The company is currently conducting genetic sample testing on the lickers, and the situation has not been publicized yet, but it has been internally reported within the company. Any information related to the lickers and Fang Hang must be reported to the chairman immediately. Kewei furrowed his brow and asked, "Has the chairman been informed?" According to the crisis event manual's requirements, the report has been made immediately. In addition, an unknown invasion has been discovered inside the research facility, and we have raised the threat level to the highest level of SSS. All non-combat personnel are evacuating, and the external research building area has been sealed off. All right. Kewei nodded. Activate the teleportation device in Sector 2 and prepare for a defensive teleportation. Understood. After issuing several consecutive commands, everyone immediately went into action. Meanwhile, Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei were exploring their way towards the upper levels of the research facility. In addition to affecting visibility and spreading contamination, the black mist had another advantage. It disrupted most communication facilities. At the moment, the alarm was blaring throughout the entire research facility area. Taking advantage of the chaos, the two of them discreetly changed into the uniforms of the research facility's security personnel in the black mist, forcibly moving against the flow of people towards the upper floors along the stairs. Soon, they saw a group of panicked researchers fleeing for their lives. In their panic, most researchers and staff mistook Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei for company security guards. They were only aware that the research facility was under an unknown attack, and there was no time to escape, let alone worrying about others. Hastily, they evacuated through the safety passage. Fang Heng signaled to Mo Jiawei. Mo Jiawei understood Fang Heng's look, showing a hint of helplessness on his face. He grabbed a passing researcher and demanded, "Stop. Where is the Life Water Project group? What are you talking about?" "I don't know." Mo Jiawei frowned, then gripped the researcher's neck tightly, staring fiercely and saying sharply, "Life Water, tell me, The boss ordered us to protect that thing. If we lose it, we will die. Either you tell me now, or I will bury you along with it. 26th floor. The laboratory of the life water is on the 26th floor. It's useless for you to go now. The highest threat level protection has been activated, and the entire S-level research area is closed. You won't be able to get in. The researcher shouted loudly, pulled Mo Jiawei's hand away, and hurriedly ran for his life, saying, "You madman, forget about your stupid boss's order. Go save yourself now." Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei exchanged glances. The 26th floor. Let's move on. The two continued climbing up the floors, grabbing a few hapless researchers along the way to confirm the information given. It was correct. The Life Water Research Lab was indeed located on the 26th floor. Swiftly moving up the stairs, they reached the 25th floor. A thick metal door blocked the passage ahead. Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei looked at each other. "Let's try." "All right, step back." Fang Heng stepped forward and studied the electronic lock at the entrance. Prompt. Detecting that the player currently possesses the lockpicking mastery skill. Prompt. The player's current skill does not match this high-level electronic intelligence lock, making it unable to use. Forcibly using it will greatly reduce the success rate of cracking it. Prompt. Current success rate of cracking, 12%. There is a chance of entering lockout mode if it fails to crack. It's not easy. Let me give it a try. Sorry. I am an employee of the security department. I don't know how to activate it. Listen to me. Do you see the door on the right side locked? Cut off the external power supply, then enter the password. The password is 1,092,419. Okay. Okay. Mo Jiawei smiled, then made a gesture of getting it done to Fan Heng. Hey, what luck, getting what you need. Mo Jiawei hurried over and found the internal control button to release the crisis lock. Click. The alloy metal gate blocking the two people slowly lifted in front of them. Behind the gate, an old man with gray hair looked furious, spitting madly at Mo Jiawei. "I'm going to find your supervisor. Tell him to completely shut down this damn security system. He just messed up my experiment. My precious experiment. Half a month of effort wasted. Does he know? I also think our security department's manager is an idiot." Fang Heng glanced at the old man and asked, "By the way, do you know the Life Water Laboratory on the 26th floor?" The old man looked surprised for a moment, then hesitated, pursed his lips, and said, 26th floor, second to the last room inside. Let's go." The two ignored the old man and continued to walk towards the upper levels of the 26th floor. Compared to the chaos below, the upper levels of the Research Institute were peaceful at the moment. Most researchers were unaware of what was happening outside, calmly completing their work in the laboratories. Most didn't even know the entrance had just been sealed. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care. In the past, similar events occur every 1 to 3 months. Each time was an emergency drill. Everyone was accustomed to it, thinking this time was just a routine drill. It was not until Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei found the Life Water Research Lab on the 26th floor that things changed. The researchers were conducting experiments in the lab, and when Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei entered without warning, they didn't even realize what was going on, only feeling puzzled. The security department would never casually enter the lab. The deputy director of the lab stepped forward and asked, "Gentlemen, this is a high-level laboratory. Who are you looking for?" Fang Heng closed the lab door behind him, took out a metal rod he carried at all times, and said, "I took on a mission in the black market to find the life water. Can you help me find it?" The researchers looked at Fang Heng holding the iron rod, feeling strangely unsettled. "Leave this place." The deputy lab director frowned, walked towards Fang Heng, and said, "If you don't leave now, I'll call the guards." In a flash, before anyone knew it, Fang Heng was standing in front of the lab director, grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him up. The next moment, Fang Heng swung the lab director high in the air with one hand, and with a loud bang, slammed him onto the lab table. Dang! The entire lab table shattered into pieces. The lab director fainted immediately. "I'm sorry, I am the guard," Fang Heng said, glancing around the room. "Now, let me say it again. I'm here to find life water. Who can help me with that?" The people stared at Fang Heng in astonishment. Don't be hasty." A lab worker stepped forward, shivering under Fang Heng's gaze. "Life water. Yes, life water. I know life water. I have it. I can take you there. Take as much as you need. Please don't be hasty." The worker raised his hands, gesturing for Fang Heng to stay calm, leading him towards the back of the lab. "Everyone else, stay where you are and don't move. I don't want to resort to violence," Fang Heng said coldly, following the researcher with Mo Jiawei into the corridor behind the lab. They arrived at the second storage room along the corridor. The researcher nervously opened the door of the lab. "What?" Fang Heng was surprised looking at the scene inside the room. The researcher cautiously glanced at Fang Heng and said softly, "All the life water is here. Take as much as you want. We're just researchers and know nothing else." Bottled water. The entire room was almost filled with barrels of bottled water. It didn't look like a research lab, but more like a warehouse for a bottled water company. Mo Jiawei, looking at the scene in the room, appeared puzzled. "The precious life water as rumored. Is this it? So much of it? You take all you need," the researcher said nervously, swallowing hard. If possible, it's better to leave us some for experiments." Fang Heng furrowed his brows, walked to one of the barrels of life water, lifted the lid, and dipped his fingers in it lightly. A game prompt immediately appeared on his retina. Hint: player discovered. Life water. Item: life water. Description: water containing a special power, said to cure all diseases and prolong life. Description triggered by advanced natural study. Life water contains a kind of advanced natural energy. Players can absorb life water to gain experience points in natural study skills. Indeed, the game description was accurate. It was undoubtedly life water. But Fang Heng felt something was off. The overall progress of the task seemed too simple, not matching the SSS level difficulty. Moreover, in the item attributes, life water didn't even have a specified level. It didn't match up with the supposed precious description. Is this really the important item to open the passage to the other world? Fang Heng felt something was wrong. Mo Jiawei also sensed something amiss and couldn't help but turn to Fang Heng, asking, "Fang Heng, what should we do?" As the conversation was ongoing, the researcher suddenly saw something that greatly surprised him, staring blankly at it in front of him. What? It could be seen that Fang Heng reached his hand into the bucket storing the water of life. Ripples spread in the bucket instantaneously. Then, the water level in the bucket slowly decreased. What's going on? The researcher rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He had actually absorbed the water of life. At the same time, a game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Hint: by mastering advanced natural studies, absorbing the energy of the water of life can increase your experience points in natural studies. Hint: players' experience points in advanced natural studies increased by plus 235. Not bad. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Regardless of any issues with the current task, at least the water of life still had some use. After upgrading to advanced natural studies, it was already difficult to absorb natural energy as a means of gaining experience points under normal circumstances. With the help of the water of life, he could finally raise his level in natural studies by a bit. After all, he couldn't carry away so much water of life entirely. Putting 2 buckets in his backpack would result in a weight penalty, and carrying 5 buckets was already the limit. As for the task description, he only needed to take 1 bucket to complete it. Fang Heng estimated that each bucket of the water of life contained not particularly strong natural power, roughly enough to boost his natural study energy value by 2,000 points. "Let's get started." Fang Heng nodded at Mo Jiawei, and they each immediately filled 2 buckets of water and placed them in their backpacks. Then Fang Heng began to absorb it. Since they were here already, might as well. They still had time. Finish absorbing and then leave. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away from the headquarters building of the Federal Northern District's Wanling Company, the Tree Spirits clan gathered in secret, observing from afar the Central Research Institute of the Wanling Technology Company. The group waited quietly. When NIC nodded slightly and said, "Elder Senzo, I have confirmed. The Neo Mallow is indeed in the Research Institute. Previously, I obtained the restoration of the interworld transmission magic array from some humans. As long as we can get the Neo Mallow, combined with the reactivated magic array, we can return to our own world." You've done well this time, Senzo nodded. "I have contacted the elders of other tribes. To prevent the infiltration plan from failing, they will participate in this operation with us." When NIC furrowed his brows, "Great Elder, do you still have doubts about me?" Just as a precaution, Senzo shook his head, then said seriously, "The Central Research Institute of the Wanling Technology Company is heavily guarded. It's not easy to sneak in. It's best if you can find the Neom alloy yourself. If that fails, we will immediately launch a strong attack. Understood, Great Elder. I will do my best. Good. This operation must not fail. No matter the cost, we must obtain the Neom alloy. Understood. With that, when NIC's phone rang, and he lowered his head to read a message. What's the situation? Is everything still going according to plan? Yes. It's all fine. Just some minor issues. We can get ready to move. The Wanling Technology Company is currently pursuing several humans. It can help divert the company's attention, and a large part of the guards will be distracted, reducing the pressure on us. Another elderly tree spirit stepped forward, nodding to the others. Great Elder, the spatial disturbance device has been set up. It will activate automatically in 40 minutes. Wanling Technology Company's headquarters, building in the Northern District, Teleportation Hall. Jihading received news of Fang Heng's appearance and immediately rushed to the scene via the jump device. Fang Heng. He had appeared again. Last time Fang Heng appeared to seek the God Tree branch of the Tree Spirits clan. What about this time? Why did Fang Heng come to the company's headquarters in the Northern District again? There were many studies related to the Tree Spirits clan inside the Research Institute, making it difficult for Jihading to discern Fang Heng's purpose this time. After all, a large part of the building was open to the public, so the overall secrecy level of the Research Institute was only at level A. Therefore, it was constructed in such a nosy location in the city center, and even the security measures were not as high as the previously attacked Research Institute. Meanwhile, the semi-mechanized Federal Reconstruction Team began to arrive, completely sealing off the perimeter of the Research Institute. In addition, after the semi-mechanized guard team equipped with active bioagent injection guns for the lickers, they began to slowly advance into the interior of the Research Institute, clearing any licker creatures encountered along the way. In fact, the number of licker creatures discovered in this invasion was not high. With the special injections, the Federal soldiers quickly gained control of the entire building. After more than half an hour of entering the building, a guard hurried back and whispered a few words to the supervisor of the Research Institute. The supervisor's face tightened upon hearing the report, showing a puzzled expression. What? Gone? Jihading overheard a few words and couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Did something go missing? The supervisor turned to look at Jihading, his expression serious. Director G, we just completed the investigation of the source area where the black mist appeared. We couldn't find the cause of the black mist, and the licker creatures have been cleared, but we didn't find any relevant information. However, we did come across something strange. What? Someone stole the water of life. The water of life. Jihading raised an eyebrow, feeling puzzled. The water of life did indeed have remarkable effects on ordinary people, but after detailed testing by the technology company and the extraterrestrial clans, it was found that the power contained within was just a variant of natural forces. For them, the effects were limited, difficult to apply in combat scenarios. There were even quite a few within the Tree Spirit clan. So, did Fang Heng stage such a grand attack on the Research Institute just to take the water of life? It seemed very strange. After all, the life recovery effect of the licker creatures controlled by Fang Heng far exceeded that of the water of life by 10,000 times. Jihading asked, where are Fang Heng and his people? Have they escaped? Yes, we have sealed off the entire building of the Research Institute. All personnel have been evacuated and dispersed. We haven't found Fang Heng's trace yet, but he probably has already fled. I see. You may go. Jihading waved his hand. The defense line had not been fully established yet. With Fang Heng's abilities, it was normal for him to escape in advance. However, something about this matter felt very strange. Director G. Jihading felt that he could already make a judgment. The Tree Spirit clan. Fang Heng is mostly associated with the Tree Spirit clan. They are trying to break through the spiritual realm blockade. Ridiculous. Do they think they can succeed like this? Notify them to enter the highest level of emergency status over there. And also, activate the emergency teleportation channel. I need to go over immediately. Understood. At this moment, Fang Heng and Mojawei had just left the Research Institute through a spatial teleportation scroll. The internal defense level of the Research Institute was much lower than he had expected. Thinking back, Fang Heng felt that even without using the Shadow Mouse, he could still successfully complete the mission with the ability of the Lick Eater. Easily. The two stood on the rooftop, gazing into the distance at the Central Technology Building. Fang Heng had already absorbed all the life water store in the laboratory warehouse, and his high-level natural studies had increased to LV 21. The gains were not bad. It's just a bit troublesome for the next step. According to the original plan, the Tree Spirit Clan members would assist them in evacuating together and then return to the town together. At this point, things were almost completed, but there was no sign of any Tree Spirit Clan members. What's going on? Mo Jiawei was also puzzled and couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the Tree Spirit Clan members had bad luck and were affected? That's possible. Hot. Look over there. Strange. How did they evacuate so quickly? Mo Jiawei looked at the perimeter of the building, feeling puzzled, and muttered softly, they didn't thoroughly investigate at all. Fang Heng followed Mo Jiawei's gaze down below and saw that the federal soldiers and company security guards of Wanling Technology Company had already started to retreat, one after another. Indeed, it's a bit strange. Fang Heng looked in the direction of the technology building and nodded gently. Forget it. Let's not worry about it. The mission is already completed. Let's split up first. I'll take the life water back to submit the task. Okay. Then I'll stay here to observe a bit more. Wait for the Tree Spirit Clan support personnel, and I'll try to ask around outside later to gather some information. Good. After a brief discussion, Fang Heng immediately transformed into bat form, leapt forward lightly, and swiftly headed back to the town. After ascending to the King bloodline, the blood vampire bat's flying speed had greatly increased. It took Fang Heng less than an hour to return from the city to the town. In the temporary warehouse, Sandy was loudly discussing new discoveries with Clave and several others. Upon seeing Fang Heng return, she stopped immediately and cast a glance at him. So fast. Did you get the stuff? Yes. I got it. Fang Heng nodded, glanced at the excited Sandy, walked to the withered tree branches piled up in the warehouse, and casually asked, what's so exciting? Did you find something? Hey. I found a lot of information related to the other world in those books. Sandy hadn't slept for 2 nights in a row, spending these 2 days studying the books brought by the Tree Spirit Clan. He was in a very good spirits, still excitedly saying, simply by imagination, there is absolutely no way to fabricate a world with so many rules. I'm sure the other world mentioned by the Tree Spirit Clan definitely exists. Meanwhile, Sandy approached. Forget about that. Fang Heng, the Tree Spirit Clan people promised to come, but they still haven't shown up. Should I go find Mr. Yule and remind him? No need to wait. Fang Heng truly disliked the arrogant nature of the Tree Spirit Clan. It's best if they don't come. Fang Heng took out a bucket of life water from his backpack and looked towards Clave, nodding. Clave, you try. Wow. This is the life water. Sandy's eyes lit up, circling around the bucket of life water. Why does it feel a bit off? Is it packaged like this, making it seem cheap? Okay. Clave nodded obediently, walked up from beside Gu Qingju, and examined the life water in the bucket. Sandy struggled to open the water sealed in the bucket. Sensing the natural power, Clave's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. What's wrong? Brother Fang Heng, something seems off. Clave hesitated for a moment, frowned slightly, and said, I'm not too sure. I need to try it. It's fine. Go ahead and try. It's okay if it fails. Okay. Clave nodded gently, lightly touching the bucket of water. The bucket was suddenly surrounded by a faint green life force, floating in midair and gradually drifting towards the withered tree branches, until it reached above the withered tree branches. Hiss, hiss. The bucket gradually tilted. The life water poured out onto the withered tree branch. Immediately, the withered tree branch emitted a faint hissing sound. Clave walked up, placed her hands on the withered wood, and a faint green light bloomed in her hands. The light lasted for a minute. Clave withdrew her hands, shook her head, looked at Fang Heng. Brother Fang Heng, it failed. Do you know why? Is it necessary for the Tree Spirit Clan to revive the withered tree branches? That's a possibility, but it's strange. The life water didn't react to the withered tree. Clave furrowed her brows, pondering. I suspect that the life water has no effect on reviving the withered tree branches. How could that be? It doesn't make sense. Sandy, hearing this, was the first to exclaim, looking at Fang Heng. Boss Fang, are you sure you didn't get fooled? Isn't this supposed to be life water? No. There's no problem with the life water. Fang Heng pondered with his head down. The game had given a clear indication. He had obtained the life water, and the mission on him had already signaled readiness for submission. So, The life water itself was not the issue. Then where did the problem lie? Either Clave's judgment was off, or Fang Heng's eyes gradually sharpened. Currently, the Tree Spirit clan, who had agreed to meet, had yet to appear, leading to some suspicions. It was highly likely that the issue lay with the Tree Spirit clan. Fang Heng asked, "Any news from the Tree Spirit clan?" "None." "How about Mr. Yule?" "Mr. Yule is as usual. I just saw him wandering in the garden." "Wandering in the garden?" Fang Heng's brow furrowed, sensing something was amiss. Given Mr. Yule's respectful attitude towards the Tree Spirit clan, wouldn't he rush to greet them eagerly upon their arrival? Soon, Fang Heng and the two of them met Mr. Yule in the town garden. When Yule saw Fang Heng, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The natural messengers, how did the task given by the Tree Spirits go? "You're back so soon. Did you encounter any trouble? If you need help from the Tree Language Speaker Alliance, please don't hesitate." "Not at all. We have successfully completed the task given by the Tree Spirits, but we did not wait for the Tree Spirits' reception." Fang Heng looked at Yura and asked, "What did the Tree Spirits say to you? They are not coming here today, right?" Mr. Yura also had a look of puzzlement in his eyes, saying, "The Tree Spirits are coming today. I did not receive any notification." Fang Heng furrowed his brow. According to the original plan, they were supposed to meet the Tree Spirits after obtaining the Water of Life and together complete the evacuation back to the town. But now the people from the Tree Spirits were nowhere to be found. "Mr. Yura, do you know how we can find the people from the Tree Spirits?" Yura shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. You've returned too quickly. The Tree Spirits did mention it to me. They are planning something tonight. I thought you would be acting together and returning to the town together." Ding dong. Just then, a phone ringing interrupted their conversation. Fang Heng took out his phone and saw it was a call from ManhwaRecap. Immediately answering the call. "Hello, Fang Heng. I just heard. The Central Research Institute of Wenling Company is in big trouble. It said that the Tree Spirits have infiltrated, and it seems they've already started a confrontation over there." "What?" Fang Heng's eyes widened. "Darn it, we've been tricked." On the phone, ManhwaRecap was livid. "I'm telling you, the Tree Spirits never intended to come and meet us. They wanted us to come and divert firepower for them." Fang Heng quickly realized the Tree Spirits' plan was actually quite simple. Their target was not really the so-called Water of Life. Due to Wenling Technology Company pursuing them, focusing their efforts on capturing them, the Tree Spirits deliberately let them go to Wenling Technology Company and reveal their target in order to attract support from Wenling Technology Company. And taking this opportunity, they would choose to attack the weakly guarded Central Research Institute of Wenling Technology Company. A classic misdirection. So, the so-called Water of Life was completely useless. Now thinking back, it turned out that ManhwaRecap was too lucky. By chance they mistakenly entered the high-level experimental area of Wenling Technology Company's headquarters. Then they took prompt action, attacking 2 hours ahead of schedule, completely disrupting the deployment of the Tree Spirits. Fang Heng couldn't help but feel angry. It was ridiculous. They were completely played by the Tree Spirits. What angered him the most was not the wasted effort of going to the Research Institute, but the wasted 2 days. The Tree Spirits could have just asked them to go directly to the Central Research Institute in the north. Why make it so complicated? Was it because of lack of trust, or bias against other species? Fang Heng softened the edge in his eyes. He needed to stay calm now, think about how to minimize losses and maximize benefits as much as possible. "Well, I understand. It may be dangerous there. Hurry back." Fang Heng hung up the phone, looked at Mr. Yura, and asked, "Mr. Yura, we received information that the Tree Spirits seem to be planning an attack on the Central Research Institute in the north of Wenling Technology Company. You really don't know about this?" "Central Research Institute? Why would they go there?" Yura's eyes showed a hint of confusion, as he recalled, "but we did collect some information about the Central Research Institute before." Just then, a member of the Tree Language Speaker Alliance rushed over and whispered something in Yura's ear. Yura's expression suddenly turned extremely stiff. "What's going on?" "The Tree Spirits have sent out a warning message. They are attacking the Central Research Institute, calling on all nearby Tree Language Speaker Alliance forces to go and support," Yura said, his expression becoming extremely serious, and continued, "Something like this has never happened before. It seems like the Tree Spirits are in big trouble." Note: the player triggered an emergency task. Tree Spirit Rescue Information. Task name: Tree Spirit Rescue Information. Task requirements. You have received an urgent help request from the Tree Language Speaker Alliance regarding the tree spirits. Perhaps you can go to the designated location to help the tree spirits. Task reward. Tree spirit friendliness level. Estimated remaining time for task. 4 hours and 20 minutes. This remaining time is an estimate and may be affected by various events. Hint triggered by player rewards. It is recommended for the player to go and support the tree spirits. Idiot. Fang Heng looked at the game prompt and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Judging by the attitude displayed by the tree spirits, the subsequent tasks would only get more complicated. Fang Heng even began to doubt the task rewards he received earlier, whether the optimized task chain suggested by the system was correct. Oh well, don't think too much. In any case, he now understood that the tree spirits were unreliable, relying entirely on the game prompts to do things. Putting all hope on the tree spirits would clearly lead to a big disaster. He needed to prepare ahead of time. However, the mission didn't need to be abandoned. He decided to go and see. The good news was that he had the highest level bloodline vampire bat form, so he would only need half an hour to rush to the task location from here. Hopefully, he could make it in time. Realizing this, Fang Heng nodded to the side. Cleve, I'm going to check out the Central Research Institute of Wenling Company. You stay here, be careful, and remember to keep an eye on the branch of the divine tree. Okay. Fang Heng nodded and immediately transformed into the bloodline vampire bat form, flying towards the distance. Half an hour. Hope it's not too late. Wenling Technology Company Central Research Institute. A high-level weapons experimental research institute jointly funded by Wenling Technology Company and the Federation. The area within a few kilometers of the research institute is designated as a park, with the Federation responsible for daily security. Outsiders are usually prohibited from entering, and the security level is particularly high. In bat form, Fang Heng circled high above the Research Institute Park, looking down below. Ahead, the high-altitude area was filled with high-intensity electromagnetic barriers, and below, scattered dots of starry space fluctuations were slowly gathering. Twilight Town. One of the designated retreat points for the Tree Spirit Clan. At this time, due to external threats to the Central Research Institute, the area of Twilight Town is also under close scrutiny. The town's exterior is firmly controlled by federal semi-mechanized combatants and some large war machines. In addition, guards from the All Spirits Corporation and Minecrafting enforcers can be seen at various entrances and exits of the town. It appears that both the All Spirits Corporation and the Federation were acting swiftly, having already responded promptly. However, the assault from the Tree Spirit Clan does not seem to have officially begun yet. Fang Heng observed the town from high above for a moment, then descended in a corner of the town and headed towards the assembly point. Following the mission guy, Fang Heng arrived in front of a rundown convenience hotel. A sign saying closed for vacation hung on the hotel door. Fang Heng walked up to the door. Who's there? A wary voice came from inside the door. Then, the door cracked open slightly. A fierce-looking middle-aged man peered at Fang Heng through the crack, eyes carrying a hint of warning. We're closed, so if you don't want trouble, you better leave. I come from the Tree Speaker Alliance. Fang Heng gestured to the symbol belonging to the Tree Speaker Alliance in his hand. I received a message and thought I could offer some help. The middle-aged man looked visibly surprised at the emblem, then frowned. Outside are all from the All Spirits Corporation. How did you get in? Oh, just used a little trick. Interesting. I'm 8. Follow me, 8 said, opening the door wider. Fang Heng stepped aside and squeezed into the hotel through the crack in the door, following 8 inside. Inside the hotel lobby, dozens of people had gathered. Seeing 8 bring in a stranger, all eyes turned to Fang Heng. 8 glanced at the others and said, Alliance member, newcomer. I didn't expect anyone could enter the town at this time. A Tree Spirit tribe member standing closer to the front of the lobby glanced at Fang Heng and quickly looked away. 8. He'll be with your team. Get ready. The Wood and Root tribes will arrive in 5 minutes. We will act together then. Fang Heng couldn't help but look more at the Tree Spirit tribe members who were speaking at the front. Sandy had mentioned before that the Tree Spirit clan was divided into 4 races: leaf, wood, root, and soul, representing the branches, trunk, roots, and soul of a tree. The Tree Spirit tribe member in front looked similar to the Vanus Fang had encountered before, with leaf-like textures visible on his skin. He should belong to the Leaf tribe. After speaking, the Tree Spirit tribe member left first, leaving the members of the Tree Speaker Alliance to prepare for the upcoming battle. The lobby suddenly became noisy as preparations were made. 8 looked at Fang Heng. "I'm 8, from the Tree Speaker Alliance European Division. What's your name, friend?" "Fang Heng, from the 8 District Division. I happened to be nearby and rushed over to help when I received the message." Fang Heng glanced at a few Tree Spirit Clan members entering the hall not far away and asked, "How's the situation? Is it bad?" "I'm not sure about the specifics, but it seems a group of people were trapped inside the research institute. Half an hour ago, the Tree Spirit Clan had already disrupted the spatial teleportation network coverage in this area in advance, which will significantly slow down the support from the Federation and all spirits technology." Directly confronting the Federation, Fang Heng pursed his lips. The Tree Spirit Clan hasn't caused such a big commotion in a long time. What's going on? It's said that the Central Research Institute of All Spirits Technology touched on a taboo of the Tree Spirit Clan. Initially, the Tree Spirit Clan planned to infiltrate it, but something went wrong in the middle, and it failed. 8 lowered his voice to explain. Then continue, "I've only heard rumors, but let's not ask more. The Tree Spirit Clan is very sensitive about this. After the tribes gather, they will directly break through the Research Institute from the front. We don't need to charge at the forefront. Just find ways to assist from the side. Weapons can be collected over there. Can you use them, brother?" "Yes, I've had some training." Fang Heng nodded lightly. Walking to the edge of the hall where personnel were gathering, wooden boxes were lined along the walls, filled with firearms. Fang Heng picked up a few guns to inspect. They were not special weapons belonging to the Tree Spirit Clan but rather beam weapons. However, these beam weapons looked a bit dated and poorly maintained compared to the weapons used by guards of the All Spirits Technology Corporation. It seemed like the Tree Speaker Alliance had obtained them through special channels. Fang Heng pondered for a moment, then tried on a few pieces of equipment. Hint: player obtains item rechargeable tactical vest. Item: rechargeable tactical vest. Description: Federal 7th generation rechargeable tactical vest that automatically triggers a barrier to defend against long-range physical attacks when attacked remotely. The barrier can absorb physical kinetic energy and additional damage from beam weapons, but maintaining the barrier will consume energy. Description: additional attacks will consume energy. Description: due to partial damage, it can only be recharged up to 70% and will have additional energy consumption. Hint: player needs to spend Tree Speaker Alliance contribution points to exchange for this item. Under the current mission status, the cost is half of the original. Limited to a maximum of 5 items at a discounted rate. The ability to resist remote beam weapon attacks. With such a lightweight vest, Fang Heng was somewhat surprised. It seemed promising. In the lower-level gaming world, it would definitely sell for a high price. It was probably something only available in the higher-level gaming world. Fang Heng thought about bringing it back to study with Qiu Yaokon and try to replicate it. After a casual selection of a few damaged beam firearms, the operation began quickly. The security guard left by the whaling tech company saw so many people surging up all of a sudden, immediately sensing that there was a problem. He picked up a megaphone and shouted into the distance, "Stop! Stop immediately! The Federation has issued a warning, and the town is temporarily under martial law. Please do not move around freely." The crowd showed no intention of leaving but instead gradually moved closer to the town's exit. The guards of the company realized the danger and became tense, gripping their weapons tightly, sweat appearing on their foreheads involuntarily. In the crowd, someone shouted, "Get rid of that." The members of the Arbor Alliance immediately pulled out their firearms and aimed at the whaling tech company guards, shooting at them. Buzz, buzz. Tactical vests started to take effect, creating energy barriers one after another. "It's the Arbor Alliance. They've gone mad. Get rid of them." The guards of the whaling tech company shouted as they raised their weapons to fight back. Both sides began using beam weapons to shoot at each other. At first, Fang Heng did not join the battle immediately. Instead, he followed behind Yate and found cover, shooting off a few rounds from his cold gun from time to time. With his firearm skill, his accuracy was decent. However, due to the weakening effect of the quality of his own firearms and the damage absorption effect of the whaling tech company's warrior vests, the actual damage inflicted was not high. It took over 10 shots before he found an opportunity to kill one of the company's guards. Hint: player kills whaling tech company guards, player gains 20 Arbor Alliance favor. player gains 100 Arbor Alliance points. Only Arbor Alliance points and favor, not even favor or contribution points from the Tree Spirit Tribe. Fang Heng pursed his lips. Perhaps the Tree Spirit Tribe had never been friendly towards other tribes. Let's not push it. Fang Heng suddenly lost interest in fighting and put down his weapon. Suddenly, Fang Heng sensed a fluctuation in natural energy and furrowed his brows, turning to look in the direction of the disturbance. Over a dozen members of the Tree Spirit Tribe were hidden in the rear area, casting spells with intense focus. These people, Fang Heng furrowed his brows. They looked completely different from the Venice Leaf Tribe he had seen before, their faces twisted like intertwined tree roots, with only faintly discernible features. It's the Root Tribe. Hiss. Hiss. With the trigger of natural energy, small vines and branches continuously wriggled on the ground in the combat area ahead. What's going on? Be careful. Damn it, what do we do? The guards of the Whaling Tech Company quickly noticed something unusual underfoot. Vines, strange vines quickly grew out of the ground beneath them. The guards immediately realized the vines were a problem and tried to leave the covered area. However, the vines overflowing from the ground seemed to have a life force of their own, quickly entwining around their legs. And there were roots hidden in the vines. In just a few seconds, the guards of the Whaling Tech Company were bound in place by the twisting vine roots and unable to move. For a moment, the guards were immobilized, becoming sitting ducks for the attacks of the Arbor Alliance members. Rustle. From further back, arrows infused with natural power surged forward. With immunity to the effects of tactical vests, one arrow could accurately pierce the guards of the Whaling Tech Company in the forehead. The guards blocking the entrance to the town quickly fell. Fang Heng shifted his gaze away from the Tree Spirit Tribe. Quite interesting. A different way of triggering natural power. Unlike players, the Tree Spirit Tribe seemed to not require the Book of Nature as a medium when casting spells. Or perhaps, they were a unique medium themselves. This was an inherent ability of the Tree Spirit Tribe. The number of guards of the Whaling Tech Company at the town's entrance was not many, and they were quickly cleaned up by the Tree Spirit Tribe. Go. Yate, seeing this, waved excitedly, signaling the team to leave the town with the rest of the group. However, as they had just left the town's area, a dozen or so large war machines quickly assembled in the sandy terrain outside the town. Large war machines capable of moving and attacking using 8 metal claws under their bodies, adept at climbing various terrains, and mounted with high-caliber beam cannons and many small-caliber gun ports on top. Rustle. Beams of light poured out continuously from the small beam cannon ports. The sky was immediately filled with beams forming a screen of light. Instantly, there was a deafening barrage of gunfire outside the town. Who could withstand that? Scared by the sight, the Arbor Alliance members, who had just fled the town, hurriedly retreated back. The Federation seemed to have some reservations and did not want to destroy the town and harm its innocent civilians. Therefore, they gave the Arbor Alliance some breathing room, using the city's cover and the war machines to engage. However, the outer layer of the war machines had energy defense devices. Compared to that, the attacks of the Arbor Alliance members felt like tickling. Fang Heng had not intervened but continued to lag behind, still pretending to be weak. The combat capabilities of the average Arbor Alliance members were indeed limited. The next move would depend on the Tree Spirit Tribe. They had never truly revealed their strength. Seizing this opportunity, it was a good time to observe closely. In a subtle way, Fang Heng had already regarded the Tree Spirit Tribe as a hostile force. The Tree Spirit Tribe once again invoked the power of the vine roots. Numerous vines rose from the ground under the large war machines, attempting to entangle them. However, the effect was limited. The war machines were heavy by themselves, and with internal energy supply, the metal feet could forcefully break the entwined vines under them and still slowly crawl within the vine area. The machines were significantly slowed down by the vines, but not completely immobilized. The arrows from the Leaf Tribe raining on the war machines could cause considerable damage, hindering the advance of the war machines. Crack, crack, crack. How? What's that? Fang Heng's pupils constricted suddenly, as if he had noticed something amiss. Looking closely, he saw that due to the effects of the Tree Spirit Tribe spells, the small roots under the original vines. The roots under the vines were rapidly growing and entangling the war machines at a visible speed. Fang Heng turned back to look at the 5 members of the Tree Spirit Tribe behind him. The 5 of them together launched a skill against a large war machine. Surprisingly, under the entanglement of the tree roots, The war machine was slowly dragged underground. Great. Well done. Behind them, the Tree Talker Alliance immediately burst into cheers at the sight. Yacht was so excited that he slapped his companion on the shoulder. Let's go. We'll catch up. I have a car prepared in the nearby town. We'll drive over there. The Tree Spirit Clan divided into groups of 5, working together to deal with large war machines and quickly turning the tide of the battle. Taking advantage of the chaos, Fang Heng followed Yacht and the others to sneak past the city's outer blockade and immediately boarded a minibus heading towards the research facility 5 kilometers away. The Tree Spirit Clan is truly a race passed down from ancient times. Their strength is incredible. What we're seeing now is just the tip of the iceberg. If we could inherit the knowledge of the tree spirits, that would be amazing. Yacht admired the Tree Spirit Clan, speaking enthusiastically along the way. After all, it was his first time seeing the Tree Spirit Clan in action. They could easily take down even the large war machines of the Universal Tech Company. It was truly a miracle, right, Fang Heng? Yes. Fang Heng nodded lightly. If the Tree Spirit Clan only had this much power, they might find it difficult to defeat the Universal Tech Company. After all, Fang Heng had seen the half-mechanized soldiers of the company in action. Their strength was remarkable. The key was in numbers. While individual tree spirits were strong, their numbers were clearly lacking in the battle. On the other hand, the Universal Tech Company and the federal side could easily deploy thousands or even tens of thousands of half-mechanized soldiers, not to mention the war machines that could be mass-produced. Huh, what's that? Suddenly, Fang Heng sensed something and narrowed his eyes, peeking out of the minibus window towards the right side of the outside world. In the distance, an abnormality appeared in the vast forest area on the right. With a faint trembling of the earth, the tree people in the forest were awakened one by one. Dragging their heavy footsteps, they slowly approached the central research facility of the Universal Tech Company. The tree people were completely formed from the mimicry of large trees, standing 3 to 4 meters tall. As they moved, they exuded a strong sense of oppression. Now, they were gathering in large numbers, giving the impression that the entire forest was moving. Tree people. Yacht seemed to hear Fang Heng mutter to himself and asked, "What?" The others on the minibus also looked in the direction Fang Heng was gazing. In the distance, rows of tree people emerged from the forest. Tree people. They're actually tree people. This is the miracle of nature's life. Yacht couldn't help but exclaim, the Tree Spirit Clan truly is the former ruler of this world. The destruction of nature by the Universal Tech Company will make us all lose our homes. Fang Heng shrugged, indifferent. Tree people. In the study of nature, there are summoning branches that can summon tree people. Natural summoning. It was just that the intensity might differ, as a player couldn't summon something that looked as impressive as a moving forest. It seemed that the visual effect of the tree people summoned by the Tree Spirit Clan was good, but the final effect remained to be seen. After all, in Fang Heng's opinion, the tree people were moving quite slowly. A large number of tree people slowly moved towards the research facility area ahead. The minibus continued forward and soon passed the slowly crawling team of tree people on the right side. Intense gunfire and explosions could be heard from the front. Yacht gestured for the driver to stop, then hopped out of the front passenger seat and said to the team, "Everyone, get off the bus. The bus is too big a target and could easily be targeted by the enemy's beam weapons. It's safer for us to proceed on foot." Okay. The Tree Talker Alliance team got off the bus and proceeded on foot towards the outskirts of the research facility. Along the way, Fang Heng could not only see the various Tree Talker Alliance teams converging towards the outside of the research facility, but also small scattered groups of tree people that had already arrived. They hadn't fully entered the research facility grounds yet, but the battle had already enveloped the area outside. Weapon beams and projectiles flew past the Tree Talker Alliance members. As they neared the battlefield, Yacht signaled for everyone to stop and shouted, "Quick, aim at those spatial teleportation points above. Take them out." Everyone immediately searched for cover nearby, taking out their guns and aiming at the spatial teleportation points to attack. Fang Heng also found a large shelter with Yacht and peeked out behind it to observe the battlefield. They hadn't entered the research facility grounds yet. Still in the outer areas, where flickering spatial teleportation points continued to appear. Once these points completed their teleportation, disc-shaped flying machinery, spider-like attack machines, and large war machines would directly join the battlefield. So preemptively attacking the unconsolidated teleportation points would relieve immense pressure on the battlefield. Swift. From behind, arrows imbued with natural energy shot towards the spatial points in the sky, exploding them one by one. The members of the Tree Talker Alliance were poorly equipped, so most of the damage output relied on the Tree Spirit clan. It seemed that both sides were temporarily deadlocked. Fang Heng looked at the teleportation points in midair. The teleportation system had been disturbed by the Tree Spirit clan beforehand. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily destroyed. However, the Universal Tech Company still had tricks up their sleeve. The reinforcements of the Tree Spirit clan had not fully arrived yet. The battle had not officially started. Let's wait a bit longer. We shouldn't rush into action. Fang Heng decided to observe a bit more. Soon, more than 10 minutes later, with large masses of tree people arriving at the battlefield, the Tree Spirit clan in the rear launched their full attack. Here they come. In the further rear, a dense row of green arrow rain fell onto the battlefield. Looking back, a large group of Tree Spirit clan members gathered at a further position on the battlefield. The aerial teleportation points were destroyed one by one. Even the disc-shaped flying machines and spider-like attack machines guarding the outer areas of the research facility became targets for the Tree Spirit clan. With a click, an arrow hit the flying machine precisely, entwining it with a thick layer of vines. The flying machine quickly lost its ability to fly under the influence of natural forces, crashing straight down. With a loud boom, it was instantly blasted into pieces. The tree people in the front gradually closed in on the battlefield. The situation on the battlefield quickly tilted in favor of the Tree Spirit clan in terms of numbers. But, brothers, keep up. The Tree Speakers Alliance and the other squads of the Union took advantage of the chaos ahead, running out from cover one after another, and charged into the Research Institute compound together. In fact, ordinary people like Yate were already not much help in battle. The most an ordinary beam weapon could do was to add a few finishing blows. It felt like using a Type 05 revolver to shoot at a tank. However, they still made quite an imposing display in the back. Fang Heng also followed along with Yate and the others. Just as the group had entered the compound, suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded within the compound. The Institute's defense network had been triggered. Caw-caw, caw-caw-caw. The sound of mechanical activation rang in everyone's ears. In the front of the compound, the ground that was originally empty suddenly flipped upwards. Intense beams of light cannons emerged from the ground. The dark muzzles were aimed at the group. Not good. Yates' heart jumped at the sight, and he shouted, "Retreat!" The group that had just entered the compound immediately fled to the cover outside the compound. In the next moment, thousands of defense beam turrets throughout the area opened fire simultaneously. The concentrated beam weapons formed a faint blue flowing light screen in midair. The tree people at the forefront absorbed the brunt of the first wave of beam fire. The tree people had considerable defense capabilities. However, they still couldn't withstand the intense barrage of beam weapons. The towering tree people rapidly disintegrated under the beam attacks. Several batches of semi-mechanized modified soldiers emerged from behind the compound, aiming to shoot at the exposed tree spirit points. Fortunately, with the tree people helping to block the bullets, Yate and the others were not severely injured. They quickly retreated from the compound and found cover to hiding. Fang Heng scanned the area where the tree spirits were gathering behind them. It seemed that the tree spirits were also somewhat surprised by the firepower of the Institute. After a brief moment of confusion, a large number of tree people did not stop their advance, but continued slowly towards the Research Institute in front of them. Fang Heng quickly deduced the combat intent of the tree spirits. By relying on the tree people as cannon fodder to endure the damage from the beam weapons, the tree spirit archers launched direct long-range attacks from the rear. Fine. It seemed that the tree spirits had run out of tactics and could only bear the brunt of the attacks. It was nothing more than a war of attrition. Fang Heng shook his head inwardly. He had thought that the tree spirits were more formidable. They appeared overly proud. It turned out that they were nothing more than this. In terms of strength level, the tree spirits were indeed a step above ordinary mid-level gaming capabilities. But that was all. They seemed a bit weaker than expected. They did not live up to the title of high-level gaming. Furthermore, while the number of tree people summoned by the tree spirits was not small, they still could not withstand this level of attrition. Additionally, the tree people moved too slowly, and it was certain that they would not be able to support them in time to block the bullets. It looked like they would have to act on their own. Fang Heng swiftly condensed an imprint in front of him with both hands. Concentrate. Mental power activated. Instantly, a drop of red blood condensed at Fang Heng's brow. The blood gradually floated into the air, emitting a strange light and exuding an invisible pressure. What? Yate felt the appearance of the red light next to him, turned his head suddenly, and stared at Fang Heng, feeling an instinctual fear and backing away 2 steps. His gaze toward Fang Heng suddenly became extremely peculiar. What kind of sorcery was this? Was it magic? Who was this kid? Wasn't it said that only the guardians of nature had the ability to use magic? Fang Heng's display of special abilities clearly caught Yate off guard. Shh. At the next moment, a dark red gate emerged from the blood. The teleportation gate opened. Swish, 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 swish. In the next moment, the lickers rushed out from the magic array at high speed. Originally, a large crowd of tree people were in front of the battlefield blocking the bullets. The lickers joined the battle. Numerous lickers darted through the dense crowd of tree people, heading straight for the defense setups inside the compound. In the rear, the semi-mechanized modified soldiers were taken aback at the sudden appearance of the lickers, wondering, that thing is a licker. Just 2 days ago, they had undergone an emergency training session where the federal department specifically instructed them on how to deal with the resilient monsters known as lickers. And now they encountered them. Was this a practical test? The licker group quickly arrived at the forefront of the battlefield. Relying on their swift and agile movements, they navigated rapidly through the beam defense network. Some beam weapons had life magnetic field locking functions that could directly lock onto a target, so the lickers' agility did not help them avoid too many long-range beam attacks. Numerous beams detonated on the licker group with unsatisfactory results. The lickers had strong vitality and self-recovery capabilities. Not to mention, they were more nimble than the tree people. They cleverly dispersed their formation, attempting to bypass the large areas of mechanical defenses in front and lunge towards the Research Institute in the further rear area. Inside the central command of the All-Spirit Company, the head of the Research Institute, through remote monitoring, saw this scene and furrowed his brows. Activate the shield force field. Yes, sir. In the next moment, an invisible force field emerged around the perimeter of the institute. The defensive force field completely separated the external licker group. Hindered by the force field, the licker group scratched at the defense force field immediately upon reaching it. Report. The force field level is slowly decreasing. Request the Federal Mechanized Soldier Team to mobilize and approve the use of enhanced viral injection guns to prioritize dealing with the licker creatures. Understood. At this moment, Ji-Hating stood nearby. As he watched the lickers appear outside, a look of intense interest appeared in his eyes. Fang Heng, he's here again. He had indeed teamed up with the tree spirits. Over the past 2 days, All-Spirit Technology Company had urgently developed a batch of antiviral agents against the lickers, which were slightly more effective than the previous batch. Limited by material constraints, the quantity of this batch was not large. However, it was enough to handle the current battle. Ji-Hating watched the monitoring screen, his eyes carrying a hint of anticipation, hoping that Fang Heng could continue to surprise him. Suddenly, Ji-Hating's pupils constricted, followed by an immediate expression of seriousness. That was, disappeared. What is that thing? Spatial teleportation? No, it's not spatial teleportation, it's the use of another kind of spatial power. Ji-Hating looked at the lickers rapidly disappearing in the space outside, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He had seen Fang Heng use this ability before. Never would he have thought that lickers could also possess this kind of power. Ji-Hating murmured, in this world, it's not just the clans that have powers beyond our era. The head of the Research Institute glanced at Ji-Hating and obediently closed his mouth. In the next moment, a large group of lickers directly crossed the defensive force field and appeared on the other side. What the hell? The people in the Research Institute were shocked to see this sudden change. They went through it directly. Shoo, shoo, shoo. After the lickers passed through the external defenses, they immediately rushed towards the interior of the Research Institute. Stop them. Activate all defense networks. Where are the federal soldiers? Are they mobilizing? The head of the Research Institute panicked, his expression changing drastically. He had thought that the interior of the Research Institute was impenetrable, but to his surprise, in just 3 minutes since the appearance of the lickers, the institute was about to be breached. We must stop them. The beam cannons set up outside the research institute all opened their muzzles and aimed at the approaching lickers. Shoo, 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 shoo. The dense beam cannons targeted the lickers and fired. There was a deafening explosion. The lickers were blown to a bloody mess. However, after a brief moment of silence, the lickers lying on the ground began to rapidly recover at an alarming speed. Damn it! Witnessing the terrifying regenerative ability of the lickers, everyone present couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. Where are the antiviral drugs? They've been distributed and are on their way. Damn it! The head of the research institute looked towards the outside, his right hand unconsciously trembling. 3 semi-mechanized federal squads equipped with needle guns immediately rushed to assist the team in dealing with the lickers. At that moment, taking advantage of the overheating of the energy beam cannon muzzles, the lickers made a second charge towards the research institute. The lickers rushed forward, engaging in close combat with the semi-mechanically enhanced soldiers stationed at the entrance of the research institute. They also swiftly attacked and destroyed the external energy beam cannons. There were even a few lickers that managed to sneak into the institute through various small openings. Report. Parts of the defense systems of the research institute are under attack. Report. Areas A and C are being invaded by lickers, while foreign objects have been detected at the ventilation duct entrances in Zone D, and unknown creatures have been detected in Zone Z and G. Report. A researcher reported loudly, an unknown sustained spatial energy fluctuation source has been detected, suspected to be the origin of the lickers' attack. The origin. Upon hearing this, Jihading's expression showed a hint of interest as he turned to ask, where is the origin? Has it been located? Where is it coming from? It's being traced. On the screen, the camera located outside gradually zoomed out, pointing towards the front until the image became somewhat blurry. The people in the hall stared intently at the screen. In the center of the screen, a dark magic circle appeared, and a red teleportation gate floated in the air. Lickers kept pouring out through the magic circle. Seeing this, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a cold shiver down their spines. They realized that their current pace of dealing with the lickers was far slower than the lickers' speed of arrival through the teleportation gate. The head of the research institute examined the red teleportation gate with a grave expression and a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Is it a teleportation channel? Yes. It seems that to completely eliminate the lickers, we need to find a way to attack the teleportation channel. Meanwhile, Feng Heng stood at the rear of the battlefield, remotely controlling the actions of the lickers. Game prompts kept flashing on his retina. Prompt: Player zombie avatar licker 4 invades research institute and damages defense setup. Player gains 200 Tree Speaker Alliance friendship points. Player gains 300 Tree Speaker Alliance contribution points. Prompt: Player zombie avatar licker form breaks through the half-mechanized federal guards. Player gains 1 point of tree spirit contribution. It seems like the results of the battle are not bad. Lickers are indeed more effective than zombies. As the lickers invaded and caused damage inside the research institute, his Tree Speaker Alliance contribution points quickly rose. Additionally, he occasionally gained some Tree Spirit contribution points unexpectedly. It was a bit of a surprise. But how could the Tree Spirit contribution points be exchanged? Feng Heng was contemplating this when he suddenly saw another game prompt on his retina. Prompt: Due to unknown reasons, player's relationship with tree spirits decreased by 10 points. What does this mean? Feng Heng was momentarily puzzled. After helping the tree spirits so much, not only did his relationship with them not improve, but it decreased by 10 points. Is this how the game is played? Is the main quest deliberately increasing in difficulty? Tree spirits, Feng Heng sighed inwardly and turned to look at the federal half-mechanized soldiers pouring in from the right corridor of the research institute. Initially, the Federation and the All-Power Technology Corporation were indeed caught off guard by the lickers. However, they immediately responded. The half-mechanized soldiers were equipped with new injection guns and aggressively approached the lickers' position. Fire! Shouted the lead federal officer. Musa, clear out those lickers. Under the intense barrage of gunfire, the lickers were riddled with bloody holes and blasted away. In the second round of attacks from the rear, the soldiers switched to long-range needle guns and covered the retreating lickers with concentrated fire. As a result, large groups of lickers lost their undead power-up effect. At the same time, large worm mechs joined the battle from both sides. Under the barrage of beam weapons, the battlefield was filled with licker limbs and parts. More and more lickers charged forward fearlessly. They built a wall of flesh using their living bodies. The tree spirits had already noticed the sudden appearance of the charging lickers and had transitioned from disdain to astonishment. Up to now, their faces displayed a look of amazement. What kind of creature was this? The lickers didn't exhibit any power fluctuations, relying more on their physical strength. From the lickers, the tree spirit sensed a brutal and violent aura. A special potion can be effective against the Hellivirus, temporarily sealing off the effects of the zombie horde. It's not just an undead effect. Even the crystallization body and the primordial devourer's effects can be removed by over 90%. Quite troublesome. Of course, even without the blessing of the undead effect, the lickers also inherit Fang Eng's high HP and attributes. Each licker possesses nearly the HP of a boss-level monster, quite substantial. The lickers even have more meat than the tree spirits summoned by the Ling Corporation, able to withstand many times more damage. Unfortunately, under the intense barrage of beam weapons from the Federation and Ling Corporation, the casualties among the lickers have also started to rise gradually. It seems almost over. The Ling Corporation has organized an effective counterattack, wiping out the lickers that invaded the Research Institute in the first wave of chaos. Fang Heng scanned the game prompts. It was almost clear about the overall strength of the Federation and the Ling Corporation. Furthermore, Fang Heng has gained around 3,000 points of contribution from the Tree Spirit Tribe. Not a loss. Since the enemy has produced a targeted antiviral potion, it's better to retreat for now. No need to push desperately. With that in mind, Fang Heng began to control the licker group to retreat. Thinking about how the Tree Spirit Tribe had deducted friendship points from him for no reason, he felt somewhat unhappy. Why should his lickers be used up to help the Tree Spirit Tribe? Anyway, the Tree Spirit Tribe has already broken through the outer mechanical defenses at the rear. Let the Tree Spirit Tribe handle the situation for a while. The Tree Spirit Tribe had just taken advantage of the chaos between Fang Heng and Ling Corporation to break into the inner part of the park, having already seen the main research building ahead. They were planning to break through the outer force field defense network and enter the Research Institute area. However, to their surprise, the licker group ahead suddenly started to retreat. What's going on? What happened? The lickers were much more agile than the tree people, retreating almost instantly. For a moment, the Tree Spirit Tribe realized they had become the ones isolated, about to face the aggressive Federation and the Ling Corporation team alone. Ridiculous. Can they handle this? The Tree Spirit Tribe found themselves without direction and reluctantly had to prepare to face the situation. Already at a slight disadvantage, now going deeper alone, they naturally became the main targets of the Federation's attacks, and the casualties among the tree people accelerated. Did those monsters retreat? Did something special happen? The elder of the Tree Spirit Tribe and his group shifted their gaze to the teleportation channel suspended in midair, noticing it's still operational, with lickers continuously entering the battlefield through it. Everything seemed normal. Then why the sudden retreat? The elder frowned and immediately sent someone to inquire. Go. Find out what happened. Understood. Realizing the connection between the licker group and Fang Heng, a member of the Tree Spirit Tribe hurried towards Fang Heng under the guidance of several members of the Tree Language Society. The Tree Spirit Tribe member glanced at the red teleportation channel hovering in the air and headed straight for Fang Heng below the teleportation channel. Human, why did you stop? Let the creatures you control continue the attack on the Research Institute. Fang Heng turned to the Tree Spirit Tribe and said, because of Ling Corporation's special potion, that's why I need. The Tree Spirit Tribe looked at Fang Heng with a tone of unquestionable authority, saying sternly, Human, I don't need to hear your reasons. Let me repeat this. Continue the attack on the Research Institute. Fang Heng's expression darkened as he stared at the Tree Spirit Tribe for a moment. In just a few seconds, several thoughts flashed through his mind. Enough is enough. No, it can't be done. Clearly taken aback by Fang Heng's refusal, the Tree Spirit Tribe showed a hint of surprise in their eyes, then their faces turned cold. What did you say? I said it can't be done. I feel it's necessary to reconsider the nature of our cooperation between us. Fang Heng smirked. It's quite amusing. Both of us are followers of nature. I see no reason for me to accept your commands. Perhaps your Tree Spirit Tribe should be the one taking orders from me. What do you think? The Tree Spirit Tribe's pupils dilated. They couldn't believe these words were coming from a human. With an indignant look, they stared at Fang Heng. Do you understand what you're saying, human? Fang Heng shrugged. Do I need to repeat myself? I refuse your request. HMPH, you'll pay for this. Feeling challenged, the tree spirit tribe bristled with anger, gave Fang Heng a glare, then immediately led the group back the same way. Reminder: player refuses the request of the tree spirit tribe. Player's friendship level with the tree spirit tribe -5. Reminder triggered by early task reward for the player. Lowering the friendship level with the tree spirit tribe does not represent the optimal completion of quests. Players must choose carefully. Fang Heng glanced at the game hint, feeling speechless. It's a struggle to earn a bit of friendship, but a few words from him deduct 5 points. Quite funny. It seems challenging to follow the optimized path now. Time to change the goal. On the battlefield, the Federation-led semi-mechanized army, originally targeting the Liquor overhaul body, found the Liquor group retreating after a single blow. They pursued but unexpectedly ran into the tree spirit tribe's tree people blocking the way. Need they say more? Engage in battle. Both sides fiercely clashed. It seems these creatures have a unified battle strategy, the person behind the scenes controlling them. Inside the central command post of the Research Institute, Ji-Hating monitored the external situation through surveillance cameras, focusing on Fang Heng's image on the screen with more interest. He was more intrigued by the Liquor group. Command post. The Liquor group has left the attacking range. Please advise. The head of the Research Institute spoke gravely. If they've left, then let them be for now. Team C and D, stay back to observe the Liquor's movements. Others, deal with the Tree Spirit Tribe first. Currently, the numbers of the Tree Spirit Tribe are at their limit. Wear them down. Understood. The large war mechs and the spider-type main combat mechs once again focused their firepower on the Tree Spirit Tribe. The tree people appear intimidating but were slow in movement and could only attack at close range. They were easy targets in front of the large mechanized beings. Upon hearing the inquiry, the Tree Spirit Clan members who went to find Fang Heng earlier were clearly displeased. Stepping forward, one of them said, "Elder, that human is unwilling to cooperate and has been speaking arrogantly to us." Speaking arrogantly? Senso frowned, feeling a sense of discomfort rising in his heart. He furrowed his brows and said, "Come, take me there. I want to personally meet this human." The Tree Spirit Clan member was taken aback. "Elder, what status do you hold to personally meet a human?" Senso glanced at the clan member and said sternly, "Lead the way." Yes. Soon, Elder Senso of the Tree Spirit Clan appeared again in front of Fang Heng with a few clan members accompanying him. "Human." Senso looked at Fang Heng with an unquestionable tone. "We need you to lead your creatures to join the battle and help us seize time to break into the Research Institute." Fang Heng had previously sent away the Tree Spirit Clan, but he did not expect them to return. It seemed that what was inside the Research Institute was very important to the Tree Spirit Clan. Fang Heng couldn't help but speculate. Interesting. What could it be? Fang Heng raised his head, gazing at Senso, and said, "Is this a request from the Tree Spirit Clan?" Senso looked at Fang Heng with a hint of surprise in his eyes, apparently not expecting Fang Heng to ask that question. "Impudence. Do you know who you are talking to? This is the ancestral elder of our Tree Spirit Clan, Elder Senso." Hearing Fang Heng speaking arrogantly, the Tree Spirit Clan members couldn't help but step forward, staring angrily at Fang Heng, as if they were about to take action. Fang Heng ignored them, looking at Senso. "So, you are Elder Senso. You have not yet answered my question." Senso gestured for the two clan members by his side to step back and looked at Fang Heng with a tone that carried a hint of warning. "Young man, this world is much larger than you imagine. When facing entities much older than you should show and humility. Indeed, but the ones who possess ancient legacies are not just your Tree Spirit Clan. We also are believers in the forces of nature." "I believe we are equals," Fang Heng said, raising his right hand. Scoff. Scoff. Under the green light, a seedling began to grow and swirl in Fang Heng's hand. The Tree Spirit Clan members behind Senso couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. What a surprise! They were actually sensing the fluctuation of natural forces from Fang Heng. How could this be? How could a human use the power of nature? As you said, this world is vast, and the human legacy may be much older than you can imagine. Fang Heng looked at Senso and continued, "We have always come with a sincere intention to cooperate, but we have not been treated as equals. The Tree Spirit Clan has disappointed me. We are considering whether we still need to maintain this humility and respect." Senso said solemnly, What do you want from the Tree Spirit Clan? What do we want? We only seek cooperation. Fang Hen looked at Senso. Forgive me for speaking frankly, but cooperation is based on respect. I have helped your Tree Spirit Clan a lot, yet even the purpose of your attack on the Research Institute is unclear to me. It is difficult for me to feel respected. Niao Mala, Senso interrupted Fang Heng and said, if your request is only for this, we need to obtain the Niao Mala in the Research Institute. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. What is that? It is a rare aloe metal that can unlock the spiritual realm blockade network set up by the Omnitech Corporation, Senso explained. Seeing the expression on Fang Heng's face, Senso started from the beginning to explain. It is an interstellar defense blockade network created by the Federation, the spiritual realm blockade, which envelops the upper world where we are located. Senso pointed to the sky above. Through the spiritual realm blockade, the Federation can completely block and monitor the entire world, including teleportation. In theory, with sufficient energy, the Federation can complete teleportation transfer in any corner covered by the spiritual realm. In addition, our Tree Spirit Clan's power has been greatly weakened under the influence of the spiritual realm blockade. Senso paused, emphasizing, most importantly, the defense network hinders our access to the inner world. The spiritual realm network. Fang Heng suddenly understood and looked up at the sky. After entering this world, he had felt a great hindrance when using natural studies. Now it seemed that the source of this hindrance should be the spiritual realm blockade mentioned by Senso. The spiritual realm blockade not only prevented the use of natural powers, but also helped the Federation achieve space leaps. In this regard, the spiritual realm blockade seemed to be the work of an extraterrestrial family. After pondering for a moment, Fang Hen looked at Senso and asked, I understand, but what does this have to do with the Niamala? As I mentioned earlier, the spiritual realm blockade affects the release of our powers. To return to the inner world, we must temporarily break through the restrictions of the spiritual realm blockade. From the information we have collected in recent years, we have learned about a special material called the Niamala, Senso continued. With this material as a base, we can try to create a special barrier. Once the barrier is completed, we can temporarily avoid the spiritual realm blockade and use this opportunity to open a passage to the inner world. I see. Fang Heng nodded. It turned out that the water of life was misleading. He had been completely used by the Tree Spirit Clan before. Fang Heng's mood soured slightly. If I can help you find the Niao Malo, what can I get in return? Negotiations? Senso was already very displeased with Fang Heng in his heart, furrowing his brows and saying, I will ask you again. What do you want from the Tree Spirit Clan? Hint. Players can activate the Tree Spirit Clan points exchange permission in advance, and can use points to exchange Tree Spirit Clan camp supplies. Warning. The player's current friendliness with the Tree Spirit Clan is lower than the critical value of 30 points. The player currently still belongs to the Tree Spirit Clan camp. If the relationship is too low, the player will be removed from the camp. Hint. The player has completed the rescue information mission for the Tree Spirit Clan. Player triggers the mission. Break through the periphery of the Research Institute. Mission name. Break through the periphery of the Research Institute. Mission description. The Tree Spirit Clan wants to break through the external defense of the Central Research Institute in the north area of the Omnitech Company to obtain the Niam Alloy inside the Institute. Mission requirements. Assist the Tree Spirit Clan in breaking through the external defense line of the Research Institute. Mission rewards. Tree Spirit Clan friendliness. Tree Spirit Clan camp points. Possible follow-up missions. Seeing the game prompts popping up, Fan Heng felt even more uncomfortable. Clearly, the Tree Spirit Clan had tricked him, yet they still dared to lower their favorability towards him. Are you sure the Niam Malo is inside the Institute? Yes, we have confirmed this. Previously, we tried to infiltrate the Institute to see some of the Niam Malo metal, but unfortunately, we were discovered midway, so we resorted to alternative means, temporarily disrupting the teleportation system around the Institute to hinder the federal support team from arriving via teleportation. Senso shook his head, saying, humans rely too much on teleportation abilities brought by domain blockade. Once teleportation is obstructed, no support can arrive within 3 hours. Fang Heng listened and couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't help but think that the Tree Spirit Clan had brought trouble upon themselves. If they had been honest about the mission target, they probably would have completed the mission and left by now. Fang Heng even felt that the appearance of the Tree Spirit Clan was just to increase the difficulty of his main quest. The disruption of the teleportation system will be restored in an hour, Senzo said coldly. Continuing, the reaction after the Institute was attacked is calmer than we expected. Also, some of our people who infiltrated the Institute were discovered and temporarily trapped inside. We need to rescue our people. Fang Heng roughly sorted out his thoughts and nodded, saying, I understand. Anyway, you need to figure out how to get the Nyamalo, right? My people will figure out how to get the Nyamalo. Right now, we just need to deal with the human military outside the Institute. All right, Fang Heng shrugged. We can cooperate, but I have a condition. This time, you have to follow my arrangements. Let your people continue to attack the Institute first. I need a little time. 5 minutes later, I will act with you. By then, we will break through the Institute from the front. Senzo frowned and stared at Fang Heng for a few seconds. Sure enough, since he first saw Fang Heng, he had a feeling that Fang Heng had the ability to break through the outer defenses of the Institute. Fang Heng didn't choose to help from the start just to gain greater benefits. Humans. They are indeed a bunch of cunning and deceitful people. Senzo's expression turned even colder. Nodding, the Tree Spirit Clan does not only listen to me. I will communicate with others. I hope you do not disappoint us. With that, Senzo turned and headed towards the gathering behind him. However, several Tree Spirit Clan members who accompanied Senzo stayed behind, standing inconspicuously around Fang Heng with a hint of chill in their eyes, looking like they were monitoring him. Hint. Player's friendliness with the Tree Spirit Clan -5. What now? Fang Heng looked at the game prompt on the retina and was speechless. What did he say to upset you this time? Can friendliness continue to decrease? It seems that cooperation with the Tree Spirit Clan is definitely impossible. Anyway, first, find a way to clear the enemies outside the Institute, then get the Nyamalo. Fang Heng already had a plan in mind, focusing his attention on the front lines. Soon, on the battlefield where the majority of the scavengers had already retreated, they began to regroup in the rear. The tree people in the front were gradually retreating under the beam weapons of the semi-mechanized forces of the Federation and Omnitech, and it seemed like they couldn't hold on for much longer. Several members of the Yate Alliance, standing near Fang Heng, looked cautiously at him. This guy is really bold. Dare to negotiate conditions with the elders of the Tree Spirit Clan like this. So, how will he deal with so many semi-mechanized military forces next? Fang Heng looked up at the bloodline teleportation channel in the sky. One by one, tall figures stepped out of the teleportation channel, landing heavily on the ground, and slowly got up, standing behind Fang Heng. What kind of monster is that? The Tree Spirit Clan sensed something unusual and looked towards the red teleportation channel. Fusion Tyrant. A giant body, about 3 meters tall, stepped out of the teleportation channel. However, the tree people were also not small in size, and they did not seem particularly noticeable on the battlefield. In a short moment, hundreds of Fusion Tyrants gathered behind Fang Heng. The Fusion Tyrants did not join the battle, but lined up behind Fang Heng, all raising their hands forward. Chi. Chi. What sound is that? Several members of the Yate Alliance stood not far from Fang Heng, suddenly hearing a crackling sound coming from the Fusion Tyrants, couldn't help but look closely at the decayed skin of the Fusion Tyrants. What the hell? They saw countless tiny larvae wriggling out from under the decaying skin of the Fusion Tyrants, falling to the ground, and quickly squirming around. Bugs. Small bugs. The members of the Yate Alliance were startled at the sight, backing away. Even a few tree people, who stayed behind to monitor Fang Heng, couldn't help but furrow their brows and instinctively wanted to move further away from these bugs. In an instant, the ground was covered with countless wriggling worm-like creatures. Fang Heng looked up at the distant fighting area. After obtaining the ability of the Bloodline Space Gate, under the Blood Race form, the zombie creatures could directly pass through the Blood Gate. The drawback was they couldn't carry various weapons. Without the heavy-duty beam weapons, the direct combat ability of the Fusion Tyrants was greatly reduced. However, later, after Dr. Dingman's reminder, Fang Heng made tactical improvements and additionally solidified 500 Fusion Tyrants. Let's get started. All we need to do next is create a little chaos to give the worm body a chance to enter the battlefield. Shoo, 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 shoo. Almost simultaneously, the gathered lickers once again launched a charge forward. Taking advantage of the cover of the lickers, a large number of worm bodies climbed and surged towards the front battlefield area. The Treen clan noticed the lickers' movement and immediately joined the battle, launching an attack on the Research Institute. It's the lickers again. Use the syringes. Don't let them get closer. Various federal combat teams noticed the return of the lickers and switched to remote injection guns, aiming and shooting at the lickers, one by one. With the special syringes, the lickers' self-recovery ability was greatly weakened. Combined with the large-scale regional intensive bombings from behind, the lickers were instantly blocked outside the front line. Hint: your zombie avatar lickers is affected by unknown drug, greatly weakening the undead effect. Hint: your zombie avatar lickers is hit by a beam explosion attack, significantly reducing its health. Fang Heng quickly observed the battlefield situation. Not good. He had to enter the battlefield himself. In an instant, Fang Heng swiftly approached the front area. Several Treens who had been following Fang Heng hesitated for a moment, exchanged glances, and then followed him quickly into the front battlefield. They watched Fang Heng charge into the forefront of the battlefield. Numerous beams of light and bullets continuously flashed past them. The Treen clan members immediately stopped in their tracks, their gaze fixed on Fang Heng, who had entered the center of the battlefield. Take him down. Several federal squads noticed Fang Heng advancing alone and opened fire on him together. Bang! The white cloth that had been hanging behind Fang Heng suddenly burst open. Underneath the white cloth, a blood-red greatsword was clearly visible. The strong blood power instantly burst out, forming a visible blood barrier in front of Fang Heng. Splatter! 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 The long-range energy beams hitting the blood barrier were completely absorbed by it, like raindrops falling on the water surface, creating ripples and soft sounds. The mechanized federal soldiers were horrified to find that their concentrated beam attacks were completely ineffective against Fang Heng. Not far away, for the first time, the Treen clan saw that humans possessed such a powerful force, and a hint of astonishment appeared in their eyes. Elder, his power. Senzo looked at Fang Heng, nodded slightly, and agreed, yes, it's strange. Fang Heng, under the surrounding firepower, continued to advance quickly towards the mechanized warrior team in the front. His goal was not to inflict damage but to cause more chaos, buying time for the worm body to reach the battlefield. Moreover, Fang Heng seemed to have realized that the supply of syringes held by the Everlasting Corporation was not substantial. This made them a bit restrained in using the syringes. In the command room, everyone watched Fang Heng on the monitoring screen, falling into a long silence. No one could have imagined that just an ordinary human could possess such terrifying power. The entire frontline mechanized troops could not stop him alone. What kind of terrifying power fluctuation was this? Ji Hating couldn't help clenching his fist, looking at Fang Heng on the screen with a hint of heat in his eyes. It had to be said that this power was what he had hoped for. A force completely different from the clan's attributes, powerful enough to compete with the Treen and even the clan as a whole. And Ji Hating could sense that this was far from Fang Heng's limit. The head of the Research Institute watched Fang Heng rapidly approaching the institute and unconsciously broke out in a sweat. He clenched his fist and shouted loudly into the intercom, "Use the focused beam. Adjust the energy to the maximum. Take him down. Immediately. Don't let him get any closer to the institute." Understood. The head of the Research Institute stared at Fang Heng on the screen. The standard frequency beam weapons were already ineffective against him, so they decided to try the highly energized focused beam. Click, click, click. Almost all the defense cannons inside the Research Institute revealed their muzzles, concentrating the attacks on Fang Heng. After a charging time of 5 seconds, shoo! Almost simultaneously, the colorful and dense high-frequency focused energy beams shot towards Fang Heng. Faced with even more concentrated long-range firepower, Fang Heng frowned, instinctively sensing the unusual beam fluctuations, glanced to the right at the Research Institute, and then swiftly disappeared in midair. Secondary spatial projection. The next moment, all the focused energy beams attacking Fang Heng passed through the illusion left by Fang Heng in the air. It was the same move again. Seeing this, the head of the Research Institute gritted his teeth. Special spatial abilities. Against this emergency teleport-like special ability, they had no way to counteract it. They could only helplessly watch him break through. Several seconds later, when Fang Heng reappeared, he was already in front of the energy defense barrier outside the Research Institute. Fang Heng stared at the invisible defense barrier in front of him. This was the final barrier. Unlike the normal zombie avatars, the worm body could not use spatial abilities to break through the defense barrier. So, they had to find a way to break through this barrier to give the worm body a chance. Let's go head on. Stepping out of the secondary spatial projection, Fang Heng punched forward. Bang! The fist struck the defense barrier heavily, emitting a dull impact sound. The attack power wasn't enough. Fang Heng gritted his teeth. A large amount of blood quickly gathered in the air around him, forming numerous blood-red spikes. Swish! Swish swish! The blood spikes rapidly stabbed at the defense barrier. Bang! Bang! The blood spikes burst upon hitting the defense barrier, emitting a huge blood mist. After the blood mist dispersed, it quickly gathered again into spikes and stabbed at the defense barrier, continuously causing damage. In the main control room, everyone watched Fang Heng's eerie blood attack method in amazement. A blood curtain immediately rose on the right side of the body. Puff! Puff! The blood curtain blocked all beams of light attacks, without exception, causing ripples to emerge. After a brief recharge, the internally installed defense beam turret at the Research Institute was initiated again. The concentrated beams of light surged towards Fang Heng once more. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Fang Heng's mouth. Retreat. While shifting right a step, Fang Heng once again entered the secondary spatial projection. When the attacks landed in empty space, Fang Heng emerged once more from the spatial projection. Continue. The dense blood spikes continued to relentlessly bombard the defensive force field barrier, depleting the remaining energy of the force field. Fang Heng's combat strategy was clear. When faced with a concentrated beam weapon attack, he would use the secondary spatial projection to dodge in advance. When encountering the federal semi-mechanized forces, he relied on the blood curtain and his own abilities to resist. He wasn't afraid at all. Meanwhile, in the rear battlefield, taking advantage of Fang Heng attracting most of the enemy's attention in the front, swarms of lickers and the tree spirits directly swept towards the location of the Research Institute. The federal side was drawn by Fang Heng to a large extent, and they did not notice the terrifying creatures they had never encountered before under the feet of the lickers. A large number of worm-like lifeforms, taking cover in the grass on the ground, swiftly headed towards the central battlefield. Soon, the worm bodies reached the central battlefield up front. A large-scale war machine. The worm bodies immediately climbed up the uncontrolled large war machine. Unfortunately, the exterior of the large war machine was entirely made of mechanical components, covered with a thick layer of solid armor. The ordinary worm creatures circled around the external armor for a while, but couldn't find a way in. After several failed attempts, they dispersed. Similarly, the database of the large war machine did not contain information on worm bodies as enemies. It couldn't even target the tiny worm bodies, and therefore, couldn't attack them. Thus, after a brief encounter, the two sides passed by each other in the battlefield as if nothing had happened. Instead, the licker swarm continuously rushed towards the large mechanical being, engaging in a struggle to buy time for the rear team with their flesh and blood. Soon, the worm creatures approached the frontline battlefield area, the region where the federal semi-mechanized reconfigured forces were located. The worm bodies rushed towards the semi-mechanized reconfigured soldiers. They rapidly climbed up the soldiers' legs. Here it comes. Tipped. Your zombie-clone fused tyrant body-released worm creatures are attempting parasitic infection of humans. While attacking the force field, Fang Heng had been distracted observing the game hints and, upon seeing the game prompt about the worm bodies attacking the semi-mechanized soldiers, his eyes lit up. Very well, the worm bodies were ineffective against the uncontrolled large war machine, but surprisingly effective against the semi-mechanized armored soldiers. After all, the armor worn by the semi-mechanized reconfigured soldiers was not entirely sealed and had some gaps. After climbing on the external armor for a moment, the worm bodies soon caught the scent of flesh and blood, finding their way into the armor through gaps. Following the scent of blood, the worms found the semi-mechanized soldiers hidden inside the external armor. The next course of actions became much simpler. They crawled onto the soldiers and easily used their mouth parts to open small openings on the skin, entering through them. What the hell? What is that? Something crawled into the outer armor. Odd. What is that? There are worms. Initially, the semi-mechanized soldiers didn't know what exactly was happening, only hearing the cries and shouts of their companions coming from the communication devices. Then, They watched as their comrades lost control one by one, beginning to convulse uncontrollably before collapsing. Worms? What worms? Damn it! Below, there are worms on the ground. Hearing the warning from teammates, the soldiers finally realized the situation and looked down at the ground below. The semi-mechanized reconfigured soldiers discovered that there was a large mass of dark brown worms hidden under the grass. The worms had climbed up their ankles under the armor, burrowing into the external protective armor. Damn! What is this? Everyone's faces turned pale. No one wanted these eerie worms crawling into their armor. Quick! Think of a way. The soldiers were like ants on a hot pan, frantically trying to shake off the worm bodies that had climbed up the outer armor. In the control room, witnessing the chaos among the semi-mechanized soldiers, the Research Institute supervisor, unaware of what was happening, loudly questioned, "What's going on there?" "It's the worm bodies." Reporting, "Sir, the team of semi-mechanized reconfigured soldiers is being attacked by unknown worm bodies." The staff, observing the situation through the surveillance screens, also felt a chill down their spines and swiftly switched the battle scene to the large screen. Through the screen, they saw a large number of dark brown worm creatures attempting to climb up the semi-mechanized reconfigured soldiers, causing everyone present to involuntarily gasp. What a terrifying thing! Is this one of the enemy's special abilities? Who exactly is Fang Heng? These continuous appearances of strange abilities. The Research Institute supervisor clenched his teeth and exclaimed, "Fire! Use flame guns to burn them." Yes. Upon receiving the order, the semi-mechanized reconfigured soldiers immediately activated the flamethrowers attached to the outer armor. Who? High-temperature flames spewed out from the gun's muzzle, scorching the swarm of worm life forms continuously approaching them on the ground. Effective. The worm bodies seemed to have an innate fear of flames. After being burned by the fire, they dared not approach further and began to circumvent towards the rear and sides. Finally, the semi-mechanized reconfigured soldiers breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the worm creatures no longer coming near. The gruesome state of their comrades had truly instilled a deep fear in them. Inside the Research Institute, everyone watched helplessly as the external defense works were destroyed one by one, and the energy value of the outer defense force field rapidly decreased. However, they had no way to stop it. In less than 10 minutes, the defense force field surrounding the Research Institute was shattered under the joint attacks of the Devourer Horde and the Tree Spirit clan. Doom. At the moment the barrier force field shattered, a large number of Devourers swarmed into the Research Institute area, rushing towards the front of the Research Institute building. Immediately, alarms blared inside the Research Institute. There's no need to panic. Despite watching the complete breach of their defenses, inside the command room, the Institute director calmed down and said coldly, "We have already activated the internal defense mode in advance. The Institute is still safe. They can't get in. The goal of the Tree Spirit clan is the Nyamalo. They won't easily use large-scale explosive weapons. We have the ability to delay them. Just need to block all entrances and exits. Seal off all invasion routes of the Devourer Horde. The interference of the Spirit Realm jump is already being eliminated. Less than 45 minutes left. By then the jumping channel will be fully restored." Understood. The emotions of the people gradually stabilized, and they began to mobilize personnel to guard the Research Institute internally. As the Institute director had said, the Institute was designed with a plan of action against external invasions. By just guarding all entrances and exits, they could withstand at least 3 hours even when facing enemies 100 times their number. In the Institute's emergency plan, these 3 hours were meant for them to destroy the research data. Through the monitoring screens, everyone could see the first wave of Devourers pouring in from various entrances into the Research Institute being temporarily halted by beam weapons and the federal semi-mechanized soldiers. The attack was momentarily contained. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to execute their defense plan orderly. Suddenly, a researcher manipulating equipment noticed something, his face slightly changing, and immediately switched the screen. Upon closer inspection, the researcher's face showed an incredulous look as he saw the screen, beads of sweat forming on his back. "Director, what's the matter? You, come and take a look." The staff member carefully swallowed, enlarging the screen image. "What the heck?" The director looked at the picture on the screen, furrowing his brow. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that masses of worm-like biological entities covered the floor in the picture. Nail-sized worm bodies, connected in clusters. Damn. They had somehow invaded the interior of the research institute, unnoticed. Worms. Seeing the densely packed worm-like creatures, the people inside the command room also felt an eerie sensation. The director's face turned pale as he suddenly realized something, shouting, "Quick! Check the ventilation ducts." The screen switched. Inside various ventilation ducts in the research institute area, large numbers of worm-like creatures were slowly climbing up along the ducts, crawling in from the outside through the ventilation duct openings. The staff's foreheads were covered in cold sweat as they continued to switch between various surveillance screens. Upon careful inspection, it was revealed that the entire ventilation duct system had already been occupied by the densely packed worm-like creatures. The entire command room fell into silence. The Institute's defenses were aimed at the Tree Spirit Clan and humans, never anticipating an intrusion by worm-like life forms. This meant that the worm creatures are about to invade every corner of the Institute through the ventilation duct openings. "Quick!" the director shouted. "Everyone, take action. Seal off all ventilation duct entrances and exits. Keep an eye on those that cannot be sealed. Use flamethrowers. Do not let the worm creatures enter the safe area of the Institute." Understood. The central command room fell into chaos once again. Meanwhile, an assistant approached Ji Haiding and whispered, "Chairman, this place is very dangerous. Should we evacuate?" "Yes." Ji Haiding looked at the screen, his eyes showing admiration. He nodded slightly and murmured, "Fang Heng, you've impressed me once again today." With that, Ji Haiding looked at his assistant and nodded. "Let's go. It's not safe here anymore. We need to evacuate." "Understood. I'll arrange the emergency teleportation device immediately." At the same time, outside, the federal semi-mechanized modified soldiers had already retreated back into the research institute before the barrier was broken. As the first wave of devourers rushed towards the research institute area, the second wave of worm creatures also crept in through the various cracks outside the research institute. The large-scale war machinery and spider-like mechanical creatures outside the research institute had not been completely cleared out. Senzo and a group of Tree Spirit Clan elders took advantage of the chaos to break through the outer blockade and enter the research institute. The Tree Spirit Clan immediately took control of the main entrances and exits of the research institute. A Tree Spirit Clan member reported, "Elder, we have secured control of all entrances and exits." "Good." Senzo nodded slightly, scanning the situation inside the research institute. Although the breach from the outside was almost complete, the internal areas were still under the control of Whaling Company and the Federation. The semi-mechanized modified soldiers and the psychic reinforcement guard squad had firmly occupied all the entrances and exits of the internal passages. On the left front passage, a group of more than 20 mechanical armored soldiers could be vaguely seen closing off the road, continuously using beam weapons to suppress the devourer horde inside the passage. The Research Institute had not given up. It was just that the external siege had turned into an internal assault. Senzo closed his eyes for a moment as he perceived the life forces, allowing them to sense the life signals of the trapped people. After a few seconds of sensing, Senzo opened his eyes and looked to the right. "They are there, where Manny and the others are. We must find a way to rescue Manny and the others. They know where the Nyamalo is hidden." Understood. The Tree Spirit Clan immediately nodded and went back to command the follow-up team to advance through the right passage. A Tree Spirit Clan elder looked around and, realizing that Fang Heng was absent, quietly said, "Elder, that human from earlier." Hint. Player gains 10 West contribution points from the Tree Spirit Tribe. Hint. Player's friendliness with the Tree Spirit Tribe +2. Hint. Player triggered mission. Clean up war machines. Mission name: Clean up war machines. Mission difficulty: S. Mission description: the periphery of the Research Institute has been breached, but the inner areas of the Wanling Technology Company are still resisting, waiting for support. As the Tree Spirit Tribe's ability to interfere with the teleportation device weakens, more and more war machines will arrive at the battlefield through teleportation. Please assist the Tree Spirit Tribe in eliminating them. Mission requirements: eliminate enemies. Mission rewards: increase in friendliness with the Tree Spirit Tribe. Contribution points to the Tree Spirit Tribe's faction. Mission details: if the mission completion rate is below 60%, the friendliness with the Tree Spirit Tribe will decrease. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompts that appeared, then turned to look at the Tree Spirit Tribe fiercely attacking in the corridor on the right side of the Research Institute, feeling a desire to laugh. "Hey, They were begging him to enter the research institute before, and now that he's here, they act like they don't even know him, sending him outside to deal with the grunts, and then the tree spirit tribe can have a chance to find the Nyamalo, excluding him, right? Fang Heng saw through the little scheme the tree spirit tribe had in mind, and couldn't help but find it amusing. They're already burning bridges before crossing the river. They're really foolish and malicious. Several members of the tree spirit tribe looked at Fang Heng's expression, their expressions becoming more serious. Is this Senzo's intention? Fang Heng said, looking at the tree spirit tribe's elder Senzo, who had his back turned towards the entrance of the corridor in the distance. Several members of the tree spirit tribe were provoked by the words, staring at Fang Heng. Did he think he could casually utter the name of the elderly tree spirit tribe leader? I understand. Fang Heng could tell from the expression of the tree spirit tribe. After a moment of thought, he shrugged. I will go outside to complete the mission. Please tell Senzo, and don't forget the agreement between us. Also, if he needs help, I am ready to assist at any time. The tree spirit tribe shook their heads and coldly said, no, it's not needed. Several members of the tree spirit tribe watched as Fang Heng turned and left the research institute, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. They had just witnessed Fang Heng's strength and were actually worried that he might turn on them directly. It would be really difficult to handle him then. Elder Senzo was nearby, always paying attention to the situation on Fang Heng's side. How could he get rid of Fang Heng was also a headache for him. Senzo knew very well that Fang Heng was not easy to deal with. It was just a matter of delaying him. But Senzo also did not expect that Fang Heng would leave so decisively. So the next step is to find the Nyamalo. Exiting the research institute, Fang Heng muttered to himself. The tree spirit tribe could no longer be relied upon, so he had to figure out the next steps himself, to be one step ahead and find the Nyamalo faster than the tree spirit tribe. On one hand, it was related to the mission. Only by finding the Nyamalo could more follow-up missions be triggered, giving him bargaining power with the tree spirit tribe. Otherwise, given their character of being ungrateful, they would likely abandon him once they found the Nyamalo. On the other hand, after obtaining the Nyamalo, he didn't necessarily have to hand it over to the tree spirit tribe. Instead, he could let Qiu Yaokong research it, bypassing the tree spirit tribe and finding his own way to enter the other world. In any case, regardless of the choice in the future, finding the Nyamalo was essential to firmly hold on to the initiative. So, where did the Wanling Technology Company hide the Nyamalo? No need to think about it. Just find someone to ask. Fang Heng released his senses. The Devourer group that had previously entered the research institute was stopped by the semi-mechanized soldiers, with many casualties. The situation of the Worms was not bad, as they had begun to invade the interior of the research institute through various channels. With the increase in his own mental power attributes, his perception of the Worms had greatly improved. Through the sensory network, he could roughly locate the positions of the worm life forms in various areas within the research institute. Quickly judging within the sea of consciousness, a rough internal layout of the research institute was drawn. It was not perfect, but it was enough. After observing for a moment, Fang Heng once again stepped into the spatial projection, directly penetrating the outer walls of the research institute to enter the interior area. Inside the Central Research Institute, various research teams in the laboratories heard about the danger the institute was facing. And following the instructions in the crisis manual, they quietly stayed inside the institute waiting for the situation to resolve. In a certain laboratory, 3 researchers gathered in a safe room, holding firearms in their hands. None of them had expected that the institute would encounter a terrorist attack. And the situation was getting more serious, with reports that people from outside had already infiltrated the interior of the institute. How could this happen? The institute had never faced such a crisis since its establishment. The group was trembling with fear when suddenly, one person felt something in their heart. What is that? In front, a faint ripple appeared in the space. Then, a figure stepped out from the ripple. Click! The lab supervisor was so frightened that he immediately pulled the trigger of his energy weapon. Shoo! A pale blue beam shot out from the gun, piercing through the young man in front, leaving bowl-sized holes in his body in an instant. Sizzle! Sizzle! The next second, the lab supervisor's face displayed a horrified expression. What? It was then that they saw the wounds on Fang Heng's body where he was hit by the beam weapon rapidly healing, restoring to their original state in less than half a second. How could this be? Before they could make sense of it, Fang Heng vanished from their sight again. Dang! The lab supervisor was forcefully thrown into the air and smashed into the wall behind, losing consciousness. The remaining two people stared at Fang Heng, their eyes full of fear. Unfortunately, only one of you will live, Fang Heng said, lifting a finger towards them. Where is the Nyamalo? Whoever can take me there will have the right to live. The faces of the two men changed instantly. I know. Assistant Lab Director Edward quickly raised his hand and shouted, I know. I have the project password over there. I can take you there. Edward didn't dare to lie anymore. He nervously walked to a nearby cabinet and took out a researcher's outfit to hand it to Fang Heng. I know about Nyamalo. My colleague works there. I didn't lie to you. However, the high-level research institute area is temporarily locked, and the password is Tongsuo. I can't unlock it. I can only take you there. Okay. Lead the way. Fang Heng put on the researcher's outfit and followed Edward out of the laboratory room to assess the situation outside. Without the assistance of the feeders and the worm body, the invasion of the Tree Spirit clan into the research institute was significantly slowed down. That's good. The Tree Spirit clan drew attention from Wuling Technology Company, allowing him to easily infiltrate the underground area of the research institute. He still had plenty of time. Soon, under Edrad's guidance, Fang Heng entered the advanced research area of the research institute underground. A fallen metal gate blocked the way ahead. We've arrived. The S-level research institute area is inside. The institute just went into crisis mode, and the entrance has been locked down. I didn't lie to you. Edred glanced cautiously at Fang Heng and nervously continued, Won't you help me unlock it? I can't. Only the project's direct responsible and the research institute's supervisor-level personnel have the required key. It also needs iris verification. We can't get in. Fang Heng turned to look at the yellow metal gate in front of him. No choice. Mo Jiawei didn't come with him this time. He had to do it the hard way. Fang Heng was about to attempt to break down the gate when he heard a clicking sound. The yellow metal gate slowly opened in front of him. Seeing the person standing across the gate, Fang Heng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Ji-Hating appeared in front of Fang Heng, protected by a group of mind-modified guards. Although unseen, Fang Heng could sense a thick mental barrier separating them. Ji-Hating's bodyguards looked tense, firmly staring at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, it's nice to see you again. You again. What a coincidence. Ha ha. Isn't this fate? Ji-Hating laughed heartily, looking at Fang Heng and said, Fang Heng, you're powerful. Your strength has exceeded my expectations once again. No wonder even the relatives are wary of you. Relatives? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Indeed. This world is related to the relatives. Fang Heng glanced at the wary bodyguards around Ji-Hating and furrowed his brows. You detected me long ago. Waiting for me all this time. Not really. We just arrived as well. I was about to leave when the system alerted me of someone entering the research institute perimeter. I felt something was amiss, so I came to check, and it turned out to be you. Ji-Hating looked at Fang Heng with a hint of sincerity and extended an invitation. Fang Heng, I hope you can consider cooperating with me, not with the Federation or the alien relatives, but on a more personal level, with me, with Wuling Technology Company. Trust me, we can create a future together. Hint. Player triggers decision task. Wuling Company's cooperation invitation. Task name. Wuling Company's cooperation invitation. Task description. Chairman Ji-Hating of Wuling Technology Company invites you to cooperate privately. Hint. This cooperation is on a personal level. If the player agrees, the player can still belong to the Tree Spirit faction. Hint triggered by players' early task rewards. Choosing this option will likely significantly decrease the Tree Spirit faction's friendliness and increase task difficulty. Not recommended. Fang Heng looked at the task prompt. Surprisingly, he felt tempted for a moment. However, the game reward advised against this route. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Heng said, I need some time to consider. Ji-Hating was momentarily surprised. He expected Fang Heng to refuse outright as before. Instead, he got an agreement this time. Ji-Hating laughed heartily. Ha ha, great. Anytime. Ji-Hating nodded to his men, and a magnetic card pierced the mental barrier, flying into Fang Heng's hand. This card has my contact information. As long as you trigger your mental power and confirm your location within the range covered by the Spirit Realm seal, I can promptly sense your location and visit you personally. Hint. Player gains item. A known magnetic card. Fang Heng pocketed the card and nodded. Now I need to obtain the Niam Alloy. Will you stop me? No. You got it wrong. Ji Hating shrug. It's just Niam Alloy. If you need it, I can provide it anytime. I just hope to hear an answer from you. Sincerely, please. I investigated your identity, and I guessed you're not from our world. So, I want to know your faction, who you're working for now. Ouroboros. Fang Heng's pupils constricted as his expression changed slightly. What? Ouroboros? Fang Heng, we uploaded the sample of the feeders you controlled to the relative spirit network and detected traces of Ouroboros's gene fragments. Ji Hating stared at Fang Heng and continued. The relatives are vigorously investigating Ouroboros. Although I temporarily concealed it with my personal efforts, the relatives will interfere with the investigation. You don't have much time left to consider. Once they trace you, you won't escape. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Finding Ouroboros gene fragments on the feeders? What was going on? Was it the helivirus? The effect of the immortal body was related to the helivirus, so it was possible for the feeders to carry Ouroboros gene fragments. There was another possibility as well. As they spoke, scattered crystal spaces appeared around Ji Hating and a group of guards. Poof! In an instant, a flash of light shimmered, and Ji Hating and the people around him disappeared through space teleportation. Fang Heng glanced behind the metal gate and then turned to look at researcher Adarad, who was hiding in the corner of the staircase covering his ears. Adarad felt bitter in his heart. What had he just seen? The chairman of the company and Fang Heng were chatting merrily, colluding. Oh dear. Adarad saw the look Fang Heng gave him, and was immediately scared, shaking his head repeatedly. What? What did you just say? My ears are deaf. I didn't hear anything. I don't know anything. Don't waste time. Get up and lead the way, Fang Heng said, as he noticed Adarad's expression turning cold. Adarad felt a chill running up his spine and quickly got up from the ground, leading the way into the passage that opened in front. Soon, Adarad led Fang Heng to the secret research laboratory No. 3. In the laboratory, two stones were placed on two large operating tables behind the glass wall-like exhibits. Large instruments were still running automatically, analyzing data on the Niam Alloy. Fang Heng took a few steps forward and pushed the glass wall lightly. Dang! The glass wall shattered. Fang Heng continued to the operating table and touched the stones. A game prompt appeared. Hint. Player obtain item, Niam Alloy. Hint. Player lacks the necessary skills to analyze this metal alloy. Analysis of this item requires at least LV 550 laboratory. The metal stones disappeared from the backpack. Hint. Player obtained two pieces of Niam Alloy. Hint. By handing over this item to the Tree Spirit Clan, you can gain favor points with the Tree Spirit Clan and a large amount of faction contribution points. Tree Spirit Clan contribution points recommended to choose this quest route, significantly reducing mission difficulty and improving mission efficiency. Done. Got the Niam Alloy before the Tree Spirit Clan. As for what's next, Fang Heng squinted, looking at the passing game prompts and pondered for a few seconds. The Tree Spirit Clan was still fighting against the company and the federal government inside the research institute. They were unaware that Niam Alloy had been secretly obtained from the facility, but when they came here, they would inevitably notice something was amiss. So, Fang Heng turned to Adarad behind him. Hey, Adarad. Adarad tensed up immediately. Is there only these two pieces of Niam Alloy? Yes, I heard from a colleague that Niam Alloy is extremely rare. Despite looking like just these two small wreckage pieces, the company worked hard to get them from the lineage. All right, Fang Heng said casually, then asked, what is Ouroboros? Adarad was momentarily surprised by the completely irrelevant question and answer. After a moment of thought, I'm not sure. I've only read some data. It's said to be an unconfirmed special group. A group? Fang Heng muttered to himself and asked, any specifics? This group is said to have a disaster attribute since birth. The lineage says the appearance of Ouroboros signifies the arrival of a catastrophe. After Ouroboros appears, 99% of the species in the world will be destroyed by them. After that, the Ouroboros group will disappear, and the world's creatures will once again be revived. From the legend, Ouroboros is a snake-like creature that symbolizes the cycle of the world. Fang Heng rubbed his chin, furrowing his brow. It was strange. How was Ouroboros related to him? Is there detailed information on Ouroboros in the Institute? The relevant information is classified as a level confidential. It's usually available, but when the Institute was attacked previously, all data was automatically erased. You won't find it here, Adarad said, feeling uneasy. If you need it, you can try your luck in the black market. Information on Eulabolos is rare, but not considered high-level confidential. Alright. One last thing. After you're done, find a place to hide it, and don't say or do unnecessary things, Fang Heng said, whispering a few words to Adarad's ear. Aha. You. Adarad looked at Fang Heng, feeling dubious. He had taken away the Nyamala, so why hide it? Did he think they were all fools at the Million Spirit Technology Company? Go on. Adarad felt a chill at the words and hurriedly ran off. Fang Heng watched Adarad run off and then closed his eyes briefly, sensing the group of devourers and worm-like creatures inside the research institute. Opening his eyes, Fang Heng made a decision. Leave first. Outside the Central Research Institute. Fang Heng once again left the institute through secondary spatial projection. Outside the institute, the group of devourers were still engaging the Federal's large war machines arriving through spatial teleportation. Numerous devourers kept rushing towards the war machines, using their bodies to withstand the beam weapons and damaging the war machines. Fang Heng glanced at the continuously refreshing game prompts. Hint. Player zombie avatar merging with the form of a devourer deals 1240 for damage to the large or machine spider-shaped armor V88. Hint. Player zombie avatar merging with the form of a devourer destroy the large or machine spider-shaped armor V88, gaining 73 points of contribution points for the Tree Spirit clan. Hint. Current mission completion rate for clearing war machines increased to 52%. Not bad. Fang Heng was somewhat relieved. Fortunately, he had modified some devourer's original form before entering the Forest of 1,000. This enhanced their output. Otherwise, dealing with these metal machines would have been challenging. As the teleportation light spots around the periphery of the Research Institute continued to accelerate, the appearance of war machines became more and more frequent. Relying on the group of devourers, he could hold on for some time. Upon careful consideration, he could gain more Tree Spirit Clan contribution points. Fang Heng thought to himself as he walked towards the Research Institute once again. As he approached the entrance of the institute, several Guardian Tree Spirit tribesmen saw Fang Heng appearing once more and cast worried glances at him. Fang Heng stopped at the entrance of the institute and looked up at the interior. What's the situation inside? Two Tree Spirit tribesmen looked at Fang Heng but remained silent, standing coldly in place. Well, if you won't tell me, I'll go in and see for myself. Several Tree Spirit tribesmen blocked the entrance, showing no intention of letting him pass. What's this? You won't let me in? Just as he was speaking, the Grand Elder of the Tree Spirits, Senzo, arrived at the entrance with several companions. Senzo, who had not seen Fang Heng's figure for more than 10 minutes, felt uneasy. Seeing Fang Heng now, Senzo breathed a sigh of relief and immediately led his group over. Fang Heng, has the situation outside the institute stabilized? Elder Senzo. Fang Heng nodded in response. The external area of the institute is under our control. How about you? Do you need my help? No need. Senzo shook his head. We can handle the rest. We have located the whereabouts of our trapped clansmen and will soon rescue them. Once we find the Nyamalo, we will evacuate immediately. All right, good luck to you, Fang Heng said, glancing at the increasing number of spatial teleportation lights outside. But you need to hurry. The spatial teleportation of Wanlin technology is accelerating gradually. Is the interference device about to fail? There's still more than 30 minutes before full recovery. Senzo looked at Fang Heng. If the search for the Nyam-Malo doesn't go smoothly, we may need your help to buy us more time. Of course, Fang Heng shrugged, looking once again at the interior of the Research Institute. Do you really not need my help? I'm quite good at finding things. Thank you. But this is a matter for our Tree Spirit tribe to handle on our own. It's best for us to solve it ourselves, without interference from others, Senzo said, nodding to the other Tree Spirit tribesmen and walking towards the interior of the institute. All right, Fang Heng muttered under his breath, thinking to himself about the duplicity of the situation. Proud, narrow-minded, and incompetent. He had already obtained the Nyam-Malo and had no plans to enter the interior of the Research Institute again. Earlier, he had instructed researchers to make it appear as though the Nyam-Malo had been urgently removed. Once the Tree Spirit tribe discovered that the Nyam-Malo was missing from the institute, they would likely continue searching. However, they would never find the Nyam-Malo inside the institute. No matter how they searched, they would never find it. And in half an hour, The federal forces would arrive through teleportation, so they would most likely have a battle with the semi-mechanized federal forces. Not bad, right? He'd test the combat capabilities of the Federation and gain some contribution points. If he couldn't win, he'd make his escape. After all, the tree spirits would remain behind as a last line of defense. Fang Heng considered himself to have a good mindset. At present, the portal of the Blood Clan spatial transmission channel had completely disappeared. Should he summon another portal and amass more zombie hordes? As he pondered this, Fang Heng saw a group of over 10 Tree Language Union members led by Yacht, driving several trucks, waiting at the side entrance of the Research Institute. Under the guidance of several tree spirit tribesmen inside the institute, they transferred the materials loaded from inside the institute into the trucks. What's this? Fang Heng wondered as he walked over to Yacht and the group. Upon seeing Fang Heng, the tree spirit tribesmen immediately showed alertness. What's in the boxes? Yacht, upon seeing Fang Heng approaching, felt a sudden unease and explained, the Central Research Institute is mainly responsible for weapon development projects. The Tree Spirit Tribe found some usable weapons inside the institute, and we plan to take them with us before the teleportation system interference is restored. Fang Heng opened one of the boxes and found that it mostly contained high-level beam weapons, including heavy beam weapons. These are great. Fang Heng's eyes lit up as he asked, how many are there? Yacht noticed Fang Heng's suddenly intense gaze and involuntarily shrank back. I heard there are many more piled up in storage, old versions that were discontinued by Wanling Corporation, but still better than what we have. Not bad. Fang Heng lightly pursed his lips, contemplating. He looked at the truckloads of weapons and then asked the two Tree Spirit tribesmen guarding outside the institute, so, can I use these weapons too? The two Tree Spirit tribesmen glanced at each other and nodded, saying, you can. But you cannot enter the institute. Very well. Fang Heng turned to Yacht. Leave these here. You can take the rest. Huh? What? Yacht was momentarily confused by Fang Heng's actions. TSK. TSK. The next moment, they heard a hissing sound. From the side, hundreds of devourers rushed in, quickly coalescing into rapidly expanding chrysalizes on the ground. Fusion tyrants emerged from the chrysalizes, stepping out one by one, grabbing the super heavy beam weapons on the trucks and hoisting them onto their shoulders. Seeing this scene, the members of the Tree Language Union once again showed disbelief in their eyes. The fusion tyrants lined up and lifted the high-energy beam weapons. Unfortunately, there weren't enough weapons. Otherwise, they could equip more fusion tyrant units. It would be good to have more weapons. Thinking this, Fang Heng walked towards the Tree Spirit tribesmen nearby. Senzo had already granted him exchange privileges with the Tree Spirit tribe. Perhaps he could exchange for some equipment that the fusion tyrants could use. At the entrance, the Tree Spirit tribesmen stared coldly at Fang Heng, with a hint of vigilance in their eyes, and asked, what do you want? Senzo promised me that I could exchange for some items here, Fang Heng replied. In an instant, a long list of items available for exchange appeared on his retinas. The list included many options, mostly natural magic scrolls. To be precise, unlike regular magic scrolls, the scrolls in the exchange items existed in the form of tree leaves and could be used triggerlessly without the need for mental activation. They were very convenient. There were many types of scrolls, including several rare natural science skills. However, there were relatively few options for weapon equipment. Apart from that, there are many miscellaneous items available for exchange in the exchange column. Fang Heng even found an option for the Water of Life. The price is only 100 contribution points. Indeed, the Water of Life is a scam. Now, Fang Heng's perspective has reached a certain height, and he no longer finds most items in the Tree Spirit Exchange unappealing. Fang Heng was quickly browsing through when suddenly, his eyes caught on one particular exchange item, the Leaf of Life, a relatively rare special material, with a wide range of uses. It can be used as a consumable to greatly enhance natural magic power or healing, can be worn as equipment to increase the success rate of natural magic skills, or can be directly absorbed at once to gain a large amount of experience in natural magic. Very comprehensive, a good thing. Fang Heng patiently went through all the exchangeable items available to the Tree Spirit clan. He was unsure if there were hidden parts in the exchange permissions opened by the Tree Spirit clan, but at least for now, the Leaf of Life was the most valuable among all the exchangeable items. Exchanging for one piece requires a whopping 100,000 contribution points. Even after helping the Tree Spirit clan with so many tasks, he only accumulated 157,000 contribution points, not enough to exchange for 2 pieces. Considering that the relationship with the Tree Spirit clan could collapse at any moment, Fang Hen decided to quickly use up his contribution points for peace of mind. I need to exchange this. When the Tree Spirit clan realized that Fang Hen needed to exchange for the Leaf of Life, there was a moment of hesitation in their eyes. What? Is it not allowed? The Tree Spirit clan nodded. Please wait, I need to consult with the elder. Fang Hen impatiently waved his hand. Then hurry up. The Federation people won't have the patience to wait for you. Soon, after consulting with the elder, the Tree Spirit clan hurried back, reluctantly handing over a piece of the Leaf of Life to Fang Hen. Tip: player consumes 100,000 Tree Spirit clan contribution points. Player receives item: Leaf of Life, a clover-shaped leaf. Holding it in his hand, Fang Hen could already faintly sense the powerful vitality emanating from it. Item: Leaf of Life clover leaf. Typed: special item. Description: when worn, it can increase natural magic success rate by 5%, or can be directly consumed to enhance the effect of the next natural magic skill by 100% to 2000% depending on skill level. Cannot exceed the maximum limit of skill effect. Can be used on a target to accelerate their life force recovery. Description: triggered by players' advanced nature study. Players can absorb the energy within the Leaf of Life through advanced nature study, rapidly restoring life force and mental power, or convert it into a large amount of natural magic skill experience points. Estimated 820,000 nature study academic skill experience points will be gained after absorption. Not bad. The actual description is much better than imagined. A single Leaf of Life can provide him with enough experience in natural magic to level up. Of course, there's no rush to absorb it now. Fang Hen placed the Leaf of Life in his backpack, turned around, raised his head to look at the twinkling teleportation points in the sky outside the research institute. Come on, there's still time. Let's stock up on some Leaf of Life. Inside the research institute, the Tree Spirit clan had put in a lot of effort to break through the layers of defense set up by the Federation and finally found the imprisoned group of Vanis in a hall in the research institute. I'm sorry, Elder, the secret infiltration plan failed, and Vanis was full of regret. Now is not the time for this. Vanis, we need to find the Nyam. Do you know its location? Lead us there immediately. Understood. Vanis nodded and rallied. We have investigated the specific location of the Nyam in an underground secret laboratory. I will take everyone there now. The Tree Spirit clan immediately followed Vanis to the underground research institute area. Along the way, they encountered scattered guard teams, which consumed a lot of time. It wasn't until they entered the underground secret experimental area with Vanis that they saw the metal gate at the entrance of the lab was open, which made Vanis feel uneasy. What's going on? Why is the gate open? He had studied the defense layout of the Central Research Institute. Once the institute went on alert, the main gate should theoretically be sealed. So why was it open now? Several accompanying Tree Spirit elders, seeing Vanis suddenly stop, couldn't help but ask, Vanis, what's wrong? Nothing. Nothing. Vanis suppressed his unease and led everyone through the allo gate to laboratory number 3. Inside the lab, as they looked around, everyone fell silent and turned to look at Vanis. The lab was tidy. No one was there. Both research tables were empty. Where was the Nyam? Vanis, one of the elder tree spirits from the Wood Clan's face turned cold and asked, Where's the Nyam you promised us? Vanis looked at the empty research table, his face suddenly stiff. The Nyam, how could it be gone? Everything inside the lab matched the intelligence he had received, except for the absence of the Nyam. The whole Tree Spirit clan had put in so much effort and sacrificed so many lives of their own kind. In the end, they didn't find the item. Was it because of his mistaken intelligence? The faces of many Tree Spirit elders turned extremely ugly at that moment. The Leaf Clan. This was not the first time they had made a similar mistake. Last time was the same. This time too. For a moment, some even suspected the Leaf Clan of malicious intent. In the face of such a disadvantageous situation, were they still plotting against their own kind? Vanis's face changed a few times in an instant, then he said loudly, No, it's not possible. The Nyam must be here. My intelligence couldn't be wrong. Find it. It must be here. Find it. The elders nodded, and the accompanying tree spirits immediately entered the lab to search. Soon, there was a discovery. A tree spirit found a logbook report, which was respectfully handed to the elder Sento. Sento looked at the report and his expression turned grave. "Elder, what did you find? Take a look for yourself." Venice took the report from the elder, and after a quick glance, his brow furrowed. At 2112, following the instructions of the Institute supervisor, the Institute faced a crisis, and the Nyamala was transferred in advance. Transferred? Damn. The crisis management manual didn't mention an emergency transfer. A sudden incident? Such bad luck. Did the Institute supervisor suddenly have a change of heart today? The faces of everyone suddenly turned extremely stiff. Time passes by second. Fang Heng remained steady. Diffusion tyrant body equipped with super heavy high-energy beam weapons, but did not join the battlefield immediately, instead standing in formation in the rear, ready for combat at any moment. Could steel is used on the edge of the blade. After all, the beam weapon ammunition was limited. Fang Heng knew that the Tree Spirit clan would definitely not be able to find the Nyamalo, so he saved ammunition first, waiting for the imminent Federation assault. And Fang Heng discovered, waiting for the Federation's war machines to join the battlefield through transit before killing them earns more camp contribution points. No point in not profiting. Fang Heng drove away a group of obstructive Tree Speakers Alliance helpers, and also drove away the remaining Tree Spirit clan, slowly grinding ahead by relying on the lickers. After all, currently, only unmanned war machines come through space transit. This group of mechanical entities had decent strength, but unfortunately couldn't do much against the lickers. Fang Heng was grinding when suddenly his eyebrows raised. It hadn't been half an hour, and there was a noticeable acceleration in the number of transit lights enveloping the perimeter of the Research Institute. Soon, an elder of the Tree Spirit clan hurriedly walked out of the Research Institute, scanned the surroundings at the door, and finally focused his gaze on Fang Heng. The elder of the Tree Spirit clan hurried over and shouted, "Fang Heng, the transit interference device will completely fail in 5 minutes. We are still searching for the Nyamao. Please delay some more time." Fang Heng made an okay hand gesture from afar to the elder of the Tree Spirit clan. At the same time, a game prompt appeared on the retina. Tip: player's current task, clearing war machines, is completed. Entering the settlement status. Tip: player mission completion rate 12,098%. Tip: player gains 12 points of Tree Spirit clan friendliness. Player gains 120.98 West Tree Spirit clan camp contribution points. Tip: player triggers a side quest. Protect the Tree Spirit clan's retreat. Quest name: Protect the Tree Spirit clan's retreat. Quest difficulty: SS. Quest requirements: the Tree Spirit clan is still searching for traces of the Nyam-Alo in the Research Institute. Please assist the Tree Spirit clan in resisting the Federation war machines arriving through transit, to gain more time for the Tree Spirit clan's safe evacuation. Failure penalty: Tree Spirit clan friendliness decreases. Not bad. Getting another 12 life leaves. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt and then looked back up. The Tree Spirit clan members guarding the outskirts of the Research Institute also became tense. Naturally, they wouldn't place all their hopes on Fang Heng alone and gripped their weapons tightly. In the night sky, the white light points generated during transit gradually dimmed, then briefly disappeared for 2 minutes. Suddenly, shoo shoo shoo, the entire night sky was instantly illuminated by flickering spatial transit light points, like a sky full of shining stars. So many? Fang Heng was also surprised by the scene before his eyes. Stop them. The elder of the Tree Spirit clan responsible for guarding the outskirts of the Research Institute frowned and immediately gave the order. A dense rain of arrows shot towards the light points. At the same time, the fusion tyrant body rates also raised their heavy beam weapons on their shoulders and fired. Doom. Boom boom. The sky was filled with beams pounding on the transit light points, exploding one after another. Fang Heng looked a bit serious. The effect wasn't good. With the transit interference in the Spirit Realm network no longer working, the barrier strength provided by space transit had greatly increased. With their current attack strength, they were falling behind. Only a large amount of focused firepower could directly break through the transit light points to interrupt transit. To join first wave of attacks by the Tree Spirit clan and Fang Heng's fusion tyrant body only managed to eliminate less than half of the transit light points. Not only that, the speed of transit light points on the outskirts had also undergone a significant increase. Large numbers of war machines were sent through transit into the battlefield, immediately launching attacks on the plethora of lickers covering the outskirts of the research institute. The lickers and the tree folk immediately fought back, engaging in direct combat. Faced with these fully armed mechanical beings, the worm body's effects were average. It all came down to the lickers battling head-on. For a moment, game prompts flashed rapidly on Fang Heng's retina. Tip: Player's undead doppelganger fusion licker form dealt 3,337 damage to the large war machine spider form armor V88. Tip: Player's undead doppelganger. Fang Heng did not directly join the battle, only observing from the sidelines and turning to the tree spirit clan beside him. I need to exchange items. Life leaves. Exchange all the remaining points for life leaves. The tree spirit clan frowned, feeling a pang of distress. They had to follow the orders of the Great Elder and keep Fang Heng in check until the end of this event. So, the Tree Spirit Clan reluctantly handed over a dozen life leaves to Fang Heng. Thank you. Fang Heng took the life leaves. The Tree Spirit Clan didn't know when things might turn bad, so they quickly exchanged the points to avoid waste. With that in mind, Fang Heng once again shifted his gaze to the front lines of the battlefield. The first wave of the Federation to enter the battlefield was a large number of unmanned mechanical troops. Since the singular beam attacks couldn't truly kill the lickers, the situation was still somewhat under control. But evidently, the lickers' attacks were falling short. The most significant damage was being done by the fusion tyrant body controlling the high-energy beam weapons in the rear. However, the fusion tyrant body still had to deal with the transit light points in the sky. What's more troublesome is that, in just 5 minutes, the ammunition of the super heavy beam weapons ran out. Suddenly, the number of war machines coming through spatial transit rapidly expanded. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. This was the culmination of the Federation's entire might. It was as difficult as he had imagined. Very challenging. The lickers were constantly being blasted out by the beam cannons, undergoing the effects of the undead recovery and rejoining the fight, barely holding back the Federal Mechanical Team from encroaching on the Research Institute area. The massive end summoned by the Tree Spirit Clan was not as fortunate. Under the intense firepower of the war machines, the number of Ents decreased significantly. They're coming. Not good. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. Without the effect of the undead body, the combat effectiveness of the lickers group instantly decreased significantly. Under the continuous group attacks of mechanical organisms, the lickers group could not even catch their breath for half a second. Dang, dang, bang. Flesh and blood burst open on the battlefield. It's almost over, Fang Heng muttered to himself as he watched the licker numbers start to decline. It wasn't entirely impossible to fight. He could also join the battle directly, forcibly breaking into the enemy semi-mechanized team to buy more time for the defeat of the war. But there was no need to continue. Fang Heng looked at several Tree Spirit members beside him. You see, the situation is very bad. At most 3 minutes, after persisting for 3 minutes, my team will be defeated. The Tree Spirit members' faces turned serious. They knew Fang Heng's words were not false, and without saying more, they immediately turned around and returned to report to the Research Institute. In a short time, just a minute later, Fang Heng noticed a group of Tree Spirit members leaving the institute. Senzo was among them. It was clear that the faces of the Tree Spirit group were very stiff. It was easy to guess that they did not find the Neo Mallow. In the crowd, Fang Heng was surprised to see an old acquaintance, Vanis. Vanis was at the back of the crowd, head down, looking a bit dejected. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Fang Heng outside the institute, which surprised him. What's going on? Fang Heng, he's also here. Senzo came to the exit of the institute to observe the external situation. It was very bad. A large number of tree people had already been depleted in the previous waves of battle, leaving only the leaf and root tribes with most of their combat capabilities. The ability to persist in the battle until now was largely thanks to Fang Heng's licker group acting as a meat shield in the front, giving the Tree Spirit members in the rear a chance to output damage. Despite this, the Tree Spirit group also suffered great losses. And yet, they found nothing. Several Tree Spirit tribesmen who had been invited by Senzo Elder to assist had even more unsightly expressions at the sight. Take the people and evacuate first. Understood. At present, to evacuate more safely, they could only grit their teeth and ask for Fang Heng's help. Senzo Elder took a deep breath, prepared for a major loss, and led the Tree Spirit group towards Fang Heng outside the institute. Wait, we will evacuate from the back of the Research Institute. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng turned his head and looked at the group of tree spirits with low morale. For some reason, his mood improved considerably. Have you obtained the item? Senzo Elder took a deep breath and shook his head. After expending a lot of manpower and resources and even risking the lives of his people, they had gained nothing. It was undoubtedly a huge failure. Why? Forget it. No matter what, we are in trouble now. Fang Heng was afraid he couldn't help but laugh out loud, so he turned around and shifted his gaze to the distant battlefield, continuing, in the current situation, the Federation probably won't let us leave so easily. I need your help to cover our safe retreat. Fang Heng neither agreed nor refused, just stood still, not saying a word. Senzo sighed inwardly. He had already seen through this human. In his eyes, self-interest came first, but he had no choice. Things had come to this point, and if the tree spirit group didn't shed some blood, it would be difficult to escape safely. The tree spirit group is willing to provide you with this rune. I believe it will be useful to you. With that, Senzo handed over a stone-like small rune. Item: Forest Sanctuary Rune. Type: Rune. Level: Unknown. Description: Possessing the power of the ancient tree spirit tribe's blessing, this item can be engraved on equipment. Weapon: Some conflicting equipment. Weapons cannot be engraved. After engraving, players wearing this equipment weapon will receive an additional 20% reduction in natural spell damage when hit. Description: Triggered by advanced natural studies, players can directly draw on the natural energy contained in this item, converting it into natural study experience points, or infuse its natural energy into another object for special effects. Description: The rune seems to contain a vast amount of natural energy. Vanis saw the rune and his face showed a surprised expression. He shouted behind him, Elder, why are we giving such an item to a human? Shut up. Senzo silenced Vanis and turned to Fang Heng, saying solemnly, Fang Heng, the number of Federation war machines will only increase, do it quickly. All right. It was already difficult to trick more things from the tree spirit tribe, so Fang Heng took the rune from Senzo's hand without hesitation and nodded, saying, I will immediately try to break through from the front and help you divert the Federation's attention. As for whether you can leave, well, that's enough. Hint. Player's current mission, protecting the Tree Spirit Tribe's retreat has changed. Please help the Tree Spirit Tribe escape from the Research Institute area. The mission difficulty has increased, and you will receive an extra reward. Forest Sanctuary Rune. Hint. Player's friendly level with the Tree Spirit Tribe decreases by 5 points. Fang Heng looked at the game hands and couldn't help but sneer. The Tree Spirit Tribe decreased the relationship points even though they asked for help so unwillingly. Well, it's fine. Since I've taken your things, I'll help you again. Realizing this, Fang Heng immediately controlled a liquor group to regroup and counterattack the Federation. At the same time, Fang Heng dashed towards the front line of the battlefield. Here he comes. Seeing Fang Heng rushing into the midst of the semi-mechanical biological group and still being able to hold his own in the battle, the soldiers in the back of the semi-mechanized team were immediately tense. Before entering the battle, they had all memorized Fang Heng's information by heart. Report to headquarters. Target confirmed. Fang Heng. Target intensity S-class. Don't let him get close. Sustain firepower suppression. Try using the latest syringe. Understood. Fang Heng had not yet approached the semi-mechanized team of the Federation, but a dense barrage of sniper needles came towards him. The blood-colored lawn sword behind Fang Heng burst with a bang sound. The blood instantly turned into a wall, shielding him in front. Puff, puff, puff. The dense needles all struck the blood wall and were absorbed. In the rear, the Tree Spirit Tribe took this opportunity to abandon the Institute and retreat towards the back. Vanis saw Fang Heng easily enter the midst of the semi-mechanical group and maintain the battle without falling behind. And his eyes also showed some astonishment. This human, his strength is unexpectedly strong. Vanis, a semi-mechanized federal team watched as Fang Heng, enveloped in blood curtains not far away, swiftly attacked them. The injections from the injection gun were completely blocked by the blood curtains. Ineffective. The team leader clenched his teeth and shouted, "Use the beam weapon. Break through that defense first." Bang. Bang. Intense beams struck the blood curtains. Still no effect. The blood curtains appeared to be thin, but they easily absorbed the energy beams. Fang Heng was getting closer to them. Perhaps only a larger-sized focused beam weapon could break through that defense. Retreat. The team leader saw the situation and gave a light command. Shoo. Shoo! A series of spatial jump points appeared around the semi-mechanized team, disappearing in place before Fang Heng arrived. Fang Heng frowned upon seeing this. After the spiritual realm lockdown was completely restored, the federal teleportation efficiency significantly increased. If a fight couldn't be won, just run. He didn't have any good countermeasures anyway. Forget it. The mission only required buying time for the Tree Spirit Clan. With that in mind, Fang Heng changed his target and swiftly headed towards another federal semi-mechanized team. In fact, the federal side currently had no effective way to deal with Fang Heng. Through remote monitoring of the scene, the atmosphere in the federal central command room was somewhat tense. What exactly is that blood curtain? We can't collect samples, we haven't received any data analysis yet, the fluctuation information we have is insufficient. Based on preliminary analysis, it probably doesn't belong to energy beams. Find a way to contain him. Understood. He has spatial shifting capabilities. Arrange for a spatial blockade. Already arranging. Spatial blockade will take at least half an hour. A series of semi-mechanized soldier teams teleported into the battlefield. Fang Heng dashed around the battlefield, causing chaos for a while, and the number of liquors consumed by the federal team at the rear decreased until several raid game prompts refreshed on the retina. Prompt: Player's current mission: protect the Tree Spirit Clan's retreat completed. Prompt: Player's current mission completion rate: 3,515%. Player gains 3 points of favor from the Tree Spirit Clan, 35 West Tree Spirit Clan camp points. Done. Mission accomplished. Fang Heng took a final glance at the battlefield, directly using a secondary spatial projection, disappearing in space in front of everyone's eyes. Back home. Entering the secondary spatial projection, Fang Heng swiftly returned towards the direction of the small town. As for the next step, he had to hurry and exchange the mission contribution points with the Tree Spirit Clan. After all, his current relationship with the Tree Spirit Clan was at -46. Who knew when he would be forcefully kicked out of the camp? That would be a big loss, wouldn't it? Under the cover of night, Fang Heng stepped out of the secondary spatial projection, revealing his figure from midair, transforming into a bat form and quickly heading towards the small town. At the outskirts of the research institute, the sight of Fang Heng entering the spatial projection and disappearing led the federal semi-mechanized soldiers to feel a sense of relief. That invincible monster, finally repelled. Next, they needed to deal with the remnants of the liquor horde on the battlefield. All right. Stay alert, everyone, the team commander shouted at the slightly exhausted team members. Everyone regained their spirits. Large war machines and federal semi-mechanized modified soldier teams continued to fight the remaining Liquor Legion, constantly joining the battlefield through teleportation. Despite having targeted antiviral injections, the Liquor's health remained robust, making it very tricky to deal with them. Amidst the numerous teleportations, two faint blue teleportation flickers were not as conspicuous. The beams gradually dimmed. Two clan scouts stepped out from the teleportation light. Suddenly, the entire battlefield fell into a moment of calm. The gazes of the federal soldiers were drawn towards the clan members. Clan members. This was their first time seeing live clan members. Clan members looked different from humans. They had unique body structures, much taller and with a solid, elongated skeletal frame. Their skin displayed a deep blue-gray hue, exuding a metallic texture. Strangely, the faces of the clan members were covered in a special gel-like substance, somewhat resembling the faceless man from movies. The most significant difference from humans was that each clan member had a series of fur-like strands growing from their head down to their spinal cord, resembling a cloak fluttering behind them. Additionally, each clan member had a companion soul gem located in the heart position. With each heartbeat, the soul gem emitted a rhythmic pulse. Watching the ongoing battlefield, the clan scouts' eyes revealed a hint of seriousness as one of them pointed forward. The clan scouts' fingers were long and slender, much longer than those of ordinary humans. Suddenly, not far away, a liquor that had just been blasted by the beam cannon was pulled by an unknown force, slowly floating towards the clan scouts. The clan scout below the gel-covered eyes showed a moment of gravity, lightly tapping the air with their fingers. Dang! The floating liquor suddenly exploded. The exploding flesh and blood didn't splatter outwards, but were all gathered by an invisible force, converging into an invisible sphere. Rows of analyzing data appear in the clan scout's retinas. Suddenly, the entire retina flashed a glaring red warning. The expressions of the two clan scouts changed, and they looked at each other before turning their gazes back to the battlefield. At the Federal Remote Command Headquarters, the morale on the Federal side was somewhat low. After a bitter battle, the Tree Spirit clan managed to escape, and even Fang Heng couldn't be captured. "Commander," a soldier hurriedly approached and whispered a few words in the commander's ear. The commander's face slightly changed upon hearing it. "What? Are you sure?" "Yes. It seems that the clan reconnaissance team has discovered some traces. They recently entered the Central Research Institute combat area alone to collect samples, and just confirmed to us that they detected traces of Ouroboros samples." The soldier whispered softly. "The clan has issued a threat warning through the spiritual realm system. Our world has already been put on alert. The clan is about to initiate a purification program and dispatch a cleanup team for clearance. Since only partial fragments of Ouroboros genes have been detected, and there is no detailed evidence linking it to Ouroboros, it's currently only in the lowest risk mode." Listening to the report from the subordinate, the commander furrowed his brows. "Ouroboros? A natural disaster? Is it for real? Could it be that it arrived in their world by chance? So, Fang Heng is a kind of natural disaster." For a moment, the commander's mind connected many dots. The federal top management has received the report and has agreed to fulfill the obligations of the Star Alliance, cooperating with the clan to conduct a 24-hour search and thorough disinfection of Ouroboros. The commander rubbed his temples, thinking this might be a good thing. In the battles with Fang Heng before, they were completely powerless against Fang Heng with their current strength. With the clan's involvement, the situation might be completely different. 5 hours later, Fang Heng left the forest world and temporarily returned to the Zombie Doomsday Prison Research Institute. Qiu Yaokon immediately began researching the neon metal body found by Fang Heng inside the institute. From the preliminary analysis results, the neon alloy does not belong to any metal body discovered in the world so far. This metal body possesses a very rare magnetic field shielding capability and energy shielding capabilities. Further research results will require more time. Fang Heng pursed his lips and continued, "What are your thoughts on the spiritual domain blockade network? There is too little information. According to the Tree Spirit clan, the construction of an invisible barrier network above the planet theoretically exceeds our current technological level, but that doesn't mean they can't do it. I will try to conduct further research on the neon alloy, attempting to find the production method of the neon alloy, but, as you know, I need more data to help us accelerate the research." Fang Heng waved his hand. "Okay, I'll try to find more. Although the neon metal is obtained now, how to turn the neon alloy into an isolation barrier is still unknown. Originally thought it was a simple matter. Now it seems a bit difficult. All right, I'll go back into the game tomorrow to find out more for you." After resting for a night, Fang Heng once again entered the forest world and returned to the small town where everyone took a temporary break. A day passed, and the Tree Talkers Alliance still didn't know how much trouble the Tree Spirit clan had stirred up, carrying on with their lives as usual. Mr. Joel even inquired about the Tree Spirit clan, and Mojaway casually made up an excuse, saying they encountered some minor problems, and the Tree Spirit clan would rest for a while. Secondly, Fang Heng suddenly realized that all major propaganda networks were flooded with information about him being wanted. It seemed that this momentum was even greater than when the Federation previously pursued the Tree Spirit clan. On the contrary, the Federation did not mention a word about the Tree Spirit clan or the attack on the Research Institute last night. It made Fang Heng feel like he was being chased by the whole world. Odd. Clearly, it was the Tree Spirit clan who caused such a commotion. At most, he was just a bystander. Why is the Federation targeting him like this? Are they picking on the easy targets? Fortunately, most of the residents in the small town were believers of the Tree Talkers Alliance, so Fang Heng could hide there temporarily without much trouble. Moreover, with their current overall strength, if the Federation did attack, finding a chance to escape would still be possible. However, the lead on the Tree Spirit clan seemed to be cut off for now. With this negative relationship, it might be difficult to wait for the Tree Spirit clan to trigger the mission line actively. And without the Neom Aloe, the Tree Spirit clan would probably have a headache. In the Community Activity Center, Fang Heng found Claire and Gu Qingju. Is there still no way? We've tried everything, but there's no. Claire shook her head, feeling a bit powerless. These days, she had tried many methods to activate the magic array but all ended in failure. Is that so? Fang Heng pondered. Should he try once more proactively? Go find the Tree Spirit Clan again? When he separated from the Tree Spirit Clan yesterday, he left a bloodline tracking mark on the Tree Spirit Clan Elder Vanis, making it relatively easy to locate the Tree Spirit Clan through the mark. Get the method of activating the magic array from them. If they don't cooperate, well, no need to think about it. Most likely, they won't cooperate. Maybe he had to take action. Fang Heng was considering the success rate of the matter. What worried him most was the task prompt, which clearly stated that standing with the Tree Spirit Clan camp was the most efficient way to complete the main task line. Changing to another approach might increase the difficulty. Perhaps it would be better to just give up on the Tree Spirit Clan. Try turning to Wanling Corporation and cooperate with Jihading. The more he thought about it, the more sensible Fang Heng found this idea. Perhaps Wanling Corporation had a way to open the passage to the inner world. At worst, he could ask Jihading for the blueprint to build the Neom Malo barrier. After all, the spiritual domain blockade was created by the Federation. Jihading should have some information. After several contacts, Fang Heng could still feel Jihading's sincerity, at least much better than the Tree Spirit Clan. Fang Heng, I found it. I found it. Just as Fang Heng was thinking, he heard a commotion from outside. Sandy came in carrying a pile of books, loudly announcing, "Boss Fang, come and see what I found." Gu Qingju couldn't help looking at Sandy outside the door, so excited. "Did you find something?" "The sacred tree. It's related to the Tree Spirit Clan sacred tree." "Ha. Can you believe it? I found the origin of the Tree Spirit Clan sacred tree destruction." Sandy was very excited, pushing open the door of the Community Activity Center, standing in front of everyone and slamming the stack of books he brought onto the table with a bang. "I announce, the destruction of the sacred tree is related to the Blood Clan. Believe me, my intuition is never wrong." Fang Heng's heart stirred, looking at Sandy. "Come on, tell us more." To prove his point, Sandy, like an ant at the market selling vegetables, distributed the books he brought to everyone book by book. "Here, take a look at this first." Fang Heng immediately flipped through the booklets and began to read. It was a historical record of the clan's sacrificial history. It was quite intricate, with a jumbled mess of information. Just a glance made his head ache immensely. Claire and Gu Qingju also casually flipped through a few pages, instantly feeling drowsy and couldn't help but put down the books, looking at Sandy with questioning eyes. Indeed, just as Sandy mentioned, the only difference is that there are only a few short sentences on the pages. A gem of unknown power. Offerings, related to the progenitor of the Blood Clan. Indeed, I remember that the progenitor of the Blood Clan was originally a serious offender from the Divine Realm, committed a serious crime, and accidentally arrived in this world when he escaped. Is it possible that the so-called Gem of Unknown Power, something the progenitor of the Blood Clan brought from the Divine Realm? It is also possible. Take a look at the minutes of the Tree Spirit Clan in this book, Volume 8, page 206, Section 8, when combined. Sandy read the few lines of small print below. Just half a month after that incident, during a routine check each month, the Soul Clan's priests discovered an unknown influence on the seed of the god Triadoni. The entire Elder Council immediately convened a meeting and decided in the meeting to inspect all existing seeds. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Seeds? Indeed, during his search for clues related to the progenitor of the Blood Clan, he had also come across some seeds. Eventually, after a lot of effort, he cultivated a bakia from the seeds. Fang Heng pondered and asked, "Sandy, do you think that person is the progenitor of the Blood Clan?" "Yes," Sandy exclaimed, slapping his thigh excitedly. "You think so too, right? That person must be the progenitor of the Blood Clan." The records are implicit, mentioning offerings, but actually referring to exchanges. I guess the progenitor of the Blood Clan initially paid with a high-level gem brought from the Divine Realm in exchange for access to the God Tree altar, wanting to undergo baptism and remove the criminal mark left on him by the Divine Realm. It's not exactly evidence. Gu Qingju carefully read the passages mentioned by Sandy, then looked up and continued. "Based on these alone, it's just your speculation. It's definitely more than just speculation. Look, during the meeting, it was mentioned that the Elder Council will select elites from all the Tree Spirit tribes to inspect all remaining seeds. But then what? I've searched through a lot of information and have not been able to find any follow-up. There is nothing after that. It's as if this matter had no conclusion, completely cut off afterward," Sandy declared with conviction, almost raising his hand to swear. "There is definitely something wrong. This was an order directly issued by the Elder Council. Regardless of the circumstances, there should have been feedback information. For ordinary meetings, the Elder Council always follows up with several more meetings, but conspicuously, after this incident, there was no follow-up. How is that possible? Fang Heng rubbed his chin, looking at Sandy. So, what do you mean? There's something fishy. They must have discovered some significant trouble during the investigation. It was probably something that, if leaked, would escalate the situation. That's why the entire Elder Council chose to temporarily suppress this matter. That makes sense, Gu Qingju nodded, looking at Sandy. But solely this isn't enough to convince me. Don't worry. Take a look here. Flip through the maintenance log of the Tree Spirit Clan's God Court, Sandy said, pulling out another maintenance log from the pile of books. Just half a month after the Elder Council's order, the God Court. Let me explain. The God Court is a group of Tree Spirit Clan responsible for daily care of the God Triadoni's area. Under the guidance of the Elder Council and the priestly tribe, they updated the schedule for caring for the God Tree, from infusing energy once a month to once a week. Go on flipping through. Afterward, the speed of infusing energy became faster and faster, until 3 times a day 3 years later. Finally, one day, all records stopped. Sandy looked excitedly at everyone. The history of the Tree Spirit Clan spans tens of thousands of years. Think about it. How coincidental is it that when the progenitor of the Blood Clan arrived, the seeds had problems, and then the God Triadoni also encountered issues? There's definitely something wrong. Are you still not convinced? Don't rush. I've found other information. Sandy looked at everyone, who appeared skeptical, and pulled out another book from the pile in front of him. All things will eventually wither, but new branches quietly stretch out on the fading life, bringing forth new life. This is the rhythm of life, a perennial cycle in the natural world. This passage describes the God Triadoni of the Tree Spirit Clan, implying that the God Tree will gradually decline. Therefore, every 200,000 years, the entire Tree Spirit Clan holds a ceremony of new life, passing the power of the God Tree to the new generation of the God Tree. Look at the timestamps above. Theoretically, during this time frame, the Soul Clan of the Tree Spirit Clan should be preparing to secretly start the next round of seed cultivation for the God Tree. This is a crucial event for the Soul Clan, more important than life itself. Fang Heng had begun to sense something. With a furrowed brow he said, "What do you mean?" "Continue. Calculating it. Isn't it a bit too coincidental? The period when the seeds started changing happens to be the period of weakness for the God Triadoni. It's almost time to start recultivating seeds. To put it simply, the old king of the Tree Spirit Clan started to weaken. Theoretically, now is the time for the Soul Clan to start cultivating seeds for the new king. I mean, hypothetically, at this moment, suddenly, when the seeds that should have been passed on had a problem." Sandy, who had a knack for storytelling, paused here, leaving more room for everyone's imagination. Gu Qingju rubbed his chin and continued to analyze following Sandy's line of thought. "We know that the connection between the inner world and the outer world is provided by the God Tree's energy. Are you suggesting that the Tree Spirit Clan closing the passage to the inner world and the seed issue are related?" "Exactly. That's right." Sandy snapped his fingers, his eyes gleaming. "There must have been a problem with the inheritance, leading to trouble with the God Tree. The God Tree couldn't complete the overall power supply, causing the complete closure of the passage between the inner and outer worlds. I speculate that, for example, the God Tree needed to conserve energy to save more energy for temporary cultivation of new seeds." The group fell into a brief silence. While it was speculation, it did have some basis. It sounded rather intimidating. Suddenly, Gu Qingju shook her head and said, "Sandy, I still feel like something's not quite right." "Indeed." Fang Heng also nodded in agreement with Gu Qingju's opinion. Sandy, observing the entire event solely from an NPC's point of view, seemed somewhat lacking. From the perspective of the story, Sandy's speculation was flawless and completely reasonable, but understanding it from a gaming perspective was different. As of now, entering the inner world was the midterm goal of the game. After entering the inner world, they could probably complete 50% to 70% of the main tasks. What would be the next step? What would be the ultimate goal after that? They had put in a lot of effort to return to the inner world, only to find that the sacred tree had withered, and the Tree Spirit Clan had perished. So what next? There were no more enemies to fight, right? Should they just come up with a reason to go and fight with the Shadow Clan for fun? That possibility did exist, but it was unlikely. After all, in this story, the relationship between the Shadow Clan and the Tree Spirit Clan was not as significant as imagined. Or perhaps, the sins have their roots, and the Tree Spirit Clan had found the descendant of their own blood clan to blame. Fighting oneself, is that it? Thinking about it felt odd. Something seemed to be missing. So, where was the flaw? Fang Heng pondered. HMPH, I think you guys are overthinking it. My guess is probably correct, Sandy confidently said. How about we make a bet? Sure, Sandy. After a moment of contemplation without gaining any clues, Fang Heng asked, let's assume your guess is entirely correct, so what next? What do you think we should do next? Of course, it's the sacred tree. The sacred tree Audonia. Sandy had obviously planned the next step. Boss Fang. After reading many ancient tree spirit scrolls and the related descriptions of the sacred tree Audonia, guess what my initial reaction was? The sacred tree Audonia from the prison. I guess Audonia also originated from a seed, right? Is there a possibility? Fang Heng's pupil suddenly constricted at Sandy's words. Before Sandy could finish speaking, he too had already thought of it. Yes, the sacred tree Audonia. Since entering the game, they had been guided by missions and manipulated by the Tree Spirit Clan, almost forgetting about it. There was still the sacred tree Audonia. In fact, Audonia's original seed form was snatched from the ancestor of the Blood Clan, and in connection with Sandy's earlier mention of seed theft and the affected seed energy, it was highly likely that the Blood Clan ancestor was behind it all. So, Fang Heng looked at Sandy, nodding at him with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He already knew what Sandy was going to say. Audonia. If their recent guess was on point, theoretically, if the sacred tree Audonia was born from the seed of the Tree Spirit Clan's sacred tree Audonia, then Audonia must have inherited a small part of Audonia's genetic power. Therefore, Audonia might have a chance to provide energy to the teleportation channel. Listening to the conversation of the few people, not long after, Cleve also realized Sandy's implication and nodded thoughtfully. If it's the Tree Spirit Clan sacred tree, maybe we can try to activate the power of the magic array. Fang Heng glanced at Cleve again. Cleve's Tree Spirit Clan's sacred tree and his understanding were different. The first time he saw the sacred tree Audonia, Cleve called it the sacred tree of the Elf Clan. Fang Heng had corrected her twice before, but Cleve had not changed her words all this time. Well, never mind that. It was definitely worth a try with the sacred tree Audonia. Fang Heng asked, Cleve, is there a way to transplant the sacred tree Audonia here? No, it's impossible. Cleve shook her head repeatedly. Audonia's power is immense, and with such a small teleportation channel, it's impossible to complete the transfer unless what? Unless the power is compressed to a certain degree of compression, or like before, the power of Audonia is dispersed again, transformed back into seed form, and after entering this world, it regrows. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. Compressing the power would be too difficult, at least in the short term. It seemed impossible. If they considered dispersing Audonia's energy once more and starting over again. Frankly, if Audonia remained in the prison, its growth would be limited. But transplanting it here, indeed, it was very dangerous. Initially, until Audonia grew completely, its self-protection ability was extremely limited. Moreover, this world had a series of chaotic situations with the Shadow Clan, the Federation, and the Tree Spirit Clan. Their current situation was also not secure. Everyone fell silent, waiting for Fang Heng to make a decision. Enough. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. Whatever. Since the Tree Spirit Clan was unreliable, they would rely on themselves. If the Tree Spirit Clan sacred tree couldn't be used, they would create their own sacred tree. Carve out a path for themselves. All right, Cleve, get ready. We're going to transplant Audonia. Cleve's eyes lit up, nodded, and got up, saying, Okay, Fang Heng, I'll prepare now. Cleve, wait, don't rush. I'll go with you. Gu Qingju blocked Cleve, who was about to leave, and looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, this world is still very dangerous for us. We are still in danger. We need to be prepared in advance. After the sacred tree is transplanted here, where will it be placed? Will it attract the attention of the Tree Spirit Clan and the Federation? We need to be prepared for these in advance. I understand. Fang Heng nodded deeply, pointing to the sky. There's still the spiritual domain sealing network built by the Shadow Clan in the sky. Now it seems that the network has the ability to detect anomalous energy fluctuations. If transplanting Audonia, I'd lead to abnormal energy and draw the attention of the Federation. No problem, Fang Hen. Sandy snapped his fingers. Haven't we found the Niam Aloe? Let's use that thing. We have the aloe, but we still need to find the blueprint for the isolating barrier. It's not something that can be accomplished easily. Fang Hen took a deep breath. Blueprints, the construction plan for the Spirit Realm Network Shielding Device Barrier. Did you not receive the Niam Aloe yesterday, Fang Hen? But are you missing the construction blueprints? Mo Jiawei smiled slyly at Fang Hen, looking proud. You definitely can't guess where I got the blueprints from. Fang Hen was taken aback. Indeed, he had never expected Mo Jiawei to be able to obtain the blueprints. Where did you get it from? Black Castle. Fang Hen's eyes lit up. Right? There's Black Castle as well. Black Castle has always been pursuing tasks related to the lineage family. Last night, when I went to bed, I suddenly remembered that Black Castle was also trying to enter the advanced lineage family game world. When I woke up this morning, I managed to find their contact person and shared all the information we have about the lineage family. Coincidentally, Black Castle's database had just been updated with some information related to the Spirit Realm Locking Network. Mo Jiawei smiled proudly, waving the blueprints in his hand. The blueprints are in hand, and have just checked the materials needed for construction. We can handle it all. Sandy excitedly exclaimed first. Mr. Mo, that's awesome. Oh, there's one more thing. The task on Black Castle's side also requires a barrier made of Niam Aloe. They mention that after we finish using it, if it's convenient, they would like to borrow it as well. Furthermore, I found out that Niam Aloe has the ability to absorb electromagnetic forces and respond to most spiritual power, but it has been scarce in the market. Ahem. And also, after the construction is completed, the barrier is larger than we imagined, making it impossible to pass through the teleportation channel directly. I discussed this with Victor before coming, and it would be best for him to teleport over to build it directly, so we need to find a way to buy a factory. Currently, we are being searched for outside, so we may need to buy an island and dig underneath it. 10 days later, the power of the divine tree Abeshio completed self-dissipation, gathering the inheritance tower in the final sea, which was then sent into the realm of Wanshan through the teleportation channel and store in Fang Hen's backpack. With the complete disappearance of Abeshia's power, the teleportation channel between the end of Day's world and the realm of Wanshan also temporarily stopped working. An abandoned old factory building along the coast. A few days ago, Mo Jiawei spent some time buying it. Victor organized people to do the final processing on the Niam Aloe barrier. In fact, the composite barrier had been pre-simulated and built within the prison before being sent to the factory for reconstruction, avoiding many unnecessary troubles. Fang Hen, the aloe barrier has been successfully constructed. To ensure its operation, we still need to conduct some additional tests. Victor calculated the effective range and strength of the special barrier made from Niam Aloe. The barrier's function is not only to block external magnetic field snooping and internal breath isolation, but also to simulate the surrounding energy field. This function will gradually progress after activation. Initially, when the energy field within the barrier suddenly disappears in the Spirit Realm Locking Network, it's highly likely to attract the attention of the Federation, so we need to be prepared in advance. Alright, I understand. Let's get started. Fang Hen was already prepared. The Federation might discover traces of the barrier, which could lead them to investigate directly through the Spirit Realm Network. Therefore, his task was to buy time, and allow Qingju and others to leave with the Niam Aloe barrier successfully simulating the surrounding environment. With this in mind, Fang Hen slapped his own cheek, preparing for battle. Prepare to activate the defense barrier. Victor signaled to the maintenance personnel. Start the countdown. 5. For asterisk come asterisk. At the end of the countdown, a dark barrier appeared, encompassing the entire abandoned factory area. Activation successful. Channel calibration in progress. The Niam Aloe barrier is automatically simulating the surrounding energy field. Time passed by, minute by minute. 3 minutes later, lines of game prompts appeared on Fang Hen's retinas. Hint: due to the player's unauthorized construction of the Niam Aloe barrier, the current task lines will be subject to uncertain effects. Hint: due to the presence of unknown gene sequences in the player's body, causing variations in the game's storyline, the overall difficulty level has fluctuated. Hint: to compensate for the increased difficulty, the player has triggered a side quest Investigation from the lineage family. Mission name. Investigation from the lineage family. Mission description. While reviewing the relevant Willapolo's events, the lineage family discovered fragments of Willapolo's genes left in the battlefield. The lineage family is now investigating the virus incident, and your existence has drawn their attention. They will conduct a targeted examination of you. Mission details. The lineage family possesses capabilities that exceed the current world's technological level and has a high probability of locating the player's position through unknown means. Players must evade the lineage family's pursuit. Every 8 hours survived in the realm of Wanshan game will accumulate rewards. If the player dies during the mission, they will lose the qualification to enter the realm of Wanshan and the task will be settled immediately. A mission from the lineage family. As Fang Heng read the sudden game prompts, his brow furrowed. This doesn't look good. Central Command of the Federation. Report. An operator, looking at the alarm data appearing on the screen, furrowed his brows. Commander, abnormal data has been detected in the Spirit Realm locking network. Coordinates 198,233 to 39454. Energy fluctuations within the area are suspected to have disappeared abnormally, most likely due to the initial use of the Niam Alloy barrier. Since the confirmation of the theft of the Niam Alloy, the entire Federation had been closely monitoring and investigating any activity related to the Niam Alloy barrier, being vigilant and searching for any irregularities. Initiate teleportation exploration immediately. Understood. The Federation war machinery immediately activated, using teleportation to explore the vicinity of the detected anomaly. I need information on the relevant area. Report. The area in question is a coastal area, and the factory in that area is owned by the Aleph Corporation. A few days ago, it was acquired by an unknown company, mainly involved in kitchenware business. Yes. Inside the command center, a staff member suddenly noticed something. Their expression changed slightly as they pointed towards the central area of the screen. Look, what is that? The commander's expression changed as he shouted, Team C. Unknown life form markers detected in the area to your front right. Numerous creatures are rapidly approaching you. The members of Team C looked grim upon hearing this, raising their beam weapons towards a small grove not far away. Shh, shh. A faint sound came from within the grove, as if something was quickly moving. The team members stared intently in the direction of the sound. Tension mounted to the extreme. Lickers. In the next moment, a dense mass of red creatures burst out from the grove like a raging flood. Be careful. The team leader's face instantly changed drastically. How did they come across these disgusting things again? Switch to injection guns. Ever since encountering the lickers of Fang Heng repeatedly in the past, the Federal Combat Team had been equipped with targeted genetic disruptor agents. At the same time, the Federal Airborne war machines floating in midair unleashed a dense barrage of beam attacks towards the area where the lickers were. Doom. Boom boom. The group of lickers was instantly blasted away, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. In the chaos, a figure swiftly darted towards the right. It's Fang Heng. A soldier noticed Fang Heng's figure and immediately shouted, Report to command. Fang Heng's trace has been discovered. The command center immediately tensed up. Stop him. Clan support is on the way. Understood. The team members abandoned the attack on the licker group and immediately chase after Fang Heng, fleeing in the opposite direction. Fang Heng swiftly broke through the federal team from the right, heading toward the more forward area along the coast. The federal pursuit of their movements had not slacked and these past few days but had become even more rigorous. Following Fang Heng's preset plan, he directly diverted the attention of the federal team physically, while on the other side, Gu Qingju and her team would temporarily withdraw the Niam Mallow barrier. However, unexpectedly, they encountered a task related to the sudden appearance of the clan pursuing them. Not good. Fang Heng had a vague sense of unease. Shh, shh. Suddenly, scattered points of light began accelerating in space. Federal flying mechanized combat units. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. The disc-shaped mechanical devices hovered in midair, emitting continuous blue beams from their tips. Fang Heng had to swiftly dodge within the dense beams. Suddenly, Fang Heng frowned. What was that? Several faint blue spatial jumping points emerged in front of him. Blue? Fang Heng had a vague feeling that something was amiss. The blue points rapidly converged and completed a jump at an extremely fast speed. What? Fang Heng's pupils contracted. Prism. A pale blue prism about 3 meters long floated in the air, with an alien standing on it. A thought stirred in Fang Heng's mind. From their appearance, these aliens were similar in physique to humans, but had a slimmer skeleton and faces covered with a special gel-like substance. In addition, they had a cloak-like fur behind them. Clan. Fang Eng's mind immediately associated this name with them. Two clan scouts stood on the prism, facing Fang Heng, swiftly reading his identity information through the mental prism and attempting to locate and track him. Analyzing tracking, sample analysis interfered by unknown forces. Tracking disturbed, requiring more time for rough area locking. Information reading interfered. An expression of doubt flashed through the clan scout's mind. Human, what is your relationship with Europolis? Why do traces of Europolis genes remain on you? Fang Eng's mind stirred upon hearing this, choosing to ignore the clan's inquiry, accelerating towards the area on the right, attempting to escape. It seemed that Jihading hadn't deceived him. The clan was after Europolis. The prism under the clan's feet accelerated, swiftly catching up to Fang Heng. It appeared as if the two clan members were floating on the prism. Seeing Fang Heng not answering their question, the two clan members simultaneously placed their hands in front of them, forming a triangular gesture. Crackle, crackle, crackle. What? With the echoing sound, Fang Heng suddenly realized that the surrounding spatial region was rapidly solidifying before his eyes at a visible speed. Telekinetic ability. Mind wall. Seeing this, Fang Heng frowned, his muscles tensing, switching his right hand to an aloe metal staff and fiercely striking towards the wall ahead. Doom. The psychic barrier had not fully stabilized before Fang Heng shattered it with one blow. He burst through the wall shield. As he broke through the barrier, Fang Heng suddenly felt a sharp pain akin to needles piercing his brain once again. Here he comes again. Psychic attack. The intensity was 10 times higher than the previous mental reformer attacks. Warning. Player receives 15,000 points of psychic piercing damage. This damage cannot be mitigated. HMPH. Fang Heng turned his head, coldly glancing at the clan members, pursuing him on the prism, disdainfully snorting, raising his hand high towards the clan. Did they think he was so easily manipulated? Shh! The white cloth behind him ripped apart. The blood-red greatsword exploded, condensing into a series of blood-red arrows in midair, shooting rapidly towards the two clan scout pursuers behind him. Sensing the powerful force contained in the blood arrows, the clan scouts' expressions changed, immediately forming another circular pattern in front of them with both hands. Dang, dang, bang. The blood arrows slammed against the red crystalline shield surrounding the clan, continuously exploding. The faces of the two clan scouts showed a strange expression. Their database had never recorded such an attack pattern. Moreover, the opponent's attack intensity was extremely high, causing their external crystalline defense structure to quickly disintegrate. What to do? For a moment, the clan scout's vision was filled with constantly bursting scarlet blood, making it impossible to see their surroundings clearly. Doom. What? The crystalline shield before the clan vibrated violently. Crackle, 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 crackle. The Federal Command Room. As the screen once again turned snowy white, silence fell upon the crowd. Can it be ... Even with the family personally involved, there was no way to catch Fang Heng. Before they knew it, Jihading had also appeared at the back of the command room. Watching the situation on the monitoring screen, Jihading nodded silently. With Fang Heng's strength, avoiding the pursuit of the first wave of the family was not a problem. However, the family's search for Wulapolos was still in the initial discovery risk stage. Only the initial family reconnaissance team had come, not the actual family combat team. Jihading was very excited. He really wanted to see how far Fang Heng could go under the family's pursuit. Hint: the player successfully escaped the family's chase, and the player's current danger rating internal family rating has been raised to E level. Hint: the family is expected to lock in on the player within 6 hours and launch a pursuit. Hint: player's equipment item: Illusion of the Divine Joker. Tracking time extended to 9 hours. Fang Heng stepped out of the secondary space projection and looked at the game prompts that appeared on the retina, a somewhat strange expression on his face. Goodness, when will this end? Fang Heng estimated that the danger rating in the game probably corresponded to the intensity of the family's pursuit. Each escape would gradually increase the family's pursuit level. Tricky. Might as well have the artifact Illusion of the Divine Joker to buy some more time. Putting that aside for now, the federal pursuers had been led away by him, and Gu Qingju should have already moved the Niam Malo barrier. Let's go back and see. Thinking this, Fang Heng transformed back into his human form after quickly circling the coastal airspace as a bat a few times to confirm he wasn't being tracked, then headed towards the private island where he had arranged to meet with Mo Jiawei and others. Private island. Mo Jiawei saw the bat emerging in the distance and waved repeatedly at Fang Heng. Fang Heng flew over to Mo Jiawei and returned to his human form. There's bad news. I've caught the family's attention. Huh? Really? Mo Jiawei exclaimed. Come, let's go inside and talk. More than half an hour ago, Gu Qingju and his team successfully transported the environment-simulated Niam Aloe barrier back to the base below the small island. Initially, the island was uninhabited, bought by a wealthy man for tourism development. Unexpectedly, the funding chain broke in the middle of the development plans. After Mo Jiawei bought it, within just 10 days, the zombie avatar had already excavated a layer of underground space below. This space was specially prepared for the god tree Abakia. Sandy seemed even more excited than Fang Heng, and upon seeing Fang Heng return, she immediately came over. Boss Fang, you're back. Victor has placed the Niam Malo barrier underground. We have confirmed the simulation of the surrounding environment and can now try to awaken the god tree. Good. Let's go. Underground area of the island. These days, thanks to the efforts of the zombie horde, a large area was excavated beneath the small island. Externally, Victor had covered it completely with a large shield made of Niam Aloe. At this moment, Victor was doing the final on-site debugging with several repair personnel brought from the zombie apocalypse. The debugging is complete. We can start anytime. Victor wiped the sweat off his forehead and nodded. The shield device has been running autonomously for 20 minutes. All data is within normal range, and the external energy flow has been fully simulated. As long as we control the energy field fluctuations within a certain range, the Niam Malo barrier can achieve 100% energy shielding. Well done, Victor, Fang Heng said as he jumped down from the second floor railing and nodded slightly to the side at Clive. Let's begin. Yes. Clavey had made preparations in advance, focused, and looked towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng approached the muddy ground, stretched out his hand. In the palm of his hand, the seed formed by Ibakia's consciousness gradually emerged and fell into the soul in front of him. A faint blue light enveloped it. Fang Heng and Clavey worked together to slowly infuse the power of nature into the seed, guiding Ibakia's power to regrow in the realm of the thousand forests. Under the pale blue light, the seed slowly sank beneath the soil. Moments later, sturdy vines emerged from the ground. Ibakia, in its young form, rapidly absorbed the surrounding energy. In just a brief span of time, Ibakia had grown from a seed into a tree over 3 meters tall. Realizing that relying on the natural power he activated was no longer helping Ibakia, Fang Heng immediately released his hand and tried to establish a mental connection with Ibakia using his psychic power. Ibakia. After a period of dormancy, Ibakia's consciousness awakened again, still a bit groggy at first. This was followed by a sense of weakness. Relying on its biological instinct, Ibakia began absorbing the Earth's energy and gradually growing leaves, seeking sunlight to generate natural forces of its own. The vines and branches rapidly spread out in all directions along the rock walls and soil, climbing upwards until they slowly broke through the ground. On the island, small patches of vine thickets appeared. Victor observed the data on the platform while reminding Fang Heng, the internal energy within the shield is rapidly increasing, currently reaching 60% of the maximum capacity. Control it. If it exceeds 100%, there's a high probability we will be discovered. Fang Heng furrowed his brow and once again urged his psychic power. Ibakia. After several attempts, Ibakia finally responded to the mental connection. The two struggled to complete the psychic construction. After some communication, Ibakia stopped rapid growth, only maintaining its tower in a small area of the island. Phew. Victor looked at the data on the screen, slightly relieved. The energy level has now reached 90% of the maximum tolerable critical value for the shield. Maintain this state. Okay. Fang Heng nodded and once again communicated with Ibakia, trying to get it to activate the teleportation magic circle previously received in the world within. Previously, Fang Heng had tried to trigger the teleportation magic circle with Ibakia in the zombie apocalypse. Unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. The magic circle seemed to have been activated but had no effect. This time, he hoped it would work within the Thousand Forests realm. Fang Heng had already arranged the magic circle on the ground. Upon Fang Aqia's instructions, Abe Aqia tried again. There was a reaction. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat as he stared intently at the slowly rotating magic array. Swish! A faint sound was heard. The magic array had just started to operate a little, but the light gradually dimmed again. Was it another failure? All eyes turned to Fang Heng. He closed his eyes and communicated with Abe Aqia mentally. How is it, Boss Fang? Sandy couldn't help but ask when Fang Heng opened his eyes again. Fang Heng shook his head. Judging by the results, it was a mixed bag. According to Abe Aqia's feedback, our previous speculation was correct. Abe Aqia can trigger the magic array. Hey, just as I thought. Sandy triumphantly pumped his fist. However, Abe Aqia's power has not fully recovered yet. Abe Aqia told me that the natural energy in this world has been greatly limited, making it very difficult for it to absorb energy from this world. Its own ability to improve has been greatly restricted, and at least for now, there is no way to fully provide energy to the operation of the magic array. Fang Heng explained, then glanced sideways. He saw several vines extending from Abe Aqia moving slowly towards him. Fang Heng perceived the emotion transmitted by Abe Aqia and his heart stirred. What was that? Fang Heng calmed down, closed his eyes, and tried to establish a mental link to communicate with Abe Aqia again. Abe Aqia seemed to sense something useful for restoring its power with him. Do you want this? Soon, Fang Heng tried to take out the leaf of life from his backpack. It was obtained from the Tree Spirit Clan in exchange and could also be exchanged for a large amount of natural study experience. But Fang Heng had not been willing to use it and had kept it in his backpack. Was Abe Aqia interested in it? Seeing Fang Heng take out the leaf of life casually, Clavey also showed a surprised expression. Is that the leaf of life? You know it too? Yes, I saw it in the Elven tribe. It is a very precious item, recalled Clavey. Continuing, I have heard from the tribe that the leaf of life can provide power to the sacred tree, and I think the sacred tree may need it. Indeed, the sacred tree. Abe Aqia conveyed a desire for the leaf of life to Fang Heng. Fang Heng glanced at Abe Aqia and couldn't help feeling speechless. This little guy was so sensitive that it could sense even when hidden in his backpack. All right, Fang Heng said as he approached Abe Aqia with the leaf of life. Take it and try. The vine slowly extended and wrapped around the leaf of life. The leaf of life slowly turned into a green light within the vines, being completely absorbed by Abe Aqia. Note: Symbiote. The sacred tree. Abe Aqia absorbed the power of the leaf of life, partially restoring its abilities. Next, the vines came sticking towards Fang Heng again. More. It seemed one was not enough. It was not easy to get the leaf of life even with the Tree Spirit Clan, as it was originally intended to be used when operating his natural studies. Well, completing the main quest was more important right now. Fang Heng sighed in his heart and decisively retrieved all the leaves of life he had acquired from the Tree Spirit Clan. Abe Aqia seemed like an uninformed child again, as it showed a delight when the vines absorbed each leaf of life successively. As each leaf of life dissolved into a green light, Abe Aqia's trunk visibly grew thicker and stronger at a rapid pace. 3 minutes later, the last leaf of life was completely absorbed. The vines once again stuck to Fang Heng. More. Fang Heng spread his hands helplessly. There's no more. I've given you all. Abe Aqia's vines still stubbornly lingered around Fang Heng. Really no more. Fang Heng smiled wryly, wondering if he had raised a sacred tree or a bottomless pit. Wait, do you want this? Fang Heng remembered something and took out a rune from his backpack. Abe Aqia became excited once again, even its branches shook slightly. Rune stone. It was obtained by tricking it away from the Elder Sosha before. According to the item description, it's also contained a large amount of natural power. Fine. Have it all. At this point, Fang Heng took out the rune from his backpack and tossed it towards Abe Aqia. Swish! The vines quickly extended to catch the rune stone thrown in midair. Layer upon layer of vines quickly enveloped. The rune stone triggered, and a green light instantly illuminated the entire underground area. Note: Player Symbiote. Abe Aqia absorbed the rune stone, partially restoring its abilities. It took a full 5 minutes to absorb the entire rune stone. Abe Aqia once again fell into tranquility. Without waiting for Fang Heng to give another command, Abe Aqia took the initiative to extend its vines, once again surrounding the Tree Spirit Clan's teleportation magic array. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The magic array slowly began to operate. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, a dim light point slowly condensed at the center of the magic array. Fang Heng stared closely at the magic array. Did it work this time? Suddenly, The energy supply was interrupted, and the half-formed magic array stagnated once again. Another failure. Fang Heng looked at Abe Kai again. Due to absorbing a large number of leaves of life and a runestone this time, the mental connection between them was much simpler than before. Abe Kai quickly sent a mental perception. In simple terms, Abe Kai still lacked energy. About a third was needed to fully activate the magic array. Fang Heng shook his head helplessly and delivered the bad news, telling everyone about the setback. The group looked at each other, falling into contemplation. Why did it feel like they were trapped in a loop again? To enter the hidden world, they needed to use Abe Kai's power. But unfortunately, Abe Kai was still lacking in power. It was not difficult to boost Abe Kai's power in two ways. The first was to let Abe Kai absorb energy wildly to expand and enhance his strength. However, this approach had a high difficulty level. On one hand, Abe Kai was being suppressed, and self-growth consumed a long time. On the other hand, once it expanded rapidly, the fluctuations in its power would spread quickly, and the spiritual domain blockade network would surely detect anomalies. Federal and tribal forces would come to investigate, inevitably leading to a confrontation. The second method was to go back to the Tree Spirit Clan and ask for more leaves of life or similar items, trying to enhance Abe Kai. Wasn't it a joke? Fang Heng had only brought Abe Kai to this world because he was not willing to engage in the Tree Spirit Clan's questline. Let's not talk about the Tree Spirit Clan for now. The issue with the Kin Clan needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. From the previous encounters, it seems relatively easy for him to withstand the pursuit of the F-level attackers. If the difficulty level continues to increase, he is not confident he can hold on for much longer. Time is limited, we can't delay any further. Seeing that there is still over an hour left before the next wave of pursuit from the Kin Clan, Fang Heng no longer hesitates, fearing that the Kin Clan would find Abe Kira. It would only complicate matters further. The Kin Clan's pursuit has caught up. I'll go out and lead them on a chase around. You guys think of other ways. All right. Cleve nodded lightly. I'll think of other ways to control the growth of the divine tree and help him quickly increase his energy. Taking it step by step, with the current task from the Kin Clan, Fang Heng had to divert his attention first to deal with the pursuers from the Kin Clan. 2 days later. Hint. The player has persisted under pursuit from the Kin Clan for 56 hours. The player's rewards quality have improved. Hint. The player's current approximate coordinates have been locked. The player's current danger rating internal Kin Clan evaluation has been raised to sea level. City by the coast. In midair, Fang Heng maintained his bat form and swiftly flew through the air. In the surrounding space, densely packed white spatial teleportation light spots appeared one after another. Mechanical disc-like objects emerged from the teleportation space. Following that were a series of intense blue beam attacks. The pursuers from the Kin Clan stood on prism platforms flying at high speed, chasing after Fang Heng. Their numbers are increasing. Fang Heng sensed the Kin Clan pursuers behind him and felt a sinking feeling. From the initial Kin Clan scouts to now, the Kin Clan had dispatched their official combat unit, the Kin Clan warriors. Moreover, the number of Kin Clan members was gradually increasing. Kin Clan warriors could inflict long-range mental attribute damage that could directly bypass external defenses and affect the Sea of Consciousness, each attack dealing over 20,000 points of damage. Dealing with a small number of pursuers was manageable, but as the number of pursuers increased, and the attack frequency of the Kin Clan warriors rose, even with the regenerative abilities from his Vampire King bloodline and immortal body, it was getting challenging to hold on. Shoo. In a moment of contemplation, Fang Heng reverted to his human form. Bracing himself against the mental attacks from several Kin Clan warriors, he charged towards one Kin Clan warrior at close range. A faint golden light flashed in his hand. The sacred giant sword swung forward mightily. Doom. The giant sword, imbued with tremendous force, struck the red crystalline shield that appeared around the Kin Clan warrior, sending him flying backward. The sacred giant sword's holy ripples spread outward rapidly. The Kin Clan warriors surrounding Fang Heng, who were casting mental attacks, paused in unison, their spellcasting interrupted by the ripple's impact. Fang Heng accelerated in midair and once again chased after the Kin Clan warrior, who was thrown back. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed towards the Kin Clan warrior, swinging the sacred giant sword at him again. Dang, 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 bang. The crystalline shield of the Kin Clan warrior was more than twice as hard as the average Kin Clan members. Fang Heng relentlessly attacked with the sacred giant sword, pressing the Qin clan warrior backwards. Doom. After 5 or 6 consecutive strikes, the crystal shield finally reached its breaking point and shattered with a loud bang. Hiss. Amongst the shattered crystal shield fragments, a blood spike composed of condensed blood pierced through the crystalline gem at the Qin clan warrior's heart position. After being entangled with the Qin clan for 2 full days, and being pursued for just as long, Feng Heng had figured out a way to fight the Qin clan warriors. The Qin clan members were relatively physically weak and relied on external crystal shields for defense. If fatal damage wasn't inflicted immediately after breaking the outer shield, they would immediately use their teleportation abilities to escape. Their fatal point was the special gem on their chest. So, a fatal blow was crucial. As the blood spike penetrated the Qin clan warrior's body, he convulsed rapidly, followed by strange contortions, before disintegrating into ashes in midair. A gray crystal remained suspended in the air, slowly falling. Feng Heng reached out and caught it. Hint: the player has killed a Qin clan warrior. The player obtains a low-rank Mind Stone *1. Item: Mind Stone. Quality: low. Description: the player lacks relevant skills to access information about this item. Killing Qin clan members has a probability of dropping Mind Stones. Feng Heng had previously used the clairvoyance eye to roughly identify the Mind Stone as a special material related to the study of the mind. He didn't have a use for it at the moment, but he heard from the Black Castle that it was valuable and they were willing to pay a high price for it. Currently, with the passage opened by the Divine Tree Bakura temporarily inactive, trading was impossible, so he decided to keep the stone for later. Thinking so, Feng Heng quickly stowed the Mind Stone in his bag. Just as he finished checking his spoils, Feng Heng frowned, sensing a dense beam of energy approaching from the side, prompting him to swiftly dodge once again. In a brief moment, the surrounding space began to fill with white matter. The Federation's spatial barrier encirclement, Feng Heng muttered to himself, realizing the trouble he was in. They were setting up a spatial barrier again. In previous battles, the Federation had erected similar encirclements, which limited the effect of spatial forces, making it impossible for secondary spatial projections to penetrate. Feng Heng almost suffered a major setback because of one. Boom, boom, boom. A continuous wave of intense energy beams exploded. Feng Heng quickly changed direction and darted towards an abandoned factory building on the right. As Feng Heng entered the abandoned factory, several Qin clan members immediately followed and entered the building. The large flying machinery outside could not enter the factory area below, only staying on the outskirts on guard. Doom. Half a minute later, a deafening explosion shook the ground. The entire abandoned factory building exploded in situ. The explosive shockwave swept up a group of circular war machines nearby, while some flying machinery slightly farther away was blown backward by the blast. In a swirl of smoke, Feng Heng emerged from the thick smoke of the explosion in the abandoned factory area, panting heavily. It was getting tougher. Feng Heng glanced back at the rear, no longer hesitating, immediately transforming into a bat form and flying off into the distance. The sea-level difficulty of the Qin clan pursuers had him on the ropes. Even with the significant amount of explosives he had set up in the abandoned factory, it took him nearly an hour to rid himself of this group of pursuers. It was foreseeable that the next wave of pursuers would be even stronger. This couldn't go on. Feng Heng's thoughts were different from before. Jihading and the Federation were not quite getting along. He inherited the family business from a young age, joined the board after reaching adulthood, and then shifted the company's focus to high-tech research and development, gradually expanding the company. Following that, Wanling technology was secretly eroded by the Federation. Under pressure from the family, the Federation, and even within the company, Jihading decided to accept the Federation's funding and supervision, continuously supporting the Federation's high-level projects. It was widely known that Wanling was a puppet supported by the Federation. However, after reviewing a lot of information, Mo Jiawei felt that the relationship between Jihading and the Federation was not as good as it seemed. Perhaps Jihading could be a breakthrough. In any case, let's give it a try. As Feng Heng quickly left, crystalline prisms slowly rose from the abandoned factory after the explosion. Clan warriors looked at each other, emitting a faint blue spatial teleportation light around them. At the same time, at the Federation's central command, Feng Heng. Watching Feng Heng once again outmaneuver their joint pursuit with the clans, the top Federation officials fell silent. First, it was the Trin clan, and now there was suddenly Feng Heng. They had to rely on the clan's power once again. Ji-hating stood behind everyone, observing silently. Fang Heng was indeed strong, but how long could he hold out on his own? As the clan's tracking level increased, the time Fang Heng spent evading pursuers grew longer. Just as he was contemplating, an assistant approached and whispered to Ji-hating, "Chairman, your personal magnetic cart has shown a response fluctuation, and the location coordinates have been locked." Ji-hating's heart skipped a beat. His personal magnetic card was only given to 5 people. The only person who could contact him now was Fang Heng. Had he come to a decision? Prepare for the teleport immediately. I will go in person. Yes. In a corner of the city, Fang Heng held a cup of hot coffee, sitting alone on a chair outside a retro-styled coffee shop. Just now, he had activated the magnetic cart he received from Ji-hating using his perception. The clans were chasing him, shouting and attacking. Quite annoying. In fact, he wasn't out of options. He could simply hand over the Niam Malo to the Tring clan and follow them to the end. But Fang Heng felt uneasy and unstable. Click, click, hearing the sound, Fang Heng looked towards the street corner. Several spatial teleportation waves appeared at the corner. Ji-hating and 5 psychic guards emerged from the teleportation. Fang Heng. Long time no see. Like 2 old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time, Ji-hating waved and walked towards Fang Heng. The guards around Ji-hating swiftly secured the area around the coffee shop, dispersing onlookers. Have you made a decision? I'm quite looking forward to it. Well, I have thought about it, and I believe we can cooperate, but only between you and me. Privately. Good. Ji-hating's eyes sparkled at the response, moving a chair to sit opposite Fang Heng. Don't rush to agree. Listen to me first. Ji-hating gestured for permission as he began. There is one thing I need to clarify beforehand. I have no knowledge of this so-called Eulabolo's situation. You don't know? Ji-hating was visibly surprised. Long story short, some of my previous memories are missing, so I am not sure if I possess Eulabolos, and the creatures I control have a special ability, as my extensions, incorporating some of my powers as well. Ji-hating listened to Fang Heng and fell into thought. After a moment, he looked up and said, I see, it doesn't matter. Even without Eulabolos, the power you possess still piques my curiosity. We can cooperate in future research, and all the information I have obtained privately from the clans will be unconditionally shared with you as part of our cooperation. Fang Heng nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether Ji-hating was deceiving him, his attitude sounded more comfortable than the Tring clans. Continuing, Ji-hating said, apart from that, there's the matter of the Tring clan. I don't have much connection with the Tring clan. We briefly cooperated due to some coincidences, and the collaboration wasn't as pleasant between us. That's good to hear. I know you are different from those idiots in the Tree Speakers Alliance. With your abilities and my resources, whether it's Eulabolos, the Tring clan, or the clans. Ji-hating seemed to see a bright future after their collaboration, clenching his fist lightly and continuing, however, these are matters for later. Now, we have an urgent trouble to deal with. The clans? Yes. Even if you know nothing about Eulabolos, the clans will not stop hunting you. Fang Heng was curious. Okay. But why are the clans hunting me solely because of Eulabolos? That's enough. Maybe you don't understand the clans well yet. Ji-hating gestured for a coffee, then slowly continued. About 100 years ago, the clans entered our world. They claimed to be a race from a higher evolutionary stage, and they established a union organization named Star Alliance, inviting us to join the alliance. The sole purpose of Star Alliance is to resist natural disasters. Ji-hating looked at Fang Heng and continued. By natural disasters, they mean Eulabolos. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. What does this mean? Based on what he heard, did the clans establish an alliance uniting star systems just to deal with him? Was it necessary? The clans promised that after we joined the Star Alliance, we would receive many benefits, such as sharing advanced technological resources within the clans, their protection, and so on. The progress in human technological levels within a mere 100 years could not have been achieved without their assistance. Moreover, there is one extremely important point. The Tree Spirit clan has always been rebellious and arrogant, considering themselves a race destined by the heavens. They have never regarded humans highly, especially showing disdain towards the Human Federation. They have often casually destroyed cities and savagely expanded forest areas. During that time period, the human Federation had to endure their actions, openly accepting various unreasonable conditions proposed by the Tree Spirit Clan, while secretly accumulating strength and seeking ways to counterattack. The arrival of the King Clan brought hope to the human Federation. After cooperating with the King Clan, the Federation and the King Clan spent several years secretly establishing the Spirit Domain Blockade network, gradually sealing the power of the Tree Spirit Clan. Since then, the Spirit Domain Blockade network took effect, combined with the elite technology and biomechanical enhancements provided by the King Clan. The balance of power between humans and the Tree Spirit Clan gradually reversed. The Tree Spirit Clan gradually retreated into the primal forest regions, hiding from the world. Jihading paused here, taking a sip of coffee handed to him by his assistant. He continued, "The appearance of the King Clan was a great thing for us humans. But sometimes, things have both positive and negative aspects. Speaking of myself, I entered the company under my father's guidance at the age of 16, became a director at 24, and officially took over the company at 29. During this time, I focused on developing cutting-edge technologies and deeply realized that our human world's technological development had been stagnant for a long time. I felt that our technology had been subtly constrained by the Kin Clan. The arrival of the Kin Clan brought our technology to an unprecedented height, but also limited our path towards further exploration. All the paths we have taken have been paths the Kin Clan has already tread, successful or not. In their long lives, they have experienced far more than us. We cannot surpass them on this track. Continuing, we will forever live in their shadow." Jihading took a deep breath and continued, "This makes me feel very uneasy. I believe that to some extent, we are being manipulated by the King Clan. With just a thought, they could completely destroy us. So, I have always been seeking different powers, trying to take a different path from the Kin Clan in terms of spiritual power and mechanical power, such as the Tree Spirit Clan that once controlled our world," Jihading said, looking towards Fang Heng, and continued, "And like you, I have always been curious. What is the source of your power? Now it seems that it's not just your Apollos." Fang Heng shrugged. The source of his power. It was quite complex. "I understand. I think we should be able to have a good cooperation between us." "I also hope so," Jihading continued, going back to the point. "The King Clan tracked you using an advanced psychic network. Once locked onto you, they can obtain your standard location at regular intervals. However, I have noticed that you seem to possess a special ability that can influence the Kin Clan's tracking. Yes, it only hinders the tracking efficiency, but they can still locate me." Fang Heng asked, "Is there a way to escape this kind of tracking?" Regarding this, Jihading had already thought it over before meeting Fang Heng. "Yes, we can think of a way to infiltrate the main control end of the spirit domain, temporarily disrupt a part of the work system of the spirit domain network, temporarily cut off the connection between the Kin Clan and our world, severing the link the Kin Clan uses to enter our world through external channels. The Federation needs time to rebuild the network, which can buy us a small amount of time." Fang Heng furrowed his brow. "Just a short period of time. Even achieving this is not easy, Fang Heng, considering I still find it difficult to influence the Federation at the moment." Jihading shook his head helplessly. "Don't worry, during the network blackout period, we can completely help you shield the King Clan's tracking." Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. That sounded like a good plan, but there are risks in doing this. Once exposed to the King Clan or the Federation for a period of time, you will be marked by the King Clan, and the Federation will definitely double their precautions next time. It will be much harder to shield tracking in the future," Jihading said, setting down his coffee cup. "You know, the Wanling Company is controlled by the Federation, so I cannot directly act to temporarily disable the Spirit Domain blockade system. I can only provide various assistance to you in secret." "I understand. Your covert assistance will suffice," Fang Heng thought. Hint. Player's friendly relationship with Jihading increased. Hint. Player triggered mission. Decode the tracking signal. Mission name. Decode the tracking signal. Mission difficulty. SSS. Mission description. You have met Jihading and verbally agreed to cooperate. You learned from Jihading about a method to shield the King Clan's tracking. Mission requirement. With the help of Jihading, temporarily evade the King Clan's tracking. Fang Heng glanced at the difficulty of the triggered mission and felt a stir in his heart. SSS level difficulty. The highest level of mission difficulty. It seemed challenging to handle. Where is the main control end of the Spirit Domain blockade network located? What is the defense level there? It is in the lower level of the Central Research Lab of the Federation, with the highest defense and security level. Jihading replied with a hint of seriousness. The Spirit Domain Blockade Network was established under the guidance of the King Clan, and the entire Central Research Institute is personally controlled by the Federation. The core region has been said to be directly controlled by the King Clan. Honestly, even I can only linger in the outer regions of the Central Research Institute. I see. That's the situation. If we decide to act, I will need some time to prepare. The intensity of the King Clan's pursuit of you will increase over time. I suggest we move quickly, Jihading said, glancing at his watch. If everything goes as planned, I will need approximately 10 hours to get ready. Once prepared, I will immediately inform you. All right, I understand. Fang Heng stroked his chin. Jihading's method was only a temporary solution, not addressing the root cause. However, the entire duration won't be very long, at most 10 minutes. After we clear the traces you left behind, we will immediately restart the network. This amount of time should not be enough for the Tree Spirit Clan to quickly open the passage to Rishi World. Fang Heng couldn't help but lower his head and contemplate. Indeed, 10 minutes is too short to hastily open the Rishi World transmission channel, unless the Tree Spirit Clan had prepared early. Seeing Fang Heng lost in thought, Jihading couldn't help but say, Fang Heng, this is one of the risks we need to bear. Risk? Fang Heng touched his chin, squinted his eyes in contemplation, and a smile appeared on his lips involuntarily. The Tree Spirit Clan. After all that talk, he was risking his life in a life and death situation with his family, and the Tree Spirit Clan was just watching on the sidelines. And they even managed to buy themselves 10 minutes time. This won't do. He had to involve the Tree Spirit Clan in this as well. It's better to enjoy happiness together as a group. He could also take advantage of this situation. Jihading saw the malicious smile on Fang Heng's face and couldn't help but ask, Fang Heng, what are you thinking? Nothing. Just a small matter. Let's proceed according to the plan we just discussed and keep in touch. Okay. Jihading quickly consulted Fang Heng on the details and nodded towards a few subordinates not far away. In a moment, Jihading's group slowly appeared starry points of spatial teleportation and quickly disappeared in place. Fang Heng withdrew his gaze from the distance, closed his eyes, and sensed again. The blood tracking mark he left on Vans during their last meeting had long dissipated, but he had always remembered Vans's previous coordinates, where he stayed. Let's go. To take a look. Fang Heng settled the account, stood up, and walked towards the corner of the street, swiftly transforming into a bat form and flying towards a high point in the sky, above the original forest. Fang Heng flew rapidly, in bat form. In fact, according to the information obtained from Jihading, the Tree Spirit Clan had also established a headquarters in the external world. However, due to the Tree Spirit Clan's lack of trust towards humans, both the Tree Speakers Alliance and the Federation were unaware of the Tree Spirit Clan's headquarters location. But Fang Heng was able to track and sense it through his blood mark skill. In the meantime, Fang Heng had also put a lot of effort into eliminating a wave of pursuers from his family. Only then did he fly into an undeveloped area of the original forest. Judging from his perception, it should be nearby. Fang Heng circled high in the sky for a moment and slowly landed on a large tree. This was the location where Vans's perception had disappeared. So, the headquarters of the Tree Spirit Clan is. The surrounding forest area was quiet, and there was no visible sign of the Tree Spirit Clan's headquarters with the naked eye. Did I guess wrong? Fang Heng closed his eyes and gently released his perception. The sensation quickly spread outward from his body. Found it. Fang Heng opened his eyes suddenly and looked ahead. In a small area not far ahead, there was a faint absorbent reaction in his perception. It was difficult to notice without careful inspection, so there was some sort of barrier there. Fang Heng cautiously approached forward. Until he stood at the position of perception, Fang Heng slowly raised his hand and reached out. The moment his fingers touched, a faint ripple appeared in the space ahead. With a slight force, his fingers entered the ripple. It seemed that the barrier lacked attacking capabilities. Fang Heng pondered and stepped directly into the ripple. Transmission channel. On the other side of the barrier, Fang Heng turned back and looked at the ripple that spread open like a ripple before quickly returning to its original state. It was some kind of absorption barrier. An obstruction technique barrier that could absorb external perceptions. Suddenly, with a shout, several arrows shot from the distant dense forest towards him. Pu. 2 arrows instantly pierced Fang Heng's chest. Thunk! The huge impact of the arrows pushed Fang Heng back, driving him heavily against a giant tree behind. Crackle! Crackle! Immediately, vines entwined the pierced position. Hint: player is damaged 3091. Player is entangled by vines. Player is affected by parasitic spores. Tree Spirit Clan. Fang Heng murmured to himself, pulled out the arrows embedded in his body, tossed them aside, and the wounds pierced by the arrows rapidly healed to the naked eye. Fang Heng looked at several figures in the distant dense forest. I did not mean to offend. I am here to find Elder Senzo. Invoke a virtualize receiver numerals cross_check fortify unity facts mitigate actuality unity facts. Sensing the mention of Niyamala, the Tree Spirit Clan felt that it might be crucial, so they asked Fang Heng to stay in place and instructed their companions to report back to the clan. Soon, led by Vans, more than 10 Tree Spirit Clan members gathered together and emerged from the forest. Vans happened to be in charge of today's internal guard work in the clan. When he heard that a human had entered their territory looking for Elder Senzo, he found it strange and immediately brought people to investigate personally. Fang Heng, how did you find your way here? Seeing Fang Heng, Vans furrowed his brows. Just you alone. Fang Heng also recognized Vans. Elder Vans, it's quite a coincidence. I know your Tree Spirit Clan doesn't like being disturbed by outsiders, so as you can see, I came alone to visit. Vans scrutinized Fang Heng's face, and there was a hint of questioning in his tone. How did you find us? Fang Heng thought. Isn't it a coincidence? Of course. He found this place thanks to Vans. I am a natural believer, following the guidance of nature. It's not difficult for me to find you once I want to. Fang Heng replied. What did you say? Venice was immediately angered by Fang Heng's words. He stared directly at Fang Heng for a moment before speaking. Humans, for whatever reason, are not allowed to enter the territory of the Tree Spirit Clan without permission. This is seeking death. Fang Heng looked coldly at Venice. Is that so? Venice, can you really represent the entire Tree Spirit Clan? Venice clenched his fists. Considering directly confronting Fang Heng, he did feel a bit nervous. He had witnessed Fang Heng single-handedly challenge the entire Federal Mechanized Combat Forces. What Venice feared the most was if there were any drastic incidents here, the secret nesting place of the Tree Spirit Clan could be detected by the Spirit Domain Blockade Network, which would spell trouble for them. Venice silently cautioned himself not to act impulsively, took a deep breath, and continued. Elder Senzo is currently out. Take him down first. We will make a decision after the leader returns. If there is resistance, take action. Yes. A group of Tree Spirit Clan members immediately surrounded Fang Heng. Fang Heng quickly pondered the situation, showing no intention of resistance, simply looking at Venice. Venice, I suggest you better inform Elder Senzo as soon as possible. Your time is running short. Venice disdainfully snorted. HMPH. You don't need to worry about it. In the meantime, the Tree Spirit Clan members stood on either side of Fang Heng and swiftly extended intricate vine tendrils to tightly bind Fang Heng's wrists behind his back. Let's go. Under the close monitoring and escort of the Tree Spirit Clan members, Fang Heng was taken into the territory of the Tree Spirit Clan. The architectural style of the Tree Spirit Clan was completely different from that of humans, somewhat reminiscent of treehouse style. Led by the Tree Spirit Clan members, Fang Heng was guided around the perimeter of the daily living area of the Tree Spirit Clan until they reached an open area in the back. Looking up, he saw cages constructed from special vine tendrils hanging upside down under a giant tree in the sky. These vine cages seemed to be used to confine prisoners, and inside them were several inmates, all of whom were Tree Spirit Clan members. The prisoners looked at Fang Heng with puzzled eyes. How strange. A human. There were humans being held in the Tree Spirit Clan's prison. Elder Senzo has important matters to attend to outside the clan. You will wait here during this time, Venice said, motioning to the two Tree Spirit Clan members beside him. The vine-structured prison descended from the sky. The prison gates opened, and the two Tree Spirit Clan members pushed Fang Heng inside. As the gates closed, the vine prison was raised back up high in the sky. Through the vines, Fang Heng looked down at Venice below. You don't have much time left. There are still 5 hours. Humph. Venice let out a disdainful snort. You can rest assured. I will report to Elder Senzo as soon as he returns. You just wait patiently during this time. Fang Heng shook his head and said nothing more. He felt that his decision was extremely correct. Collaborating with the Tree Spirit clan was indeed asking for trouble. Watching Venice and his group leave, Fang Heng then leisurely inspected the interior structure of the Vine Prison. It was interesting. The Vine Prison had the ability to continuously release a special natural force, similar to parasitic spores. These spores slowly absorbed and consumed the mental energy of the trapped individuals. However, the absorption rate was a bit slow, unable to match Fang Heng's self-recovery rate of mental energy. Furthermore, the vines had tiny needles growing on them. These needles were extremely small, so small that they were barely visible to the naked eye, causing no pain when piercing the skin. Once inserted, the needles released a paralyzing toxin that induced fatigue and drowsiness. Not a bad prison, Fang Heng mused contentedly. The Tree Spirit clan's prison gave him quite a bit of inspiration. He thought about creating a new and improved version when returning to the zombie apocalypse prison. Currently, this kind of prison was sufficient for dealing with ordinary prisoners. Thinking this, Fang Heng checked the time once more. There were still 5 hours left. His clan would track him down on time. He had already anticipated the various situations he might face upon entering the Tree Spirit clan and was prepared. In his estimation, being incarcerated in the dungeon was actually a relatively good treatment. Waiting, Fang Heng glanced at the time again. There were still 5 hours left. His clan would track him down on time. He had already realized from his earlier interaction with the Tree Spirit clan that unless they faced some difficulties, they would not easily give in and cooperate obediently. Elder Senzo did indeed go out today to discuss matters with the Ru clan elder. The main topic was about the previous cooperation. The results showed that the cooperation led by the Leaf clan undoubtedly caused trouble for the other 3 major clans. This time, they were more focused on making amends. Venice also intended to let Fang Heng stew a bit longer, so after Elder Senzo returned, he did not rush to make contact. Soon, Venice set aside this matter. Until 5 hours later, the Tree Spirit clan members hurriedly arrived at the Elder Council to report. Elders, a large federal space jump wave has been detected near the base camp. The Federation's people are coming. What? Inside the Elder Council, several Tree Spirit clan elders immediately became restless upon hearing this, stood up in surprise, their expressions solemn. A jump wave. What's going on? Has the Federation found their stronghold? So sudden? An elder said, in a deep voice, let's not panic first, it might be a federal patrol. Quickly activate the concealment spell, check the status of the fictionalization barrier, and prepare for a counterattack. The entire clan is on high alert. Understood. The Tree Spirit clan members followed the orders and hurriedly went to make preparations. At the same time, outside the fictionalization barrier set up by the Leaf clan, the clan warriors arrived through the jump gate. They looked around at the forest scene and glanced at each other. Fang Heng, is he not here? This is the location found through the clan positioning device. It can't be wrong. Fang Heng must be nearby. A clan member quickly sensed something and pointed his finger towards the location of the simulation barrier set up by the Tree Spirit clan not far ahead. Swish! A blue ripple of light spread upward in circles from the clan member's finger. Soon, the spreading ripples collided with the barrier set up by the Tree Spirit clan, immediately generating interaction. As the barrier rippled like waves on the water's surface, faint blue ripples appeared on the barrier. It's a simulation barrier. As another clan member spoke, he extended his hands in front of him, forming a triangular gesture. Swish! A pale blue light shot out from the center of the triangle formed by his hands, instantly hitting the simulation barrier ahead. Thus, the barrier shook violently. Under the effect of the beam, a red gash tore open in the simulation barrier, revealing the Tree Spirit clan's habitat behind it. Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh! Before the clan could continue to explore further, a barrage of arrows surged from behind the simulation barrier. It's the Tree Spirit clan. The clan warriors furrowed their brows, immediately activating crystalline shields around their bodies. Bang! Bang bang! The arrows hit the red crystalline barrier, exploding one after another. The war machines stationed around them could finally pinpoint the enemy's positions and quickly gather, aiming remote beams at the location of the Tree Spirit clan in the distance to bombard. Swish! Swish swish! A dense array of beams immediately pounded the area of the Tree Spirit clan's habitat without discrimination. Doom! Boom boom! The beam weapons landed in the Tree Spirit clan's territory, causing a whole explosion. With their low defense capabilities, the Tree Spirit clan did not dare to confront them head-on, retreating and using cover to dodge, continuously firing arrows back. Damn. They've been discovered. In the rear behind the barrier, Juanis felt a sinking feeling. The Federation was approaching aggressively. And why did the clan suddenly join the battlefield? As the battle ensued and the Tree Spirit clan's habitat was discovered, the Federation also sensed trouble. As they suspected, Fang Heng had allied with the Tree Spirit clan. The situation was only going to get tougher. But the Federation was also taken by surprise. How did the Tree Spirit clan voluntarily expose their habitat? It was known that the Federation had spent considerable effort in the past without finding the headquarters of the Tree Spirit clan. How did they suddenly reveal themselves? Without further thought, the Federation immediately dispatched a large number of mechanized combat units through the jump gate to rush to the battlefield for support. More and more spatial jump points appeared around the Tree Spirit clan's habitat. The Tree Spirit clan had entered an emergency state. To protect their homeland, they mobilized all their forces, utilizing the terrain advantages to continuously launch magical arrows outward to ward off the external invasion. Quick, activate the emergency barrier. Thus, a massive blue interference barrier rose in the sky above the primeval forest. Affected by the interference, the Federation's spatial jump mechanized units were slowed down significantly in their support speed. The Tree Spirit clan had established layered protections around their habitat for over 100 years. It was not easy for the Federation to seize the Tree Spirit clan's habitat. At this moment, Fang Heng was still confined in prison. Hearing the explosions of beams and the appearance of the blue barrier overhead, a smile crept onto Fang Heng's lips involuntarily. Time was up. It seemed the pursuers from the clan and the Federation had arrived. The Tree Spirit clan was once again at odds with the Federation. But why hadn't Senzo come looking for him yet? Inside the Tree Spirit clan's habitat, Elder Senzo felt a tickle in his nose and couldn't resist sneezing. Earlier, he had visited the Root clan habitat to discuss future collaborations with the Elder of the Root group. Having just returned to the clan and catching his breath, he learned about the sudden appearance of the Federation's spatial jump points outside. How did the Federation find this place? The situation was extremely urgent, and Senzo didn't have time to dwell on it. He immediately led his clan members to investigate the situation outside. Upon arrival, Senzo saw that the outer area of the habitat was engulfed in flames, and his heart sank. It was trouble. The Tree Spirit clan was already engaged in a full-scale battle with the Federation. He was even surprised to find members of the clan among the Federation's mechanized units jumping. Juanis, what's going on? Juanis was leading the clansmen bravely resisting the invasion when Elder Senzo arrived. He immediately, awfully explained the situation. Elder, we've encountered a sudden attack from the Federation, Juanis summarized. In reality, Juanis didn't know the specific details what had happened. The Federation had suddenly appeared, found their habitat, and immediately launched an attack on it. Senzo, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel even more perplexed. The Federation's actions seemed more like they were well aware of their approximate location and had come prepared. Was their own habitat leaked? And leaked from where? Elder John, we have requested reinforcements from the Wood clan and the Root clan, and they are on their way. Senzo muttered in agreement. The relationships between the various clans within the Tree Spirit clan were not as good as outsiders might think, but they all belonged to the same race. In recent years, under the pressure from the Federation, the various tribes had chosen to set aside their grievances for the time being and gradually deepen their cooperation. Therefore, hidden teleportation points were established near each clan's territory. The clans had agreed that if any clan's habitat was discovered and attacked by the Federation, the remaining 3 clans would come to support. And before that, Senzo pondered for a moment, feeling that something was amiss, and asked further, was there anything specific that happened before the Federation appeared? Upon Senzo's probing, Juanis suddenly recalled something, and his face changed abruptly. What happened? It's Fang Heng. He must have led the Federation's people here. Juanis suddenly felt like he had hit upon the key point, and gritted his teeth in anger. I knew it. The humans always have ill intentions when they come over. Senzo's heart sank upon hearing this and said, in a deep voice, what did you say? Fang Heng? He's here. Yes, he came to our territory a few hours ago, saying he was looking for you, Elder. Since you were not around, I temporarily detained him in the cell. Senzo took a deep breath, his eyes showing seriousness. Fang Heng had just arrived, and the Federation was already on their trail. Could it be Fang Heng who brought the Federation over? But how did Fang Heng find their location? DRIZZLE have never disclosed their dwelling place to the outside world. Even the Tree Speakers Alliance doesn't know where they are. Fang Heng. Entering the confinement area, Senzo lifted his head and looked towards Fang Heng being held in the vine prison above, nodding to indicate to the side that the Tree Spirit Clan people should release Fang Heng. Fang Heng walked out of the vine prison, stretched his muscles, looked at Elder Senzo, nodded and said, "Elder Senzo, it's been a while since we last met. Are you doing well these days?" Senzo's face remained dark. "Did you bring the Federation's people here?" "Don't speak nonsense." Fang Heng thought to himself that your guess is quite accurate, but he naturally couldn't admit it outwardly. He waved his hand and continued, "Clearly, it was your leaked information. I got the news that the Federation was coming in advance and wanted to inform you, but who knew I would receive this treatment? It's not my fault." Senzo frowned. Deep down, he didn't believe that Fang Heng could be so kind-hearted. So where did the Federation get the information from? "I'm not sure about that. Maybe it was leaked by someone from the Tree Speakers Alliance." "That's impossible. The Tree Speakers Alliance people don't even know our exact location." "Then I'm even less certain. Anyway, I received the news from the Federation, so I came to check it out first." "Don't worry, Elder Senzo. It's just a probing attack by the Federation this time. With the abilities of the Tree Spirit Clan, we can easily repel them. It's nothing much." Fang Heng really wanted to laugh in his heart, but he restrained himself and casually spread his hands. "All right, Elder Senzo, I didn't come to talk about these unpleasant things this time. I have an important cooperation to discuss with you." "Cooperation?" Senzo looked wary, staring at Fang Heng, feeling even more uneasy. "What cooperation? What? Didn't Vanis mention it to you just now?" "Of course, the Nyamalo." Fang Heng looked at Senzo. "Elder Senzo, what do you think? Are you interested in this?" Senzo stared at Fang Heng, becoming more suspicious. Since the last failed operation, information about the Nyamalo has been like a stone dropped into the ocean, as if the Nyamalo had never appeared. The Tree Spirit Clan, couldn't find the Nyamalo, so how could Fang Heng find it? "You have information about the Nyamalo." "Of course, I don't." There was a hint of anger in Senzo's eyes. "Fang Heng, I don't have time to waste on you. I know you're in a hurry now, but don't worry." Fang Heng glanced outside, then pointed to the sky. "Let me get to the point. I can't get the Nyamalo, but I found another way that can temporarily help you shield the effect of the spiritual domain blockade, allowing you to temporarily open the passage to the inner world." "What is it?" "We can start by infiltrating the central hub device of the spiritual domain blockade network. I have already found the location of the central hub device in the spiritual domain. It's in the Federation's Central Secret Research Institute. And I already have the virus program. Once we successfully inject the virus into the central hub device, we can easily temporarily halt the operation of the external spiritual domain network for a period of time. During that time, you can directly open the passage to the inner world." Listening to Fang Heng's words, Senzo's face grew solemn as he lowered his head in thought. Indeed, he had heard about the central hub device on the Federation side. The central hub of the spiritual domain network was located in the Federation's Central Secret Research Base, established under the guidance of the AUs. It was said that the central hub device could control the entire spiritual domain network terminal. Theoretically, what Fang Heng said was possible. But Senzo couldn't be sure how true or false the temporary halting of the spiritual domain network operation was. At least, the AUs, had spent a long time, and they hadn't even figured out where the Federation's Central Secret Research Institute was. Senzo raised his head and said, "It sounds good. So why did you come to me?" "Of course, to ask for compensation." Fang Heng chuckled and continued, "You know, that's the Federation's Central Research Institute. Sneaking into such a dangerous place and helping you with these dirty deeds will take quite a bit of effort. As an exchange, shouldn't you also give something in return?" "What do you want?" "Nothing much. I just need some leaves of life. And the runes you gave me last time." "Greedy humans." Senzo looked at Fang Heng, extremely displeased. However, his suspicion of Fang Heng diminished slightly because of this. Using leaves of life as an exchange condition. Indeed, if what Fang Heng said was true, giving him leaves of life wouldn't be unreasonable. As for the runestone, forget it. 500 leaves of life, how about that? 500? Senzo was angered by Fang Heng's outrageous demand, and his anger surged. This kid, did he really think leaves of life for the tree spirit clan were as common as fallen leaves everywhere? Ha ha. Don't be angry. Seeing Senzo puffing up, Fang Heng laughed and said, I was just kidding. How about 100? Is 100 alright? 80? 70? Fang Heng observed Senzo's expression, testing his limits all the way. 60. Can't go any lower. Senzo took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. What's the point of bargaining with a human kid? For the great cause of the tree spirit clan, if they could really open a passage to the inner world, he accepted it. At that time, he would naturally find a way to make Fang Heng spit out everything he had eaten. I can agree to your conditions. When we enter the inner world, you can get 60 leaves of life. Fang Heng frowned at the words. Game prompt triggered. Prompt. Player triggered mission. Trade with the tree spirit clan. Mission name. Trade with the tree spirit clan. Mission difficulty. SSS. Mission description. Player reaches an agreement with Elder Senzo to go to the Federation Central Research Institute to help the Tree Spirit Clan temporarily break through part of the spiritual domain network blockade, assisting the Tree Spirit Clan in opening a passage to the inner world. After the Tree Spirit Clan enters the inner world, the player can seek Elder Senzo to obtain 60 leaves of life. Prompt. Player's friendship level with the Tree Spirit Clan decreases. Player's friendship level with Senzo decreases. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt, sneering inwardly. Even if things go smoothly and successfully, after Senzo the Tree Spirit Clan hides in the inner world, where will he go to find people to complete tasks? The most crucial point is time. Fang Heng has a plan. While temporarily breaking the spiritual domain blockade, on this side, Cleve will also summon the tree god Abe Chia to fully operate the magic array synchronously, taking the opportunity to open the transmission channel to enter the inner world. So Fang Heng had already made up his mind when he came. This time, it is necessary to strive to obtain task rewards in advance, or, at the very least, to receive rewards while completing tasks, so Cleve can synchronize the use of the Leaf of Life to provide Abe Chia, enabling him to complete the operation of the magic array and open the channel to the inner world, killing two birds with one stone. At the same time, escape pursuit by the clans and enter the inner world. Now, lacking the Leaf of Life is a bit regrettable. Fang Heng shook his head and continued to argue. No, I need the Leaf of Life urgently. I can't wait that long. I must get the Leaf of Life first, and I can only guarantee the temporary interruption of the spiritual domain blockade. Hey! Senzo chuckled, interrupting. Fang Heng, our Tree Spirit Clan has already made concessions. Don't be too excessive. It's impossible to advance the Leaf of Life. How do we know for sure that you can break the spiritual domain blockade? Fang Heng furrowed his brow. He was prepared for the worst. He would use the Nyan Mallow directly to exchange for the Leaf of Life. Senzo would most likely agree. But then he hesitated. The Nyan Mallow is extremely rare, and Black Castle also needs it to deal with the clans. Both of them were unwilling to compromise and unwilling to give up. Therefore, they fell into silence. Just then, a low voice rang out from above. Senzo, let me handle this. I have been monitoring him all along. When I confirm he is capable of temporarily disrupting the spiritual domain network blockade, I will hand over the Leaf of Life to him. Hearing this sudden voice, Fang Heng couldn't help but be moved and looked up towards the sky. Not far above, near a corner of a prison cell, an old tree spirit slowly spoke. Senzo looked at the man, his brow furrowing once again. Laven, a prisoner confined in the Vine prison. Once, Laven was also one of the senior elders of the Leaf clan. During a mission, Laven's reckless behavior caused great losses to the entire Tree Spirit clan. Laven blamed himself for it. At that time, apart from the Leaf clan, the other three major tribes were unwilling to let it go. They sought justice from the Leaf clan and, to silence the other tribes, Laven had been confined to the cell since then, never once stepping out. With the situation now urgent, Laven was indeed the most suitable person to handle this task. Senzo hesitated briefly, then made a decision, turning to Fang Heng. You heard it. Elder Laven will accompany you all the way into the central research facility of the Federation. You will temporarily stop the spiritual domain network's operation, and only when we confirm that you are capable of interrupting the network, will we hand over the Leaf of Life to you. This is our final concession. Do you agree? Hint. Player mission has changed. Elder Laven of the Tree Spirit Clan will accompany you to the central research facility of the Federation. Once the mission is completed, you can immediately receive the task reward from Laven. Hint: during the mission execution, if Laven dies or the distance between the player and Laven exceeds 1,000 meters, the mission is automatically considered a failure. Fang Heng looked at Laven. The destination is far from here. I will use a special method to get there quickly. Are you sure you can keep up? No problem. I have my ways to accompany you, Laven said as he stepped out of the cell, exchanging a quick glance with Senzo. Before we set off, there are a few things I need to discuss with the elder, Laven said, walking to the side with the elder, talking in hushed tones. Fang Heng watched the two sneaky figures and felt they were probably plotting something again. Soon, Laven returned. All set. I will accompany you to the Central Research Institute of the Federation, Laven said, quickly forming a mark in front of him with his hands. A light blue light flashed, and an identical tree shadow appeared beside Laven. A clone skill? Fang Heng was curious and took a few more glances. There was a considerable difference between the clone and the original, especially in appearance, with only a basic outline of the face. He wondered about its combat capabilities. All right, Fang Heng nodded. Also, just hand over the leaf of life to my companion outside. Understood. Laven agreed, as his original self slowly transformed into a small vine-like substance. Click. Divine substance suddenly leapt forward and stuck under Fang Heng's armpit area. Fang Heng heard Laven's voice in his ear. Human, I think this should work. Fang Heng looked down to see the vine substance beating like a heart rhythm under his armpit. The voice was coming from the vine substance. Special mimicry ability. It seems fine. Fang Heng shrugged. Well, now he had an extra baggage. The mission difficulty had increased. With Laven by his side, he probably couldn't use secondary spatial projection abilities. But at least the Tree Spirit Clan had agreed to cooperate, meeting his minimum expectations for the mission. Senzorge, hurry up and get to work. Fang Heng rubbed his shoulder and said, Don't rush. Since we're here, I'll help you take down this group of pursuers from the Federation and the clans outside together. Since they were here, might as well help resist the attack on the Tree Spirit Clan headquarters. As allies, shouldn't he assist a bit? Maybe earn some contribution points in exchange for more Leaf of Life. At the frontline battlefield, after the Tree Spirit Clan activated the high-interference magnetic field device, the speed at which spatial jump points appeared from the outside world significantly decreased. Soon, the Rue Clan and the Wood Clan also swiftly joined in support through the transmission channel near the base of the Leaf Clan, joining the front line to fight the Federation together. By the time Fang Heng and Elder Senzo returned to the frontline battlefield, the Tree Spirit Clan had gained control of the situation. Over 10 clan creature species from the clans were left behind the large Federation combat mech, continuously releasing high-frequency psychic energy beams to resist the tree people coming from all sides. It seemed they were at the end of the road. Who would have thought the Tree Spirit Clan would be so formidable? Fang Heng keenly noticed that as he entered the secondary spatial projection, the vines clinging to his body fell to the ground. Just as he had guessed, Laven couldn't follow him into the secondary spatial projection. Not far away, the clan was focused on dealing with the enemy when they suddenly saw a faint spatial fluctuation and were about to act. Swish! In the next moment, Fang Heng stepped out of the secondary spatial projection and raised the divine launcer in his hands, slashing forward. Dang! A dense network of cracks immediately appeared on the crystalline barrier in front of the clan, and the person was sent flying backward by the massive sword. Ignoring the clan members coming to their aid, Fang Heng focused on the wave of attacks and continued to pursue forward. It was the old routine of dealing with the clan, chasing one for the kill. Seeing a human suddenly join the battlefield and fight so fiercely, the clan members in the rear were somewhat surprised. Vanis was also a bit puzzled and looked towards Senzo, who was walking towards him. Elder? Senzo looked at Fang Heng on the battlefield and said solemnly, Go help him. Understood. Vanis raised his hand in agreement. In the rear, a line of tree spirits raised their longbows and aimed at the distant clan units, shooting in unison. For a moment, a dense barrage of arrows rained down on the clan. With the assistance of the tree spirits, the pressure on Fang Heng decreased suddenly. The following actions became much easier. He continued chasing and killing one after another. Dang! The divine giant sword shattered the outer defense of a clan member. Blood arrow. The blood-colored longsword behind his back exploded, forming a blood spike that fiercely pierced the gemstone mark in front of the clan member. Hint: player kills clan member. Player obtains a low-grade mind gem, *1. Player gains 500 contribution points for the Tree Spirits faction. 1 Mind Gem obtained. In hand, Fang Heng stored the gem and focused on the next clan member. On with it. The slaughter continued for nearly half an hour before finally ending. Over a dozen clan members were completely wiped out. The spatial mechanical teleportation points of the Federal Union continued to appear intermittently, but at this point, the various support teams of the Tree Spirits were already in place, and as the teleportation points formed, they were instantly bombarded with a dense barrage of arrows. A game prompt refreshed on Fang Heng's retina. Hint: player resists clan pursuit. The next pursuit is estimated to arrive in 9 hours. The player's current danger rating clan internal rating has been raised to B grade. He had just crossed a level. His rating had now been raised to B. With each major level advancement, the strength of pursuers would increase significantly. Fang Heng was silently cautious. The Tree Spirits gathered in the rear were preparing to relocate. They would immediately start migrating their habitat while the barrier was still open for a period. Senzo did not intend to inform Fang Heng of the true location of the Tree Spirits' new habitat. To them, no humans were to be trusted. Senzo and the elder of the Tree Spirits walked together and came up to Fang Heng. Fang Heng, it's no longer safe here. Our Leaf clan will be moving to a secret base next. You should act quickly, and we will try to provide you with assistance as well. Fang Heng listened to Senzo's words and couldn't help but find it amusing. Them providing help? He should be grateful if they didn't increase the mission difficulty. Also, they weren't planning to tell him the location of their new habitat for relocation. Burn bridges, huh? Certainly, the Tree Spirits didn't plan on fulfilling their rewards as promised earlier. How would they collect their rewards when they had relocated to a secret temporary base? Fang Heng looked at Senzo and said, "You promised me that once the passage to the other world was opened, you would take me with you into the other world." Senzo replied, "Once we find a suitable location, we will contact you." "All right." Fang Heng shrugged. "My friends are already preparing, and we plan to act in 5 hours. I hope you are ready to enter the other world. Don't miss the opportunity. I will make arrangements as soon as possible," Senzo replied gravely, glancing behind Fang Heng and reminding, "Levin will accompany you. Be careful with the spatial power you used earlier as it could affect Levin." As he spoke, Levin appeared behind Fang Heng at some point. Levin had nothing to say but nodded lightly, and his form slowly transformed into a shimmering green light, forming a cluster of vines attached to Fang Heng. "Understood," Fang Heng said, checking the time, waving his hand, and transforming into a bat form, flying towards the sky. Senzo and the group of Tree Spirits looked up, watching Fang Heng gradually disappear from view. Vanis couldn't help but say softly, "Elder, even the clan has joined the battle. This is quite unusual. I think this matter is definitely related to Fang Heng. Suspending the Spirit Realm network temporarily, I feel that it's not quite normal." Just now, Vanis had learned about the agreement between Elder Senzo and Fang Heng. He felt uneasy about the series of recent events, all seemingly connected to Fang Heng. Well, Senzo's eyes flickered with suspicion. Then what is the purpose of him helping us open the passage to the other world? The elders looked at each other, all shaking their heads. They couldn't make sense of it. Really couldn't make sense of it. Senzo closed his eyes and said softly, "Levin, can you hear what I'm saying?" A small group of plants attached to Senzo's shoulder made a slight movement. "I can hear. I am following Fang Heng. His special flying ability is very fast, and we are leaving the original forest area." "All right, continue observation. Contact me if there are any anomalies." Senzo nodded and closed off the mental connection with Levin. "Grand Elder." Vanis was still uneasy and said, "Grand Elder, humans are not to be trusted. We must be cautious. No need to worry. I have already discussed with Levin. Choose a few people and when Levin enters the Federal Secret Research Laboratory, he will use his special abilities to teleport you there. At that time, you will know what to do." Vanis's face suddenly lit up with joy at these words. High in the sky, Fang Heng transformed into the form of a bat and flew towards the Federal Secret Base. The vines at the root of the bat's wings were still firmly attached to Fang Heng. "Hey, Levine, what's up? Have you contacted my friends? My clone has found them. Do you need to contact them now? Now. Anytime?" "Yes." Fang Heng was somewhat surprised. Originally, he had planned to confirm with Mojawei offline before the transaction, and then add a game prompt for double insurance. He didn't expect Levine also had remote communication abilities. That was convenient as it saved him a lot of trouble. Not necessary now, Fang Heng nodded silently and continued. So if we encounter trouble during the operation, you will help me, right? My abilities lean more towards support, and my strength is not strong. You'd better not have high hopes from me. TCH, boring. Fang Heng pursed his lips and glanced downwards. By now, the two had entered the Federal Central Research Institute located in the center of the desert. The Central Spirit Domain Network Control Center was established there. From the outside, the institute looked like a fortress. There were vast uninhabited areas surrounding it. Various supplies were delivered daily by armored vehicles. The security level was the highest within the Federation. It was apparent that there were a large number of energy beam turrets hidden around the fortress. After circling in the air for 2 rounds, Fang Heng returned and entered a federal military town on the outskirts of the uninhabited area, descending from above. After waiting at the street corner for a moment, a federal squad quickly approached. "Hello, Dr. Fang," a young man with a handsome appearance, dressed in a federal soldier's officer uniform, recognized Fang Heng and nodded to him, saluting. "I am Captain Leo from the Central Federal Guard Unit 6 Command Squad. I have received orders from superiors to escort you into the Central Research Institute. The security and confidentiality levels inside the institute are the highest. For the next 5 years, you will not have any permission to leave. If you agree, please sign the treaty and be careful." With that, Leo handed Fang Heng a document and a miniature earpiece. Fang Heng put on the earpiece. Ji Hating's voice came through the earpiece. "Fang Heng, I am Ji Hating. The security level inside the Central Research Institute is very high. The internal monitoring system will conduct facial recognition systematically. We have hacked into the network and created a new identity for you. Federal hired researcher, Dr. Fang. The Spirit Domain Network has an automatic intrusion detection function, and this fabricated identity will be discovered after some time. I can guarantee that this identity will not have any issues at least for 3 hours. After that, it will depend on luck, so we need to act quickly. Furthermore, there is a pinhole camera in the earpiece. We will monitor your situation at all times. Also, Captain Leo is my man, and they will escort you into the institute." Fang Heng glanced at Captain Leo and lightly said, "All right." Ji Hating's voice continued through the earpiece. "Fang Heng, I am currently inside the institute. I will guide you through the upcoming destructive operation. Time is of the essence. Sign the document. Let's begin." Fang Heng casually signed his name on the treaty and returned it. Captain Leo checked the document, nodded, and said, "Dr. Fang, if you are ready, we will depart now. Let's go." Leo gestured, and the squad led Fang Heng onto an off-road vehicle, slowly driving towards the fortress in the center of the desert. Halfway there, Ji Hating briefed Fang Heng on the institute's security situation and precautions through the earpiece. It was a continuous chatter. The off-road vehicle traveled through the rugged wilderness for a full hour before stopping. After a thorough inspection outside the institute, the gates finally opened. "We have arrived." The vehicle parked in the institute's parking area. Leo got out of the car, helped Fang Heng out, and said, "Dr. Fang, I will first take you into the institute area to show you your future working environment. Then, I will escort you back to the rest area. What do you think?" Fang Heng's voice was hoarse as he replied, "Okay, I'll follow your plan, please." Leo extended his hand to help Fang Heng get out of the car and discreetly placed a black magnetic device in Fang Heng's hand, the virus decryption software. Fang Heng calmly accepted the device and put it in his backpack. Hint: player has obtained destructive virus software special. Mission item. Not bad, Fang Heng thought as they made their way. Ji Hating's capabilities were stronger than those of the tree spirit race. If he had to execute the sabotage operation alone, it would have been much more difficult. "Let's go." Leo waved and, along with a dozen soldiers, escorted Fang Heng towards the institute area. Along the way, the internal monitoring network continuously captured video information. Since Fang Heng's data was modified through proper channels, the system did not react. It wasn't until they reached the research area inside that anyone took notice. Leo stopped in front of a large glass door and said, "Dr. Fang, this is your future research area where you can connect to the upper-level spirit domain network. We don't have access inside. We will wait here, and after you've looked around, we'll take you to the rest area." "All right," Fang Heng nodded and stepped into the research lab area beyond the glass door. Jihading's voice came through the earpiece. Fang Heng, you're now entering the external research area. This is where the Federation connects to the Spirit Domain Network. The Central Seal Control Hub is further back. Your identity is a Spirit Domain Network specialist hired by the Federation. I've never been here before, so I don't know the situation. Try asking to inspect the Spirit Domain Network and have them guide you to the Central Seal Control Hub area. Once you have contact with the hub, place the magnetic block on it, and then lead everything to me. Fang Heng listened to Jihading's instructions and headed towards the back control hall. There were several researchers working in the hall. Upon seeing Fang Heng, they stopped and stared at him. Supervisor Heli frowned as he focused his gaze on Fang Heng. My confidentiality level is the highest. You have no right to access it. For more details, you can consult your superior. Fang Heng repeated according to the words in his earpiece. After thinking for a moment, he continued, the Spirit Realm Network needs to be operated in cooperation. I will be responsible for some preliminary testing. By the way, where is the control center of the Spirit Realm blockade? I need to go take a look. You want to check the central control? Heli frowned upon hearing this, then shook her head, saying, sorry, I have not received any reports. Checking the central control requires the highest level authorization from the Federation. I have not received any reports yet, so it is impossible for me to take you to see. Inside a control room at the Research Institute, Jihading watched the remote transmission of the images with a furrowed brow. Needing the highest level federal authorization report to check the Spirit Realm Blockade Control Center. This was troublesome. He had never been inside the control room of the Spirit Realm Network, and he had obtained information about it through various means. As for the highest level federal authorization report, he was certain he could not get it. If given more time, he could try to fake one. But the situation was urgent now, suddenly needing such a report. Where could he find it? Jihading furrowed his brow and contacted Fang Heng through the intercom. Fang Heng, try to bluff your way through. Just say you didn't know and that the report is already on the way, but may have been delayed due to some malfunction. Ask her to wait and go in to take a look first. Jihading was quickly thinking about how to solve this problem when he suddenly heard a response from Fang Heng on the other end. Oh, the federal approval report, right? I know. Here are my application report, approval report, and a series of other reports as well. Take a look to see if anything is missing. Fang Heng, as if prepared beforehand, handed over a report he had in his hand and discreetly crushed a piece of the hellish Phalam's compound I clutched in his hand. Head Research Supervisor Heli's eyes glazed over momentarily as she took the report from Fang Heng. Examining the report, her doubts were not dispelled, but rather increased. Dr. Fang, he looked like a layman, yet he had managed to pass the highest level federal review. The hidden access approval form was also there. Heli examined the details and signatures on the approval form. It could be confirmed that the form was not forged. After waiting for 2 minutes, Fang Heng asked impatiently, any more questions? No. I have none. Heli put away the documents and handed them back to Fang Heng. Can we begin then? So soon? Yes. The sooner, the better. All right. Follow me. Hearing Fang Heng and Heli's conversation in the remote monitoring room, Jihading couldn't help but be taken aback. What did this mean? Simply bluffing his way through. How did he do it? Jihading then realized something and a smile played on his lips. Right. Fang Heng was quite resourceful. In the past, he had managed to infiltrate Wanling Technologies multiple times using some unknown method. He had been helpless against him. Now it seemed it was the Federation's turn to experience this powerlessness. Soon, Fang Heng and Heli both passed the verification and walked through a rear metal corridor until they entered a research hall at the end of the corridor. As soon as they entered the hall, Fang Heng felt a stir in his heart. They were genies. In the hall, more than a dozen genies surrounded a certain spot on the right side of the hall. In the center of their gathering, a faint blue crystal pillar emitted weak waves of light. The energy passed through the gathered genies and infused into the faceted crystal on the ceiling. This is... Fang Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. As you can see, this is the central control area of the Spirit Realm Blockade Network built by the Federation. Helen noticed Feng Heng's gaze fixed on the 12 genies and explained, "All our final communications with the external spirit realm network are conducted through mental signals from the genies to ensure the security and reliability of the information. These genies are in a state of mind transmission and have almost no awareness of external life forms." "Okay." Feng Heng nodded lightly and then shifted his gaze to the right. Two genies stood on either side of a large control machine in the hull, looking like guards. Hela then pointed to the large mechanical device on the right side of the hull. "Here, this is the central device for sending and receiving data. Everything we do is controlled through this central device. The central device has always operated stably, undergoing checks every 6 months, and has never had any accidents." Feng Heng heard Ji Haiding's voice through his earpiece. "Feng Heng, that's it. This is the central device that controls the spirit realm network. Once you manage to attach the magnet I gave you to it, leave the rest to me. I will temporarily interrupt the connection to the spirit realm network, causing a delay in its operation, giving you the chance to delete all of your data from the database." Ji Haiding's voice sounded urgent. He continued, "Feng Heng, the problem now is those genies. The network is likely to alert them if it stalls. You may be in danger at that time, so be prepared in advance." At first, Ji Haiding had no idea there were so many genies in the main control hall. Listening to Ji Haiding's words, Feng Heng pondered for a moment. Facing 14 genies alone? Could he win? Maybe. He could give it a try. Worst case scenario, if he couldn't escape, he would just have to fight the genies. The issue was, if things got too noisy. Just as he was contemplating, he heard Lai Wen's voice again. "Feng Heng, I heard your conversation. Get ready to make your move, and I will provide you with appropriate assistance." "Really?" Feng Heng glanced at the vine attached to his armpit and walked towards the Spirit Realm Blockade Network Central Instrument, softly saying, "Director Ji, I am ready to make my move. If anything unexpected happens, please fend off the people outside from me." A very faint sound was heard. The magnetic attraction flew away and adhered beneath the central control machine. Immediately, the voice of Ji Haiding came through the earphones. "Feng Heng, connection successful. We are infiltrating the network. We need some more time. The clan may notice abnormalities at any time. You do as you please. Try to delay as long as possible. Be careful." Feng Heng remained calm, turned to look at Heli, and asked, "How long has the central machine been operating?" "How long?" Hela pondered for a moment. "From the initial establishment, it has been over 100 years, with 29 subsequent turnovers. Are we due for replacement this year?" "I haven't received any news." "Yes, there are plans for that. We are currently conducting preliminary assessments." Feng Heng glanced at the central control instrument and then looked at the clan members gathering the light beams beside him. He sensed a special energy fluctuation from the clan. It was strange. It felt similar to the aura he had sensed from the tree spirits. "Are they just transmitting signals?" "What do you mean?" Hela felt puzzled and asked back, "What else could they be transmitting, if not signals?" "You're right." Feng Heng shrugged, looked around, and continued, "Supporting such a large spiritual domain network requires a huge energy supply, but I don't seem to see the energy supply device here. I was curious about that when I first arrived. Later, I heard it was a special ability of the clan. They can utilize a unique energy transmission to receive energy directly from outside. Unless the entire central control network can counter high-frequency attacks that require large-scale spatial leaps in a short period. Most of the time, the spiritual domain blockade can autonomously supply energy. The energy supply area of the spiritual domain is right below us." Helen nodded, pointing towards the left side of the hall, explaining, "There is the central energy field established by the clan, watched over by the clan members below. There's an area below." Feng Heng, upon hearing this, couldn't help but look towards the left. There was a circular mechanical device on the floor that could be opened, leading downwards. It was currently closed. Just as they were speaking, the central control mechanism in the spiritual field blockade behind them made a sound. Soon after, the pale blue light beam rising on the right side of the hall also showed anomalies, and the emitted energy fluctuations became extremely unstable, flickering on and off. Is something wrong?" Hela sensed that something was amiss and walked over to inspect the central control device, her eyes showing some confusion. Just then, Ji Haiding's voice came through Feng Heng's earpiece. "Feng Heng, the virus has been successfully implanted. We are temporarily disrupting the network area. The clan has noticed abnormalities. It could be dangerous to stay there. Find a way to leave immediately. As soon as Ji-Hating's voice faded, more than 10 clan members who were controlling the communication light beams behind them realized something was amiss and turned to look in Fang Heng and Heli's direction. Heli looked nervous. She tried to control the central control machinery to restore the situation. What's going on? It happened so suddenly. Heli was clueless about what was happening. Suddenly, the entire central control machinery went into emergency response mode. Most operations were locked and ineffective. Suddenly, Heli felt as if she was being watched, chilled to the bone, as if a special power was immobilizing her in place. She turned and looked at the 2 clan members walking towards her, a sense of fear rising in her heart. What? I don't know. The clan members' retina reflected information about Fang Heng and Heli, quickly followed by various analyses and comparisons. Detecting unknown risks, confirming information anomalies. Boss G, help me shut down the entire hall. Hearing a sharp command in her ear, Heli felt her heart being yanked up in the air. Suddenly, like a gust of wind, Fang Heng rushed past her, heading straight for the 2 clan members in front. With a swift move, Fang Heng summoned a divine sword and struck heavily at the clan member on the right. The clan member's crystal shield surrounding him instantly cracked under the impact of the blow. The clan member was sent flying back. Almost simultaneously, the remaining clan members in the hall locked their attacking targets on Fang Heng. With a smirk, Fang Heng faced the approaching clan members and raised his hand forward. The Book of Vows. In an instant, a dense golden glow of sacred remnants burst from the Book of Vows and assaulted the approaching clan members. The sacred remnants hit the crystal shields of the clan members, continuously pushing them back. Meanwhile, watching Fang Heng taking action ahead of them through the pinhole camera, Ji-Hating was taken aback. This was unexpected, and not according to the plan at all. Not good. Luckily, his subordinates were prepared and gestured to Ji-Hating that everything was under control. Ji-Hating immediately contacted Fang Heng through the earpiece. Fang Heng, I have temporarily locked down the lower area for you. The people outside are unaware of your situation. Do not let the clan members leave the room. We are trying to disconnect the link between the area and the main spiritual network, but it will take some time. Fang Heng nodded lightly as he listened to the information in his ear. So, next step. Just eliminate all the clan members. 14 clan members in total. Crack, crack, crack. Fang Heng turned to the right. The vines that had been entwined under his armpits fell as he took action earlier, transforming Dak into the figure of Levin. Levin gathered a natural spell imprint in front of him. When Levin met Fang Heng's gaze, he said in a deep voice, Fang Heng, I need a little more time. Got it. Leave it to me. Fang Heng no longer paid attention to Levin and focused on the clan members in front of him. Besides the guards in the hall, the other clan members were not combat personnel. After being suppressed by Fang Heng's Book of Vows, the clan members regained their footing and assumed defensive positions, preparing to launch attacks. Fine, bring it on. Fang Heng was prepared to face them head-on. Hint. The player is affected by psychic thorns. Hint. The player is affected by psychic manipulation. Player makes a check to resist this effect. Hint. The player is affected by psychic impact. Player makes a check to resist this impact. Suddenly, Fang Heng's head displayed damage numbers reaching 20 to 30,000. Due to his high psychic attribute, most psychic control skills were resisted by him. But occasionally, some effects would still work. Once pushed into an abnormal control state, it would be very troublesome. Fang Heng could only pray for better luck. The expression of the clan member he targeted suddenly changed as he watched Fang Heng approaching him rapidly, a fear like never before rising in his heart. Suddenly, the next moment, Fang Heng was close in front of him. The sacred giant sword once again fiercely slashed down. Doom. The crystalline barrier in front of the clan member shattered suddenly. The clan member was fiercely pushed back by the remaining impact, crashing heavily against the wall behind. Fang Heng was about to pursue, but suddenly his body was violently struck by something, uncontrollably crashing into the right-hand wall. Dang. Hint. The player is affected by psychic impact. Player enters a mental imprisonment state for 5.02 seconds, already reduced by psychic attribute. Heli huddled in a corner of the room, holding her head in disbelief, watching the scene unfold before her. Intruders. Who are they? Are they all crazy? Caw. Just as she was amazed, Heli suddenly heard a strange sound and couldn't help turning her head towards where the sound was coming from. What's that now? She saw a circular vine rising from the corner of the room, reaching a height of a person. In the center of the vine, a shimmering green ripple appeared. A teleportation channel? Despite being constantly under attack in the confinement state, Fang Heng also sensed the psychic fluctuations coming from Lavini, his eyes revealing some surprise. He hadn't heard them mention they had this move up their sleeve before. Humph. It seemed the Tree Spirit clan had kept some things from him. Led by Juanes, over a dozen members of the Tree Spirit clan quickly emerged from the green channel. Seeing the scene in the Research Institute hall, Juanes and the others immediately focused on Fang Heng, who was fighting the clan members. Help him! Juanes and his group gathered to launch long-range arrow attacks. Fang Heng shouted, "Be careful! Don't damage the central device." With that, Fang Heng broke free from the mental imprisonment state and continued to chase the clan member he was pursuing moments ago. Good. With the assistance of the Tree Spirit clan, Fang Heng's pressure was greatly reduced, and he no longer needed to divert his attention to monitor his teammates' safety. He could just charge forward. The giant sword was once again raised high and aimed at the clan member forced into a corner. Dang. The fragile crystal barrier just regenerated on the clan member's body was shattered again by the divine giant sword. With the communication network temporarily cut off, the clan member couldn't even use teleportation to escape. TSK. The next moment, the bloodthirsty lawn sword hidden in Fang Heng's backpack turned into a spike, piercing through the gem in the clan member's heart. Hint. Player kills clan warrior. Player gains mind gem *1. Got it. Fang Heng stored the mind gem away and locked onto the next clan member. After more than 10 minutes, relying on Fang Heng's personal skills and the elite assistance of Juanes and his Tree Spirit clan, the clan members in the hall were all cleared out. The Tree Spirit clan members had also expended most of their power, with many of them wounded, cautiously gathered in front of Lavini, observing the surroundings. Fang Heng put the last ejected mind gem into his backpack and whispered into the small walkie-talkie, "Boss G, it's done. Now we don't need to rush. Take it easy." Listening to Fang Heng, Ji Hating took a deep breath as well, feeling secretly alarmed. "We are trying to temporarily shut down the spiritual domain network communication. Please wait a moment. The virus information has been uploaded, and I will try to fight for more time to interrupt the spiritual domain network, erase all information related to you, and contact you immediately after completion," Fang Heng said, turning his head to Lavini and the other Tree Spirit clan members beside him. "Elder Lavini, I have fulfilled the promise to you. Now, I can give you the corresponding reward. As you know, since I can help you temporarily shut down the spiritual domain network, I can naturally turn it back on at any time." Lavini stepped forward, nodding towards Fang Heng. The teleportation channel he summoned had a short duration. It was closed in just 2 minutes and could only transport over 20 Tree Spirit clan members, including Juanes. "You surprised me, human. We will naturally keep our promise to you. I have already handed the leaf of life to your friend," Lavini said as he pointed forward. Ripples appeared in the space ahead. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. Natural mirror image. In the center of the ripple, a remote reflection gradually appeared. Fang Heng could see Gu Qingju, Mo Jiawei, and even another form of Lavini's duplicate in the mirror. Mo Jiawei obviously also saw Fang Heng on the other end and nodded at him, saying, "Got it. Check the goads, no problem." Cleverly also nodded at Fang Heng. "Big brother Fang Heng, we will go back immediately to help Babe Chia with energy absorption." Hint. Player has received the task in advance. Trade rewards with the Tree Spirit clan. Player must fulfill the promise within an hour. If the task fails, the Tree Spirit clan will recover the reward. With the game's confirmation, Fang Heng felt confident. Done. After confirming the trade, Lavini waved his hand gently. The spatial ripples gradually dissipated. All clan members in the hall had been cleared out, and they only needed to wait for Ji Hating to shut down the spiritual domain network temporarily and erase all traces related to him from the network. With a little time left, Fang Heng began to survey the surroundings, preparing to see if there were any items worth taking along. After all, since he was there, why not take advantage of anything that could be taken? As a whole, the central control console was difficult to move. The blue crystal columns previously controlled by the clan members seemed to be made of good materials. Breaking them might allow him to take them. The wood forcefully shattering them trigger an alarm. He couldn't make it too difficult for his teammate Ji Hating. Fang Heng's gaze shifted to Hele, who was already overwhelmed. How dare he directly kill the clan members? The clan members were not easy to deal with, and she didn't dare to think about how it would retaliate against her. Hele's expression changed instantly upon hearing the words. The information is encrypted with the special spiritual language of the clan. Even if you copy it all, you won't be able to decrypt it. Is that so? Fang Heng was about to speak when Levin, who was standing beside him, walked over surrounded by the tree spirits and looked at Hele with a serious tone. Human, what is beneath that? Huh. Fang Heng, feeling puzzled, couldn't help but turn to look at the area that Levin gestured towards. On the right side of the hall, there was a circular mechanical device on the floor that could be opened, leading downwards. An entrance to the lower area. He remembered Hele explaining earlier that the lower area was where the clan was responsible for guarding and no one was allowed to enter. Levin gazed at Hele and ordered, "Open it." Hele looked at Levin, dared not refuse, and walked to the side of the room, gently pressed a green button on the wall. Click. The metal passage on the ground retracted, revealing a circular passage leading downwards. Looking down the passage, it was a deep blue expanse. A winding circular passageway sloping downward, very deep. At a glance, nothing could be seen clearly. The passage was almost 90 degrees vertical. It didn't seem to be designed for humans to pass through. Levin asked softly, "Fang Heng, do you feel it? The fluctuation of natural energy." What? Fang Heng, with a hint of skepticism, turned to look at Levin. Natural energy? Levin stood in front of the circular passage, gazing down at the deep blue area below, his eyes showing a pensive look. He nodded and said, "I sense a very powerful energy field below that is absorbing natural energy belonging to our world." Fang Heng furrowed his brow. Natural energy? He did have a slight sense of it. But what did he mean by the subsequent absorption of an energy field? What does that mean? Since the interruption of the passage between the inner and outer worlds, our clan has been establishing gathering places in the outer world, continuously trying various methods to repair the teleportation passages. However, at some point, we gradually realized that the world's energy is constantly dissipating, being continuously absorbed by a special force. At first, we didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a natural fluctuation. But as natural energy gradually decreased, our power also diminished, until finally, we discovered that the source of the weakening of natural energy came from the ceiling network in the upper realms. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. Indeed, the ceiling network in the realm also had the ability to absorb energy. Levin, what are you trying to say? I feel that the source of this energy absorption should come from below. The upper domain ceiling network should only be an external network acting to diffuse it. Levin turned his head to look at Fang Heng and said slowly and deliberately, "We need to completely destroy it." Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Destroy it. At that moment, Fang Heng suddenly realized that the tree spirits were well prepared. They didn't teleport Juanes and his group here just to help themselves. They had planned this from the beginning. In addition to temporarily interrupting the opening of the realm's teleportation passage to the inner world, the tree spirits also wanted to completely destroy the realm network. Levin continued, "I can sense that the source that has been absorbing natural energy all along is below. Once we can destroy it, the source of power that has been suppressing our tree spirit clan will completely dissipate, and the entire realm ceiling network will cease to exist." Since the tree spirit clan sensed the gradual decline of power and suppression, they had been looking for the source of this suppression. According to external rumors, the suppression came from the realm ceiling network enveloping the upper layers of the planet. These were all obtained from external rumors and various data analyses. The tree spirit clan did not have concrete evidence, but today, Levin clearly sensed it. Something that had been gradually absorbing natural energy was hidden below. Before coming, he had planned with the elder, Senzo. The tree spirit clan was not satisfied with just temporarily cutting off the realm network. If possible, they wanted to completely destroy the entire realm ceiling network laid down by the Federation and the clan, freeing the entire tree spirit clan. Hint: player triggers special mission. Levin's clue. Mission name: Levin's clue. Mission difficulty: SS. Mission description: during the infiltration of the Federal Secret Research Center, Levin discovered the abnormal source of natural energy absorption below the central research room. Levin will conduct a thorough investigation and hopes you can join. Mission requirements: players to investigate the truth with Levin. Mission reward: Main story task completion rate. Fang Heng. Don't go. Through the communicator, Ji Hating heard Fang Heng's conversation with the Tree Spirit Clan and immediately reminded him on the communication channel. The lower area is the central energy hub of the entire realm network, extremely dangerous, guarded by the clan themselves, strictly prohibiting outsiders from invading. Fang Heng, do not go in. Fang Heng's heart stirred. The more dangerous a place, the less people should enter, the more he felt an impulse to go and see. MOREOVER the mission reward was related to the completion rate of the main task. Fang Heng fell silent for a moment, turned to look at Levin, and said, "If I say I want to stop you ... I advise you not to." Levin glanced at him, a hint of warning in his eyes, nodded at Juanis beside him. Humph. Juanis, giving Fang Heng a cold look, sneered and then gestured for the Tree Spirit team behind to prepare for action. Crackle. Crackle ... Vines oozed out from Juanis, entwining the edges of the downward passage. Using the vines as support, Juanis slowly crawled downward towards the passage. The Tree Spirit Clan members followed suit. Soon, Juanis and his group disappeared into the winding depths of the passage. From below, only the sound of the vines rubbing against the walls could be heard. The blue passage seemed like an invisible abyss, completely devouring Juanis and his group. "You two stay." Levin glanced a few times at the passage, beckoned to Tree Spirit Clan members to stay outside to guard, and then enter the passage together. Ji Hating's voice quickly came through the miniature earphone. "Fang Heng, it is extremely dangerous below the passage. The Tree Spirit Clan entering below is highly likely to conflict directly with the family clan. My advice is to evacuate immediately." Manager Ji, how do you view the words of the Tree Spirit Clan that just spoke? What? Fang Heng was not at all anxious and asked calmly, "If the energy source of the Lingyu Seal network is destroyed by the Tree Spirit Clan, does it mean that the entire Lingyu Seal network will fail?" Ji Hating paused noticeably on the other side upon hearing the question, and his breathing became somewhat heavier. "Below is the main power source of the network. If it is destroyed, the entire Lingyu network will be completely paralyzed." "I understand," Fang Heng said, and leapt directly down from above the passage. In any case, he needed to go down and assess the situation. Swoosh! Swoosh! A brilliant blue light surged around him. Fang Heng realized he was rapidly descending. In midair, Fang Heng immediately transformed into his bloodbath form to stabilize his descent speed and slowly flew towards the bottom. After descending more than 100 meters, sounds of battle could be heard from the depths below. Looking down, the bottom finally came into view, a broad hall area. Fang Heng dropped from a circular large pit in ceiling, quickly surveying the surroundings. Levin and a group of Tree Spirit Clan members were engaged in battle with dozens of family guards. With his absence, the Tree Spirit Clan was slightly at a disadvantage. Fang Heng landed and quickly returned to his human form. Levin stood not far away, controlling nature-based spells to assist his clan in battle, his eyes filled with great seriousness. "Fang Heng." Levin spoke softly upon seeing Fang Heng's arrival. "As I suspected, it was him." Following Levin's gaze, Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. What was that? Not far ahead, in the center of the hall, a twisted ball of blue energy materialized and enclosed within a glass vessel, constantly emitting blue electric sparks. The exterior of the blue energy sphere was wrapped in scales of metallic alloy. Electric sparks occasionally overflowed from the gaps between the metal scales. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Never had he seen such a spherical life form before, completely composed of blue energy. Numerous thick electrical wires were connected to the metallic and glass barrier, leading to a large nearby machine. Fang Heng glanced sideways. Quietly, he asked, "Mr. Ji, can you see what's happening here?" "Yes, I have roughly seen the surroundings through the pinhole camera. If my guess is correct, it is highly likely to be an electronic light spirit controlled by the family." On another side within the research institute, Ji Hating watched the transmitted image data through the pinhole camera, his eyes showing signs of shock. The family had always been very cautious in guarding the energy area below, prohibiting anyone from entering. Ji Hating had only discovered some clues from previous reports, such as the high-frequency energy reactions below. No one had dared to check them in person like Fang Heng did. Ji Hating took a deep breath, his tone heavy. "Fang Heng, I remember something now. Some years ago, I managed to obtain some federal information. It was said that in the early days of the family's arrival on our planet, they were also very interested in the power of the Tree Spirit Clan. The family had some interactions with the Tree Spirit clan at the beginning, but there was no substantial progress. Unable to stay for long in our world, they chose to cooperate with us humans, inviting us to join the Star Alliance. Jihading paused here. During that period, the Tree Spirit clan was the dominant force in the world, and humans could only engage in some shady activities behind the scenes. Lavin stood by, listening, unable to speak his mind about certain things. Humph. Lavin had been listening to Jihading's words all along and let out a quiet snort, then took over, continuing, "Back then, we also had contact with the family. They indeed had some abilities and proposed cooperation to us, mentioning some matters related to the Star Alliance. At that time, we were still looking for ways to reopen the gate to the inner world, so we had no time to listen. Those uncivilized outsiders annoy us, so we took action directly and quickly expelled them from our territory." Lavin looked at Fang Heng and asked Jihading, "So following that, did the family come to you again with a cooperation proposal?" "Yes." Later, the family approached the Human Federation. At this point, Jihading straightforwardly continued the narrative. During that period, the activities of the Tree Spirit clan were much more frequent than now. After a few attacks on cities, the Human Federation grew extremely wary of the Tree Spirit clan. The arrival of the family undoubtedly became a lifeline for the Human Federation. Following discussions, the Federation immediately reached an agreement with the family to join the Star Alliance. As part of the agreement, the Star Alliance would provide humans with advanced technology and establish the Lingyu network to block the power of the Tree Spirit clan. Fang Heng smirked. "Okay." After cross-referencing the testimonies of both speakers, he had pieced together the entire sequence of events. The family, constrained in some way, could not linger too long in this world. Instead of choosing the path of violence or destruction, upon discovering this world, they opted for a path of cooperation and development. Thus, they had contact with the intelligent beings on the planet. Given the nature of the Tree Spirit clan, cooperating with them was probably challenging. Fang Heng felt that after contacting various intelligent species on the planet, the family found it easier to deal with humans. Hence, they agreed to cooperate with the Human Federation. To deal with the Tree Spirit clan, the family and humans secretly established the Lingyu Seal network. The proud Tree Spirit clan disregarded the power controlled by the family and probably did not take the Seal network seriously at the time. They never imagined that after the establishment of the Lingyu network, it would have such a significant impact on them. After human beings joined the Stellar Alliance, the Eri temporarily left, and control of the world was transferred to the Human Federation. Subsequently, the Jihading family's whaling technology company was acquired by the Federation for Advanced Technological Research and Development. In the pursuit of unknown powers and caution towards the Eri, Jihading has been seeking ways to break through the Eri's technological blockade. To gain new powers, the whaling technology company began further investigations into the tree spirits. Until now, they have entered this world. Fang Heng rubbed his temples. Regardless of the so-called Stellar Alliance and Ulabolos, the latter part of the storyline in Wansan Realm was almost figured out. Eri. Luen knew that the source of their power was from the Eri, and his face was filled with anger. Elder Luen, don't be hasty. Fang Heng inquired. Mr. G, please continue. What is the electronic spirit? Jihading said. Based on my inference, the electronic spirit is the core of the spiritual realm blockade network. Originally, the electronic spirits were a kind of alien life born in the realm of energy, but after being modified by the Eri, they were controlled by the Eri. Well, I've only heard of this thing. Don't know much about it. It is said that after absorbing a large amount of energy, the electronic spirits can swap energy sources, and it's a very dangerous thing. An accidental explosion of a large energy range could occur. Fang Heng, I don't recommend you stay here any longer. Fang Heng listened in silence for a moment, then looked up at Luen beside him, and continued. Luen, did you hear that? Yes, I heard. Luen suppressed his inner anger and said solemnly, I can feel that it is the source of obstruction for our tree spirit clan's power. So my intuition is correct. Destroy it, and we can completely break the blockade imposed by the area on the Tree Spirit clan. Jihading's voice came through the earpiece again. Fang Heng, from our existing data, once the electronic spirit is destroyed, it is likely that the entire external spiritual realm blockade will cease to exist. Fang Heng quickly calculated in his mind. The entire spiritual realm blockade network. Wait, Mr. G, If I recall correctly, isn't the Federation in contact with the Eri through the spiritual realm network? Yes, indeed. If it is completely destroyed, the entire spiritual realm network will cease to exist, and all communications between humans and the Eri will be cut off. Fang Heng interjected, including the Eri's teleportation channels. Ji Hating paused, seeming to realize what Fang Heng wanted to say. The Eri relied on the spiritual realm blockade network for teleportation to complete the pursuit of Fang Heng. Previously, their actions were just hacking into the network temporarily to clear Fang Heng's tracking information. This was just a superficial solution. Once Fang Heng's energy fluctuations were exposed again, the Eri could quickly relock onto him. Even if Fang Heng did nothing, just taking a bit more time, the Eri could slowly locate him through investigation. But now, this was indeed a great opportunity, directly taking down the entire spiritual realm blockade network. The Eri initially took several years to build the spiritual realm network. Rebuilding such a large teleportation device and energy center would take at least a few months, even a few years. For Fang Heng, he only needed a month. Yes, in theory, that's true. But Fang Heng, Ji Hating wanted to persuade Fang Heng to give up this plan. The risk was too great. The electronic spirit was an extremely dangerous entity, and one wrong move could cause an explosion, possibly wiping out the entire research institute. Moreover, directly breaking the spiritual realm network would indeed avoid being pursued by the Eri for a long time, but at the same time, the entire Federation's spiritual realm blockade network would be paralyzed. Once the spiritual realm blockade network failed, the suppression of the Tree Spirit Clan would be lifted. The Tree Spirit Clan would likely go out of control, and the Federation would lose the ability for large-scale mechanical transitions and the channel for communication to obtain information from the Eri. Fang Heng, I advise you to reconsider. I understand. Fang Heng understood Ji Hating's concerns. He also realized this point. He was indeed a bit hesitant. The Tree Spirit Clan has always been an unstable bomb. After the spiritual realm blockade was lifted, who knows what level of power the Tree Spirit Clan could reach. Just as he was hesitating, a game prompt quickly appeared on his retina. Hint. Trigger optional task. Destroy the electronic spirit. Task name. Destroy the electronic spirit. Task description. After analyzing with Ji Hating and Luen, you have determined that the electronic spirit is the core of the entire spiritual realm blockade network. Destroying the electronic spirit will completely destroy the spiritual realm blockade network laid down by the Eri. Once the spiritual realm blockade network is destroyed, the current world's human contact with the Eri will be severed. The Eri will spend more time returning to the world, and the Eri's suppression of the Tree Spirit Clan will also be lifted. Task rewards. Tree Spirit Clan's friendliness, significant increase in mainline progress, premature conclusion of the player's current side mission from the Eri's investigation, and additional completion. Reward settlement. Looking at the floating game prompt, Fang Heng's gaze focused on the task reward section. A significant increase in mainline task progress. Perfect. He had put in so much effort just to quickly complete the mainline task. Then he should go for the big play. Figure out a way to break the spiritual realm network and lift the seal directly. Choosing other task lines would probably lead to troubles with the Eri. Maybe in the end, the Tree Spirit Clan could still break the spiritual realm network and regain its strength. It might be best to choose the quickest and most direct way without too much thinking. However, Fang Heng turned to look at Luen. He also shouldn't benefit the Tree Spirit Clan for nothing. He needed to get more advantages for them. I'm curious, Luen, you said the spiritual realm blockade severely suppresses the Tree Spirit Clan. So, in order to destroy the spiritual realm blockade network, what are your Tree Spirit Clan willing to offer? Luen looked at Fang Heng, frowning. Fang Heng's taking advantage of the situation made him very unhappy. Just a human, being able to contribute to the Tree Spirit Clan should have been their honor. And now he's making demands. Luen took a deep breath, suppressing the anger rising in his heart once again. Fang Heng, you should know, we don't necessarily need you. Greedy humans. How dare they threaten him? This is not the time to be angry. Temporarily stabilize Fang Heng first. As long as we can successfully break through the spiritual seal network, the entire Tree Spirit Clan will be able to restore the power of their heyday. Let alone Fang Heng, they don't even care about the kindred. If it weren't for the kindred secretly uniting with the Human Federation last time, and using a trick, Lei Wen put away the killing intent in his eyes, looked at Fang Heng, and coldly asked, what do you want? Not much. Just 10 leaves of life. I'll help you solve this group of kindred first. How about it? Lei Wen held several leaves of life in his palm and threw them towards Fang Heng. Go for it. Fang Heng raised his hand, caught the leaves of life thrown by Lei Wen, and immediately stuffed them into his backpack. Hint. Player obtains 10 leaves of life. Sure thing. Fang Heng smiled in response, a sacred giant sword appearing in his hand, quickly rushing towards the nearest kindred. When the kindred saw Fang Heng coming, they immediately changed targets, sending several mental spikes towards Fang Heng. What? The kindred were extremely surprised. The mental spikes had no effect on Fang Heng at all. In the next moment, Fang Heng had already approached them. Dang! The sacred lawn sword slashed out, leaving a dark golden light in the air, knocking the kindred back heavily. Fang Heng had long been accustomed to the stinging sensation in his sea of consciousness when attacked by mental spikes. Endure it. Keep going. Fang Heng lifted the sacred giant sword, chasing after the knocked-back kindred. The Tree Spirit Clan saw Fang Heng joining the battle, feeling relieved and actively cooperating with him. Even when Nice Eye, who didn't like Fang Heng at all, had to admit his strength. Dang! Fang Heng's third strike with the sacred giant sword shattered the crystal shield on the kindred's body. Tough. Blood-red spikes instantly condensed and pierced through the kindred's heart. Fang Heng quickly stuffed the heart gem the kindred exploded out into his backpack, then chased after the next target. In less than 10 minutes, over 10 kindred in the hall were eliminated with Fang Heng's assistance. The members of the Tree Spirit Clan regrouped around Lei Wen, looking at the electronic light spirit locked behind the aloe glass in front of them. When Nissy's breathing became somewhat rapid, this was their best chance to break through the spiritual seal network. Once it was destroyed, the seal imposed on the Tree Spirit Clan would be completely lifted, allowing them to return to their peak. Let's begin. Lei Wen nodded lightly. When Nice Eye held his hands in front of him in a band arrow stance, a sparkling green light condensed in his hands, forming an arrow-shaped bow. Swish! The arrow shot forward. Click! The arrow precisely hit the outer glass shield. Crack, crack, crack ... Cracks spread all over the glass shield instantly. Dang! The glass shattered. Everyone stared at the suspended light sphere in the air. Swish! When Nissy's second arrow swiftly followed. Click! Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. The arrow aimed at the gap in the outer metal scales of the electronic light spirit, but it paused in midair, less than half a meter away from the light spirit. An invisible spatial force field appeared on the outer layer of the light spirit. The arrow pierced into the field and encountered tremendous resistance, hovering in midair, unable to advance further. Dang! With a light sound, the arrow was flung away. There's still outer defense. Lei Wen gazed at the electronic light spirit. Try again. Swish! 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 Immediately, the Tree Spirit Clan behind them fired a volley of arrows at the electronic light spirit. The dense arrows covered the light spirit. Click! Click! Click ... All the arrows were blocked by the outer force field and hung in midair. Thud! 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 In the next moment, all the arrows were flung away. They couldn't affect the core electronic light spirit at all. Damn it! When Nice Eye gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to form a pale green arrow of nature in front of him, the members of the Tree Spirit Clan infused their power into the arrow created by When Nice Eye. Swish! The arrow stabbed forward. Click! The arrow forcefully pierced the barrier, coming within a few centimeters of the light spirit, but exhausted all its energy and was flung away again. What to do? Seeing When Nissy's strongest blow fail, the Tree Spirit Clan couldn't help but look back at the elder Lei Wen. Lei Wen also furrowed his brows. The electronic light spirit hadn't even entered the combat state, just using its outer defense to block them. Fang Heng observed from the side. Watching the repeated failed attempts of the Tree Spirit Clan, he also felt uncertain. The Tree Spirit Clan was not weak. Their attacks were completely neutralized. Or perhaps, the defense field was specifically tailored against the Tree Spirit Clan. Try using melee attacks. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Heng lifted the sacred long sword and slowly approached the force field barrier. Fang Heng took a half step forward, a sacred giant sword appearing in his palm. Swish! Sacred light suddenly flashed brightly. Click! The long sword struck the invisible defense net. Fang Heng felt as if his sword had hit a huge invisible sponge, with his strength rapidly dissipating. The attack was completely ineffective. Fang Heng furrowed his brow slightly, looking at the game prompt. There was no indication of durability reduction from this attack. It meant that the attack did not break through the defense. Or, his method of attack was incorrect. Seeing Fang Heng unable to break the defense, disappointment spread across the faces of the members of the Tree Spirit clan. Fang Heng sheathed his sacred giant sword, once again observing the invisible force field before him. He didn't have many direct attack techniques at hand right now. Swinging the sacred giant sword to strike was already the most physical damage he could do. Apart from that, there was the blood control ability derived from his vampire bloodline. During this time, as the pure blood was gradually consumed, the once giant sword had shrunk to become a long sword. The blood spike attacks formed by blood could only be seen as sustained attacks and lacked concentrated bursts. So, in the current situation, where can they go to find high-intensity electromagnetic interference? Even if they were given a few more hours, it would be difficult to break through the blockade with the corresponding power. I see now. Lai Wen was stunned. Listening to Fang Heng's words, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Fang Heng. Do you have a way? We can try. Fang Heng glanced at Lai Wen. Elder Lai Wen, helping you break through the outer defense will consume a lot of resources. In exchange, what can the Tree Spirit clan provide for me? How about 100 leaves of life? Lai Wen was initially somewhat pleased to hear that Fang Heng had a way to break the barrier, but then hearing such a large request, his face quickly darkened. Another benefit? And 100 leaves of life. Did they really think the Tree Spirit clan's leaves of life were limitless? We no longer had extra leaves of life. Fang Heng, the Tree Spirit clan owes you a favor. After this matter is resolved, as long as it does not violate our ... Sorry, but I need it now. I prefer things that can be realized immediately. Fang Heng interrupted. Hint. Players' goodwill with the Tree Spirit clan decreases. Significant decrease in goodwill with Lai Wen. Fang Heng looked at the game prompt with a calm expression. Considering the usual style of the Tree Spirit clan, Fang Heng decided to establish the benefits first. As for goodwill, it didn't matter. After all, the goodwill had already dropped to a certain level. Lai Wen stared at Fang Heng for a moment and said, Qualifications, we can grant you the qualification to travel to the inner world. Oh, Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. Do I need qualifications? Only the Tree Spirit clan is allowed to enter the inner world. Without our permission, anyone entering the inner world will be hostile to the Tree Spirit clan. We can open the entrance to the inner world for you. I'll tell you the truth, once the restriction in the spiritual domain is lifted, we are very confident in entering the inner world. Fang Heng gazed at Lai Wen, pondering briefly. It was a trick. With the power of Abakira, he would also be able to open a teleportation channel to enter the inner world. I see you've just painted a big cake for me. This alone is far from enough. Lai Wen fixed his gaze on Fang Heng for a moment, then took out a scroll from his pocket and threw it towards Fang Heng. What's this again? A map of the inner world, indicating the location of our Tree Spirit clan's Shrine of Prayer. Once you enter the inner world, you can find the Shrine of Prayer through the map, and there is a Tree Spirit clan seal inside, which will allow you to receive the clan's inheritance power in the Shrine of Prayer. I see. Fang Heng received the map thrown from midair. Item: Tree Spirit clan inner world map. Inactive description: a copy of a hand-drawn map, a few years old, showing the location of the Shrine of Prayer and some special buildings of the Tree Spirit clan. Players can track locations through the map for guidance, effective after entering the inner world. Item: Shrine of Prayer honor seal. Description: a reward provided by the Tree Spirit clan for outstanding achievements, can be used to receive an inheritance of power in the Shrine of Prayer. Fang Heng looked at the game instructions. The seal wasn't fake, but this thing could only be used after entering the inner world. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like a big cake. It was slightly better than the pure deception before. In addition to this, I also need 10 leaves of life. Lai Wen almost gritted his teeth. All right. And I, Fang Heng. Lai Wen stared at Fang Heng, anger hidden in his eyes. Enough. Okay. Don't get agitated. I just want to say, I need you to step back a bit, to avoid being accidentally injured. Fang Heng tried to push the bounds repeatedly with the Tree Spirit clan. Seeing he had touched Lai Wen's limits, Fang Heng quickly withdrew. The Tree Spirit clan was both poor and stingy. Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't their fault. After all, their assets were hidden in the inner world. For now, he could only prepare a part of the future big cake. Lai Wen took a deep breath and signaled the clan members to step back, saying, Let's do it. Okay. Fang Heng quickly reached out his hands and created a mark in front of him. Animal control. A dark magic circle rotated in front of Fang Heng. Swish. In an instant, a dark light surged out of the magic circle. The shadow magic rat swiftly darted from the magic circle, crawling onto Fang Eng's shoulder, nuzzling his neck quite affectionately. Summoning magic. On the side, when Nissy's eyes showed a touch of surprise. The Tree Spirit Clan also had a similar summoning ability, but with them leaving the inner world, there were no more creatures that could form summoning contracts with them. What was this rat-like creature? Through the remote screen, Ji-Hating also saw this scene, his eyes showing curiosity, and at the same time, he became more interested in Fang Heng. Sure enough, Fang Heng still had many unknown methods not yet revealed. Now he was even more curious. How would Fang Heng destroy the outer barrier force field of the electronic light spirit? Even he would need several months to figure out how to break through this barrier. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Fang Heng rubbed the chin of the shadow magic rat. Come, aim at that. The shadow magic rat squeaked twice, then took a deep breath, swelling its cheeks. Whoosh! The next moment, a dense black mist sprayed out of the shadow magic rat's mouth. The thick black mist rushed towards the electromagnetic barrier force field. Here it comes. Fang Heng stared fixedly at the barrier. In addition to shielding perception and contaminant propagation, the black mist could also cause significant interference with various electronic devices and electromagnetic waves. Influenced by the black mist, the entire force field erupted with a crackling electrical sound. The electromagnetic barrier space showed a strange distortion, continuously expanding and contracting, blue electric currents flickering and running in the spatial force field. Even the electronic light spirit in the center of the electromagnetic barrier was affected. The blue spherical body encased in scales shrank and expanded back and forth. The control system of the entire Federal Institute was also greatly disturbed, causing even the power supply to become unstable, making the entire building flicker. Communication between Ji-Hating and Fang Heng was also greatly disrupted. Fang Eng's ears were filled with the noisy sound of electrical currents. Doom. ZZ. ZZ. As the black mist quickly dissipated, everyone looked up and saw a round ball of light appearing in the center. Success. Fang Heng looked vigilantly at the suspended ball of light in midair. Electronic spirit. A look of extreme seriousness also appeared on Levian's face. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from the ball of light. ZZZ. After a burst of electrical noise in the earphones, Ji-Hating's voice quickly came through. Fang Heng, can you hear me? Fang Heng, yes, I can hear you. Fang Heng looked cautiously at the ball of light in front of him. Is this the physical form of the electronic spirit? Fang Heng, just now the communication between us and the clans has been completely cut off, and the spiritual realm's blockade network has also been affected, with significant increases in all operational values. I will help conceal the data anomalies, but the Federation should soon discover it. Please be careful. While speaking, electrical currents appeared around the electronic spirit, and the entire ball of light quickly expanded. The communication between Ji-Hating and them was disrupted once again. ZZZ. The electronic spirit absorbed a large amount of power, and blue light filled the entire hall. It seemed like the entire spiritual realm's blockade network was being significantly drained of power by the electronic spirit. Fang Heng sensed that the energy contained within the electronic spirit was rising at a terrifying speed. Vance, take action. Destroy it. Levian realized the situation was dire and acted first. In an instant, dense energy arrows shot out from the hands of the Tree Clan, aimed at the ball of light. Sensing the attack, the electronic spirit's expanding and contracting body suddenly stopped moving. Hiss, hiss. A dense cluster of blue light points appeared in midair. The light points quickly absorbed the energy arrows in midair. Dang, dang, bang. The arrows formed by natural forces burst apart as they were absorbed by the light points. All attacks were completely ineffective. Following that, a visible blue energy light shield condensed in front of the electronic spirit. The shield resembled a solid wall, swiftly pressing towards everyone present. What is that? Van sensed the energy fluctuations coming from the shield and shouted, shatter it. Another round of dense energy arrows flew towards the blue light shield. Doom. Boom boom boom. The continuous barrage of energy arrows finally made the shield unable to withstand and it shattered with a loud noise. Watching the blue light points left behind by the shattered shield explode in front of them, Fang Heng felt something stir in his heart. Huh, what is that? He sensed a strange power fluctuation from the light points, and those points seemed to be drawn to him, slowly floating towards him. Suddenly, Fang Heng swung his massive sword, attempting to crush the floating light points coming towards him. What? A look of surprise flashed in his eyes as the sword quickly passed through the points. Even in that moment, Fang Heng felt a bit of his own strength being drained. This light point definitely had a problem. Realizing the danger, Fang Heng immediately activated his secondary spatial projection ability, slowly dissipating into space and swiftly retreating. In the rear, just when they thought the shield had finally been shattered, Van suddenly sensed something abnormal. The blue light points left behind by the shattered shield were quickly gathering and floating towards them. That thing is problematic. Vance keenly felt that the situation was not good. Shatter them. Numerous dense energy arrows covered the light points, but to no avail. The arrows penetrated through the light points one after another. The pale blue light points were not affected at all. Instead, they became even brighter. Suddenly, the light points accelerated and approached the Tree Clan. The Tree Clan members were instantly surprised. What power is this? As the light points approached, the members of the Tree Clan felt their internal power being uncontrollably drawn out by the points. Vance watched in horror as a large number of light points floated towards him, his pupils showing a hint of fear. His power was slowly being drained away, and he was helpless. Only when facing the Divine Tree could he feel something similar to this complete suppression. The power of the electronic spirit could rival that of the Divine Tree. Back off. In a moment of crisis, Levian shouted and pushed his own power to the extreme. A dazzling light blue light radiated from Levian's hands, the seed of the blue lotus. In Levian's hands, a blue seed bloomed with a burst of light, forming a barrier that protected the tribe members behind it. Under the light, the wounds on the Tree Clan members quickly healed. Suddenly, the blue light points suspended in the hall were also drawn towards Levian's blue lotus, but were all blocked by the barrier. In a short moment, the blue light points gathered around the outer perimeter of the lotus light, forming a layer of blue. Levian's expression was extremely serious. His power was rapidly depleting, or rather, it was being absorbed by the blue lotus seed. The blue lotus seed was a sacred artifact of the Leaf Clan, but it would consume the user's life force when used. Levian felt incredibly shocked. The blue light points were even able to absorb the power released by the life lotus, causing his life force to deplete rapidly. After seeing Levian block the attacks of the blue light points, Fang Heng emerged from the secondary spatial projection and stood behind Levian, closely watching the light points in front of him, his eyes flashing with a hint of unusual color. Difficult. The Tree Clan had already played their trump cards, but they hadn't even touched the essence of the electronic spirit, let alone cause any harm to it. Elder. The few remaining members of the Tree Clan gasped for breath and immediately wanted to come forward to help. Don't come closer. The power of electronic light spirits is much stronger than they anticipated. The gap in strength is too large. The only way they can think of to destroy the electronic light spirits is through the remains of the God Tree. Before the tree spirits were annihilated in the inner world, they brought out the remains of the God Tree from the inner world. Vanis was unwilling to give up, his teeth clenched, staring at the electronic light spirits, pondering if there was any other way. Suddenly, Vanis heard a voice in his ear. Hey, what are the remains of the God Tree? Vanis turned to see Fang Heng. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes, and he responded, the remains of the God Tree brought from the inner world. It has always been controlled by the Soul Tribe. It's not easy to borrow it from them. In the midst of the conversation, Levin suddenly shouted at Vanis again, stop wasting time. Leave now. Elder. Vanis blurted out. He knew the elder was clearly prepared to sacrifice himself, using his life to buy time for the tribe to escape. Despite the resistance and reluctance in his heart, Vanis knew he had to make a decision. Let's go. Evacuate from here. The elite members of the Tree Spirit tribe no longer hesitated. One by one they leapt onto the large passage on the ceiling and quickly evacuated. Fang Heng stood aside and did not immediately follow, coldly watching Vanis and his group evacuate quickly, game prompts flashing on his retina once again. Hint. Player's current mission has changed. Find the remains of the God Tree. Mission name. Find the remains of the God Tree. Mission description. After entering the secret area of the Federal Central Research Institute, you discovered the modified electronic light spirits, whose power exceeds your expectations by far. Perhaps only by using the power of the remains of the God Tree can you completely destroy the Realm Lock network. Unfortunately, the remains of the God Tree have always been under the control of the Soul Tribe of the Tree Spirit race. Mission requirements. Report the situation to Elder Senzo of the Yezu tribe with Vanis group and find a way to borrow the remains of the god tree from the Soul tribe along with the various clans of the tree spirit race. Mission reward. A high completion rate of the main storyline missions. Fang Heng quickly read through the game prompts once. He understood the situation. After all, the mission was not yet complete at this point, and he had to go around another round. Following the usual routine, he would have to return and face a barrage of inquiries from Elder Senzo, then deal with the challenges from the Soul tribe. After borrowing the remains of the god tree, he would have to find a way to invade again, and finally confront the electronic light spirits once more. Both the Federation and the clan were not fools. When they come back, the guard strength of the clan and the Federation would definitely be greatly enhanced. The difficulty level for the next time would at least double. This was only in an ideal scenario. There might be unforeseen twists and turns in the early missions. The most troublesome part was, Fang Heng couldn't help but glance at Vanis, who was leading the Tree Spirit tribe in their retreat. The Tree Spirit tribe definitely wouldn't want to lend him the remains of the god tree and let him act alone. Just the thought of having to work with the Tree Spirit tribe, these teammates who were like pigs, for the entire mission line made his head spin. Should he just give up on this mission line? Not an option either. The mission was directly related to the main storyline, and there were plenty of main storyline progression rewards. Avoiding the main storyline and going around in circles with peripheral side missions would only waste his time. So, Fang Heng couldn't help but look towards the cluster of electronic light points gathering around Levin. The electronic light spirits probably belonged to the boss level in the high-level game world. They could easily drain an elder of the Tree Spirit tribe. The power level was very high. Fang Heng took a half step back. The Tree Spirit tribe had already made a wrong example for him. Even if he summoned a gate of space and used many zombie avatars, it wouldn't make any difference. Whatever. Since he was already here, he might as well try one last time before leaving. Use his ultimate move. Fang Heng quickly sorted out his thoughts. He had to make a quick cut with these pig teammates from the Tree Spirit tribe. He absolutely couldn't get entangled with them. Levin could feel his power being rapidly absorbed, his life nearing its end. He didn't care about his own life. He only hoped that what he had seen today would give the Tree Spirit tribe some guidance. The next time, when they had the remains of the god tree, they would have the strength to face the electronic light spirits. For the future of the Tree Spirit tribe, Levin felt his sacrifice was meaningful. What? Fang Heng? Levin was already prepared to die, but then he caught a glimpse of someone approaching him, and his heart jumped. Fang Heng? Fang Heng not only did not leave but approached a few steps towards the direction of the electronic light spirits. Fang Heng, aren't you leaving? Levin did not like this human at all, but considering that they might need Fang Heng's help the next time they came here, he warned, "We can't deal with the electronic light spirits now. Leave immediately." Fang Heng lightly agreed, his gaze not lingering on Levin for half a second, but constantly fixed on the electronic light spirits, as he continued, "If I can deal with this thing, what reward are you prepared to give me?" What? Levin almost doubted himself for a moment, staring at Fang Heng. What nonsense are you talking about? Forget it. Fang Heng looked at Levin, whose vitality was almost depleted, on the verge of death at any moment, and said, in a low voice, "Since you are prepared to sacrifice, let's try it again." Levin was stunned. What? Help me block it. Push your power to the limit, and try again. Speaking, Fang Heng had already stepped closer and closer to the electronic light spirits. Some of the blue light points around gradually sensed the threat from Fang Heng, and moved closer to him, who, a layer of blood screen rapidly covered him, enveloping Fang Heng. Hiss, hiss. On the outside of the blood screen, blue light points attached to it, making a sizzling sound like boiling water. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. The blood force was also rapidly absorbed by the blue light points. Levin. Quickly. Human. Seeing the situation, Levin thought Fang Heng must have gone mad, but with his life about to end, he didn't mind giving it one last shot. "I heard you. Don't scream at me." With that, Levin fully unleashed the last of his remaining life force, all poured into the seed of the blue lotus. Whoosh. Whoosh. The eternal moon. In the next moment, dense game prompt swiftly flashed across the retina. Prompt. Player uses skill. Eternal moon. Prompt. Player detected currently a high-level sequence game world. Prompt. Integration with current world. Player skill form changes in the process of fusion. Prompt. Player current status detected. Bloodline form, skill fusion in progress. Prompt, player current world detected, world of 10,000 forests. Skill integration in progress. Prompt, player and teammates had entered the cycle of reincarnation state. Prompt, eternal moon summoning skill. Blood cherry blossom. Creature, blood cherry blossom. Description, ancient legendary level creature. Living place unknown, nourishes itself by absorbing blood from prey. Special scent released when flowers bloom will attract prey into the attack range of blood cherry blossom. Skill, Lei Wen's pupils abruptly contracted, staring closely at Fang Han. He sensed an extremely terrifying force suddenly erupting from Fang Han's body. What is that? Lei Wen's vision became somewhat surreal for a moment. A round of bloody moonlight appeared behind Fang Han. Under the moonlight, the shadow of an ancient bronze giant tree rose behind Fang Han. Each giant tree contained extremely powerful forces. It even made Lei Wen feel a hint of familiarity. Divine tree? No, not true. The giant trees were shrouded with extreme bloodthirst and distortion. This power was filled with fanaticism and impurity. It couldn't be a divine tree. Chi. The sparse branches of the giant tree trembled. Countless blood-colored petals fluttered and fell from the sky with the shaking, filling Lei Wen's sight. Endless, one after another, the shadows of blood-red giant trees floated around. In an instant, Lei Wen felt as if he was placed in a world of blooming and falling blood-red cherry blossoms. Watching the stunning scene before him, Lei Wen, the blue light dots that were densely spread around began to rapidly disappear under the influence of the power of the blood-red petals. The electronic spirits, under the influence of the blood cherry blossoms, also rapidly decreased in size. The light dots quickly dimmed. In the blink of an eye, almost all the light dots in the entire hall had disappeared. Only the last fist-sized electronic ghostly sphere remained suspended in midair. Chi. Sharp tree roots suddenly pierced from the base of the blood-red giant tree and ruthlessly stabbed towards the electronic spirit. One root after another emerged from the soil. In an instant, countless dense vine tree roots stabbed towards the blue sphere, completely piercing and covering the entire sphere densely. Gudong. After piercing the electronic light spirit sphere, the vine tree roots seemed like straws, crazily absorbing the energy of the electronic light beams. Under the roots' absorption, the entire light sphere flickered and dimmed continuously. Lei Wen looked at the scene before him with disbelief, a hint of fear in his eyes, until the lights in the entire hall dimmed completely, plunging into darkness. Research Institute upper level. Manners and his group had just completed their evacuation, arriving at the upper level with the Tree Spirit Clan. Earlier, they had entered the institute through a temporary teleportation channel constructed by Lei Wen. But now that Lei Wen was gone, they had to find a way out themselves. Fang Han? Where's Fang Han? It was only at this moment that Manners realized Fang Han was missing. Where is he? What's going on? That damn human. In front of the locked research hall door, facing the confusion of how to proceed, Manners noticed the researcher Hella standing nearby. You, come here. Help me open it. Hella stared at Manners and the Tree Spirit clansman, restraining her internal fear, and shook her head. The lockdown was ordered from the outside. I can't do it. Then what use are you alive for? Manners' anger had escalated to its peak. Leaving aside Fang Han, how dare a mere human defy him? Suddenly, Manners appeared in front of Helle, grasping her neck and lifting her off the ground, vines coiling around her throat. Human, you have one last chance. Open the door. Helle stared at Manners, bloodshot eyes, until her gaze gradually lost focus. Damn. Manners cursed as he tightened his grip on Helle. He suddenly felt as if death was imminent. If the electronic light spirit below completely dispersed, everyone staying behind here would not escape. He still carried the future of the Tree Spirit Clan on his shoulders. How could he die in this place? Suddenly, as if the gods had heard his prayer, the lights in the entire hall dimmed. What's going on? Manners felt a flicker of hope. Kaka. As the power supply control was lost, the front lock on the research hall door automatically released. Is this a stroke of luck? Let's go. Seeing this, Manners rejoiced, immediately urging the Tree Spirit clansmen behind him to quickly evacuate along the internal passage ahead. Meanwhile, in another monitoring room of the Federal Central Secret Research Institute, Ji Haiping was anxious and urged his subordinates for the fourth time, still not connected. Several operators were sweating profusely, continuously pressing various buttons on the equipment, and responded. Report. Communication temporarily cannot be established. The electromagnetic interference below is too strong. We alone can't repair. We have to wait until the electromagnetic interference weakens. The situation was very unfavorable. Ji Haiping was extremely worried. The remote communication link with Fang Heng had not been restored. Leaving aside that, no one knew the intensity of the electronic spirit. Could anything go wrong? Director Ji, the virus program has been loaded. Apart from Fang Heng's information, all critical surveillance points have been cleared. We are opening the various entrances to the central sealed area as per your instructions. Just then, an operator noticed an anomaly on the screen, calling out, Chairman Ji, take a look at this. Ji Haiping immediately raised his head and looked at the monitor on the right. What was that? Through the monitoring screen, they saw Manners and the Tree Spirit Clan swiftly passing through the corridor. Unfortunately, I didn't see Fang Heng. Could something have happened to him? Chairman, the Tree Clan will soon enter the outer area of the Research Institute after passing through the portal, where there is a Federal Guard team. Ji Haiping frowned. It seemed like the situation was already out of control. After a few seconds of quick thinking, Ji Haiping made a decision and said, issue an immediate alert, and you, modify the surveillance footage to make this event appear as a Tree Clan invasion. The appearance of the Tree Clan was not part of their plan to begin with. Just perfect, they needed a scapegoat. So why not shift all the blame onto the Tree Clan? By stirring up the waters, they would have more room to maneuver. Understood. In an instant, the entire research institute sounded the intrusion alarm, and the alert bells rang loudly. Federal Guard soldiers immediately responded, departing from various guard posts to intercept a fleeing Tree Clan group that had just escaped from the laboratory. The Tree Clan group led by Monies, who had just fled from the laboratory, were completely unaware that they were being framed. At first, they were a bit bewildered. After all, they had not experienced the outer portal before and didn't know which way to run. However, they soon discovered emergency evacuation signs and simply followed the signs to escape. Not long after, they encountered a squad of Federal semi-mechanized soldiers converging on them from all directions. The Human Federation. Mani's eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger. If it weren't for these despicable humans and their allies who had jointly built the Spirit Realm blockade network, how could the Tree Clan have fallen to their current state today? Attack. Take them down. In order to break free and survive, Mani's and his elite Tree Clan group pin a head-on battle against the Federal semi-mechanized squad. The more intense the battle became, the more anxious Mani's felt. He had realized that more and more Federal teams were converging from all directions to support the fight. With their current strength, they might end up being trapped and defeated if they continued like this. Mani's never imagined that without Fang Heng, they couldn't even escape. What to do? He still carried the Elder Lavin's mission on his shoulders. Mani's faintly sensed that he was reaching a dead end. Suddenly, the lights in the entire corridor flickered, then brightened and dimmed before finally dimming completely. What's going on? What's the situation? The Federal semi-mechanized squad, who were fighting the Tree Clan, were also a bit confused for a moment. They suddenly received reports of a Tree Clan invasion within the facility. Strangely enough, the area being attacked by the Tree Clan was the central secret research area of the Institute. How did they invade? And why did the power supply facilities in the Institute suddenly fail? The entire power system relied on the Spirit Realm blockade network established by the Allies and had never had any issues since its inception. Don't stop. Continue suppressing with firepower. Deputy Captain Wang Yuan of the Guard team shouted. For them, the thermal imaging technology attached to their mechanized armors meant they didn't have to worry about visibility being affected by the darkness, and they could still use their beam weapons to suppress the Tree Clan. Just as they were doubtful, the backup power in the entire hull quickly restarted within half a minute. The lighting system was restored once again. Be careful. Suddenly, from the dense beam group in front, a faint green arrow struck back. The arrow hit one of the team members' external armor beside Wang Yuan with a loud impact. Crack. Crack. What sound is that? Wang Yuan turned to see that the attack team member's body was covered with vines where the arrow had struck. The vines rapidly spread. The semi-mechanized armor was instantly covered with a dense layer of vines. In no time, the semi-mechanized soldiers were immobilized as if tangled in a layer of twists. The vines even tried to penetrate through the seams of the external armor. What's going on? In a short time, a dense counterattack of green arrows came from a distance. At the same time, there was a voice from the command center through the radio. The Trine clan has begun to fight back. Not good. They still have a trump card. Report. The team has suffered casualties, with wounded. The enemy's strength has increased significantly. Seeing the situation worsen, Wang Yuan shouted, "Quick! Retreat!" The team immediately began evacuating, pulling the injured members entangled by the Trine clan's energy arrows along the passage. Wang Yuan was extremely scared. What just happened? How did the Trine clan's strength suddenly increase this much? At this moment, in the rear, the Trine clan led by Manis, who were launching a counterattack against the federal semi-mechanized squad, also appeared somewhat puzzled. Manis looked down and glanced at his hands. Power. Unsealed. Just in that brief moment of power outage. Ha ha ha. After the initial confusion, Manis couldn't help bursting into laughter. Suppressed for nearly 200 years, the heavy shackles that had been weighing on him were completely shaken off in that moment of blackout. An unprecedented sense of liberation. Power. Returned again. At that moment, Manis was absolutely certain that the Spirit Realm blockade network had completely dissipated. His strength had once again reached its peak. Elder Lavin. Manis thought of something, softly murmuring to himself, his eyes moistening. It must have been Elder Lavin who put in the last bit of effort, helping them break free from the blockade of the Spirit Realm network. He raised his head, looking at the federal team before him, transforming his initial sorrow into overwhelming anger. Federation. With his strength restored, Manis' confidence swelled, commanding his elite Trine clan to immediately pursue forward along the corridor. Counterattack. In the monitoring room, watching the suddenly strengthened Trine clan, Ji Hating's brows furrowed. Could it be? He had already sensed something faintly. Report, Chairman. Half a minute ago, the Spirit Realm blockade network failed. The entire space teleportation systems relying on the Spirit Realm network are completely disabled. Our communication with the Allies has been completely cut off. Ji Hating's pupils contracted, and his heart involuntarily began to beat rapidly. Fang Heng, did he really succeed? Did he destroy the entire Spirit Realm network? Honestly, from the moment he heard about Fang Heng's plan, Ji Hating never imagined that this event would actually happen. With this change, the whole world would experience a significant upheaval. With the Trine clan's increased strength, they had gone through the bitter experience of the Spirit Realm blockade network and would certainly be more cautious, determined not to allow the Federation to easily rebuild the Spirit Realm blockade network. Hint. Combined with the contribution of comprehensive kills, players will receive 200,000 primary deity points and 20 million survival points. Hey. Below the hall, Fang Heng's face was pale, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He won the gamble. Unlike the previous times he used his ultimate move, this time the effect of the ultimate move did not seem as spectacular as before, with no explosive effects. However, the result was exceptionally good. The electronic light spirit was directly drained by blood Sokolov. Similarly, the consumption was not low. Fang Heng was panting heavily. In this way, the entire spiritual realm network was destroyed, and he no longer needed to worry about continuous pursuit by the clan. Just as he was thinking, game prompts quickly refreshed one after another. Hint. Player terminates the clan's pursuit, completes the mission, pursuit from the clan, and the player's current danger rating and terminal clan rating has been upgraded to a. Hint. Player is currently in the mission settlement phase. Hint. Player has successfully completed 7 rounds of climb pursuits, and the mission reward has been upgraded to S. Hint. Player intercepts the clan from entering the realm of 10,000 forests, expected to intercept for at least 19,200 hours. Player receives maximum reward, and mission reward upgraded to SS+. Hint. Player destroys the electronic light spirit, causing damage to the clan network, receives additional rewards, and the mission reward is upgraded to SSS. Hint. Player can choose one of the optional mission rewards. Mission Reward 1. Universal Book of Knowledge Academic * 25. Explanation. Using this skill book directly, players can gain experience points at any academic skill mastered by other players at 5/00 West excluding lineage skills, unable to cause skill breakthrough, if the skill has reached maximum level. The remaining experience points will be temporarily stored in the experience bar and will be automatically used after the skill is upgraded. Optional Mission 2. Clan Middle School Textbooks bound upon acquisition. Explanation: a set of clan middle school textbooks that were eliminated 5 years ago, containing various subjects in clan middle school compulsory and elective courses. Including a large amount of clan technological principles requires laboratory level 800 to use. Mission Reward 3. Elementary Mind Study bound upon acquisition. Explanation: once acquired, players can master elementary mind study. Hint: player currently has the task mind or body. Studying mind study may lead to changes in subsequent tasks. Mission Reward 4. Damaged Path Marker Radar. Explanation: accidentally discovered damaged path marker radar. If repair, players can access clan inter-world path marker information. Mission Reward 5. Spirit Realm Lockdown Network Blueprint. Explanation: learning this blueprint, players can establish a spiritual realm lockdown network in the world requires prerequisites of large-scale engineering, future technology, laboratory level 900, mechanical precision research, material science. Players can reduce manufacturing requirements to create a simple version. Mission Reward 6. Altered Flight Prism Blueprint and Prism Finished Product *5. Explanation: Altered Flight Prism is a special flying device made by the clan. Players can obtain 5 unbound flying devices. After obtaining the blueprint, players can learn to create Altered Flight Prism requires prerequisites of future technology, laboratory level 600, mechanical precision research, material science. 6 options to choose to. Fang Heng never thought the mission rewards would be so generous. Each one looks great. Fang Heng steadied his mind, re-evaluated the rewards. First, he confirmed the top priority option, mind study. This skill is highly relevant to the tasks on his body and in the high-level world of the clan he had investigated before. Mind study is an extremely rare academic skill that ordinary players can't even get in touch with. Now that there's an opportunity, he naturally had to find a way to acquire it. Fang Heng still clearly remember when he was trapped with Shalin. That guy handled waves of monsters effortlessly, and dealing with monsters was as easy as eating and drinking water for him. Shalin was using mind study abilities back then. Hint: player chooses mind study skill book bound. Hint: detecting that the player currently has too many academic and lineage skills, it is not recommended for the player to learn more academics. Hint: please choose the second reward. Fang Heng glanced at the game warning and slapped the mind study book on his forehead. Hint: player currently has acquired Basic Mind Study skill. Basic Mind Study LV 1 type, academic skill. Explanation: mind study is the starting point of everything, where you begin to perceive this invisible special power and pay close attention to how this power influences you. Explanation: gain 1 point of spirit and 1 point of will. Additionally, gain 1 point of spirit and will for each level of the skill. The maximum level of this skill can be raised to LV 10. Additional skill, Mind Guardian passive skill. Explanation: you are less susceptible to powers such as mental suggestion, mental interference, illusions, etc. This skill's effectiveness is related to the player's will and spirit. Looking at the skill explanation, Fang Heng was intrigued. Mind study is that powerful? The attribute values added during the basic level of ordinary skills are not high, but with mind study, each level increase adds to full points right from the start. Moreover, mind study even includes a passive defense skill. Without saying a word, just preventing mental suggestion and mental interference is already very effective, especially when facing the Holy Court. Obviously studying divine teachings, yet they use some disgusting psychological suggestions. Fang Heng was muttering to himself and shook his head, continuing to read on. The skill hadn't explained how it could be quickly upgraded. He wasn't in a rush now, and he could slowly study it later after returning. Fang Heng proceeded to choose the second reward. The remaining rewards include the Experience Book, Clan Middle School Textbook, Flight Prism Blueprint, Spirit Realm Lockdown Network Blueprint, and a Damage Path Marker Radar. Fang Heng contemplated. Most of these were good things, but none were urgent for him at this moment. Optional items like the Prism Flight Blueprint and Locking Network. Converting the blueprints into usable flying devices would likely take a long time, and he wasn't in urgent need of flying devices with his bad form. As for the Spirit Realm Lockdown Network, that was even more far-fetched. The clan and the Human Federation worked hard for over a year to establish it, and even if he was quick, it would still take months. Not to mention where to set it up. After all, It's a bit challenging to confront the family with the technology level of a high schooler. As for the last option, a damaged milestone radar. Fang Heng's gaze focused on the radar. There was a faint premonition that this radar might be related to the subsequent family tasks. Even if he guessed wrong and the task had nothing to do with the family, he could still pick up a few world milestones for free. That's it. Hint. Player chooses reward. Damaged milestone radar. The milestone radar is about the size of a fist, with a slightly damaged surface and a few buttons beside it. Fang Heng casually pressed a few times, but found no response at all. It seemed that it was already unusable. He decided to bring it back to Victor for repair. Fang Heng refocused his attention on the task instructions. Hint. Settling. Hint. Due to the player's influence, the player's current task, finding the remnants of the God Tree, has been cancelled. Hint. Player gains Tree Spirit Tribe Favorability 20. Player gains Tree Spirit Tribe Honor Value 50W. Hint. Player's main storyline progress has increased to 57.1%. Task complete. The main task progress unexpectedly jumped to 57.1%. Worth it. A big time saver. Fang Heng turned his head and saw Levin looking at him with a shocked expression. Levin's face was already withered, his eyes filled with disbelief. The power he had just displayed. Levin took a deep breath, his face full of fatigue. He could feel the natural power that had been suppressed within him coming alive once again, at the moment before his life was about to end. At last. At least, the Tree Spirit Tribe could receive the unsealing of power. The bright future of the Tree Spirit Tribe was foreseeable. A hint of relief appeared on Levin's face, but the light in his eyes gradually faded until it turned into a lifeless gray. Fang Heng glanced at the fallen Levin, then propped up his somewhat heavy body. Huh? Is that? Fang Heng walked over and saw the Blue Lotus Seed left by Levin. Hint. Player obtains item. Blue Lotus Seed. Item. Blue Lotus Seed. Grade. Legendary. Description. One of the sacred artifacts of the Tree Spirit Tribe, when released, can summon a special domain, where natural skills in the domain will receive additional effects, restoring a large amount of health to friendly units per second. Description. This item requires the triggering of natural skills and consumes the vitality of the practitioner. The skill effect is related to the vitality consumption and the practitioner's natural skills level. Description. This item can be absorbed through sacrifice. Fang Heng frowned at the item that had burst out. It seemed to be the sacred artifact that Levin used to help everyone leave at the last moment. This thing requires vitality consumption. Useless. Better to give a few more life leaves. If there's a chance, try to sacrifice and convert it into energy. If not, sell it. Fang Heng stuffed the Blue Lotus Seed into his backpack, then glanced at the direction of the electronic light spirit. Here. There were a few dark crystals where the electronic light spirit dissipated. Fang Heng reached out and grabbed the crystals. Hint. Player gains item. Tier 3 Iridescent Crystal *7. Iridescent Crystals. Tier 3 upgrade items. Fang Heng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't seen any evolving crystals since entering the Forest of Spirits, thinking it was a special setting. He didn't expect it to burst now. The iridescent crystal is an item required for levels 41 to 50 upgrades. Currently, his level was only 40, so he didn't need tier 3 iridescent crystals. It seemed that he had been over-leveling. Fang Heng shrugged and carefully searched again. Hint. Player discovers Core of the Mine. Item. Core of the Mine. Typed. Special item. Description. A special item made by the family to remodel the electronic light spirit, capable of restricting the power of the electronic light spirit and controlling it, and can also affect some life forms. Description. Player can use this item on some life forms to control them. Description. The item has the prerequisite of master level in psychic studies. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. Direct control of life forms? It sounds a bit like animal taming skill, except the prerequisite for its use is too high, requiring a master level in psychic studies. Let's keep it for now. Just then, Ji Hating's voice came through the earpiece. ZZ, hello, Fang Heng, can you hear me? Fang Heng, I have to say, the earphones developed by the Universal Science and Technology Company are of good quality. Even in this state, they can still be used. Fang Heng nodded. Yes, I can hear you. Phew. Ji Hating finally connected to Fang Heng's communication. Seeing that Fang Heng was still safe, Ji Hating visibly relaxed. After scanning the surroundings again through the miniature camera, Ji Hating's face turned serious as he confirmed with Fang Heng, the electronic light spirit. 8. Fang Heng understood Ji Hating's meaning and nodded. Yes, I was lucky. Ji Hating listened in silence for a while. Could it really be that it's merely luck that can handle this situation? Mr. Ji, my strength has significantly decreased now. It would be best to find someone to assist me. All right, please wait. I will immediately send someone to you. The Tree Spirit Tribe is still in the Research Institute. Their power has made a breakthrough. It's very unsafe here. I'll have someone escort you out immediately. Fang Heng took a deep breath. Okay. Thank you. Soon, a Federation semi-mechanized team descended from the ceiling above. The team leader nodded at Fang Heng upon seeing him. Dr. Fang, you've been shocked. We will escort you out immediately, and later you will undergo a comprehensive medical examination. Please remember the situation at that time. Under the escort of the Federation soldiers, Fang Heng was escorted out of the research facility. It wasn't until more than an hour later, in the caregiver's ward, after half an hour of rest, that Fang Heng had recovered most of his condition. The door of the room opened. Ji Hating gestured for several accompanying psychic studies modified to Fendares to wait temporarily at the door and entered the room alone. Fang Heng, no major issues, right? As he spoke, the expression on Ji Hating's face became serious, showing a hint of worrying. From the recent confrontation with the Tree Spirit Clan, it is evident that after losing the Spirit Domain blockade network, the Tree Spirit Clan's strength has greatly increased. Ordinary federal semi-mechanized combat teams are probably no longer their match. Moreover, the federal space jump system, which has become paralyzed by more than half after losing the Spirit Domain network, has significantly decreased overall strength. In addition, the Federation detected the habitat of the Tree Spirit Clan earlier and mobilized large forces to attack them. Currently, due to the uncontrolled situation resulting from the Spirit Domain blockage, the strength of the Tree Spirit Clan has surged. The frontline forces have suffered heavy losses, and I heard that the frontline teams have already retreated back, and the Tree Spirit Clan has returned to their habitat. Fang Heng also inferred. Earlier, when the Tree Spirit Clan's habitat was discovered by the Federation, they had no choice but to relocate and flee. With the Spirit Domain blockade lifted now, the strength of the Tree Spirit Clan has greatly increased. They felt empowered and decided to stay in their habitat. Even if discovered by the Federation, what could be done? The Tree Spirit Clan believed they could defend it completely. After all, they had survived here for so long. Having the strength to defend their habitat, it was normal for them not to want to move. A few traces of worrying flicker in Ji Hating's eyes. He took a deep breath and sighed. I'm afraid there will be a significant change in the situation between the Federation and the Tree Spirit Clan in the future. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. He knew that the strength of the Tree Spirit Clan would further increase after losing the Spirit Domain blockade network. However, from Ji Hating's description, it seemed that the extent of this increase was even higher than he had anticipated. There might be major variables on the side of the Tree Spirit Clan, but then again, the Tree Spirit Clan had always been full of variables. Fang Heng said, the Tree Spirit Clan has been seeking a passage to the inner world. After the Spirit Domain blockade was destroyed, I think they will focus more on the inner world and temporarily avoid major conflicts with the Federation. Hopefully. On the other hand, it's a good thing to escape the surveillance of our clans. We can now focus on dealing with the Tree Spirit Clan, right? Fang Heng nodded, agreeing. How are things on your end? Will this cause you any trouble? Shouldn't be a problem. I have already found a way to shift the blame to the Tree Spirit Clan. But with the Tree Spirit Clan's increased strength, do you still have confidence in continuing to cooperate with them to find the passage to the inner world? To be honest, not much confidence, Fang Heng shrugged. But it's okay, I have already found the passage to the inner world. What? Ji Hating was taken aback, looking at Fang Heng. You have found it already? Of course. Fang Heng looked at Ji Hating, his eyes showing a hint of expectation. They had an agreement to explore the so-called inner world of the Tree Spirit Clan together. If everything goes smoothly, preparations should be underway. Do you have the coordinates ready? I can send you there now. Let's go and see together. All right, I'll prepare the specific coordinates. I'll have someone set up, and will immediately transport to the nearest station. After the Spirit Domain network was completely destroyed, the existing jump transmission channel system was not entirely disabled. It just had a 99% decrease in efficiency and required self-sustaining power. In addition to this, Transport stations needed to be established around the target for transmission to be completed. But can your body handle it? Ji-Hating was somewhat concerned about Fang Heng's physical condition. For an ordinary person not mechanized, a jump transmission would cost half their life. Fang Heng looked as though he had just been through a major battle and hadn't had a proper rest yet. "It's okay," Fang Heng said, getting up from the sickbed and following Ji-Hating to the jump transmission hall. Island. Newly opened underground area. After completing the trade with the Tree Spirit clan to obtain the Leaf of Life, Mojaway and a few others immediately returned to the island base. They were still unaware of what was happening outside. Clerway was preparing to use the Leaf of Life to feed Abaki, and that's when Fang Heng arrived with Ji-Hating and a few others. Accompanying them were a few mental transformation guards. It was Ji-Hating's first visit here. He had not expected that in such a short time, the small island had been transformed into a secret base, albeit looking a bit rundown. Despite its small size, it was equipped with everything needed. And the giant tree growing in the underground area. Ji-Hating looked at the divine tree Abaki and faintly sensed an unusual power within. The accompanying mental transformation guards also sensed something unusual and alertly positioned themselves around the divine tree, protecting Ji-Hating in the middle. "This is Ji-Hating, chairman of Wanling Technology. Hello, everyone. We've met before. I'm Ji-Hating." Ji-Hating nodded in greeting to Mojaway and the others. Good. Chairman Ji, or whatever. Let's all dedicate ourselves to art in the future. Mr. Fang, everything is going smoothly here. We have obtained the Leaf of Life, and we're all waiting for you. Let's get started quickly. Sandy had been waiting for several days, eager to enter the inner world for exploration, and did not want to waste time greeting Ji-Hating, urging Fang Heng to start working quickly. As the situation approached, even Ji-Hating couldn't help feeling nervous, nodding, and looking at Fang Heng. "Right. Let's start as soon as possible." "Okay." Fang Heng stood in front of Abaki and nodded to Clara. As before, Fang Heng took the lead, with Clara as his assistant. Fang Heng gently closed his eyes and attempted to establish a mental connection with Abaki. Abaki sensed the presence of the Leaf of Life and conveyed a feeling of joy to Fang Heng. Mojaway then signaled and threw the Leaf of Life directly towards Abaki. Chirp. Chirp. Divines rapidly extended into the air and wrapped the Leaf of Life tightly. Buzz. A green light emitted from the divine tree Abaki, shining outward. After the spirit domain blockade network was disabled externally, Clara's control over natural forces had significantly improved. The spiritual realm network blockade has completely failed, and Fang Heng no longer needs to worry about Abiyakaya's excessive growth causing fluctuations in power that might be detected by the clans. Instead, they decided to release it directly, allowing Abiyakaya to grow to its maximum potential. In the blink of an eye, tree trunks broke through the soil, and the entire island was covered with lush forests. At the edge of the island, vines even started emerging gradually from the sandy shore. Aquatic plants began to spread rapidly beneath the island, until Abiyakaya had consumed all the leaves of life just gathered from the tree spirits. The surrounding light dimmed once again. Fang Heng opened his eyes, ceasing his protection towards Abiyakaya. Not only did Abiyakaya's overall capabilities improve, but its perception and consciousness had also been substantially enhanced compared to before. It had regained about 30% of its peak power. Gu Qingzhi looked at Fang Heng, asking, "Is it done?" "Yes. No problem. We can completely attempt the next step now. Directly open the inner world teleportation channel." Fang Heng gestured to Gu Qingzhi that things were under control, and once again conveyed the need to Abiyakaya through mental linkage to attempt the activation of the magic array. In the air, spakes of green light descended from Abiyakaya's lush branches. The magic array on the hall's floor absorbed the green light, then began to slowly rotate. In an instant, a faint green teleportation channel gradually gathered in the air, appearing in front of everyone. "It's here!" Ji-Hating exclaimed in excitement. The teleportation channel to the inner world. The game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Hint: the player opens the inner world teleportation channel through special powers. Hint: player's current main quest progress plus 5%. Current main quest progress, 62.1%. This step was successful. Fang Heng couldn't help feeling excited. With the inner world channel open, the game's completion percentage had also reached 62%. This meant that they had crossed the halfway mark of the main storyline and officially entered the later stages. Considering that it had been less than half a month, the progress was smooth, Despite various mischiefs from the tree spirits, Sandy couldn't help but turn around the inner world teleportation gate multiple times and asked, "Boss Fang, shall we go in first?" "Yes, let's go." Fang Heng nodded and took the lead to step into the inner world teleportation channel. Thus, the faint green light enveloped Fang Heng. He felt immersed in a green world. When his vision cleared, he realized he had appeared on the other side of the teleportation channel in a giant forest. Giant trees. Compared to the outside world, the giant trees in the inner world were tens of times larger than ordinary trees. He was standing on a massive branch that extended forward. The dense and sturdy branches felt solid beneath his feet. Fang Heng looked around. Everywhere he could see, dense foliage and intertwined branches covered the vicinity. The air was filled with a natural aura, fitting for early nature cultivation. "It seems like this is the true face of the forest of the 10,000 realms," Fang Heng murmured softly, retracting his gaze. What should be the next step? Continue exploring outward? Since breaking the spiritual realm network blockade, the mission guidelines ceased to appear. There seemed to be a temporary loss of direction. As they pondered, Mo Jiawei and the group also entered the inner world through the teleportation channel. They gazed around the new world, marveling at its uniqueness. Could the entire inner world be this kind of terrain, environment? After the initial astonishment, Mo Jiawei seemed somewhat helpless. "Well, the tree spirits will have the home field advantage. It's quite fortunate, in a way." Cliwei also curiously observed the environment, her eyes glistening. It was a very distinctive world, brimming with natural energy, even more abundant than their elven homeland. However, it was entirely different from their elven dwelling. It was surprising that such a place existed in the world. Ji Hating, who was entering the inner world for the first time, couldn't conceal his excitement. After years of investigation, he never doubted the existence of the tree spirit's inner world. However, witnessing it in person was equally awe-inspiring for him. When Mo Jiawei approached Fang Heng, he asked in a low voice, "Fang Heng, what should we do next?" Fang Heng looked at Mo Jiawei and tentatively asked, "How about you randomly pick a direction?" Mo Jiawei quickly denied, "No, please don't say that. I have no idea, and I don't want to mislead you." Ji Hating approached them as they talked. "Fang Heng, I suggest we first explore the nearby areas. I will send a trustworthy group of company personnel to explore the inner world and establish a safe gathering point in the vicinity. What do you think?" "Sure." Agreed. Establishing a campsite was necessary to prepare for the future. As Fang Heng consented, a game prompt immediately appeared on his retinas. Hint: player triggers main quest, establish camp. Mission name: establish camp. Mission brief: after opening the inner world channel, you discovered an unexplored world. Ji Hating hopes to establish a primary camp here to lay a foundation for future exploration. Mission requirements: assist Ji Hating in camp construction. Mission reward: main quest progress 0.1%. Hint triggered by players' previous mission rewards. Please find the tree spirits to get the next task instructions. With the game hints in mind, Fang Heng carefully reviewed the details. He began to understand why the game had always directed him to the camp of the tree spirits. It seemed to be a more time-efficient approach. Following normal task instructions by conventional methods would likely entail starting from scratch with Ji Hating's camp, posing considerable difficulty and time consumption. By going to the tree spirit clan, given their knowledge of the inner world, it would significantly accelerate the mission progress. However, dealing with the arrogant and annoying tree spirit individuals, as the spiritual realm network blockade was lifted and the tree spirit clan's tower surged, coupled with the friendliness between the two sides, Fang Heng had already imagined how he might be treated by the tree spirits. He was starting to worry about being unable to resist the urge to act. The map has undergone some changes at this moment. A large number of coordinate points now appear clearly. Hint: players receive the coordinates of the Shrine of Prayer. Fang Heng roughly observed the locations of the Shrine of Prayer marked on the map. There are a total of 19 marked locations of the Shrine of Prayer on the map. One of them is specially highlighted. It is the Shrine of Prayer located at the elderly court of the Tree Spirit family, and it is the largest among all the Shrine of Prayer. He is currently far away from the Shrine of Prayer at the elderly court. The nearest one. Fang Heng made a rough estimate. By using the bat form to fly over, he should be able to reach it within 3 hours. Should he first go check out the nearest Shrine of Prayer? After some thought, Fang Heng quickly made a decision. Let's go. Time is limited, Following step by step will be too time-consuming. Let's go to the Shrine of Prayer and make contact with the tree spirit family from the other world. Everyone, the strength of the tree spirit family has greatly increased. In the eyes of the tree spirit family, we may have already become invaders and need to be extra careful. Jihading nodded deeply in agreement. Let's split up. I obtained a map from the tree spirit family about the Shrine of Prayer. I will search first, try to make contact with the tree spirit family, and hopefully discover something. Alright, we will establish a temporary camp here. Fang Heng, you must be careful. Fang Heng took the leaf-shaped crystal stone. Confused, he asked, "What is this?" It is a tool for the remote spiritual connection of the elven race, allowing for remote mirror communication. Its effect is better within the other world due to the dense natural energy. The leaf crystal stone needs to be recharged continuously. There isn't much energy left. It can be used in emergencies to contact us. Okay. Good. Fang Heng put away the leaf crystal stone. Finally, they could communicate in case of an emergency. After some discussion, Gu Qingju stayed behind to protect everyone and watch over the teleportation portal, while also helping Jihading build the camp. Apart from this, Abe Chia would extend in a certain range in the external world to quickly regain strength. Although power fluctuations would not be detected by the spiritual domain lock network, a large increase in trees would draw the attention of the Federation. Jihading would try to find excuses to erase the traces of Abe Chia's spread in order to stabilize the Federation. After all, Fang Heng did not want to be at odds with the external world and the Federation. They agreed to meet every 4 hours underground to exchange information. After finalizing some details, Fang Heng immediately transformed into his bat form and flew towards the nearest shrine of prayer in the distance. Tree Spirit Family. Leaf Family. As the god tree branch withers and slowly recovers, the teleportation magic array once again emits a bright green light. Kneeling around the circle, the Tree Spirit Family showed unprecedented piety. They did not know that it was thanks to Fang Heng's help that they broke through the spiritual domain lock network. They believed that it was the result of the struggle of the Tree Spirit Family and the blessing of the god of nature. Moniz looked excitedly at Senzo, elder. Yes, after waiting for thousands of years, the Tree Spirit Family finally waited for this day. Senzo looked ahead and took a deep breath. Let's begin. Activate the teleportation. The ritual began. The Tree Spirit Family all infuse energy into the magic array. The teleportation channel condensed in the center of the ritual magic array. Senzo led the way into the teleportation channel, returning to the other world. A world dominated by a forest of giant trees. The air was filled with a natural atmosphere. Elder, is this our home? Many Tree Spirit Family members had lived in the external world since birth and had never entered the other world. They were also a bit shocked at this moment. Yes, Senzo looked at the lush forests in front of him, showing a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. After a moment, Senzo's gaze regained determination. If I remember correctly, there should be a teleportation channel nearby. Follow me to the Tree Spirit Elder Court to report back. Yes. Moniz followed behind Senzo. However, she felt a little skeptical in her heart. Report back to the Elder Court. What orders had the Elder received from the Elder Court? At this moment, not only the Leaf family, but with the lifting of the seal of the spiritual domain network blockade in the external world, various Tree Spirit Family tribes also realized that the suppression seals on them were released, and through their own means, they returned to the other world. Almost all the tribes' top priority was to return to the Elder Court to report back. An hour later, Moniz followed the Elder Senzo to a towering giant tree, a tower constructed entirely of complete trees, reaching into the sky. The Tree Tower, a special structure of the Tree Spirit Family, incorporating teleportation channels, watchtowers, area protection, and emergency message delivery functions. However, at present, the trees on the outer tower had turned yellow and decay, covered with dense creeping vines. The Tree Spirit Family followed Senzo to the entrance area of the Tree Tower. They all looked at Senzo with questioning eyes. The Tree Tower, Senzo muttered to himself. It seemed like the Tree Tower had not been taken care of for a long time. There were no guards at the entrance. This was not a good sign. Having lost all contact with the other world for such a long time, Elder Senzo already had a bad feeling inside. At this moment, the sense of unease grew stronger. Let's go inside, Senzo said as he walked forward. The wooden door slowly opened. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Inside the Tree Tower was very clean, but there was no sign of any activity. Senzo led the tree spirit family up the stairs on the right side in silence, until they reached the top floor entrance. Over time, the woodland guards who were supposed to stand at the top of the tower and look out had turned into two decaying pieces of wood. Vines had already spread out on them. The sight left everyone in a silent state. Elder. This. Senzo remained silent as he walked past the guards and entered the teleportation hall. After glancing at the situation inside, he shook his head gently. The teleportation channel is completely unusable now. The higher the altitude, the thinner the air, and the pressure on flight increases significantly. Fang Heng felt that he was already flying at a very high altitude, yet he could still see the layers of tree roots and branches ahead. In order to maintain high-speed flight, he had to slightly lower his flying altitude and maneuver through the layers of trees. This way, he could go faster. It took nearly 2 hours, and he was about to reach the coordinates of the Prayer Spirit Temple. Fang Heng landed on a thick branch from high in the sky, looked around, and found it. In the thicket of trees, not far away, a quaint tree spirit clan temple appeared before him. Fang Heng jumped down from the branch, returned to human form, landed outside the temple, and observed the environment around the Prayer Spirit Temple. It seemed like there were no guards. Fang Heng felt a bit cautious and slowly approached the temple. As he entered the interior of the temple, there was still no movement. Fang Heng looked towards the entrance of the temple. The entire temple exuded a peaceful feeling, as if no one had been there for a long time. Fang Heng tried to push the door open, but it was closed. He frowned, exerted force on his hand, and with a slight snap, the latch behind the door broke. Opening the door, Fang Heng stepped into the courtyard in front of the temple. Directly facing the courtyard was the main hall of the Prayer Spirit Temple, with scattered buildings behind it. Strange ... Fang Heng observed and muttered softly. According to Laiwen, the Prayer Spirit Temple was the guardian place of the Tree Spirit Clan, and under normal circumstances, clan members would not enter without significant events or possessing a badge of merit. But now, there was no sign of anyone. Where were the Tree Spirit Clan members? Fang Heng couldn't help but recall Sandy's various speculations about the Tree Spirit Clan. It seemed like the Tree Spirit Clan was facing some serious trouble internally, which led to the sudden closure of the realm portal. Quite strange. Even if Sandy's guess was right and the new generation of sacred tree seeds had not been cultivated, it shouldn't mean that the entire Tree Spirit Clan was finished, right? And there were no signs of external intrusion at the Prayer Spirit Temple. What was going on? Fang Heng rubbed his head, feeling a bit confused. All right then. In that case, let's search thoroughly. Fang Heng's mind activated, and his face quickly transformed like melting wax. Whoosh! Whoosh! Magic arrays appeared around him, summoning over 500 lickers. Fang Heng switched back to his humanoid form and commanded the lickers to carefully search towards the depths of the Prayer Spirit Temple. Following them, he entered the main hall of the Prayer Spirit Temple and began to investigate. Soon, game prompts began to refresh one by one. Tip: your licker minion's vine form searched a fixed area and found a broken wooden bowl. *1. Tip: your licker minion's vine form searched a fixed area and found a prayer symbol woven of vines. *1 damaged. The lickers piled up the various items they found in the courtyard, then started a new round of searching. Not bad, Fang Heng murmured, observing. Ritual magic array. Upon entering the main hall, Fang Heng saw a large ritual magic array arranged on the right side of the floor. Approaching it, he noticed several special notches on the array. One of the notches matched the mark Laiwen had given him. Fang Heng squatted down to inspect the ritual magic array. It was an extremely large multi-combination ritual magic array that required at least 24 people to operate. Roughly analyzing, a part of the array seemed designed to receive natural energy infusion. Laiwen was not entirely deceitful about this, just lacking the Tree Spirit Clan to activate it. He couldn't fulfill it with just his badge. Tip: your licker minion's vine form searched a fixed area and found the Prayer Spirit Temple's annual record 2891. An annual record. Fang Heng's eyes caught the information in the game prompt, and he was intrigued. Maybe this could lead to some clues. Fang Heng returned to the courtyard, and among the piles of items collected by the lickers, he found a thick record book. He opened it and carefully read through it. Indeed, as Laiwen had mentioned, the Prayer Spirit Temple had been used by the Tree Spirit Clan for sacrifices, growing sacred trees, and bestowing power through prayers since long ago. Not every member of the Tree Spirit Clan was allowed to receive the blessings only outstanding clan members who had made significant contributions. Fraudsters of the Tree Spirit clan, muttered Fang Heng as he read. Just when he thought Lai Wen was trustworthy, he found out he had been deceived. The sacred texts detailed that only members of the Tree Spirit clan were allowed to inherit the power of the Prayer Spirit Temple. Despite having the badge, Fang Heng, not being a Tree Spirit clan member, had no chance. He felt quite displeased, although he didn't have high expectations at first. Being deceived always rubbed him the wrong way. Fang Heng took note of this lesson and continued flipping through the book. Most of it was related to the daily activities of the Prayer Spirit Temple, such as prayers conducted in a certain year or unusual occurrences in another. Unlike Sandy, Fang Heng quickly lost patience and flipped to the end of the book. There was no mention in the text of the closure of the Interrealm portal. It simply stated that one day, the Prayer Spirit Temple received orders from the Tree Spirit Clan Elder Council to temporarily close, and all members of the Tree Spirit Clan were to return to report immediately. It seemed like something happened at the Elder Council. They ran into some trouble. The entire Tree Spirit Clan was urgently mobilized. Fang Heng pondered over it. Unconsciously, when he looked up again, a pile of items had been thrown in the front yard of the hall. The Lickers had searched the entire Prayer Spirit Temple. With the LV Max search skill, the search was thorough, leaving no corner unchecked. Fang Heng approached the pile of garbage and rummaged through it, finding many books among the items. At the moment, it was uncertain if they were of any use. Seeing the books, Fang Heng's head began to ache. Regardless, he decided to take all of them back to show Sandy. That guy loved to delve into these things when he had the time. Thinking about this, Fang Heng controlled the Lickers to carry all the collected items and started moving them back to the Tree Spirit Clan. Next, Fang Heng put down the book and contemplated for a moment. Checking the remaining Prayer Spirit Temples probably wouldn't yield any clues. Should he go back to the Tree Spirit Clan and try to get information from Senzo? As he pondered his next move, Fang Heng suddenly felt a movement in his heart and looked towards a figure not far away. Someone was indeed approaching. He is a member of the Mu tribe. Fang Heng was observing secretly. Soon, several Mu tribe members roughly searched the entire Praying Spirit Temple and returned to the front yard of the main hall to report to the elders. Elders, nothing has been found, and there are no traces of battle. It seems that something has happened. Mu tribe elder Halo furrowed his brow. Since entering the inner world through the teleportation channel, not a single Tree Spirit member could be seen inside the inner world. So, following the orders of the Grand Elder, they immediately rushed to the nearest Praying Spirit Temple to investigate. But the temple was also deserted. The Praying Spirit Temple was extremely important to the entire Tree Spirit tribe. Unless it was a matter of life and death, the Tree Spirit tribe would never give up easily. Could it be too late? Halo pondered, then said, "Search around in case there are any clues left behind." Yes. Soon, another tribe member hurriedly stepped forward to report. "Elder, we have checked. Everything here is missing." "What?" Halo frowned. "Gone without a trace." "Yes, Grand Elder. We found signs of things being rummaged through. Very recent ones, presumably left just a while ago. Everything that was originally here is gone." Two Mu tribe members looked at each other. It's eerily clean. All the drawers were empty. Even the cabinets that stored kitchen utensils were completely empty. It was as if the walls had been stripped bare. It seems someone beat us to it." Halo felt puzzled. Other clans people? Why did they just take everything away? And why was the search so thorough? Were they looking for something specific? After thinking for a moment, Halo raised his head and said, "The Grand Elder has already gone to the Elders' Hall, and all major clans are also gathering there. We will stay here temporarily to guard this place, and no one is allowed to enter until the Grand Elder returns." Understood. Seeing that the Tree Spirit members showed no signs of leaving, Fang Heng also found it strange. These people, what are they doing here? Could it be that the Praying Spirit Temple has some special purpose? For a moment, Fang Heng thought about just grabbing a Tree Spirit member and questioning them directly. After considering, he ultimately gave up. At least for now, it wasn't suitable to completely turn against the Tree Spirit tribe. It seemed that something significant had indeed happened within the Tree Spirit tribe. From their conversation, it seemed like all Tree Spirit members were gathering at the Elders' Hall. Why was that? Fang Heng pondered. Since entering the inner world, apart from the current group of Tree Spirit members in front of him, he hadn't seen a single soul, not even a monster, Just some strange beetle-like creatures. They had decent defense but very low aggression. It was hard to imagine what external threat the tree spirit tribe had encountered. Not dwelling on it any longer, staying here was futile. Better to head to the Elders' Hall. Let's go. Fang Heng wasted no more time, left the praying spirit temple, and swiftly headed towards the direction of the Elders' Hall marked on the map. The inner world was vast. Initial estimates put it at a ratio of roughly 1.1 to the real world. The area where Fang Heng was located was quite a distance from the Elders' Hall. Even with flight capability, it took him more than a day to reach the Elders' Hall without rest. During this time, Fang Heng still maintained communication with ManhwaRecap every 4 hours. The situation at the teleportation portal was relatively fine. Ji Haiting discreetly sent a group of Wanling Technology Company personnel to Inner World to set up a camp. Gu Qingju led ManhwaRecap and a few others around the camp area, clearing out some beetle-like creatures around, but found no trace of the tree spirit tribe. Meanwhile, in the external world, the tree spirit tribe remained as silent as they had anticipated, as if the sealing of the spirit realm had never occurred. Beneath the calm surface seemed to lurk a massive crisis. As Fang Heng approached the Elders' Hall area, in his bat form flying at high speed, he suddenly noticed something, furrowing his brow and looking ahead. A light blue shield enveloped a large area ahead. From the indicated direction on the map, it was the area of the Tree Spirit Tribe's Elders' Hall. According to some Tree Spirit Clan records he had previously searched, the Tree Spirit Tribe's Elder Hall was located in the upper area of the Sacred Tree, considered a holy place connected to heaven and earth. The withered sacred tree, Fang Heng murmured. Through the external barrier, Fang Heng saw a towering giant tree inside. The sacred tree of the Tree Spirit Tribe. The giant tree, reaching up into the dome, had completely withered. The once lush branches and leaves had withered. The sturdy trunk now decrepit and cracked. Even the sacred tree had turned into this state, indicating that the Tree Spirit Tribe had indeed encountered serious trouble. After hovering in the air for a moment, Fang Heng suddenly perceived something. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 10 green arrows shot out from the bushes and vines below. Fang Heng quickly turned his body to dodge. Several arrows grazed him as he dodged. Instantly, vines wrapped around the areas where he had been touched. Doom! Fang Heng exerted force, breaking free from the vines and quickly falling to the right. Upon landing, Fang Heng quickly reverted to human form and observed his surroundings. It was the Tree Spirit Tribe. Using a special concealment technique, over a dozen Tree Spirit members swiftly blended into the surrounding forest, to the point that even his vampire blood-sensing abilities had not detected them. More than 10 hidden Tree Spirit members followed Fang Heng's descent direction at high speed. Where is the person? The Tree Spirit members arrived but found no trace of Fang Heng, looking around in confusion. Did they not see him? Where did he go? Are you looking for me? Who's there? Several Tree Spirit members heard a voice suddenly behind them, their expressions changing abruptly as they turned to look. A human. A tinge of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Tree Spirit members. It was actually a human. How did he appear here? Fang Heng looked calmly at the several Tree Spirit members, preparing for the worst. Right now, he didn't want to engage in direct conflict with the Tree Spirit Tribe, especially since eliminating the electronic light spirit had earned him a contribution from the Tree Spirit Tribe. He couldn't afford to waste that. Contemplating that he should quickly exchange his mission rewards before any conflict arose with the Tree Spirit Tribe, Fang Heng decided to first meet his old friend, Senzo. Tree Spirit Tribe, I need to see your Grand Elder, Senzo. Several Tree Spirit members looked at each other, unsure of Fang Heng's origins, especially as he easily mentioned the name of Grand Elder Senzo. As they spoke, the Tree Spirits led Fang Heng slowly towards the depths of the forest. Not far ahead, there was another natural barrier that only affected vision. The team of Tree Spirits led Fang Heng through the barrier. Not long after entering the Tree Spirit area, a group of gathered Tree Spirit Tribe members appeared ahead. Vanis was among them. Fang Heng, how is it you? Vanis was in the midst of discussing the next course of action with the others when he saw Fang Heng returning with the patrol team. He was surprised to see Fang Heng alive. How did he enter the inner world? Upon hearing the call, Fang Heng turned his head towards Vanis. Stop. Vanis blocked Fang Heng, who was about to enter the central area of the camp, staring at him intently. Fang Heng, what about Elder Liwen? What happened to him? He's dead. Fang Heng had no good feelings towards Vanis and coldly glanced at him, continuing, "After you left, Lai Wen and I tried to break the electronic spirit barrier to unlock the spiritual domain. Unfortunately, he exhausted all his life force in battle and died in the end." Listening to Fang Heng, Vanis's right hand, which he had clenched, began to tremble uncontrollably. He then looked up at Fang Heng, fixedly staring at him. "You're talking nonsense. It must have been you. You killed Elder Lai Wen. It was just the two of you there at the time. Did you do it?" Fang Heng smirked mockingly. "Isn't it interesting that at the time, it wasn't just me who entered the energy zone, and who was the first to turn and run with his men after danger struck, abandoning Elder Lai Wen alone, and now coming to me for trouble?" "Shut up." "Nonsense." Vanis, touched by Fang Heng's words, was immediately angry, raising his hand to attack Fang Heng first. The position of the senior elder within the clan had just been vacated, and he wasn't the only one with aspirations for that position. Everything Fang Heng said would have a negative impact on his succession to the role. What infuriated Vanis even more was that everything Fang Heng said was true. Several green vortexes appeared in front of Vanis. In an instant, sharp thorns surged out like a storm from the green whirlpool. Each thorn gleamed with a pale green edge. Fang Heng fixed his gaze on the attacking leaves, swiftly evading their continuous strikes. Seeing the inability to resist, his blood-red sword burst open directly behind him. The dense thorns bombarded the blood-red barrier, rapidly disintegrating upon impact. Fang Heng blocked all the leaf attacks one by one, revealing half his face from within the blood barrier, provocatively looking at Vanis and sneering. "What's wrong? Afraid I'll expose your secrets?" "Nonsense." Vanis's face darkened to the extreme, and under extreme anger, green streaks appeared on his twisted face. Fang Heng was intrigued. What was this? The surrounding fluctuations in natural forces seemed unusual. Was it triggered by Vanis? Even after unlocking the spiritual domain blockade, did the tree spirits have more special means? Fang Heng felt something was amiss and was about to leave when suddenly the ground beneath him softened. Terrain spell. Vanis stared intently at Fang Heng, while several of his trusted followers behind him simultaneously used mud swamp and root entanglement skills. Fang Heng furrowed his brow, lifting his head. Whoosh! Vanis's speed suddenly greatly increased, almost instantly approaching Fang Heng, enveloped in a faint green light. Dang! Fang Heng was punched by Vanis and sent flying, with a visible indentation in his chest where the punch impacted, his body crashing heavily into a large tree behind him. Vanis's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. After releasing the blockade, his body attributes had undergone a significant transformation. He didn't expect this human to withstand the blow. Not being knocked out by his punch, he decided to continue. Murderous intent filled Vanis's eyes. He couldn't let this human continue speaking out of turn. Stop. Just as Vanis was about to move forward to chase and deal with Fang Heng and silence him, a light rebuke was heard. Senior Elder. Looking back, Grand Elder Senzo arrived among the gathered Tree Spirit Tribe members. Senzo had come to investigate the commotion from outside. To his surprise, he saw the scene of Vanis and Fang Heng in a fierce battle. Senzo initially didn't intervene, but when he saw Fang Heng starting to lose ground against Vanis breaking the seal, he stepped in. Watching Fang Heng, he felt a deep sense of puzzlement. Fang Heng was still alive, and he could enter the inner world. How did he do it? Fang Heng stood back up, the visible indentation in his chest quickly healing after being struck by Vanis's punch. A game prompt appeared on his retina. Prompt: player has completed the prerequisite mission. Test of the Leaf Tribe. Mission name: Test of the Leaf Tribe. Mission difficulty: S. Mission description: last without defeat in battle with Vanis for 2 minutes. Demonstrate your strength in front of Elder Senzo and gain his recognition. Fang Heng smirked and put away the blood of the vampire that he was about to counterattack with, thinking it was quite rare for the mission to be triggered in this hidden manner. So, Senzo had been watching from the sidelines the whole time. Huh. Fang Heng glanced at Senzo from the corner of his eye, silently cursing the old silver coin. Senzo, unaware of Fang Heng's thoughts, looked at him and asked, Fang Heng, how did you enter the inner world? I am a follower of nature. I have my ways. As for entering here, it was with Elder Lai Wen's permission, and Elder Vanis can attest to that. Vanis glared at Fang Heng, his eyes filled with malice and hatred. However, Fang Heng's words were surprisingly true on this point. The other members of the Tree Spirit Tribe glanced at each other, whispering softly. Is it true? A follower of nature? A human? Vanis just wanted to get rid of Fang Heng quickly and couldn't help but say, Senior Elder, he ... Enough. Vanis, I understand. You can step back first. Yes. Vanis, with a dark face, stepped back behind Grand Elder Senzo. Senzo was indeed surprised when he saw Fang Heng and Vanis fighting, but after a moment of contemplation, he had a plan. Regardless of how Fang Heng entered the inner world, he was now someone worth utilizing. Senzo waved his hand, signaling for the ordinary members of the Tree Spirit Tribe around to step back, leaving only a dozen elders of the Tree Spirit Tribe. Fang Heng, perhaps you do not know much about our Tree Spirit Tribe. What I'm about to tell you next are some secrets of our tribe that must not be revealed to outsiders. Please go on. Since ancient times, the Tree Spirit Tribe has been divided into 4 major clans, with our Leaf Clan being just one of them. In the past, the clans coexisted peacefully, each seeking their own ways to enter the inner world. They would unite to confront the Federation when necessary. However, with the disappearance of the Elder Council, the threat from the Federation has diminished, and conflicts between the clans are bound to become more apparent. Senzo squinted his eyes slightly. Fang Heng, I need you to do something for our Leaf Clan. Fang Heng felt a stir in his heart, sensing something strange. He couldn't shake the feeling that Senzo was hiding something, like there was a catch. Fang Heng raised his head and said, Is that so? What's in it for me? Fang Heng, say it again. When Nisai couldn't help but look at Fang Heng and question him with anger in his eyes. Helping their Leaf Clan was an honor for humans. Did he still want something in return? When Nisai couldn't understand Senzo, the leader of their Leaf Clan, their clan's influence was among the top in the 4 major clans. Why seek help from this insignificant human? When Nisai, show some respect. Senzo stopped when Nisai and looked at Fang Heng, continuing, All right, as long as you help us with a task, we are willing to assist you in advancing your mastery of natural studies. Advanced natural studies. Master-level natural studies. Fang Heng's pupils contracted suddenly. Jackpot. Listening to Senzo's words, the words jackpot immediately popped into Fang Heng's mind. And it was a very enticing jackpot. Fang Heng couldn't hold back. Elder Senzo, I have to say, you understand human nature very well. What do you need me to do for your Leaf Clan? So, you agree? Fang Heng nodded slightly. Of course, I have no reason to refuse. It's a matter of great importance. You must promise that once you accept the task, you will not cooperate with any other clan of the Tree Spirit Tribe. Suddenly, another game prompt appeared. Hint. Player triggers main mission. Trade from the Leaf Clan. Mission name. Leaf Clan's trade. Mission difficulty. SSS. Mission description. The Tree Spirit Tribe is divided into multiple clans. The disruption of the Spirit Domain blockade and the process of entering the inner world have shattered the peace of the Tree Spirit Tribe for many years. The Grand Elder Senzo of the Leaf Clan invites you to assist the Leaf Clan with some tasks. In return, the Leaf Clan is willing to help you in the completion of the Master-Level Natural Studies Advancement Ritual. Mission requirements. Achieve 100% completion of this mission. Failure will result if the player cooperates with any other clan of the Tree Spirit Tribe or accepts a mission from another faction, lowering the friendship level with the Leaf Clan to a minimum. Failure penalty. Significant decrease in friendship level with the Leaf Clan. Mission rewards. Master Level Advancement Ritual in Natural Studies. With the game prompt, Fang Heng felt a bit reassured. With a game mission as a guarantee, the likelihood of the Leaf Clan reneging on their promise reduced significantly. Elder Senzo, I agree to cooperate with you. During our cooperation, I will not work with any other faction of the Tree Spirit Tribe. Now, tell me, what do you need me to do? Very well. I need you to infiltrate the Tree Spirit Tribe sacred site, the Valley of the Tree Rings, and find the Shrine of the Sacred Tree. Fang Heng felt a stir in his heart. The sacred site of the Tree Spirit Tribe. What treasures could be there? We will guide you to the location. However, only you and 3 accompanying humans will be able to explore the Valley of the Tree Rings. Only us. Why? Because we are Tree Spirit people, and without the permission of the Elder Council, we are not allowed to enter the Valley of the Tree Rings. Forcing entry would have a significant impact. Of course, humans will also be affected, though not fatally. Fang Heng stroked his chin, feeling that it made sense, and nodded. All right, I understand. So, once I find the Shrine of the Sacred Tree, my task is complete? Yes, I also need you to help me search the shrine of the sacred tree. If you find wooden chests inside the shrine, retrieve them all and hand them over to us. Your task will be considered complete. Hint: player currently triggered side mission. Infiltrate the Valley of the Tree Rings. Mission name: Infiltrate the Valley of the Tree Rings. Mission difficulty: SS. Mission description: the Grand Elder Senzo hopes that you can infiltrate the sacred area of the Tree Spirit Tribe, the Valley of the Tree Rings, retrieve the wooden chests belonging to the Tree Spirit Tribe from the shrine inside the canyon, and return. Mission requirements: search and retrieve wooden chests 0 quarters. Mission rewards: with each wooden chest handed over to the Leaf Clan, the completion rate of the trade mission will increase by 50%. Failure penalty: significant decrease in friendship level with the Leaf Clan. Fang Heng looked at the game prompt. There were a total of 4 wooden chests, and he only needed to retrieve to complete the mission. It didn't seem too difficult. The mission difficulty was only SS. Is the Valley of the Tree Rings very dangerous? I have never entered the sacred site, so I cannot be sure. You will have to rely on yourselves for everything. What's inside the chests? I can't disclose that. I can only say that they are ancestral artifacts of our Tree Spirit Clan and are extremely important to us in the Leaf Clan. Senzo shook his head, interrupting. Fang Heng, you have many questions. Unfortunately, we are short on time. Go on. Will you go or not? I need an answer now. Okay, I accept. Fang Heng shrugged and chose to accept the mission. He could accept the mission first and see how things go. If he failed, so be it. What if there were something good in the chests? He would assess the situation and decide accordingly. Besides, while they were still in a cooperative state, he might as well convert all the contribution points from the Tree Spirit Tribe into Leaves of Life. Very well. The outer seal of the Elder Council of the Tree Spirit Tribe will be broken by us collectively once all the clans have gathered. The Wood Clan is already on the way and expected to arrive this afternoon. At that time, you will accompany us to enter the Elder Council. All right, no problem. Oh, one more thing. Elder Senzo. Senzo was about to leave when Fang Heng stopped him, causing him to pause and ask, is there something else? I would like to use my contribution points from the Tree Spirit Tribe to exchange for some items. Senzo unconsciously frowned, feeling a sense of unease. Could it be that he was? Fang Heng had a simple smile on his face. I want to exchange for Leaves of Life. When Nisai also looked stunned, suddenly recalling the scene where Fang Heng had continuously extorted Leaves of Life at the Federal Central Research Institute. He involuntarily shrunk his neck and looked at Elder Senzo. Elder Senzo's face also turned slightly blue. Leaves of Life again. Was this guy raised on Leaves of Life, or what? Who would have thought that simply granting Fang Heng the permission to exchange contribution points would cause him such pain? Give it to him. Let him exchange. Senzo practically gritted his teeth as he said this before sweeping his robe and leaving. Originally, the Yi family had arranged for 3 members of the Tree Language Speakers Alliance. It was considered a move of trial and luck. With Fang Heng joining, Senzo felt more confident. During the rest, Fang Heng had a conversation with the 3 members of the Tree Language Speakers Alliance, finally obtaining some information from them. So that's it, the Battle of Inheritance. Earlier, Fang Heng had some doubts about the relationships between the 4 internal clans of the Tree Spirit Clan. Now he had some understanding. They were competitors. Each time, as the God Tree of the Tree Spirit Clan declined, the Tree Spirit Clan would timely select a new generation of rulers. In the past, every time this happened, there would be a fight among the 4 clans. The last victor was the Soul Clan, so the Soul Clan controlled the God Tree of the Tree Spirit Clan, established the Elder Council, and directed the entire Tree Spirit Clan. Currently, the Elder Council of the Tree Spirit Clan was abandoned, and with the Tree Spirit Clan lacking a leader, the next leader would surely be chosen among the 4 major clans. Conflict between them was inevitable. Without the mediation of the Elder Council, this time's conflict might be more uncontrollable. Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the barrier surrounding the Elder Council. The 4 major clans of the Tree Spirit Clan gathered separately in 4 areas. With the arrival of the last Mu clan, the elders of the 4 major clans went to the center to discuss. At this moment, Fang Heng and the other 3 members of the Tree Language Speakers Alliance stood behind the Yi Clan elder. Due to the strained relationship between Fang Heng and Vanis, the senior elder Senzo sent another Yi Clan elder, Osman, to lead the group in action. Everyone, ahead is a special power barrier set by the Elder Council. We have investigated before, and the Elder Council is completely abandoned. Only by gathering the strength of our four major clans can we break it together from the outside. Senior Elder Senzo has analyzed. All four major clans want to become the leader of the Tree Spirit clan, and it's impossible for them to give up easily. Most likely, once they enter the Elder Council, they will fight over the treasures left behind by the Elder Council. Currently, the elders of each clan are discussing specific actions. After they break the external barrier together, the clans will enter the Elder Council together. At that time, I will lead you to bypass from behind and enter the Valley of the Rings. Osman continued. The clans are wary of the sacred area of the Elder Council, and it is highly likely that they will not enter the Valley of the Rings first, which will buy us some time, but not much. Alright, I understand. Without the approval of the Elder Council, entering the sacred land of the Tree Spirit clan will incur the punishment of the God Tree and Blood Backlash. However, how much deterrent power these have to the current clan members is uncertain. We will meet you at the entrance of the Valley of the Rings. You need to find the altar of the sacred tree soon as possible. Got it. The group quietly noted down the key points Osman mentioned. Fang Heng nodded to show his understanding. The group stayed where they were, waiting quietly. Soon, the elders of the various clans of the Tree Spirit clan reached some sort of agreement and jointly unleashed their original power to break the outer seal of the Elder Council. With a slight tremor under their feet, sparkling dots appeared on the green barrier in front of them. Dang! With a slight sound, the entire barrier shattered before their eyes. Almost simultaneously, the prepared clans of the Tree Spirit clan rushed forward, led by the elders from all four directions to enter the area of the Elder Council. Let's go! Osman called out, leading Fang Heng and the others quickly into the Elder Council. At first, the various clans of the Tree Spirit clan were still outside the Elder Council hall, maintaining their composure and not starting any confrontations. As Fang Heng followed Osman through the main hall, he could faintly hear the sound of arguments coming from inside. They moved on in silence. Osman led Fang Heng through the main hall, passed through the back of the Yi language hall, and then went through a narrow path after passing through the green vine corridor to reach a small valley entrance. Everyone, we are here. Ahead is the entrance to the sacred land of the Elder Council, the Valley of the Rings. Go on. Our people will guide you from the outside, as soon as possible. Okay. Fang Heng agreed and no longer hesitated, entering the valley entrance with the other three members of the Tree Language Speakers Alliance. Hint. Players entering a special area. Hint. Flying is prohibited in this area. Players' natural learning ability is reduced by 80%, and the effectiveness of natural learning is reduced by 80%. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompts. No wonder the Tree Spirit clan believed they would be affected by bloodline here, unable to fully unleash their abilities. The entrance to the Valley of the Rings ahead was narrow, only allowing one person to move forward, sometimes even requiring them to sidestep to pass through. Fang Heng walked at the front of the team, slowly moving forward along the passage. After about 10 minutes of walking, the canyon ahead gradually widened. Fang Heng couldn't help but slow down his pace. The three Tree Language Speakers Alliance companions who were originally following behind Fang Heng saw him stop, and without delay, they hastened their steps and went past him. Suddenly, from the crevices of the left and right cliff walls, several mottled flower snakes emerged. Be careful. Anne, the one leading the team, saw the shadows appearing ahead and immediately shouted to alert everyone, swinging her machete forward. Snap! A half-meter-long pattern snake was cut in half in midair and fell to the ground. The reactions of the other two were not as quick. Despite hearing Anne's warning and attempting to dodge, one of them was still bitten by a snake that suddenly emerged and swung her machete repeatedly, escorting the injured person back with them. Swish! Swish! The group immediately drew their beam weapons from their backpacks and retaliated against the approaching flower snakes, clearing them out. Not good. The snakes are highly poisonous. Seeing their companions' lips turning purple, and immediately realized the severity of the situation, cleaning the wound with water and applying the antidote from her backpack to the injured party's wound. The injured person's pale face gradually began to regain color. They had barely managed to get through this crisis, and her companions looked back at the passage ahead, their eyes showing a hint of vigilance. The passage was long, and they couldn't tell how many more venomous snakes were lurking within the crevices of the rock walls. Looks like the situation isn't good, Anne said, picking up a stone from the ground and throwing it forcefully towards the depths of the passage ahead. Crack! The stone hit the side of the rock wall heavily. Swish, swish, swish. How many venomous snakes are lurking along the way? Who can withstand it? This group of snakes depends solely on the energy beam weapons in their hands, and it's unknown when they will be able to eliminate them. Everyone was at a loss and didn't know who to follow. Looking towards Fang Heng on the side. Fang Heng was the last person personally brought by Elder Osman. Perhaps he had a way. Ana's throat rolled as she was about to ask when her pupil suddenly constricted. What is that? Fang Heng stood still, took out a mask from his backpack, and put it on his face. Hiss, hiss. In the next moment, rapidly spinning magic arrays emerged all over Fang Heng's body. A dark red life form rushed out of each magic array, swiftly moving towards the canyon passage ahead. Lickers. Ana was surprised. Venomous snakes hidden in the canyon were triggered and burst out of the stone crevices, rushing towards the intruders. Their venomous fangs viciously tore into the Licker's body. Hint. Player in Ned duplicate Licker form is attacked and receives 12/20 damage, and is affected by venomous effect ... Hint. Player's undead body effect activates, clearing the venomous effect ... Venomous effect. Under the influence of the venomous effect, the Licker's body slightly emitted a dark purple color, but the undead body effect automatically dispelled the negative effect, clearing the venomous effect every 0.5 seconds. The Licker's state was restored to its original. It seemed as if the Licker's body color kept changing. Fang Heng quickly scanned the game hints. The venomous effect could be stacked. Initially, even lower-level players could endure it, but once it was stacked hundreds of times, not even boss creatures could withstand it. Moreover, the snakes had the advantage of terrain, hidden in the crevices of the rocks, making them hard to defend against. It would take some effort for an ordinary player to deal with them. Unfortunately, the venomous effect was countered by his undead body effect. The Licker group swiftly entered the canyon, even climbing directly along the canyon walls, clearing out the snakes hidden in crevices along the way. Ana and the others were shocked. Realizing who the leader of the team was, they dared not act recklessly, quietly following behind Fang Heng. Let's go, Fang Heng said, taking steps towards the depths of the canyon. Ana and the others exchanged glances, put away their energy beam weapons, and followed suit. Entering deeper into the canyon area, following the path cleared by the Lickers, they soon found the terrain ahead gradually becoming more open. Hastening their pace for about 10 minutes, they had already left the canyon area. Ahead, a portion of the trunk branches of a giant divine tree stood tall. The Licker group had discovered something and gathered beneath the divine tree. Fang Heng looked forward. Beneath the towering divine tree, an area shrouded in a light mist. Numerous roots emerged from the ground, intertwining and forming a fortress-like structure under the divine tree. The entrance of the structure was naturally formed by several exceptionally thick roots, bending and twisting to converge into an irregular and peculiar archway. Fang Heng frowned as a word came to mind. Labyrinth. Fang Heng muttered to himself. Ana and the others also approached, gazing at the entrance archway of the labyrinth. Troublesome. Ana observed the labyrinth ahead, with a serious expression. It seems to be a tree root maze. It is said that there are similar tree root mazes outside the Elder's Court, and the construction of each maze is different. Entering recklessly will result in being trapped, and finding the exit within a short time will be very difficult. Moreover, this maze ahead seems larger. Another person carefully inspected the interior of the maze, showing great fear of the snakes encountered earlier, saying, "I wonder if there are dangers inside the maze." Fang Heng released his perception. The mist enveloping the maze had a devouring effect on perception, quickly engulfing his extended sense. Perception could only spread a short distance. Relying solely on perception was incapable of fully exploring the maze. Ana and the others looked troubled. They didn't know if they would encounter aggressive creatures inside the maze, and even if they didn't, navigating within the maze was purely luck-based, and finding the exit would require quite an effort. Let's go. Don't waste time. Let's go in and take a look. Prepare a rope. Don't get lost in it, Ana was saying, when suddenly her eyelids twitched slightly. Rustle. Rustle. The Licker group that had been gathering under the divine tree suddenly moved in unison, rushing towards the tree root maze again. Ana quickly stepped back several times to give way to the Licker group. The group turned to look at Fang Heng with some doubt. Was he planning to use the Lickers to explore the maze? Fang Heng remained silent, his expression calm. Such mazes were indeed effective against ordinary players, but against him ... they fell short by a large margin. As his mental strength continued to improve, as long as he concentrated, he could still sense the lickers within a short distance. Fang Heng used his mental power to sense the lickers' positions, attempting to construct a three-dimensional map of the maze in his mind. "Huh," Fang Heng lightly exclaimed. It was actually a three-dimensional maze. The maze was built within the roots of the divine tree, with winding and branching pathways, making forcefully crossing the maze significantly more challenging. Interesting, Fang Heng furrowed his brow, then closed his eyes, concentrating to reconstruct a three-dimensional map of the maze in his mind. Anna and the others exchanged glances. Seeing Fang Heng deeply immersed in calculations, they refrained from speaking, quietly standing to the side, waiting. Found it. 20 minutes later, Fang Heng suddenly opened his eyes. With over 500 lickers, combined with their high-speed movement and climbing abilities, most of the maze area was quickly explored, and the exit was successfully located. "Let's go. Follow me." With that, Fang Heng directly stepped into the maze area. So soon, did he really find it? Anna cautiously looked at Fang Heng and hurriedly followed. By this time, Fang Heng had already constructed most of the three-dimensional map of the tree root maze in his mind, so when encountering a split in the path, he had no hesitation and quickly headed towards the shortest path to the exit. After darting around in the maze for over 10 minutes, the group saw the light shining through the maze exit ahead. Having traversed the tree root maze, they were still within the interior area of the divine tree roots. Interesting. Fang Heng quickly realized that the inscription on the stone wall was actually a large magic array. The magic array was divided into hundreds of movable small stone slabs. The slabs were randomly arranged, making the whole text and images look particularly messy. So if it were to be restored to its original state, a rapidly rotating magic array immediately appeared in Fang Heng's right eye's pupil. It wasn't difficult. While Anna and the others were still examining the patterns on the slabs, not quite understanding the situation, they saw Fang Heng already at the slabs, reaching out to manipulate them. 10 minutes later, a new magic array pattern appeared before everyone's eyes. Anna and the others couldn't help but turn to look at Fang Heng. Then what? No reaction? Where did it go wrong? Fang Heng rubbed his chin. The magic array was fine. It seemed to be lacking the input of energy. In the past, the magic array could be triggered to operate independently through the god tree of the Tree Spirit Clan. With the fall of the god tree, the magic array lost its energy source and naturally could not operate. Fang Heng turned to Anna and the others, asking, "Did the Tree Spirit Clan tell you anything before coming? Any items that can trigger the array?" Anna was momentarily stunned, then realized, right, the Leaves of Life. They said that if we encounter mechanisms that require energy activation, we can use the Leaves of Life to temporarily energize them. Fang Heng's heart stirred. He reached out towards Anna, saying, "Where are the Leaves of Life? How many do you have?" "They're in my backpack," Anna replied, opening the backpack she carried on her back and searching for the Leaves of Life inside. Suddenly, Anna heard a swoosh, then looked up to see Fang Heng appearing in front of her. Fang Heng saw that Anna had 5 Leaves of Life in her hand, his eyes shining. "Give them all to me," Fang Heng said as he took the Leaves of Life from Anna's hand. He then glanced at the others, saying, "Do you have them on you too? All of you, give them to me." Anna and the 2 people next to her looked at each other, then began searching their backpacks. Fang Heng inwardly criticized, thinking that the Tree Spirit Clan was truly unfair. Everyone else who accepted the mission had Leaves of Life, but not him. After collecting the Leaves of Life from the members of the Tree Speakers Alliance, Fang Heng once again approached the stone door. The power of the Leaves of Life turned into faint green energy points, gradually merging into the slabs. Click, click, click ... The magic array on the slabs gradually started flowing. After consuming 3 Leaves of Life, a faint green mini teleportation passage appeared in front of the stone slab magic array. "Let's go," said Fang Heng, stepping into the teleportation passage. His vision was immediately shrouded in a light blue glow. When Fang Heng regained his vision, he found himself no longer inside the roots of the god tree, the sacred wood altar. Fang Heng surveyed the surroundings. A faint mist enveloped patches of withered trees and vines around him. It seemed like he had been transported to the outside world. The ground was covered with a layer of withered leaves, soft to step on. Looking up, a quaint wooden altar stood before him. Fang Heng was intrigued. Behind the altar was an ordinary withered tree, about 5 meters tall, its height even less than the ordinary giant tree seen outside. As Osman mentioned, The sacred wood altar was built on the location of the god tree's main body. So, was this withered tree in front of him the main body of the god tree? Look, that box. Next to him, Anna and the others followed Fang Heng through the teleportation passage, gradually regaining their vision. Their gaze quickly focused on the boxes in front of the sacred wood altar. The boxes needed by the elder Senzo. Anna and the others looked excited. They only needed to take the boxes away, return along the original path, and hand them over to the Leaf Clan to complete their mission. Fang Heng also noticed. Glancing at Anna and the others, he walked towards the wooden boxes. In front of the sacred wood altar, 4 boxes were arranged. The boxes were wrapped in vines, appearing as a form of protection. However, with the complete withering of the god tree, the vines had also withered. We only need to get to complete the mission, Fang Heng whispered, reaching out to touch one of the boxes entirely, picking it up to examine. Hint: player obtains item, sacrificial box. Description: related mission item. Players can submit this item to the Leaf Clan in exchange for mission completion. Opening the box privately might reduce mission completion rate. The withered vines around the box were originally a form of protection, but with the complete dispersal of the god tree's power, this protection was now entirely ineffective. So what was inside the box? Fang Heng couldn't help but be curious. If it were a task from another faction, he might have hesitated, but with the Tree Spirit Clan, Fang Heng had no psychological burden, and he touched the box, peeling away the withered vines on the outer layer. Anna and the others were stunned by Fang Heng's actions. What was he trying to do? During the training in the ancient rings, Elder Osman instructed them countless times not to open the boxes, but Fang Heng did just that. Anna and the others were shocked, but they didn't dare to stop him. They closely watched every move Fang Heng made. Click, a light sound. The box opened in Fang Heng's hands. There seemed to be no danger. Inside the box lay a blue crystal. What is this? Item: Crystal of Nature's Heart Energy Crystal. Type: Special Item, Mission Item, Consumable. Description: a special energy crystal that can be used in rituals, capable of converting various energies into a form absorbable by the god tree of the Tree Spirit Clan. Description: players lack relevant skills and cannot obtain more related information. Description: special item, unable to be stored in the backpack, will definitively drop upon player's death. Special note: this item is a special item. Storing it in the backpack will lower the mission completion rate. An object with unclear information. Fang Heng muttered to himself, carefully examining the blue crystal in his hand, as if something suddenly dawned on him. He felt that the shape of this thing was somewhat familiar. Where had he seen it before? Yes, Fang Heng suddenly remembered. Previously, in the Sanctuary of Prayers, he saw similar grooves in the large combined ritual magic array in the Elder's Hall. So, was this thing meant to be used in conjunction with the ritual magic array in the Sanctuary of Prayers? Fang Heng couldn't help but ponder. Earlier, he found plenty of book-related materials and miscellaneous items inside the altar, packed them all and used a zombie clone to transport them back to hand over to Sandy for research. Anna and the others looked at Fang Heng with confusion written all over their faces. They had no idea what Fang Heng's expression meant, and hesitated about whether to say something or not. Whoosh. Whoosh. The magic circle beneath Fang Heng's feet spun rapidly. Following that, a dense blood water gushed out from the magic circle, enveloping Fang Heng completely. Whoosh. Fang Heng, along with the blood water, disappeared from the spot. What just happened? Disappeared? Anna and the others were all stunned, looking at each other. Fang Heng had completely vanished from their sight, leaving behind 4 wooden boxes placed in front. Everyone turned to look at Anna. Without a clue, Anna gazed at the 4 wooden boxes left by Fang Heng, swallowed nervously, and cautiously took a step forward. As soon as he took a step, a teleportation channel behind him reacted. Hundreds of lickers continuously emerged from the teleportation channel, gathering around the wooden boxes. It seemed like they were guarding the boxes. Anna, looking at the alert lickers, involuntarily took a step back. Awkward. So what should they do next? They suddenly realized they were in a dilemma. Should they pick up the boxes? The layers of liquor surrounding them didn't make it seem like a good idea to mess with them. Should they attack first? They were afraid they might be torn to shreds by the liquors. Run away. Would it make sense to run without obtaining the boxes? And without Fang Heng, they would be trapped in the outer dense forest. What to do? They looked at each other in confusion. Let's wait a bit longer. Fang Heng may have temporarily left. In the real world, Fang Heng was not in a hurry. The Valley of the Year Rings imposed significant restrictions on the tree spirit race. Even if the tree spirit race forcibly intruded, the root maze could confine them for a long time, sufficient for him to gather some information. Soon, in the game, ManhwaRecap also went offline. The two connected and Dan quickly got in touch with Sandy to inquire if Sandy had found any information on the part of the record they discovered in the Tree Spirit Clan's Spirit Prayer Temple last time. So ManhwaRecap reluctantly became a relay messenger, constantly logging in and out to convey the conversation between the two. On the fifth login, ManhwaRecap said, "Boss Fang, Sandy thinks you may have found something very important. He's now clamoring to talk to you, looking extremely impatient. We couldn't stop him. The leaf crystal stone clay we gave you should still be there. Wait for her to help us build the communication network." Okay. Got it. Fang Heng also felt it was too troublesome to rely on ManhwaRecap to convey messages on the other end. Sandy kept asking about the area Fang Heng was currently in, but it was challenging to describe what was in front of his eyes in just a few words. It would be easier to establish remote, image-based communication. Shortly after, Fang Heng returned to the game world. All this took nearly half an hour. Anna and the other humans were still somewhat bewildered in place. Before entering the Valley of the Year Rings, Osman had given them a mark seal emblem. Through the emblem, they could contact Osman outside. However, it was a consumable item, subject to heavy suppression within the Valley of the Year Rings, and could only be used for one remote communication opportunity, should they use it now. But, considering the current situation, it seemed that even if Osman personally came over, he wouldn't be able to resolve the trouble. Should they take a risk? Go up and fight the Lickers? They didn't dare. After all, the sight of the Licker group dealing with the snake creatures earlier left a deep impression on them. Lickers were much more terrifying than those snake creatures. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as they hesitated, they saw another magic circle appearing at the spot where Fang Heng had disappeared, causing Anna and the others' hearts to skip a beat. Once again, blood flowed out from the magic circle. It was Fang Heng. He came back. Watching Fang Heng gradually solidify in the blood, Anna clenched his teeth, gathered courage, took a half step forward, and said, "Mr. Fang Heng, Fang Heng re-entered the game world through the teleportation magic circle, gave everyone a cold glance, shook his head to signal them not to speak. Anna, trying to say the words he had been preparing for half a day, was once again left speechless. Fang Heng walked to the side and pulled out a leaf-shaped crystal stone from his pocket. The crystal stone emitted a faint light, indicating that Clay had already prepared for the communication link. Fang Heng infused his mental power into the emblem. The Valley of the Year Rings exerted significant constraints on natural studies, but the suppression in this area was not as severe as that outside. The crystal stone operated perfectly after being infused with mental power. Thus, the crystal stone triggered, and a pale spatial ripple projected ahead. A spatial ripple gradually congealed in front. Soon, in the dispersing spatial ripples, a familiar face gradually appeared. It was Clay. Clay had her eyes tightly shut. DeForest's communication was under major interference, and she had to exert all her effort to maintain the communication functioning. Suddenly, another head popped out from the side, a large face directly blocking Clay's visage. "Boss Fang, oh my god. I have a feeling that you found something incredible." Sandy, still flipping through a certain page of a tattered book, looked extremely excited, urging, "Quick, show me that precious crystal stone you found again. And about that altar, it's crucial." "All right," Fang Heng replied, taking a step forward. The image communication ripple moved slowly with the emblem Fang Heng held. Under Anna and the others' scrutinizing gaze, Fang Heng walked through the liquor group and reached the wooden boxes. Opening one of the boxes, Fang Heng took out a crystal in an irregular state of the nature heart and displayed it in front of Sandy. The nature heart. Sandy carefully examined the crystal surface, flipped through the book repeatedly to compare it in detail, his eyes suddenly revealing a more excited light. "Fang Heng, if I'm not mistaken, this thing should be the tree spirit's nature heart," Sandy exclaimed. "It's worth a fortune." "Ah, no, I mean, it's highly collectible. Very valuable." Fang Heng nodded. He had just heard about this matter from the Elder Senzo not long ago. Therefore, at the moment, the Tree Spirit Clan is extremely unstable internally. "Yes. So this matter is very important to them, huh? Why?" Fang Heng felt even more puzzled and asked, What does the crystal stone have to do with the selection of the next clan leader? You don't know? Sandy scratched his head upon hearing Fang Heng's question. Well, let's start from the beginning. According to the information I found in the books, Sandy patiently spent some time explaining the rules for selecting the next elder of the Tree Spirit clan from the beginning. After listening, Fang Heng suddenly felt a kind of awakening, as if from a dream. The Tree Spirit clan is truly interesting. After all this time, Elder Senzo has been hiding crucial information from him. The method of passing on to the next elder in the Tree Spirit clan is not as straightforward as Fang Heng had imagined, but rather another method that, at least on the surface, appears more peaceful. Simply put, each clan will cultivate their own sacred tree under the supervision of the Elder Council. After 100 years, the clan that nurtures the strongest tree to inherit the sacred tree wins. The victorious clan's sacred tree can absorb the nutrients from the sacred trees cultivated by other clans, as well as the nutrients from the aging previous generation of sacred trees, allowing the sacred tree to grow optimally. The sacred tree will then become the new sacred tree of the entire Tree Spirit clan. Therefore, at the moment, the various clans of the Tree Spirit clan are desperately attempting to enter the Elder Council and are even resorting to violence. In truth, they are trying to seize the resources to nurture the sacred tree by any means necessary. However, now, due to a major upheaval within the Tree Spirit clan, the Elder Council has completely disappeared, and the resources left by the Elder Council are unallocated. Whoever grabs it, it belongs to them. As for the natural heart crystal found in the box, it is more than just an energy source. It is a special conversion device. Under the blessing of the ritual magic array, the crystal can convert other forms of energy into natural energy that the sacred tree can absorb. Fang Heng understood, and he weighed the crystal in his hand again. Good stuff. No wonder the Tree Spirit clan is willing to trade it for master-level knowledge of nature. However, isn't it a bit of a loss to submit the crystal stone as a task item to the Leaf clan? With these gems, he could set a high price. Why not try auctioning them off to other Tree Spirit clan clans? Whoever offers the highest price wins. How to maximize profits, right? Sandy. Well done. Fang Heng deliberated, nodded in approval. Okay, I understand. I have something else to attend to now. Let me retrieve the crystal stone first, and then we can discuss further. Wait. As Fang Heng was about to end the communication, Sandy hurriedly interjected, shouting excitedly at the communication device. Wait a minute, you fool. These things could have been conveyed by Boss Mo. Why do I need to personally tell you? Have you heard of the saying, misusing a precious object, causing more harm than good? Looking for small gains, but losing out on big ones, mixing up priorities, losing something important for a minor gain? There's an even more important matter at hand right now. Fang Heng was baffled. What are you talking about? Just hold on. I need to confirm some things again. After taking a deep breath to calm herself, Sandy continued. Turn the projection lens in the direction. I want to observe the core of the sacred tree. The core of the sacred tree. Fang Heng glanced back at the thoroughly withered core of the sacred tree behind the divine wood altar, turned the emblem in his hand, and faced the sacred tree with the remote image communication. Sandy leaned in, carefully examining the sacred tree, her eyes showing an unprecedented seriousness. Fang Heng, I read in the records that there is something related to the withered sacred tree. Sandy observed the sacred tree while speaking. I have read that before the withering sacred tree reaches the end of its life, it will gather its remaining power within itself, passing the power to the next generation of new sacred trees, and this process used to be overseen by the Elder Council. I just checked, this should be the core of the sacred tree, but I'm not completely sure whether the remaining source of life of this sacred tree has been extracted or not. Fang Heng's pupil suddenly contracted, realizing immediately what Sandy wanted to say. Are you saying that the power of the withering tree might not have been extracted? Sandy nodded heavily. It is highly possible. Yes. Fang Heng also suddenly understood. The sudden disappearance of the Rift World Passage, the sudden death of the older generation of sacred trees, and the abnormalities in the remaining seeds all indicate that the next generation of seeds cannot be cultivated. Therefore, it is very likely that the older generation of sacred trees did not complete the energy extraction operation. The natural heart crystals in these boxes are not extracted from the sacred tree. Sandy was right. If you were to take the crystals and run out, that would be going to the treasure mountain to return empty-handed. However, There is still one question. Since there are issues with the sacred tree seeds, why are the four major clans still fiercely competing to obtain the energy crystals of various cultivated species? If the seeds are gone, how can they be nurtured? Well, setting this aside for now, Fang Heng suppressed his doubts and asked, Sandy, how can I extract the energy of the sacred tree seeds? Wait, let me see. Sandy disappeared from the communication mirror for 5 minutes before hastily returning, holding a tattered book and showing a page of the book to Fang Heng. The book depicted a large magic array. This is the magic array. It is used to absorb and condense the remnants of energy from the withering sacred tree. Fang Heng raised his head and stared at the magic array on the book. A rapidly rotating image of the magic array reflected in the iris of his right eye. Hint: the player is attempting to replicate the magic array using the all-knowing eye. Hint: magic array tier, intermediate tier. Hint: success rate of judgment is 100%. After a lengthy casting period of 1 minute, the magic array in Fang Heng's pupil retracted slowly. Hint: the player has completed the replication of the magic array. It's done. Fang Heng withdrew his gaze and looked at the withered sacred tree. He wasn't sure if there were any remaining energy essences in the withering sacred tree. It's okay. Let's give it a try. If it isn't there, that's fine too. If it's there, Fang Heng lightly licked his lips. This might just be the most precious treasure in the Valley of the Tree Spirit Clan's Ring of Years. Previously, they had heard bits and pieces of the conversation through the mirror barrier. They all looked at Fang Heng with a hint of fear in their eyes. What does this mean? Is Fang Heng going to conduct an experiment? Using the sacred tree of the Tree Spirit Tribe for an experiment? Is he truly going to do this? Even though it is said that the sacred tree is already withered, the thought of taking action against it still made everyone uneasy. Everyone, I assume you have already heard, right? Fang Heng glanced at everyone and continued. The inheritance left by the Tree Spirit Tribe cannot fall into the hands of other clans. If we don't take action, others will. This is for the future of the Tree Spirit Tribe. I won't say much more. Let's get started directly. Anna and the others exchanged looks, not sure whether they should participate. But before they could decide, Fang Heng had already started moving around the sacred tree, setting up the ritual magic circle on the spot. Damn it, he is really going to do it. The magic circle he was setting up was a medium-sized one, and it wasn't easy to arrange. Even with Fang Heng's all-knowing eye and the inheritance of the alchemist, it still took him an hour to complete the entire magic circle. Okay, everyone take your positions. An hour later, Fang Heng finished arranging the magic circle and stood up, beckoning Anna and the others to stand at the edge of the ritual magic circle. The ritual magic circle require at least 3 people to activate it simultaneously. Although Fang Heng's mental power attribute was sufficient for 1 person to activate the ritual magic circle, he still needed at least 2 more assistants. Anna and the others glanced at Fang Heng, seeming to have resigned themselves, and closed their eyes one by one, focusing their attention on the magic circle. The magic circle under their feet slowly activated. As their mental powers were gradually drawn by the magic circle, faint lights appeared on the completely withered sacred tree. Success! Fang Heng felt relieved. He sensed that a faint power was being drawn from the withered sacred tree. Regardless of the reason, the Tree Spirit Tribe in the other world did not succeed in extracting the power from the withered sacred tree before they disappeared. This couldn't be better. Outside the Tree Spirit Clan altar protection area, Ausman and over 10 members of the Leaf Clan guarded the entrance to the Ring of Years Valley. It had been 2 hours. Just as they expected, a fight had broken out at the Elders' Hall outside. After some struggle for the Nature Heart Crystals, the 4 clans had a skirmish, tearing apart their relationships. Hoping that the Elders' Hall would obtain more Nature Heart Crystals, which were crucial for nurturing the sacred tree. Ausman was about to speak, when suddenly he turned to look at a vine corridor in the distance. Manny's brought several members of the Tree Spirit Tribe. Seeing Ausman and another person still guarding the entrance, Manny's nodded gently towards him. How's the situation inside? Ausman replied, it's calm. They've been inside for 2 hours. Manny's appeared anxious, glancing at the deep gorge. No news after so long. Is something wrong? According to the head elder, the Ring of Years Valley is filled with illusions. Without a guide, it's easy to get lost inside. It may take a while, Ausman replied, then turned to ask about their situation. What about your side? How's it going? Portraying a sense of unease. We found 5 Nature Heart Crystals in the main hall, successfully snatched 3 more from the other clans. There is still a small portion under dispute, but most have already been claimed. Other clans will probably arrive here soon. Ausman nodded, hoping to catch up. Obtaining 8 nature heart crystals was acceptable for the Leaf clan, but of course, the more nature heart crystals, the better. After waiting for a moment, their brows furrowed as they looked towards the vine corridor. Members of the Wood clan, led by an elder, started making their way towards the entrance. The elder looked at Ausman and his companion gathered at the entrance with a hint of surprise. Then, the elder chuckled. I didn't expect to see you both here. It seems like you are also interested in the sacred tree altar. Ausman replied with a hum. Have you forgotten the oath we made? The tree spirit tribe is not allowed to enter the sacred grounds of the Ring of Years Valley without the elder's permission. The elder continued mockingly. Oh, is that so? Do you still remember those oaths? Then, why are you staying here? Don't try to deceive me by saying you are here to protect the Ring of Years Valley. The elder cast a cold smile before glancing around, adding, now that the elder's hall is empty, let's not use these nauseating words. While others are not here yet, why don't we cooperate and explore the Ring of Years Valley together? We can split whatever we find in half later. How about that? Ausman shook his head. Not a chance. We haven't forgotten our ancestors' oaths. The elder burst into laughter. Really? Why do I feel like you Leaf people are all hypocritical? Ausman's expression changed abruptly. What did you say? I said, you're a hypocrite, Ausman. Suddenly, a violent rumble echoed from the deep part of the gorge. The ground started trembling slightly. Everyone turned to look towards the direction of the Ring of Years Valley. Clearly, the disturbance originated from deep inside the valley. What's happening? What's going on inside the Ring of Years Valley? The elder's face paled with realization, tightly focusing on Ausman as he expressed displeasure. You despicable Leaf people, did you lay hands on the sacred tree altar? What have you done to the sacred tree altar? Not knowing what exactly had occurred inside, and sensing that the situation was not right, Ausman also felt uneasy. However, he refused to back down in the conversation. Despicable? Well, that term does not really suit us in front of you Wood clan people. Huh, what's that? The tree spirit tribe members stopped arguing once again, looking towards the deep part of the Ring of Years Valley. At the same time, almost everyone felt a majestic power overflowing from the depths of the Ring of Years Valley. Doom! A pale blue pillar of light shot up into the sky. Rising light pillars slowly dissipated into the air. Fang Heng felt a sense of doubt in his heart. In the withered god tree, it seemed that a large portion of the power had already been extracted, leaving less than a third remaining. What was going on? An abnormal energy loss was occurring in the withered god tree. Could it be that the elders of the tree spirit tribe had already extracted 2/3, leaving 1/3 behind? Something just didn't seem right. As Fang Heng pondered, suddenly, intense vibrations occur under their feet. As the withered god tree completely dissipated before their eyes, the surrounding withered trees turned into ash rapidly. The mist enveloping them dispersed quickly. The outer seal barrier gradually disappeared, and the teleportation passage behind them quickly became ineffective. Everyone looked up, feeling the continuous vibrations under their feet. Something was approaching from a distance. Looking up, they gradually saw towering life forms resembling small mountains in the distance. Stone giants, a life form entirely made of accumulated stone, standing at least 7 to 8 meters tall. They seemed to move awkwardly. A massive creature. Fang Heng sensed the power fluctuating from the stone giants. The stone giants were gradually awakening, rising from the ground and coming towards their location. Anna felt a sense of crisis in her heart. Fang Heng, what are those monsters? Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Obviously, he also didn't know what was happening. It seemed like everything was normal, and he had only completely drained the power of the withered god tree. What was the situation with these stone giants? Let's not worry about that for now. Fang Heng retracted his gaze towards the god tree altar. There it was. Suspended above the altar were 3 seed-like things. Seeds. Without minding the stone giants rapidly approaching them, Fang Heng's heart moved, and he immediately dashed towards the seeds on the altar, picking up the 3 seeds in his hand. Hint. Player receives item. Essence of the God Tree's Seed *3. Item. Essence of the God Tree's Seed. Description. After the death of the God Tree, these are the seeds left behind after the collection of energy, containing part of the power the God Tree once had. The new God tree can temporarily possess some abilities. By absorbing them, the abilities can be permanently solidified through special means. Additional information. This seed can be absorbed and used as natural energy. Additional information. This item is a special item and cannot be placed in the inventory. It will drop upon death. Additional information. While possessing this item, it will incur additional attacks and hostility from the Stone Spirit Puppet Tribe. The God Tree Seeds. Fang Heng was greatly delighted. The energy essence left after the death of the previous God Tree was preserved in the form of seeds. The 3 seeds varied in size, each attached with different skills. Abe Chia was also a descendant of the God Tree, so there was a high probability that the seeds could be absorbed by the God Tree Abe Chia. Fang Heng's heart raced for a moment. This was a good opportunity. Fang Heng immediately examined the additional skill properties of the 3 seeds in his hand. Item. Essence of the God Tree's Seed. Seal. Special power. Seed of Seal. Description. Using the power of the God Tree, seal the target unit. After sealing, the God Tree can slowly absorb the power of the sealed unit. The maximum number of seals, maximum seal strength. Absorption efficiency is related to the strength of the God Tree itself. Duration of ability. 48 months. Great stuff. Sealing was a special ability. It could be used to deal with creatures with strong vitality, or those that could not be easily killed by conventional means. Moreover, the God Tree's seeds could gradually absorb the power of the sealed entity, strengthening itself. Everything was perfect. There were 2 more seeds to examine. Fang Heng took a deep breath and continued to check the second seed. Item. Seed of Energy. Extra large guard shield damage special power. Using the special power of the God Tree, create an extra-large defense barrier with environmental simulation effects and energy absorption effects. Within the defense barrier, all natural magic effects are increased by 20%, and there is an additional healing effect of 1000 points per second. Duration of ability. 72 months. Additional information. This seed is damaged and needs repair before use. If used directly, there is an 80% chance of the God Tree failing to inherit the skill, and a 20% chance of weakening the inherited effect. Damaged. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Honestly, compared to the seal seed earlier, the effect of the second seed seemed weaker. It was more about barrier and healing. It was a bit passive to rely on defense. Abe Chia already had a similar barrier skill, and this seed was in a damaged state. It wasn't clear how the game hinted at repairing it from the damaged state. Repairing it would likely be troublesome. However, if he didn't want to deal with much trouble, he could simply let Abe Chia absorb it as energy. After all, it was a seed full of energy. It was indeed not as good as the first one, but it wasn't a loss either. Fang Heng moved on to examine the third seed. Item. Seed of Energy. Spatial Extension. Special Power. Spatial Extension. Description. Activate this power. The God Tree can break through spatial limitations and extend branches into other worlds. All God Trees share life. Duration after absorption. 24 months. What? Fang Heng's pupils shrank suddenly. This thing. Looking at the short description of the item, Fang Heng's eyes showed an expression of disbelief. Excellent stuff. It was even better than the Seed of Seal. If Abe Chia could absorb this and gain the skill, what currently restricted Abe Chia's growth was the inability to transcend various spaces. Once Abe Chia could cross space for growth, Fang Heng's heart raced uncontrollably. Take it. They must take all of these seeds. According to the item description, the inherited abilities were temporary. They claimed to be temporary, but at the very least, they could last for 2 years. These 2 years would be enough for him to find a way to permanently solidify the skills. Shoo shoo. 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 Fang Heng had just finished examining the properties of the seeds when a dense sonic boom came from behind. Turning around, he saw a multitude of giant rocks hurtling towards him. What the heck? The dense rocks blocked all his escape routes. Fang Heng immediately crossed his arms in front of him. Boom. 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 So fierce? Fang Heng did not expect the stones to be this fierce at all in the beginning. After being hit, he also experienced the knockback and stun effects. Stone Spirit Puppets. They can be considered monsters in advanced games. Fang Heng was forced back repeatedly by the stone striking him, with the scenery in front of him rapidly retreating, enduring the pain while keeping his brain calm to think. Right? The 3 seeds he had obtained earlier, corresponding to the 3 special abilities possessed by the ancient God Tree. Space, barrier, sealing. One of them is the ability to seal. Probably, Among the god trees of the Tree Spirit clan, the stone spirit puppets were originally sealed. Even though the god tree had died, the remaining energies still maintained the final seal. As he completely drained the last bit of power from the god tree's body using magic arrays, the sealing power of the god tree completely dissipated, allowing the stone spirit puppets to revive from the suppression of the seal. Fang Heng quickly understood everything. What should he do now? Taking advantage of the undead body effect kicking in, Fang Heng immediately stepped into a secondary spatial projection as he recovered from the stun. After the continuous barrage of stones ended, the dense stones were formed into the shape of a stone giant. The stone spirit puppets bore extra hatred towards those who had the seeds of the god tree, so they continued to focus their attacks firmly on Fang Heng. Even though they couldn't attack him within the secondary spatial projection, they still followed him relentlessly. Fang Heng couldn't maintain high-speed movement for too long in the secondary space, rushing forward for a moment. Just as he left the secondary spatial projection, the stone giants from behind caught up, sticking tightly to him. Ha! They're this determined to chase. A glint of sharpness flashed in Fang Heng's eyes as he suddenly turned and faced the stone spirit puppets chasing after him. The manifesto of oaths appeared in front of him. Swoosh! 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 A dense set of sacred fragments flew out from the manifesto of oaths, heading straight for the chasing stone spirit puppets. Doom! Boom boom! The sacred fragments continuously exploded on the foremost stone spirit puppet, causing it to be knocked back repeatedly. A series of game prompts appeared on the retina. Tip: player's sacred fragments deal 20-33 damage to the stone spirit puppet affected by the passive skill Granite Skin. Magic attack damage reduction accounted for. Tip: player's sacred fragments cause area explosion damage of 10-33 to the stone spirit puppet affected by the passive skill Granite Skin. Magic attack damage reduction accounted for, causing knockback effect on the stone spirit puppet. Fang Heng was surprised. So tough. It was clear at a glance that the stone spirit puppets had damage reduction against physical attacks, so he had just used the sacred fragments magic skill for long-range bombardment. He hadn't expected that they would also have restraints against magical attacks. It wasn't completely ineffective either. Although it was possible to focus on forcibly dealing with a stone spirit puppet, being delayed for a moment, a dense wave of stone spirit puppets had caught up from behind. The next moment, the stones on the stone spirit puppet shattered again, densely rushing towards him. Fang Heng immediately felt a headache. With his current strength, he was far from being able to dominate in the advanced game world, and was even being chased all the way. Alright. The impact of the stone spirit puppets belonged to pure physical attacks. With the undead body effect, he could completely counter these attacks, at least not to worrying about being crushed to death by stones. However, the stones were too dense. Being continuously hit and entering a stun state made it difficult to free himself to counterattack. Combined with the high defense reduction of the stone spirit puppets, the damage he could deal was limited, not being able to swiftly kill them. Once trapped, he might just be delayed here indefinitely. Seeing wave after wave of densely packed stones approaching, Fang Heng completely lost the desire to continue fighting. Let's get out of here. Swoosh! Fang Heng immediately flashed into the secondary spatial projection again and continued to dash forward. The stone spirit puppets were still chasing after him with all their might. It seemed they had a special ability similar to locking on, being able to focus on him. Even when escaping into the secondary spatial projection, they couldn't shake off the pursuit. To completely shake them off, Fang Heng squinted his eyes. Got it. Outside. If you want to slack off, you have to stir up the water. In a moment, Fang Heng reappeared from the secondary spatial projection, rushing quickly towards the periphery of the Valley of Rings. There were people from the Leaf clan waiting outside. Let them deal with the stone spirit puppets behind. By then, he could run off with the seeds himself. Very well, the plan worked. The plan seemed to be working fine. However, there was still a major trouble. The condensed essence of the tree seeds could not be placed in the backpack. Fang Heng could feel that the 3 seeds in his hand were constantly emitting natural power fluctuations. In this way, not only were the stone spirit puppets behind him chasing him, but once he went out, the Tree Spirit clan would definitely feel the natural power fluctuations emanating from him. What should he do? Fang Heng squinted his eyes. Got it. Suddenly, Fang Heng's eyebrows raised. He found a solution and opened his palm. Hiss, hiss. The blood-colored longsword that had been condensed behind him turned into a mass of blood, quickly converging towards his palm. tightly enveloping the three seeds layer by layer. Not bad. Fang Heng nodded in satisfaction. In this way, the spreading natural aura was instantly reduced by tens of times. It suddenly became less conspicuous. However, even so, he still couldn't fool the stone spirit puppets behind him, and there was still a residue of natural aura. I'm afraid this is not enough to fool them. What if? Fang Heng thought for a moment and simply separated one of the damaged seeds from the blood cocoon. The natural power fluctuation once again spread outward rapidly. Well, although reluctant, but time was running out, and he couldn't think of a better way. He could only use this broken sea as bait for now. At the same time, the Tree Spirit Clan members, who were still fighting in the Elders' Hall, also noticed the beam of light rising into the sky. The light beam flashed and disappeared after only 3 seconds, gradually fading away and completely disappearing. They glanced at each other. The fluctuations were coming from the Valley of Rings. Something was happening inside the Valley of Rings. Not good. The various clans immediately thought of the altar of the divine tree in the Valley of Rings. Someone was targeting the altar. They cursed the people of the Leaf Clan for their despicable actions and quickly dispatched people to gather towards the Valley of Rings in the rear. At the entrance of the Valley of Rings, the group led by Wanus was still in a standoff with the Wood Clan. As time passed by, more and more Tree Spirit clans gathered towards here. In a short moment, nearly all the members of the 4 major clans had assembled. A series of intense explosions. Immediately after, a figure rushed out of the exploded gate. It's him, Fang Heng. Upon seeing Fang Heng, Wen Nixi's eyes flashed with surprise. He came out. Fang Heng's current situation looked very bad, his clothes torn and covered in blood stains, looking like he was nearing his limits. That is. Not only Wen Nixi, but almost all the tree spirits were staring intently at Fang Heng. They sensed an extremely concentrated natural power fluctuation from Fang Heng. This power felt extremely familiar to them. The power of the God Tree. The power fluctuation originated from the God Tree. There must be something on Fang Heng. Doom. Boom boom. Before anyone could ask, huge rocks flew out from the gorge and smashed towards Fang Heng in midair. With no space to dodge in the air, Fang Heng could only shield himself with his hands, getting hit by the rocks and knocked back repeatedly. What's the situation with that human? And what are those flying rocks? What's the deal with the power fluctuation of the God Tree sensed from him? At that moment, many tree spirits had too many doubts in their minds, staring intently at Fang Heng. Suddenly, a Tree Spirit Clan elder remembered something, his eyes flashing with insight as he stared at Fang Heng. He is the essence of the God Tree seed. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone focused on Fang Heng even more. That's right. Prompted by the elder's reminder, many elders of the Tree Spirit Clan quickly realized the anomaly triggered in the Valley of the Year Rings. That person is suspicious. Under no circumstances can he be allowed to leave. The clan elder was about to call out to stop Fang Heng, but Fang Heng had already called out first. Elder Wen Nixi. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, after being bombarded by rocks, Fang Heng seemed to be at his limit, spitting out blood and crashing into a large tree behind him. Fang Heng's gaze swept over the crowd and locked onto Wen Nixi, smiling wryly to himself. Elder Wen Nixi, I see you again. What fate? Fang Heng opened his hand and flung a seed towards Wen Nixi. I found the item. Take it. Quosh. The seed was thrown out by Fang Heng with force, making a swishing sound in the air. What? Wen Nixi frowned, heard Fang Heng calling him, and was puzzled for a moment, then saw the seed flying towards him in midair and subconsciously reached out to catch it. Smack! Wen Nixi caught the seed and immediately felt a warm surge of the power of the God Tree in his palm. This is essence of the God Tree seed. Without waiting for Wen Nixi to react, several other elders from different clans saw the seed-like object and instantly understood. Stop him. There was no way that was wrong. The power of the God Tree sense from Fang Heng had emanated from the seed. Although they didn't know how Fang Heng had obtained the essence of the God Tree seed, what they saw now explained everything. Almost instantly, everyone's gaze shifted from Fang Heng to Wen Nixi, focusing intensely on him. Wen Nixi was also a bit dumbfounded. Essence of the God Tree seed. He indeed felt a natural power flowing in his hand, and hesitantly examined the seed in his hand. The gentle power emanated from the seed in his palm. The enveloping natural force made the surrounding tree spirits more convinced that the seed in Wen Nixi's hand was extracted from the withered God Tree. Wen Nixi, How dare you let a human enter the Valley of the Year Rings? And even take the essence of the God Tree seed from the sacred tree altar. What is your intention? The elder of the Wood clan looked at Wen Nisai, taking the opportunity to accuse him. The essence of the God Tree seed does not belong to you. Hand over the seed. The rest of the Tree Spirit clans did not say much, but subtly surrounded Wen Nisai and his group, ready to act at any moment. It's actually the essence of the God Tree seed. Wen Nisai finally understood at this moment, feeling a mixture of surprise and joy. Fang Heng not only managed to obtain the essence of the God Tree seed in an unknown way but also brought it out of the Valley of the Year Rings and handed it to him. This completely exceeded their expectations. Perhaps even the elder Senzo could not have imagined that Fang Heng could go this far. However, with the essence of the God Tree seed in hand, the Ye clan had become a target in the eyes of other clans. It would not be easy to leave with the essence of the God Tree seed. That idiot Fang Heng. Why did he have to take out the seed in front of so many people? Wen Nisai was about to say something when a dense thud came from the entrance of the Valley of the Year Rings behind him. Sout, thud thud. Looking back towards the valley entrance, a multitude of huge rocks emerged. The tree spirits gathered at the entrance of the Valley of the Year Rings immediately began to dodge. The stone giant slowly took shape from the falling rocks on the ground. What? Stone spirit puppets? The Tree Spirit clan was once again drawn to a part of their attention by the stone spirit puppets. Long ago, stone spirit puppets were one of the overlords in the inner world, with extremely violent temperaments, bringing great trouble to the Tree Spirit clan. Later on, the Elder Council intervened, gathering the forces of the four major clans to seal the stone spirit puppets completely into the God Tree. How did they reappear? The stone giant puppets harbored a strong hatred towards the seed, but regardless, after reassembling, they found themselves blocked by a group of tree spirits and immediately launched an attack on the tree spirits around them. Wen Nisai had not yet grasped a specific situation when he immediately became the target of a large number of stone spirit puppets. No one had expected that the stone spirit puppets would be the first to make a move. Suddenly, the area near the entrance of the gorge descended into chaos. Amidst the chaos, Wen Nisai's Ye clan became a target of everyone. Everyone acted in unison, dealing with the Tree Spirit clan on one side and keeping a close eye on Wen Nisai's group, not letting go of the essence of the Tree Spirit. After the impact of the rocks, Fang Heng was knocked back and crashed into a large tree, then fell to the ground. He couldn't help but smile wryly, pretending to be unconscious, and sneakily glanced at the game hint. The player submitted the essence of the God Tree to the Ye clan. The completion rate of the player mission, trade mission from the Ye clan has reached 100%. This mission cannot be over-completed. The player can find Elder Senzo to receive the reward. Hint: player's friendliness with the Tree Spirit clan reduced by 2 points. There are still such good things happening. Fang Heng saw the game hint that popped up and felt great joy in his heart. As he was about to leave, Fang Heng turned back and shouted, Elder Wen Nisai, make sure to protect the essence of the God Tree seed. I will go seek help from Elder Senzo. Indeed, it was the essence of the God Tree seed. Upon hearing Fang Heng's words, the tree spirits around had no more doubts in their hearts. The essence of the God Tree seed was crucial for nurturing the God Tree. They would not allow Wen Nisai and his group to leave so easily. Wen Nisai was already in a difficult situation, barely holding on. Upon hearing Fang Heng's words from afar, his face turned even colder, cursing Fang Heng as a fool. What's the meaning of this? If you want to run, just run. Why shout about getting reinforcements? Even if he really was going to get reinforcements, did he need to announce it so openly for everyone to hear? At this moment, most of the tree spirit's attention was focused on Wen Nisai's group and the stone puppet. Originally not paying much attention to a human running out for his life, they had let Fang Heng slip away from the encirclement. Furthermore, Fang Heng had already used his bloodline ability to manipulate the remaining two seeds with pure blood, using the natural power that overflowed from the essence of the God Tree seed to conceal it. Although it couldn't be completely hidden, there were still leaks, but compared to the natural power fluctuations from the sea in Wen Nisai's hand, it was like night and day. The tree spirits naturally ignored it, thinking it was just residue from Fang Heng's previous contact with the essence of the God Tree seed. Who would have thought that Fang Heng had secretly kept two seeds? However, upon hearing Fang Heng say he was going to call for reinforcements, some tree spirits immediately chased after him, trying to intercept him, trying to run. Don't let him call for reinforcements. At the edge of the battlefield, Several tree spirits chased after Fang Heng. "Hey!" Fang Heng smirked, and in the next moment, vines swiftly coiled around his feet. The vines immediately climbed up towards him. Whoosh! Fang Heng suddenly accelerated and leapt forward on the ground. "Ha!" Several pursuing tree spirits couldn't help but exclaim lightly. They saw Fang Heng's agile movements, swiftly escaping the entanglement of roots and gaining some distance from them. What's going on? Why was his movement so agile? It seemed like he hadn't been seriously injured. Was it all a facade earlier? Several tree spirits were about to chase after him when they realized that after a few agile movements, Fang Heng's figure completely disappeared in the space ahead. Losing sight of Fang Heng, they could only stop and look at each other. This human was too peculiar. On the other side, Fang Heng entered a secondary spatial projection and hurried towards the periphery of the Elder's Court. After the interruption in the spiritual domain network, the tree spirits had indeed greatly improved their abilities, but his ability to escape was not weak. If he was determined to run, ordinary people couldn't stop him. Let Wen Nisai and the others attract the firepower first, escape first. Having tricked Wen Nisai this time, to avoid complications, Fang Heng thought he should quickly find Elder Senzo and help retrieve the mission rewards. He also planned to help Wen Nisai call for reinforcements. Thinking this, Fang Heng left the secondary spatial projection and transformed into a bat form, heading towards the gathering place of the tree spirits. Inside the Elder's Court of the tree spirits, the battles among the various clans had reached their final stages and were regrouping at the four directions outside the Elder's Court, maintaining a safe distance and alertness. Fang Heng returned to the temporary residence of the Leaf Clan, descending from mid-air and reverting to his human form. "I need to find Elder Senzo. It's urgent." The two Leaf Clan members at the entrance of the temporary residence were not aware of what had happened, but it was obviously instructed by Elder Senzo. Upon seeing Fang Heng, they nodded immediately and guided him into the residence. "Elder, you're back already? What about them?" Senzo sensed a faint aura of the god tree emanating from Fang Heng's body and felt somewhat puzzled. "Elder Wen Nisai has encountered big trouble." Fang Heng pretended to be anxious and quickly recounted what had happened earlier, omitting the part about him intentionally triggering the withering of the god tree's main body to complete the consolidation of power, as well as the 2 additional seeds hidden on him. After listening, Senzo's face changed drastically. Before entering the Elder's Court, there was an understanding among the different clans that to prevent the situation from getting out of hand, the senior members of each clan would not directly participate in the conflict. Each clan had to rely on their own abilities to obtain the natural heart crystals. According to Senzo's original estimation, Fang Heng finding a few natural heart crystals at the God Tree altar and bringing them out of the Valley of the Rings would have been a great outcome. It was simply a stroke of luck. Never would he have imagined that Fang Heng had hit the jackpot this time. Fang Heng had actually found the essence of the God Tree Sea in the God Tree altar. But why? Why did the Elder's Court trigger the final stage of the God Tree's completion ahead of time? Senzo quickly realized the situation was not right and knew this was not the time to dwell on these thoughts. Wen Nisai and the others must be in a dire situation now. If it was just the natural heart crystals, the various clans could still maintain restraint. However, when it involved the essence of the God Tree seed, even the senior members of the clans would not be able to resist taking action. Senzo said in a stern tone, "Immediately gather the personnel. We will go rescue Wen Nisai. Since we have found the essence of the God Tree Sea, it naturally belongs to us. We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of external clans." The Leaf Clan members all nodded in agreement. Understood. Seeing the Leaf Clan members around him mobilizing to go to the rescue, Fang Heng asked, "Elder Senzo, what exactly is the essence of the God Tree seed? Is it that important?" "Extremely important." Senzo's expression turned serious, emphasizing, "For our Leaf Clan, we must secure the essence of the God Tree Sea and not let it fall into the hands of external clans." "Elder Senzo, it seems like there are things you haven't told me." Senzo looked coldly at Fang Heng. "Knowing too much is not a good thing for you." "All right." Fang Heng shrugged. "Let me guess then. It should be related to selecting the next elder of the Elder's Court and leader of the Leaf Clan, right? Cultivating the next God Tree. The essence of the God Tree seed is crucial for nurturing the God Tree of the Leaf Clan, isn't it? As for the essence of the Divine Tree seeds, it is inherited from the previous ancient Divine Tree, able to provide extremely powerful energy to the Divine Tree, significantly enhancing its strength. Following tradition, The essence of the divine tree seeds will only be bestowed after the selection of the new divine tree is completed. Sensu's expression was solemn as he repeated, "So it must not fall into the hands of outsiders." Cultivating the divine tree. Indeed. Fang Heng listened and nodded in agreement. The information Sandy obtained from the records was correct. Therefore, all major clans are now cultivating their own divine trees. At this moment, the main mission prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina again. Hint: player triggers main mission. Splitting of the Treen tribe. Mission name: Splitting of the Treen tribe. Mission description: as the old generation of divine trees weakens over time, the tribe of Treens will rely on the cultivation of the divine tree to select the leader of this generation's Treen tribe. The player must choose a Treen clan, gain its approval, join its camp, help the clan become the new leader of the Treen tribe. Mission requirement 1. Gain approval from a clan, choose and join its camp, assist the clan in participating and winning the divine tree cultivation battle. Mission requirement 2. Help the clan gain the Treen tribe's orthodox inheritance. Mission requirement 3. Increase the Treen tribe's goodwill to 2,000. Maximize the goodwill of the target clan. Mission requirement 4. Raise the Treen tribe's contribution by 5,000 West and increase the target clan's contribution to 500 W. Mission requirement 5. Obtain the inheritance of the Great Elder within the target clan. Mission reward: after completing all mission branches, the main mission completion rate will increase by 30%. I see. After Sensu's explanation and with the help of the game prompt, Fang Heng finally understood roughly. The main challenge in the early to mid-game was how to find the Treen tribe, gain their trust, and open the inner world gateway under the hostility of other clans to help the Treen tribe return to the inner world. In the later stages, with the weakening of the other clans' power and the entry of the Treen tribe into the inner world, it became an internal war within the Treen tribe. Players needed to choose one clan of the Treen tribe to help unify the entire Treen tribe. Originally, in the later stages of the mission, there should be a large number of player forces participating in the various clans of the Treen tribe, engaging in chaotic battles until one clan of the Treen tribe emerged as the strongest with player assistance. However, it seems that because Fang Heng completed the early to mid-game tasks in a very short time, other players have not yet entered the game world, and he is currently the only player on the player side. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. This might be troublesome. He now understood why the game had given clear hints from the beginning to follow the Treen tribe camp all the way. It seems like paving the way for the later stage tasks. In the later stages, apart from helping a specific clan of the Treen tribe win and control the entire Treen tribe, it also required gaining the goodwill and a large amount of contribution from the Treen tribe. Given the temperaments of the Treen tribe, achieving this would be extremely challenging. Not to mention that his current goodwill with the entire Treen tribe is negative. And as for the Leaf clan, he has really offended them severely. It's truly a mess. Well, there is some good news too. At least now, he has a general understanding of the game's mission goals. Of course, there are still some mysteries to solve. For example, why did the Treen tribe suddenly disappear? Why did the inner world gate suddenly close? Where did the divine trees cultivated by various clans of the Treen tribe come from? And so forth. However, these questions don't seem so important at the moment. Fang Heng, the essence of the divine tree seeds is extremely important to us, and there will likely be a fierce battle. Come with us. Hint: player triggers side task: protecting the essence of the divine tree seeds. Mission name: protecting the essence of the divine tree seeds. Mission requirements: with your help, Vanis has obtained a divine tree seed essence, but Vanis is currently under attack by various clans and stone puppet masters. Please help the Leaf clan rescue Vanis and the essence of the divine tree seeds from the ruins of the Treen tribe Elders Hall. Mission rewards: Leaf clan goodwill, Leaf clan reputation, Treen tribe reputation. Fang Heng sighed inwardly as he looked at the emerge side task. Quite a headache. At least for the Leaf clan, they are not suitable for cooperation. Their goodwill keeps decreasing from time to time, even though Fang Heng has helped them a lot along the way, and they haven't even invited him to join their camp. And for such a high difficulty task, they only give a little goodwill and reputation in return. Isn't that exploitation? Fang Heng looked at Sensu and continued, High Elder Sensu, do you remember promising me about the advancement in natural studies? Fang Heng's meaning was clear. Let's discuss the next steps later on. How about you settle the previous matters first? Sensu listened and appeared slightly displeased. Fang Han, the situation is urgent now. I don't have time to help you advance in natural studies. Follow us for now. If we fail to rescue Vanus and the essence of the divine tree seeds from falling into the hands of other clans, the entire Leaf clan may become subservient to the other clans. By then, the ceremony I promised you may not be fulfilled, so take care of yourself. Just as he spoke, a member of the Leaf clan hurried over and reported, Great Elder, we are ready to depart at any moment. Sensu nodded, and amidst the entourage of the Treen tribe, swiftly left. Hint. Players' goodwill with the Leaf clan decreased by 1 point. Hint. Players' goodwill with the Leaf clan has reached the critical value. Please be cautious. Fang Heng watched Sensu's departing figure and narrowed his eyes. Threaten me. Treen tribe. No rewards given. Even denying the rewards acknowledged by the system. Bullying. Are you? Fang Heng's intuition was right. Working with the Leaf clan might not be the best choice. It would be better to choose a more suitable candidate from among the various clans of the Treen tribe. Well then, let's end things here for today. As for the task of rescuing Vanus, he's not interested in participating. After all, he still carries two divine tree seed essences. The blood and energy enveloping the two divine tree seeds were like an inflatable balloon. As the natural power released by the divine tree seeds continued to compress, the pressure on the balloon increased gradually. Well, pass on the message to the Grand Elder that I was injured when infiltrating the Valley of the Annual Rings previously, causing a significant decrease in my strength. In order to not affect the Grand Elder's work, I have decided not to accompany them this time. I will visit again after everything has settled. Several members of the Yi clan glanced at each other, realizing that they didn't really have a reason to stop Fang Heng. Before they could say anything else, Fang Heng had already transformed into the form of a bat and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, outside the area of the Valley of the Annual Rings, nobody knew that besides the damaged seed in Vanus's hands, Fang Heng had also taken away two complete seeds of the divine trees. All the tree spirits' attention was focused on Vanus and his group, who were surrounded by stone spirit puppets. Vanus and his group were now caught in a dilemma. Despite obtaining the essence of the divine tree seeds, they were not willing to give up easily, while the remaining three major tree spirit clans had them heavily surrounded and were not about to let them leave easily. To make matters worse, more and more stone spirit puppets were emerging from the depths of the Valley of the Annual Rings. The stone spirit puppets seemed to attack indiscriminately, but the majority of the attacks were aimed at Vanus and his group. Let's go. Breakthrough. Vanus knew they couldn't hold on for long, his eyes bloodshot as he entered the second phase once again. Even if it meant putting their lives at risk, they had to escort the essence of the divine tree seeds to safety. To the right. The Grand Elder will come to support us. We must hurry. 1 day later, Fang Heng landed slowly on the edge of the human camp in the form of a bat. Knowing that time was of the essence, Fang Heng had traveled day and night non-stop. Even so, it took him a full day to return to the temporary camp. Over the past 3 days, the camp had been preliminarily established under the leadership of Ji Hating. The exclusive research team and security team belonging to the Spirit Technology Company had officially moved in. Fang Heng noticed that only Ji Hating's few subordinates were at the camp's periphery. Upon inquiring, he learned that everyone was in the outside world, so he immediately passed through the teleportation channel back to the outside world. As the group gathered near the teleportation channel in the outside world, discussing Sandy's latest research findings, their conversation was interrupted by Fang Heng's return. Sandy, extremely excited, rushed over, exclaiming, Boss Fang, the seed. Have you obtained the seed? Show it to us quickly. Fang Heng opened his hand, revealing the seed enveloped in pure blood in front of everyone. Yes. Yes. That's it. Sandy was elated and leaned in to observe the seed's form. That's it exactly. I've read a similar description in a book before. It turns out the power of the old divine tree exists in seed form. After extraction, as Clavey sensed the power of the seed, she nodded slightly. She could perceive the immense natural power emanating from the seed. It was likely only Fang Heng who could use the rich blood essence to envelop the entire seed, masking most of its aura. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for someone else to take the seed out from under the noses of the tree spirits. Ji Hating stood by observing alongside the others. Fang Heng, Do you need me to take it to the lab for further research? No need. Fang Heng believed that with current human technological capabilities, there wouldn't be many significant discoveries in a short period. Once the seed was separated from its blood essence, it would release a strong natural aura. Since there were tree spirit clans in the outside world as well, it could potentially lead to trouble if detected. Time was limited, so there was no point in wasting it. But you can help with the research. Fang Heng tossed a natural heart crystal to Ji Hating. Ji Hating took the crystal and inspected it, looking serious, before passing it to his subordinates and instructing them in a low voice to conduct the next phase of research. Looking ahead, Fang Heng glanced at Abakaya not far away. Abakaya had already sensed the fluctuation of natural power in Fang Heng's hands, and the vines were eagerly reaching out, conveying a cheerful and excited mental construction towards Fang Heng. In general, it indicated a desire to consume. Fang Heng turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, the wave of seed diffusion will be strong, so step back a bit." "Hey, that means you too." Mo Jiawei listened and pulled Sanny, who was still trying to approach the seed, back. Ji Hating also stepped back under the escort of several mental defense guards. Fang Heng extended his hand and retracted the pulsating layer of blood essence surrounding the seed. Hiss, hiss. With the loss of the blood essence influence, the essence of the seed immediately burst out with a powerful wave of natural power. A green light rapidly spread outward, visible to the naked eye. Waves of green natural power ripples radiated outward from the seed, continuously washing over the surroundings. Seeing this, Ji Hating stared intently at the seed, a hint of intense desire appearing in his eyes. This power was one of the things he had been searching for all along. Just by absorbing the expanding ripples, Abakaya's vines were already stirring, extending outward and growing further. In fact, en route, Fang Heng had released the divine tree seed several times, akin to deflating a balloon. After a tense 2 minutes, the accumulated wave of natural power finally dissipated entirely. The emanations from the 2 seeds gradually calmed down. Abakaya sensed the immense power in the seed and was delighted. The vines swiftly entwined around the seed, absorbing as much of the natural aura as possible. Without Fang Heng's command, Abakaya refrained from actively absorbing the essence, merely coiling around the seed, trying to absorb the overflow of natural aura. A pitiable sight. Absorb it. Fang Heng shrugged. Once the seed was absorbed, the divine tree could acquire corresponding skills, albeit initially limited in duration. Fang Heng believed the time limit was quite long, giving him ample time to find a way to stabilize the skills. Hiss, hiss. Abakaya immediately transmitted a wave of joyful emotions, while the vines covering the seed emitted a gentle glow. Ji Hating nodded and said, "There's no need to worry about the Federation. They also have detection of energy fluctuations, but currently, their systems are in a semi-abandoned state. After the Tree Spirit Clan has restored their strength, the Federation's operational policy has been adjusted. At most, there will be some reconnaissance, but they won't actively attack." "Good." Fang Heng nodded and called out, "Victor, it's okay. Release control of your power." "Okay." Fang Heng thought clearly. The spiritual realm blockade network had completely failed. The Tree Spirit Clan's power had greatly increased, and the Federation couldn't defeat the Tree Spirits. Even if they detected natural power fluctuations, they would mistakenly think it was from the Tree Spirit Clan and not actively seek trouble. He was more concerned about the Tree Spirit Clan. With the absorption by Abakaya, the diffusion of natural power emanating from the seed had not weakened but instead grown stronger. The intensity made Fang Heng furrow his brows involuntarily. The power fluctuations were too strong. The Tree Spirit Clan in the external world would definitely sense such fluctuations. If he didn't want to clash with the Tree Spirit Clan, it would be best to find a way to evacuate quickly. The absorption process had lasted for over half an hour. Only then did the emanation of Abakaya gradually stop. Hint. Player Soul Collective. Abakaya absorbing essence of the Divine Tree Seed. Hint. Player Abakaya awakening ability. Tree Realm Seal not stabilized. Duration. 48 months. Hint. Player Abakaya awakening ability. Spatial extension not stabilized. Duration. 24 months. Skill. Tree Realm Seal. Skill description. Abakaya constructs a special inner world within, sealing targets inside, and continuously absorbing their power. If the target's strength exceeds the world's suppression, there is a chance they may break free from the seal. Fang Heng thought to himself. Given the introduction received when obtaining the seed, the skill now had more detailed supplementary explanations. Tree Realm Seal. Looking at the supplementary explanation, Fang Heng suddenly had a strange feeling. It seemed like the inner world where the tree spirit clan lived was akin to a seal of the divine tree. Setting that aside, besides being able to seal enemies, could the seal also be considered a life-saving skill, able to keep oneself safe within the tree realm seal? Fang Heng tried communicating with the divine tree Abakia. Indeed, his guess was correct. However, at the moment, Abakia had just entered the growth phase, and its power was still lacking, so the seal world created was not very strong. The created seal world was small, with a limited capacity to contain high-strength creatures. Additionally, regarding the skill deployment range, it needed to be within Abakia's reach to be released. Not bad, it was a skill that had potential for growth. Fang Heng pondered for a moment, then looked at the second skill. Skill: Spatial Extension. Skill description: Abakia can transcend spatial limitations to enter other worlds, absorbing energy, growing, and engaging in combat simultaneously in various spatial worlds. Abakia branches can be extended through ceremonial magic arrays. Sharing life with all divine trees, the localized branches of Abakia in various worlds will continue to be suppressed by different environments. Skill description: If the transport channel is destroyed, the energy of the branches belonging to Abakia in the world will gradually deplete until they die completely. Skill description: If the main body of Abakia in the main world is destroyed, the energy of the Abakia branches in the secondary world will gradually deplete until they die completely. Hint: Player understanding ceremonial magic array, tree realm convergence. Hint: By using ceremonial magic arrays, players can extend Abakia's branches to any world with an adaptability greater than 0. Hint: Abakia has adaptability to various worlds, and its combat effectiveness will be enhanced or weakened in different worlds. A few worlds are not suitable for Abakia to exist and grow, completely unable to thrive. Spatial extension, Fang Heng muttered to himself, carefully examining the skill. From his understanding, it meant that once Abakia was bound to the main world, it could directly summon adult Abakia extension branches within various worlds. Setting aside the world's adaptability for now, theoretically, the extended Abakia branches would share life and all attribute abilities with the main body. He no longer needed to rely solely on Claire's help to transform Abakia into seed form and slowly redevelop it in a new world as he did before. For the current Abakia, this was definitely an essential divine skill. Fang Heng couldn't help but clench his fist lightly. This was a great move. With this skill, raising his head, Fang Heng contemplated the situation he was about to face. Considering the significant essence wave leaked from the divine tree, the tree spirit clan was highly likely to come investigating. At this stage, the tree spirit clan had greatly increased in strength, and with the main quest still requiring their assistance, it wasn't suitable to engage in direct combat with them. As a precaution, it was best to transfer Abakia back. By transferring Abakia's main body to the land of the zombie apocalypse, and then using the ceremonial magic array to transport the Abakia branches over, it could avoid direct conflict with the tree spirit clan. Furthermore, with the characteristic of the land of the zombie apocalypse being in a novice area state, it was nearly invulnerable to invasion. Abakia was practically immortal. Immediately taking action, having just acquired over 70 life leads from the Yi clan, and considering other ways to obtain strength from the Tree Spirit clan, it was not impossible to quickly restore Abakia's power in a short time. Additionally, once Abakia returned to the land of the zombie apocalypse, it could rapidly spread without limits and slowly enhance itself. Fang Heng swiftly calculated in his mind. Seeing Fang Heng standing still in a daze for a while, Sandy approached and asked, "Fang Heng, what's happening? Is everything okay?" Fang Heng snapped out of his thoughts, looked up at Claire, and asked, "Claire, can Abakia be transferred back again?" Claire was somewhat surprised. Just transferred here, and now back again? It had taken a lot of life leaves to reach the current stage. Would they have to start over again? Fang Heng explained. The divine tree possesses spatial power, facilitating cross-dimensional growth. The tree spirit clan will arrive soon, and it's not safe for Abakia to stay here. This time, let's transfer Abakia back again, and from here on, there won't be any more relocations. Since entering the game, the character I've had the most contact with is Yizu. He's a great teammate. The other tree spirit races don't seem too easy to get along with. Trying to start from scratch and improve your friendliness with them, extremely difficult. If we split into two groups Abe Chia will immediately expand once back in the zombie doomsday era. By then, we can also open several ritual magic circle channels in the Blood Clan world, allowing the Abe Chia branch to spread over, accelerating Abe Chia's growth, as well as the radar that was previously obtained from the clan. Fang Heng thought for a moment and continued, I will try to contact the other tribes of the tree spirit race and see if we can cooperate with them. This step is more difficult. We need to think of alternatives. But Fang Hen, Mo Jiawei listened to Fang Hen's words, pondered for a while, and couldn't help but say, do we really need to cooperate with the tree spirits? Mo Jiawei scratched his head. I mean, do you really care about the Lord of the Forests? Fang Heng was taken aback. Do I care or not? Why even ask? Of course I care. The Lord of the World signifies ownership over the entire world. It must be obtained. Furthermore, being the Lord of the World is only his first step. Next, he will rely on the power of the Forest of Thousands to deal with the entire holy courtyard. As he said this, Fang Hen's eyes slightly widened, immediately understanding the implication behind Mo Jiawei's words. That's right. He realized he had been in a misconception all along. Following the main storyline and task guidance, he could eventually become the Lord of the World. The qualification of the Lord of the Forest of Thousands. Just thinking about becoming the ruler of a high-level gaming world fills him with joy. That's what he has always been aiming for. But in reality, does he really need this title of Lord of the World? Upon careful consideration, not really. He already has the Zombie Doomsday and the Blood Clan Doomsday. And the Zombie Doomsday even has a newbie protection period, making it safe from external attacks. In terms of safety alone, isn't it much better than this broken world? What he truly wants is the power of this world. As for the resources of this world, with his zombie clone, if necessary, he can gradually move them all. Move everything. At worst, after more than a month, the Forest of Thousands will open to the outside world, allowing other players, even the various gaming forces of the Holy Courtyard, to enter the Forest of Thousands and compete for the main storyline tasks and the rights of the Lord. By then, a glint of determination flashed in Fang Heng's eyes. Now that he understands the main storyline of this world fairly thoroughly, the condition to complete the final task is to choose any tree spirit tribe to help them rise to power and unify the entire tree spirit race. Therefore, the simplest method is to eliminate all the tree spirit tribes by himself. Just like what he did with the anti-federal faction Night Owls before. Since he couldn't complete the main line, he could just cut off everyone's path to becoming the Lord and take the qualification for himself. If I don't do the tasks, no one else can. Everyone will fail together. All problems will be solved. Fang Heng couldn't help but look at Mo Jiawei and patted his shoulder. Old Mo, you're a genius too. Mo Jiawei didn't expect Fang Heng to get so excited all of a sudden. Scratching his head and feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just average, I guess. Realizing this point, Fang Heng suddenly felt as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted off him. Finally, he wouldn't have to cooperate with these teammates who are like pigs. The psychological burden was suddenly gone. So, what needs to be done next is straightforward. Use every possible means to enhance his own strength. So, the simplest method. Fang Heng's gaze shifted to the gradually shrinking tree of gods, Abe Chia, in front of Claire. That's right. It's Abe Chia. All major tree spirit tribes are cultivating their own god trees. It's unclear where they obtained the hereditary god trees, but since Abe Chia belongs to the same origin as the god trees, they should also be able to cultivate in a similar manner. Moreover, according to Sandy's intelligence, god trees can devour each other of the same kind to achieve rapid advancement. Thinking about this, Fang Heng couldn't help but lick his lips in excitement. Devour them. Even though the next step is still to make contact with the tree spirit tribe and gather information, Fang Heng at this moment no longer feels a disgusting feeling of being forced by tasks to cooperate with the tree spirit tribe. His mood is completely different. Ji Hating couldn't quite understand the conversation between Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei. He had just received a report from his subordinates and walked over to interrupt their conversation with a somewhat serious expression. Fang Heng, the Federation has detected unusual movements from the tree spirit tribe, and it looks like they are heading this way. They are expected to arrive at the island in 1 to 2 hours. Can you identify which tribe they belong to? All 3 tribes are coming. The first to arrive should be the Yi tribe. Yi tribe again? Fang Heng couldn't help but laugh. He and the Yi tribe seemed to have some kind of fate. Outside the island, The elder of the Yi tribe, Ladiah, hurried over with his people after sensing what seemed like the essence of the god tree's power. It was strange. On their way here, the fluctuations of the god tree had completely disappeared. Looking around, the whole island seemed unusually calm. Ladiah suddenly looked towards the thicket. "Who's there?" Fang Heng stepped out from the bushes. "It's me, Fang Heng. Don't be nervous." "Fang Heng?" Ladiah frowned upon seeing Fang Heng. "How strange. Why is he popping up everywhere? What are you doing here?" "Returned to the outside world to heal. Just felt a surge of natural power, so I came to check it out," Fang Heng explained. Stepping out of the bushes and shrugging, "I arrived a while earlier than you. When I got here, the power surge had completely disappeared, and I just checked but found nothing." Ladiah didn't doubt him. He instinctively thought Fang Heng was a lowly human. Even if he had the luck to come into contact with the essence of the god tree, he wouldn't be able to trigger it himself, so he could only hand it over obediently to their tree spirit tribe. Ladiah looked around and gestured for his people to thoroughly search the island. Fang Heng watched as the tree spirit tribe dispersed quickly to search the island and tried to inquire. "Elder, is everything okay with the Yi tribe now? Is the essence of the god tree still safe?" He mostly didn't believe that the three major clans were simultaneously attacking the Yi clan. It was just good-sounding words. It seems that the Wooden clan's strength is not bad, as they were able to seize the essence of the god tree seed under the siege of the stone puppets and various clans. "What a pity. Is there anything I can help with?" "You." Radiate looked Fang Heng up and down, shaking his head. "No need. Ridiculous. When does the noble tree spirit clan still need humans to help?" Heh. Being ignored again, Fang Heng maintained a smile and secretly marked a blood clan symbol on one of the tree spirit clan members behind Radiate. "I am also a believer in nature. Perhaps you are confident in the strength of your clan, but we also have some special abilities that may be able to help you." "Oh, is that so?" Radiate looked at Fang Heng, the disdain in his heart showing directly on his face. As they were talking, another group of tree spirit clan members arrived under the leadership of an elder. Seeing the newcomers, Radiate's already unpleasant expression turned even uglier. They were from the Wooden clan. Upon seeing Radiate's group, the Wooden clan members also showed vigilance. Both sides kept a distance. Radiate knew what the Wooden clan members were thinking and snorted, saying, "You don't need to guess. The essence of the god tree seed is not in our hands." "Is that so?" Wooden clan elder Clono's gaze concentrated on Radiate for a moment, then his hands quickly formed a mark in front of him. Doom. The earth rolled violently. The terrain in front of Clono suddenly changed as a huge muddy marsh emerged from below the ground, carrying immense power fluctuations, and a large wooden fist shot out from the marsh. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows and quickly leapt backward. "What's going on? Why is the aura fluctuation so strong?" The wooden fist extended in midair, pointing directly at Radiate with its fingertip. Humph. Faced with the finger coming at him, Radiate snorted heavily, his face displaying anger. In an instant, dozens of spinning leaves blossomed around him. The densely packed leaves overflowed from the vortex and lunged toward the wooden dragon, creating a huge tornado in midair. Crack, crackle. The leaf tornado surged forward, fiercely slamming into the wooden dragon, emitting a continuous and intense crackling sound. Each leaf was as sharp as a steel blade, and in a short moment, it shattered the fist into pieces of wood chips. Boom, boom, doom. The flying wood chips exploded. In front of Fang Heng, there was a sudden explosion, followed by a wave of scorching air rushing towards him. He quickly stepped back several meters. Looking up, he saw more than 10 leaves piercing through the dust left by the explosion, hitting the Wooden clan elder with a thudding sound. The wooden elder's body appeared as solid as a strong wood, standing still in place, coldly gazing ahead. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. What's going on? The intensity of the aura has increased more than before. And clearly, neither of them has used their full power yet. Something doesn't add up. Compared to when the Spirit Realm network was just unlocked, the overall strength of the Tree Spirit clan has increased. What caused this? Did the Tree Spirit clan find something in the Elder's house that increased their combat strength? After the two elders tentatively exchanged blows, they stopped, each understanding the power gap between them. The Yi clan side had a slight advantage. Clono from the Wooden clan stared at Radiate. When they were testing each other just now, he didn't sense any aura related to the God Tree seed from the Yi clan. Based on this, he judged that the Yi clan had not found the essence of the God Tree seed. Why did the fluctuation of the God Tree seed just appear? And why did it suddenly disappear? Humph. Radiate grunted heavily. Aren't you leaving yet? Do you really think I dare not turn hostile? Let's go. The Wooden Clan elder knew he was not a match if they were to really fight, so he didn't want to say more. Waving his hand to lead his people away, Radiate watched the Wooden Clan group leave. The other two clans were also on their way. There was no need to fight the Wooden Clan. They could let the other clans benefit. Soon, a Tree Spirit Clan member approached. Elder, we have checked and found traces of development beneath the small island. It seems like the mark left by the growth of the God Tree, but the God Tree is not currently found. Huh, traces of the God Tree? Radiate was puzzled. Why are there traces of the God Tree here, cultivated by other clans? Radiate raised his head and surveyed the surrounding environment again. The environment required for cultivating the God Tree is extremely harsh. It doesn't make sense to cultivate it in this place. And why did the God Tree disappear? Radiate couldn't figure it out, slowly shifting his gaze in the direction the Wooden Clan people had left. Radiate had a premonition. It was likely a trick by other clans, especially the Wooden Clan. After obtaining the essence of the God Tree seed, the Wooden Clan's strength would rapidly increase. Human, you just said you wanted to help? Fang Heng was reassessing the strength of the Tree Spirit Clan. When he heard this, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Radiate. Here's your chance. I heard that you humans can monitor the Tree Spirit Clan comprehensively. I want all the information related to the Wooden Clan, especially their recent activities. Hint. Player triggers the clan confrontation task. The threat of the Wooden Clan. Task name. The threat of the Wooden Clan. Task difficulty. SS. Task description. The essence of the God Tree seed has fallen into the hands of the Wooden Clan, and Radiate feels the threat from the Wooden Clan. He hopes you can collect information about the Wooden Clan. Task requirements. Help the Yi Clan find information related to the Wooden Clan. Task rewards. Yi Clan's friendliness. Contributions. Tree Spirit Clan's reputation. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt. Why such a focus on the Wooden Clan suddenly? Are you planning to act against the Wooden Clan? Radiate glanced at Fang Heng. That's not for you to ask. If there is information, go to the Tree Speakers Alliance. They will contact us. With those words, Radiate snorted coldly, waved his hand, and quickly left with the Tree Spirit Clan group. TCH. Fang Heng pursed his lips. The Tree Spirit Clan is as troublesome as ever, and I don't even know what happened these past few days. Their strength has greatly increased once again. Fortunately, I transferred the God Tree 8 back to a Seed 4 and sent it back to the zombie apocalypse in advance. Previously, Mojawe and his group returned to the zombie apocalypse cultivation site with Claire, while Sandy chose to stay behind and went to the research company of G Hating to gather information related to the Tree Spirit Clan. With no leads at the moment, the mission progress was temporarily delayed, and Fang Heng also returned to the subsidiary of Whaling Technology Company to rest. As the passage to the other world was temporarily disabled, the team currently staying in the other world had to withdraw temporarily. G Hating was still in the control room directing his subordinates to gather manpower and resources, preparing for the next wave to be transported to the other world. There was still a lot to be done. We are already tracing the whereabouts of the Tree Spirit Clan, and the Federation is also trying to restore the Jump Network and Energy Perception Network. Once we find any clues related to the Wood Clan, they will immediately notify our company. Seeing Fang Heng yawned, G Hating smiled and said, "Tyre? How about I have someone take you downstairs to rest?" Okay. Fang Heng felt that staying wouldn't be of much help, so he decided to log off and rest for a while. These days of back and forth between the two worlds had left him sleepless, and he indeed needed some rest. Cheng Fen, take Mr. Fang downstairs to rest. Yes. A psychic guard under G Hating nodded at Fang Heng, gesturing with a please. Mr. Fang Heng, please follow me. Fang Heng followed Cheng Fan to a guest room on the second floor of the Research Institute. Mr. Fang Heng, I will wait outside the door, and if you have any questions, you can press the doorbell by the bed at any time. Okay. Thank you. After freshening up in the guest room, Fang Heng quickly logged off and contacted Mo Jiawei. The situation with the zombie apocalypse side was stable. Claire had replanted Abakia seeds in the zombie apocalypse, and then used the Leaf of Life to quickly restore Abakia's power to its juvenile stage. According to Claire's estimate, it would take 2 more days for Abakia to reach the level where he could reopen the spatial channel. Almost there, 2 days. Fang Heng thought to himself as he lay back on the bed. After a big battle, one would always feel particularly tired, and he fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. When Fang Heng woke up, it was already the next morning. Outside the door, Cheng Fen knocked on the room. After getting permission, a waiter pushed in a food cart. "Mr. Fang Heng, your breakfast is ready." Fang Heng asked, "Is Chairman Ji still in the control room?" "He left the research institute late yesterday. Chairman Ji is preparing to transport a batch of research materials into the other world. He is currently in communication with the Federation, and there will be a high-level meeting with the Federation later. It is said to be related to yesterday's attack by the Tree Spirit clan in the city. If everything goes smoothly, Chairman Ji will bring back the materials in the afternoon." "I see." Seeing the strength of the Tree Spirit clan increasing day by day, the Federation must be quite anxious. Fang Heng rubbed his chin, pondering while enjoying breakfast. Currently, the mission was at a standstill. Should he go inquire about the Tree Spirit clan's specific situation, or play it safe and wait for Abaokia to recover? Playing it safe. Fang Heng decided to play it safe. The strength of the Tree Spirit clan had significantly improved from before. He needed to be more cautious, but just waiting seemed a bit boring. Fang Heng's gaze fell on Cheng Fen, and suddenly he had an idea. Right? Psychic studies. After completing the last mission, he chose to control psychic powers as a reward, but he hadn't had time to study how psychic powers could be upgraded. Now that he had some free time, he could look into it. Fang Heng looked at Cheng Fen. "Cheng Fen, I heard you practice psychic studies. How do you usually train in psychic studies?" "Yes, Mr. Fang Heng, studying psychic powers requires aptitude. The learning difficulty is generally high, and aptitude testing usually starts from the age of 5. Only those who reach a certain level will be nurtured. We were all selected from a young age," Cheng Fen explained. "Generally, real training starts after the age of 13, with a basic awakening training for 2 months, followed by a year of control training. After that, there will be a month-long intensive training every 2 years. "Intensive training?" Fang Heng's eyes lit up. "Is there a training facility in the institute?" Cheng Fen shook his head. "There isn't. The training facilities for psychic studies are only available at the Federal Psychic Research Institute. The intensive training we've had in the past was all conducted there." Tip: player triggers a side quest. Start the path of psychic power. Mission name: Start the path of psychic power. Mission description: although you have mastered basic psychic powers, you know nothing about psychic studies. Perhaps you can go to the Psychic Research Institute and take the first step on the path of psychic power. Mission reward: psychic power experience. It triggered a mission as well. Fang Heng was a bit surprised. Previously, unless it was a skill advancement task, he had never encountered a quest trigger. Seeing Fang Heng's interested expression, Cheng Fen couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Fang Heng, would you like to go check it out? Is it convenient?" Cheng Fen hesitated for a moment but nodded. "It is." Ji Hating had instructed that Fang Heng's requests were to be accommodated as much as possible. It might be a bit of trouble. The Research Institute was jointly funded by Whaling Technology Company and the Federation, so there are many Federation teams in the Institute. If you go, we need to be cautious. I suggest you conceal your identity. Understood. Wait a moment. I will arrange for you to be teleported through the spatial jump. Federal Psychic Research Institute. After lunch, Cheng Fen guided Fang Heng into the institute through the jumping channel. Since 2 days ago, the Federation has been on high alert, closely monitoring the movements of the Tree Spirit clan to ensure combat readiness. Currently, emergency combat training is being conducted. Cheng Fen led Fang Heng forward through the corridor. The Starry Meditation Hall. The outer wall of the hall was made of a one-way glass, allowing one to see the inside of the hall only from the outside. The entire hall was designed to resemble a starry night sky. At the center of the hall, there was a black stone. Many psychic manipulators were concentrated around the stone, meditating with closed eyes. These people all seem very young. Fang Heng couldn't help but feel doubtful in his heart. After our calculations, we found that through the special power fluctuations of the obsidian stone, the ability of psychic power in the mind is enhanced, but the physical body will gradually become weak. The reason for this is still under exploration, and we currently have no solution. Cheng Fen shook his head as he spoke. You may not know, but when selecting individuals with psychic abilities initially, Physical constitution is also a very important assessment criterion. Even if one has excellent psychic talent, they cannot go far in the field of psychic studies if their physical constitution doesn't meet the standard. So, after passing the initial assessment at 4 to 5 years old, the following training focuses more on physical constitution until the age of 12, when formal psychic studies can begin. Fang Heng looked through the glass towards the obsidian stone in the center of the hall, contemplating. Hearing Cheng Fan's words, practicing psychic abilities could lead to a decline in physical strength. Indeed, even the clans were extremely fragile. Once their outer crystal defense was broken, a single strike could easily kill them. All right, tell me about the next training phase. Currently, as far as we know, there are only 3 stages in practicing psychic abilities, Cheng Fan explained patiently. The first stage is opening the mind, which, as you can see, involves using the obsidian stone provided by the clans for mental refinement, gradually refining the mental strength to a certain level. During this stage, our physical constitution will also be affected and gradually decline. When it reaches a certain limit, the body can no longer bear it, and even refinement cannot further enhance it. After that, we officially enter the second stage, where we learn various skills and abilities of psychic studies and enhance our control over psychic abilities related to one's psychic talent. As for the last step, it involves directly using various technological means to implant chips in the body that amplify psychic power, implanting various special synthetic organs provided by the clans, enabling us to have further control and enhancement of psychic abilities. Fang Heng frowned as he listened. The first 2 stages were understandable, but altering the body in the third stage, it didn't sound very reliable. At least he hadn't seen any signs of alteration on Charlene. Fang Heng asked, "Can I try?" "You try?" Cheng Fan was somewhat surprised, and in a lowered voice, he said, "Mr. Fang Heng, training in psychic studies requires going through a series of preliminary tests to confirm one's talent. Beginners generally need to undergo a series of tests, and only after the data is qualified can safety be ensured. Moreover, according to convention, one needs to undergo at least 6 months of adaptation training before formally entering the Star Mediation Hall for training." "It's fine, I understand. If there are any issues, I'll stop," Fang Heng assured. "Well," Cheng Fan hesitated for a moment after hearing Fang Heng's words, then nodded, gesturing to his subordinate in the corner to open the entrance to the hall. With a click, the closed entrance to the hall opened. Cheng Fan led Fang Heng into the hall. Inside the Star Mediation Room, over a dozen youths aged 12 or 13 were sitting cross-legged, in a meditative state, unaware of the arrival of Fang Heng and Cheng Fan. Fang Heng released his perception and immediately felt a sudden prickling sensation coming from the obsidian stone. The pricking sensation directly affected the sea of consciousness. Staring at the obsidian stone, Fang Heng felt the surroundings becoming somewhat illusory, his mind feeling momentarily dazed. Fang Heng quickly became alert and focused his attention. Hint: player receives mental sharpening effect. Player gains plus 23 psychic experience points. Hint: player has mastered multiple academic skills. Rate of skill experience gain is significantly reduced. Hint: player receives mental sharpening effect. Health points decrease by 200. Hint: player's current constitution attribute has reached 70 points. Immune to the current stage's mental sharpening health point reduction effect. Hint: player's psychic talent plus 0.0001. Mental sharpening. Fang Heng looked at the game hint, pondering the sensation he had just experienced. It felt like being deceived by the Holy Court. It was just a momentary daze, and he was unknowingly influenced by mental suggestions. It seemed that his body had become immune to the negative effects of training. Thinking it over, Fang Heng closed his eyes and focused all his attention on the obsidian stone in front of him. His consciousness once again fell into a brief daze. Hint: player receives mental sharpening effect. Player gains plus 23 psychic experience points. Hint: player receives mental sharpening effect. Player gains plus 23 psychic experience points. Hint: player's psychic talent plus 0.001. Experience gain efficiency significantly increased, with dozens of messages popping out every second. Faintly, Fang Heng felt as if he had been placed in a circulating starry sea. Hint: player's basic psychic level raised to LV. 2. Warning: under the influence of training, player's basic constitution permanently minus 0.5. Hint: for each increase in basic psychic level, player's strength Constitution. Agility decreases by 0.5. Warning. If any basic attribute falls below 3 points, player cannot continue psychic training. What's this? Seeing the warning game prompt appear in blood red, Fang Heng immediately snapped out of his training state. Constitution had decreased. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. So, it had nothing to do with training with the obsidian stone. Practicing psychic abilities will, indeed, affect other basic body attributes. Although each level up in psychic studies could enhance the mental attributes by 2 points, during learning, it continuously caused irreversible damage to the body, leading to a decrease in strength, constitution, or agility attributes. Initially, one could bear it, but as the training progressed, once the physical attributes couldn't keep up, psychic studies couldn't be advanced. So, psychic players also had it tough, learning skills on one hand and finding ways to enhance physical attributes on the other. Cheng Fen, noticing Fang Heng's change in expression, walked over and asked with concern, "Mr. Fang Heng, are you feeling all right? Do you need to take a break?" "I'm fine," Fang Heng replied as he stood up. For ordinary players, the difficulty of practicing psychic studies lay in basic attributes. His basic attributes were already high enough. There are 2 types. The first type enhances the intensity of the dark obsidian stone's mind sharpening. The second type, according to past experiences, even zombie avatars can inherit the effects of mind sharpening. Depending on the number of zombie avatars used, it is possible to stack the number of zombie avatars. "Mr. Fang Hen, let's go first. I'll take you to another laboratory." Cheng Fan was a bit worried about Fang Heng's physical condition. As they left the starry cultivation room, he introduced, after the initial starry contemplation training, there will be a period of teaching, mostly focusing on existing theories and empirical aspects. For further enhancement, we will implant chips into the brain. These chips will track individual conditions, so there's no need to worrying about encountering danger during cultivation. It will also enhance the body's adaptability to mental powers. In addition, there are various body modifications tailored to each individual, some of which are extremely dangerous, even life-threatening. Currently, what limits the development of mental power studies are mostly innate limits. Even the best cultivation practitioners, after technological enhancements and equipped reinforcements, are still 10 times weaker in strength compared to the AS tribe. Fang Heng listened and somewhat understood. The federal training for mental scholars is divided into 2 steps. The first step is to elevate the level of mental studies and master the capabilities of mental studies. The second step is to learn how to use mental studies, releasing 100% of the mental power. Regarding the second step, limited by individual physical attributes, individuals can no longer ascend in mental studies. Therefore, they must rely on experience and skills to enhance the final effect of their abilities. It's like icing on the cake. For example, in other academic fields, an average person's limit can only be enhanced by 120% in the end. As for the third step, it involves various modifications to the body and the adaptability of physical changes. It's somewhat like using external equipment to elevate the level of mental studies. Listening to Cheng Fan's implication, it is clear that this step poses great risks. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. "Are there more dark obsidian stones available?" Cheng Fan was momentarily surprised, then nodded, saying, "Initially, when the laboratory was set up, the AS tribe provided over a dozen, but due to the dangerous energy fluctuations emitted, we only selected a moderately suitable piece, while the rest are temporarily sealed. Let's go, show me the others." The efficiency of cultivation is related to the dark obsidian stone. The prerequisite is that the physical attributes are already met, able to resist the mental wear and tear effects during cultivation. This is supposition and still needs verification. "Well," Cheng Fan hesitated, "Mr. Fang Han, could you give me some time? I need to do some registrations. Plus, according to regulations, entering the dangerous zone below requires a federal officer to accompany the process." "Sure. Take your time." "Oh, I also want to conduct some special human experiments." "Human experiments, yes. Help me find some reliable mental study modifiers." Fang Heng's eyes revealed contemplation. If his speculation is correct, the only thing currently holding back human mental advancement is individual physical attributes. Perhaps he could help the Wuling Technology Company significantly enhance the abilities of mental scholars in a short time. Tell them that I will let them try to further elevate their mental study abilities. "What? Cheng Fan's pupils dilated at the words. Elevate their mental study abilities? Is that really possible? Cheng Fan immediately realized the importance of this matter. Lowering his voice, he asked, Mr. Fang Han, should we keep this hidden from the Federation? I can do it all if you ask, Mr. G. The current human faction's strength is being severely suppressed. Fang Heng doesn't mind slightly bolstering the human side's strength. In the future, if they are to oppose the tree spirits, the human federation is a potential ally. There could be remarkable results. All right, get ready. I also need to return to prepare. Okay. Federal Central Council. Since the AS tribes established Ling Domain Blockade network failed, all the top-level figures of the human world knew that humanity's greatest crisis had arrived. Endless meetings and endless deployments. There are several meetings that Ji Hating cannot avoid and must personally participate in. When he received the news from his subordinates, Ji Hating was in a meeting, contacting and mobilizing resources to transport supplies. Fang Heng is also interested in mental studies. A visit? Okay, as long as the identity is concealed, there should be no problem. Huh, what? He also has a way to significantly enhance mental study abilities. Seeing the messages coming in on his phone, Ji Hating's heart suddenly began to beat uncontrollably. Is this for real? When he first contacted Fang Han, Ji Hating had considered gradually exploring other abilities that were not yet under human control through Fang Han. The research on the Lifesuckers and the Heart of Nature crystal had already begun in the past 2 days. However, due to the issues with the inner world, he couldn't fully invest his efforts, so Ji Hating was well aware that progress would not be quick. But he never expected that the first breakthrough would be in mental studies. Ji Hating quickly lowered his head and pondered. He has already built trust in Fang Heng. Since Fang Heng thinks there is a way, it is highly likely that this will succeed. It would mainly involve individual experiments by Fang Heng. There is still doubt about how much the overall mental study abilities can be enhanced in the end. And also, Ji Hating promptly sent a message to Cheng Fan. Cooperate with Fang Heng in everything. I will coordinate from the federal side. Remember not to reveal Fang Heng's identity for now. Inform the Federation first and use Dr. Fang Heng's fake identity to contact them. I will come as soon as possible. 2 hours later, with Cheng Fan leading the way, Fang Heng returned to the federal training room. They entered the underground 6th floor. At the entrance of a large alloy metal door, Federal Mental Study Team to Captain Shai Tingwu, along with a group of mental study soldiers and semi-mechanized soldiers, guarded the entrance. It's because of the recent abnormality in the Tree Spirit clan. In Shai Yan's view, this human experiment was very rushed. In terms of safety, he couldn't help but have some doubts. However, the superior had already issued orders, so he could only come over and cooperate with a forced attitude. Is this Dr. Fang? Shai Tingwu immediately focused his gaze on Fang Hen. Hello, Dr. Fang. I am Shai Tingwu. The Federation has assigned me to be in charge of this collaborative human experiment. Our people will cooperate with you in the experiment. Hello, nice to meet you. Let's get started. Fang Heng nodded and looked at a row of more than 10 Federation scholars of psychokinesis behind Shai Tingwu, gesturing towards a few large boxes behind them. In addition to them, Cheng Fan also arranged for some of the Wuling Technology Company's psychokinesis transformers to come along. Several guards with carts were also carrying several large wooden boxes. Let's go. In the midst of moving the boxes, Shai Tingwu suddenly raised his eyebrows and shifted his gaze to the tall middle-aged man behind Fang Heng. That person. Shai Tingwu sensed an extremely dangerous aura from him. Who is he? In that instant when their eyes met, Shai Yanwu suddenly felt an extreme sense of crisis. Brother Tingwu, don't just stand there. Let's go. Cheng Fan patted Shai Yanwu's shoulder. Oh. Okay. Shai Tingwu and Cheng Fan were both scholars of psychokinesis and had cooperated often before, so they were very familiar with each other. Cheng Fan explained, Dr. Fang has extensive research in psychokinesis and has recently made a breakthrough. Standard experiments have already been conducted and the feasibility has been verified. Now we want to conduct some secret human experiments, so we came. With the help of the power left by the Clan of Stones, you can rest assured. I understand your concerns, and if any problems arise, we will stop immediately. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Shai Tingwu withdrew his gaze. For safety reasons, he checked Fang Hen's identity report again and gestured to his subordinates to open the entrance gate. The fluctuation of the obsidian stone would gradually spread out. It may not be noticeable in the short term, but over time, it would cause irreversible damage to living organisms. Therefore, the Federation had set up a safety zone on the 6th floor underground, prohibiting anyone from entering on regular days. Please follow me. Fang Heng nodded and followed everyone into the basement. After passing through a long corridor, when a large metal door rose in front of them, everyone entered a spacious underground warehouse. The storage room was scattered with several obsidian stone blocks. The largest one was about 6 meters tall. Everyone, we have arrived. The people stood in the warehouse, looked at each other, and then focused their attention on Fang Heng. Fang Heng stepped forward. Standing in the center of the hall, he could clearly feel the stimulation from the obsidian stone. Closing his eyes, hint. Player receives mental sharpening effect. Player's psychokinesis experience plus 83. Hint. Player receives mental strain effect. Health reduced by 200 points. Hint. Player's current physical attributes have reached 100 points. Immune to current stage mental strain health reduction effect. As expected, as the stimulation from the obsidian stone gradually increased, the player could gain more experience through skills. Of course, the negative effects of mental strain would also intensify. The player would need to have stronger physical attributes. Fang Heng opened his eyes and nodded slightly to Cheng Fen beside him. Cheng Fen understood and motioned for his men to move the boxes they brought to the center of the hall. What is this? Sha Yanwu looked curiously at Cheng Fen and asked softly. Some test subjects. The staff of Wuling Technology Company moved the boxes to the center of the hall and opened the locks on the outside of the boxes, then carefully pushed them back. Clack, clack, clack. The lids of the boxes automatically lifted, and figures staggered out of the boxes. They were zombies. Seeing the zombies hiding in the wooden boxes, Shai Ting's expression changed slightly. The soldiers behind the Federation even raised their energy weapons at the zombies. Don't be nervous, these are reference bioorganisms prepared by the company, and they are also participants in this experiment. Cheng Fen gestured. They are not dangerous. Sha Yanwu frowned deeply. So the zombies in front of him were replicas created by Wuling Technology Company. The first time he encountered zombies was when Fang Heng invaded the Research Institute the last time. In such a short time, Wuling Technology Company had already made the latest developments regarding zombies. The zombies, under Fang Heng's control, slowly gathered around the largest obsidian stone. Game prompts began to appear on Fang Heng's retinas. Hint. Player zombie doppelganger normal form receives mental sharpening effect. Player psychokinesis experience plus 83. Hint. Player psychokinesis talent plus 0.001. Hint. Player's current physical attributes have reached 100 points. Immune to current stage mental sharpening health reduction effect. Hint. If the liquor receives mental sharpening damage, the player will inherit and endure it. Effective. Fang Heng thought to himself. Cultivating psychokinesis can also make use of the zombie doppelganger to handle the tough effects. Good. That problem is solved. So, what's next? Fang Heng let the zombie doppelgangers continue to practice psychokinesis in their original place, then turned to Cheng Fen behind him and nodded at him. Ready, we can start. In fact, Cheng Fen didn't know exactly what tests Fang Heng wanted to do, but Fang Heng had mentioned that he wanted him to help select a few suitable psychokinesis scholars to participate in the live tests. Cheng Fen was at a loss. He said he wanted to choose specific personnel for testing, but Fang Heng did not provide specific selection criteria. So he simply closed his eyes and randomly chose a few trustworthy individuals. 3 psychokinesis adepts from Wuling Technology Company stepped forward. As agreed with the Federation beforehand, besides Wuling Technology Company, the Federation would also send 3 soldiers to participate in the human experiment. There were no specific conditions given, so let the Federation choose at random, as long as they had completed the standard psychokinesis training course. Sha Yanwu always felt that this experiment was strange. Previous experiments always had various requirements and restrictions. Now, with no restrictions at all, it was rather peculiar. He took the initiative to sign up and selected 3 soldiers. Sha Yanwu said solemnly, "Experimenters, step forward." Yes. Among the crowd, a row of 3 soldiers stepped forward, looking somewhat serious. "Thank you for participating in the experiment. Please relax, as there are no risks involved in the experimental process. Now, have you all seen those 7 boxes? Each box contains a corresponding drug. Inject all 7 drugs in order." Everyone looked at each other. Inject experimental drugs? Upon seeing the expressions of the group, Changfen explained, "Please rest assured, the drugs have already been tested for toxicity and there should be no issues. Let's begin." The few participants in the human trial had mentally prepared themselves in advance, but injecting so many drugs at once still caught them off guard. In the past, tests were conducted one drug at a time to avoid interactions and disturbances in the results. Now, they were supposed to inject 7 needles at once. Were they not concerned about the interference with the experimental data? Seeing the participants standing in place without moving, Sha Yanwu frowned. "Begin." Yes. 3 federal soldiers received the order, lined up and walked towards the boxes, opening them to reveal syringes filled to the brim inside. The soldiers proceeded to inject the drugs into their bodies one by one. There seemed to be no immediate changes. Since they were already there, the other 3 individuals also gathered their courage and followed suit, injecting the drugs into their bodies as well. 7 injections in total. After the injections were completed, everyone returned to their original positions in a line. Changfen felt a bit unsure and quietly asked a team member beside him, "How do you feel?" "I feel, it actually feels quite comfortable." The team member tightened and loosened their fist a few times, nodding, "I feel much better than before." Huh. Changfen was puzzled. "All right, the injections are complete." Fang Heng clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention and continued, "Now you can once again utilize the power of the obsidian stone for mental cultivation, just like during the initial phase of your training." "What?" "Using the obsidian stone for the next phase of training." The group's faces showed slight changes upon hearing this. The participants in the human trial had already reached the limit of what they could endure in mental cultivation. Typically, with age, before the age of 40, after prolonged training, there was a possibility of a slight increase in the limit of mental cultivation. It was for this reason that every 2 years, the Federation conducted unified training to try to break through the mental cultivation limit and enhance mental abilities. Every attempt to break the limit carried risks. If successful, it was good. However, failure could result in significant harm to the body, requiring half a month of rest afterward, and in extreme cases, it could even be fatal. Seeing the hesitation once again from the group, Sha Yanwu furrowed his brow and said firmly, "This is an order. Why have you not started yet?" "Yes." 3 federal mental transformation specialists accepted the order, walked towards the obsidian stone, sat down cross-legged, and focused on the next stage of meditation. 3 psychologists from the Wanling Company, with a bit of suspicion, took a few steps back and discreetly observed the states of the 3 federal testers. There was a flash of surprise in the eyes of the 3 individuals. They realized that the situation was not as bad as they had initially thought. Once the federal trio entered the meditative state, they quieted down and were not forced out by any backlashes. This meant that they had entered the state of mental cultivation. Did the drugs they just used have such a miraculous effect? Changfan's eyes lit up. If the drugs were ineffective, these people would have fainted due to being unable to withstand the mental cultivation. Of course, there was a possibility of coincidence, such as significant breakthroughs during this period. However, this probability was small, not to mention that 3 people simultaneously achieving such a small chance was even more unlikely. Changfen urged his team members, "What are you standing there for? Follow along." The 3 mental scholars from the Wanling Company participating in the test knew they had no choice but to go along and sit down for meditation. Soon, they too noticed something unusual. The mental cultivation felt exceptionally smooth and fluid. It felt as if they had returned to their initial state when they first started meditating. The power originating from the soul was steadily increasing. 5 minutes later, the meditation continued. The underground storage area fell silent, and expressions of astonishment and excitement appeared on everyone's faces, occasionally glancing at Fang Heng. With the current situation, it seemed that the experiment was likely successful. All 6 individuals had successfully entered the mental cultivation state, and it had lasted for a full 5 minutes. This was definitely not just good luck. There had to be significant breakthroughs explainable by the fact that the experimental drugs used earlier played a role. How did those drugs achieve this? Both Changfen and Sha Yanwu were scholars in mental studies, and they were more excited than ordinary people to see a further breakthrough in mental cultivation. Unable to contain his curiosity, Sha Yanwu asked, "Mr. Fang Heng, the drugs you just used are special genetic modification drugs?" Fang Heng looked at the several individuals currently practicing, explaining, After taking these drugs, the various resistance attributes of the body will be permanently enhanced. Through my research, I found that practicing mental cultivation continually lowers the physical attributes of the body, gradually weakening it until the body cannot withstand the mental cultivation of the obsidian stone. Thus, the mental cultivation ability reaches a so-called limit. Upon Fang Heng's explanation, everyone nodded silently. This theory was also one of the mainstream views, and the Federation had conducted numerous experiments on it, but had not found a good solution. Fang Heng's approach was quite straightforward. He directly enhanced all body attributes through the drugs extracted by Qiu Kong from the research on the zombie virus. They felt it. The psychic abilities have been greatly enhanced. This kind of improvement hasn't been felt for a long time, and it hasn't even reached its limit yet. After a period of recovery, they will soon be able to proceed with the next stage of training. They exchanged glances with several members of the team involved in the experiment, suppressing their excitement and maintaining calmness, asking, "Did you feel any unusual reactions during the experiment?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. "Not for now, Cheng Fen turned to Fang Heng and said, "Dr. Fang, after the psychic training, they still need some time to rest. During this rest time, I will take them to the laboratory for further physical data testing." "Okay. Go ahead. Before you leave, have them drink the recovery potion." Fang Heng pointed to the last box on the right side of the warehouse. "Bring them back after the test." "All right." This time, the participants in the test cooperated more, quickly drinking the blue health recovery potions and returning to the lab with Chang Fen for physical data testing. Fang Heng and a few others stayed in the warehouse waiting. Xiu felt a little heated as he looked at Fang Heng. "Dr. Fang, forgive my boldness. Are there any side effects to the potion you prepared? Are there any special requirements for the users?" "There are no negative effects, and there are no specific requirements for the users. However, the quantity of the potion is limited, so it may not be enough to equip everyone in the short term." "No side effects. Does this mean that the entire Psychic Soldier Corps could undergo a qualitative transformation?" Xiu was burning with excitement at the thought of trying out the new potion developed by Wuling Technology to push the limits of psychic abilities. But wait. Xiu took a deep breath to calm himself down. For safety's sake, he would wait for the experiment report to come out soon. While waiting for the data testing, Fang Heng sat down with crossed legs. Over a dozen zombie duplicates surrounded the obsidian stone, accelerating their psychic training together. Half an hour later, a game prompt appeared on the retina. Tip: the player's psychic level has been raised to LV 10. Tip: players can advance in psychic training, and must sacrifice 10 points of basic attribute excluding spiritual attributes and hidden attributes to advance, permanently reducing that basic attribute by 10 points. Fang Heng was moved. The advancement in low-level psychic training was very simple. It only required sacrificing ordinary basic attributes. Perhaps it was simple for him. For ordinary players, sacrificing 10 basic attributes directly would be quite challenging. After some thought, Fang Heng chose to sacrifice the strength attribute. Once strength reached a certain limit, further improvements would likely require slow accumulation. Sacrificing 10 points of strength might lead to hundreds of additional damage points with a single punch. Tipped: players sacrifice 10 points of strength attribute. Player's psychic training advances to low-level LV 1. Skill: low-level psychic training LV 1. Type: academic. Skill description: you have gradually perceived the power originating from the mind, and you are gradually enhancing your psychic abilities through psychic training. Skill description: increase by 10 points of spirit, 10 points of willpower, and for each level the skill advances, an additional 2.5 points of spirit and 2.5 points of willpower increase. This skill can be advanced to a maximum of LV 15. Additional skill: psychic protection. After advancement, low-level psychic training does not have additional skills, it only inherits the basic psychic protection skill. In addition, you will receive a total of 5 attribute points for each level. Though he estimated that when leveling up, he would probably have to randomly deduct basic physical attributes. Nonetheless, the overall gain should be worth it. So, let's continue. Level up. Federal Research Institute. At this moment, 6 psychic scholars who had just participated in the human experiments had their blood drawn more than 20 tubes and were temporarily placed inside a large precision instrument for full-body scanning. Behind the glass wall, More than 10 researchers gathered in front of the screen and saw the various data displayed on the instrument. Their eyes all showed expressions of astonishment. All data values were completely normal. The only difference was that the experimental subjects' physical qualities had greatly improved in a short period of time. At the same time, calculations showed that their tolerance for psychic training had significantly increased. There were various data indicating that their current tolerance for psychic training had not yet reached its limit. Was it the effect of the potion? Did the potion directly enhance an individual's various physical qualities? They had never heard of such a potion. As they whispered among themselves, the door of the room behind them opened with a click. "Officer." Seeing the newcomer, everyone's expressions immediately became solemn, and they respectfully stood aside. The newcomer was the head of the laboratory team. Following behind him was Deputy Minister of the Federal Military, Kleiman.